This story begins on a rainy night on a battlefield. On top of the mountain of corpses was Qin Feng, who despite being under the effect of accelerated aging 100 times, had still managed to clear the ruins of the ancient god. A woman holding a dagger praised Qin Feng for being impressive and decided to take the divine artifact called Eye of Judgment. Qin Feng, injured and on the brink of death, asked his sister Qin Xiaoyu why she was betraying him. Coldly, Qin Xiaoyu made it clear that Qin Feng was nothing more than an adopted child whom her parents took in. She did not consider him her brother since he did not share the same blood as her. A blonde man named Song Fei appeared and mentioned that Qin Feng had turned out to be useful. Resting his hand on her shoulder and holding the divine artifact, he smiled and thanked Qin Feng since without him, Qin Xiaoyu and he would never have obtained the divine artifact. To completely drain Qin Feng's lifespan in one go, he had worked hard to obtain the soul-stealing blade that was now embedded in his body. He asked if Qin Feng liked his farewell gift. Qin Feng had raised Qin Xiaoyu after their parents passed away, supporting her in school, and even after the game descended upon the world. He risked his life countless times for her. But now seeing that she had betrayed him, he realized that he had judged her wrongly. Qin Xiaoyu made it clear that after their parents died, Qin Feng kept meddling in her life, giving her orders and controlling her. Before, when Song Fei and she needed his protection, he was still somewhat useful. But now that they had the divine artifact, the only value he had for them was gone. Song Fei lunged at Qin Feng to end his life, promising that he would take good care of Qin Xiaoyu. As death was approaching, Qin Feng promised not to let them get away with it. Just before he could finish the sentence, Song Fei took his life. In 2025, the God-forsaken game descended where the only currency was lifespan. Dying caused a loss of lifespan, while killing monsters granted lifespan. Players could spend lifespan to bring their in-game abilities into the real world. The strong could crush tanks with their own hands, cut airplanes with a sword, and even withstand nuclear explosions with their own bodies. From that moment on, the world changed drastically, and chaos spread. He fought to survive with his sister, enduring countless hardships, barely managing to enter the top 100 of global powerhouses. After overcoming endless dangers and narrowly escaping death countless times, he finally managed to conquer the ruins of the ancient god and obtain the divine artifact called Eye of Judgment. At last, he had the qualifications to reach the top, but who would have thought that the price of his success would be betrayal by his only family? All his efforts in life were nothing more than an interference, and all his struggles only paved the way for another's success. If he could live again, he swore to fight only for himself. But then something happened, and Qin Feng opened his eyes. Surprisingly, he was in his room. He quickly sat up and realized that this was the real world. He was confused since he remembered having died, but once he turned on his phone he saw that it was the year 2025. When looking out the window, he saw the beautiful city, realizing that he had been reborn 9 years ago, the day the God-forsaken game descended to Earth. The next day, his sister, Qin Xiaoyu, kicked open the door and upon seeing that Qin Feng was at home drinking coffee, she got angry and asked why he wasn't answering her calls. She kicked the trash can. Qin Feng remembered that on the day the Forsaken game descended, he and Qin Xiaoyu had a big fight over Song Fei. On the wall were the posters of Song Fei. Before the game descended, Song Fei was a somewhat famous underground idol, and Qin Xiaoyu was his obsessed fan. Song Fei seemed glamorous on the surface, but in reality, he was a complete scoundrel who had deceived many of his fans to take their money and take advantage of their bodies. And to prevent Qin Xiaoyu from being scammed, Qin Feng always forbade her from associating with that guy. But in the end, our boy was accused of controlling her life. Pointing at Qin Feng with her finger, Xiaoyu asked if he was deaf, saying that it was his fault that Song Fei had lost first place this month, threatening him that if Qin Feng did not give her money to help Song Fei rise in rank, she would get angry. Just then, with a cold expression, Qin Feng gave her a strong slap on the face, making her fall to the ground. Her cheeks swelled, and blood began to flow from her nose, and her eyes filled with tears. She could not believe that Qin Feng had hit her. With a piercing gaze, Qin Feng made it clear that he neither had the desire nor the time to argue with her, warning that if she kept barking, he was going to break her mouth. He threw the credit card over her head and said that this was the money their parents had left behind, and no matter how difficult the situation had been all these years, he had never touched a single cent. For the sake of their parents, he decided not to lower himself to her level, but he made one thing clear: from today on, he did not have a sister like her. Xiaoyu began to cry and could not help but get angry. In his past life, to protect Xiaoyu, Qin Feng lost too many opportunities, too many secret treasures and dungeons that required risky exploration, which he gave up. He took out some sleeping pills and using water, swallowed them. He was curious, and without this burden, he was going to go far. This time he decided to use his understanding of the game from his past life to get ahead of everyone. And from now on, Qin Xiaoyu was on her own. And as for Song Fei, our boy decided to take his head personally. Qin Feng fell asleep and appeared in the choice hall. He had missed this place since the first time he came here. He was so nervous that it took him several hours to complete his career choice and leave. But this time, he had to be faster. In his past life, he chose the warrior to protect Qin Xiaoyu. The warrior class was not weak, but it was no longer the right choice. Now, without the burden of Qin Xiaoyu, he was going to be able to clear solo much faster. Mobility and reaction were the most important things, so without hesitating for a second, Qin Feng chose the assassin class. But then something unexpected happened, and the system reported that the divine artifact Eye of Judgment had been successfully bound. The Eye of Judgment was activated. It had a passive authority. Upon entering the Forsaken game, Qin Feng was going to automatically obtain the highest ranking profession and talent. Our boy was in shock upon seeing that the Eye of Judgment had linked to him after his rebirth, realizing how it worked. As long as the artifact recognized its owner, and even if it was stolen, it would be useless, believing that perhaps this was the reason why he had been reborn. Just then, shadow began to enter his body, then his body started to change and his hair turned white, becoming a shadow. Qin Feng's appearance had changed. Shadow was the highest level hidden profession for assassins. It was completely different from the warrior profession he chose in his past life. Just obtaining this profession had already given him enormous power. Qin Feng's eyes widened in surprise when he remembered that each profession had a very small chance of unlocking its hidden higher tier profession. And the authority of judgment actually made this probability a certainty. The system activated, informing that the authority of judgment was the most genuine and ancient primordial authority in the universe. Its power surpassed rules and order. Temporarily, Qin Feng could not activate this authority actively since he did not possess divinity, but its passive effect was active. This revelation left our boy in shock. In his past life, it was not until the 7th year after the God-forsaken game descended that a powerful player managed to leave God's abandoned realm and reach the realm of order. Only then did humanity learn about the existence of the power of order. But in fact, even years later, no one obtained the power of order. Qin Feng never expected to achieve this. Now at the beginning of his journey, he had already obtained the primordial authority that surpassed order and rules. As long as he could leave God's abandoned realm and reach the realm of order to obtain divinity, he could activate this authority, now having another goal in this life. Now that the profession selection had been completed, the system asked him to enter his game alias. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment but then chose Shadow since his profession had been born from the Shadow. Qin Feng was teleported to the God's abandoned realm. This was a ruined land, full of countless monsters. He had to be careful since the monsters were ready to tear him apart and steal his lifespan. One could leave the town, kill monsters and earn tradable lifespan. But if they died in the game, they would lose half of their lifespan, both tradable and non-tradable. Qin Feng was in Shell Town, a safe zone. Here there were no monsters and players could not attack each other, and the lifespan loss speed was multiplied by 1. Many people were dragged into the game. Some had taken a nap after eating and some others had fallen asleep after a long workday, only to end up in this place. Everyone's attention was fixed on Qin Feng. No one knew what profession he had, nor why it looked so different from theirs. Seeing the dagger, some realized that he was an assassin. Soon, powerful figures from various countries were going to appear one after another, reconfiguring the order of this world. If Qin Feng wanted to get ahead of them, then he couldn't wait since practice waits for no one. Just then, 3 men and an archer were teleported back to the town. You see, if during the monster hunt players died, they would return to the town. The players were furious and panicked since the wild monsters were too strong. With one bite the monster had taken all their life. They had been fighting against a weak level 1 crawler. But even so, they had only managed to take away a third of its health together, and now that they had died, their lifespan had dropped to half. They asked the archer Lizzie what to do now. Qin Feng started observing her and remembered that archers started with short bows, realizing that she was also a hidden class. Lizzie noticed that Qin Feng was also a hidden class. With a kind smile, she asked if he wanted to team up with them. The monsters outside were really strong, and they couldn't handle them alone. Her team had already been annihilated once, so they had experience. Qin Feng refused and continued on his way. Lizzie's companions mocked him when they saw that he was pretending to be a pro. The 5 of them together had not been able to defeat the monster, so there was no way he could do it alone. According to them, Qin Feng was looking for death. Using the system, Lizzie saw that Qin Feng's alias was Shadow. While our boy was walking towards the exit of the town, Lizzie decided to follow him to see if they could find out what skills he had. She couldn't help but smile since maybe they could get new information about monsters and see how Qin Feng died. The land abandoned by the gods was a too unsettling and dangerous place. Lizzie and the others began to secretly follow Qin Feng. She did not know why she had ended up here, but with years of experience in online games, she quickly formed a group. However, the first monster they encountered outside of the town annihilated them. She knew that this monster was not an enemy that a level 1 player could defeat. Lizzie's friends were furious since Qin Feng's initial weapon was different from the group's assassin. He had a dagger, but Qin Feng had a short blade. The assassin felt envious since Qin Feng was even faster than him. But as an assassin, his agility should be the highest. Besides that, Qin Feng's clothing was different from his. Qin Feng seemed like an unusual player, so Lizzie decided to follow him as he might lead to crucial information. Qin Feng started staring at them, and upon feeling this, Lizzie quickly hid again without knowing if they had been noticed. Our boy used the shadow sneak technique and disappeared from the place without a trace, becoming a shadow. Lizzie and the others were somewhat confused to see that he had vanished into thin air. The assassin of the group realized that this was a stealth ability, an initial ability that granted invisibility. Qin Feng had become invisible. Lizzie decided to return to the town and look for ways to improve themselves. It was too dangerous to go out. They had already died once and their lifespan had already been reduced by half. They decided to look for NPCs to try to obtain hidden rewards like treasure chests. Shadow Sneak was a skill that allows the user to enter stealth for a duration. Attacking will reveal the user, and the first hit after breaking stealth deals increased damage. Stealth Mastery doubles the duration of stealth and increases the level of stealth by 1. As expected, the Shadow class was extraordinary. The stealth of a normal assassin at this level would be easy to detect, but the Shadow class had its own stealth mastery, which made it impossible for anyone, even monsters, to notice Qin Feng in the early stages of the game. Our boy couldn't help but think that Lizzie and her friends were naive since the beginner town had nothing that could really improve your strength. It was just a refuge for players. In this forsaken game, weak players were nothing more than prey for monsters. A few seconds later, Qin Feng's stealth came to an end. For now, the duration wasn't very long. Luckily, the cooldown started as soon as he activated stealth. In just a few more seconds, he would be able to disappear again. The status window of Qin Feng appeared. His codename was Shadow, and his class was also Shadow. He had a non-tradable lifespan of 75 years and 0 tradable lifespan, strength of 13 points, constitution of 13 points, agility of 18 points, and spirit of 15 points. All players started with base stats of 10, and the different classes granted additional bonuses. The warrior class he had chosen in his past life only gave him 3 points in strength and constitution. But this time, the Shadow class had granted improvements to all stats, and agility had increased by 8 points. He still had 5 free attribute points to assign. Most players use their points on strength or spirit to increase physical or magical attack power, but that was a big mistake. Without losing a second, Qin Feng assigned the 5 points to agility, now being 23 points. This statistic was key since in the early game, no matter how one allocated their stats, the monsters would always deal overwhelming damage to the players, and the only way to kill monsters without taking damage was to increase agility and boost speed. Then something caught Qin Feng's attention. There was a monster behind a tree. It was a level 1 crawler with a normal grade, but it was evolving. Qin Feng became alert upon noticing that it continued absorbing lifespan. He quickly realized that this monster had been the one who had annihilated that group of 4 players. The crawler felt the presence of Qin Feng. It was somewhat injured because it had lost part of its HP. The monster attacked, but Qin Feng dodged it with a jump. When monsters killed players, they could obtain their lifespan, and if they absorbed enough, they could evolve. Qin Feng activated Shadow Sneak and unsheathed his short blade, and just before the crawler could get close, he disappeared into the air. While the crawler was trying to see where he had gone, Qin Feng appeared above and using Stealth Break Strike, landed on top of the monster and forcefully stabbed his short blade into its head, causing 174 damage, killing the monster and gaining 10 experience points. He did not expect to be able to kill the crawler in a single blow, but then he remembered that attacking the nape of a crawler triggered a critical hit. Just then, a system window appeared informing that the skill Backstab allowed doubling the damage if the attack came from outside the enemy's vision. This explained why the crawler had died in one hit. The skill Backstab had stacked with multiple abilities, creating a terrible damage multiplier. Qin Feng stared at the corpse in silence. He remembered when he played as a warrior. Even a critical hit barely did 40 damage, and he had to fight for centuries just to kill a crawler. almost dying in the process. Once the monster died, it dropped a shining orb that was the lifespan. Qin Feng clenched his fist and absorbed the lifespan, gaining 3 days of tradable lifespan, and 54 years and 155 days of non-tradable lifespan. 5 people had died, each losing at least between 20 to 30 years of lifespan, adding up to a total of more than 100 years. But since the crawler had absorbed it first, Qin Feng only obtained 54 years. For now, the non-tradable lifespan was not useful. But at that moment, the authority of the Eye of Judgment was activated, granting Qin Feng the talent called Infinite Evolution. By killing monsters solo, he had the chance to earn evolution points to upgrade skills. Every 24 hours, he would gain 5 evolution points, and defeating a boss-class monster alone guaranteed evolution points. Currently, he had 5 points. He had infinite evolution and could improve his skills. In his past life, he had never heard of anything like this. No matter what equipment or skill book monsters dropped, its grade was fixed and there was no way to improve it. This was a power beyond rules and order. Our boy decided to try it out and upgrade Shadow Sneak and Backstab. He spent 4 evolution points and the skills were successfully improved. The starting skill Shadow Sneak went from normal to bronze, and the duration increased from 12 seconds to 16 seconds. The breaking stealth attack bonus increased from 60 to 90, and the cooldown time was reduced by 2 seconds. Backstab went from inferior to normal and the damage increased by 5%. The Shadow Sneak now lasted 16 seconds, and with Stealth Mastery it doubled to 32 seconds. With such an extended stealth duration, he could now remain invisible permanently, and if his abilities had been improved earlier, he would have been able to eliminate even a full HP crawler in a single strike. Just then, a boy who was accompanied by a woman mentioned that this game was easy since even a scrawny guy like Qin Feng had taken down a monster alone. The woman praised him, thinking that with his physique he would be able to face 10 people. The boy began to smile and promised to protect her. Qin Feng noticed that there was a monster hidden in the tree. With a confident smile, the boy asked if he wanted to team up with them. Qin Feng sensed danger and disappeared using the Shadow Sneak. Seeing this, the boy thought that his muscles had intimidated him. A spider descended to the ground, making them panic. This was the level 1 and bronze grade monster nurturer. It attacked, ending their lives. Qin Feng remembered that the nurturer was a beginner boss with 16 OHP points. It was not something that a normal rookie could handle, and besides, it had many small spiders under its command. The nurturer began to feed and Qin Feng took advantage of this moment to check how strong his upgraded abilities were. Using the stealth break strike, Qin Feng stabbed his short blade into the spider's eye. It counterattacked, but Qin Feng reacted in time and after dodging the attack, he moved away and became invisible using Shadow Sneak. Our boy's attack caused 338 damage, and in the process, he received 9 damage. He had barely escaped thanks to his agility. Qin Feng had 130 HP points, and if the spider's attack had connected, he would have died instantly. He was impressed to see that his attack had dealt more than 300 damage to the boss. The nurturer enraged and in the process split the trees in the area in half. Qin Feng was aware that these monsters were intelligent, and that the spider would not just stand still taking hits. The spider was attacking indiscriminately to identify Qin Feng's location. Now even the small spiders were on alert, so he could not rush in recklessly. While the spider was distracted, Qin Feng took the opportunity to throw a rock, which hit its abdomen directly, causing 299 points of damage. Qin Feng grabbed another rock and his assumption was correct, realizing that his main source of damage came from the bonus of the skill Stealth Ambush Strike and the class skill Enhancement, so even by throwing rocks he could still deal solid damage. All he had to do now was wait for Shadow Sneak to come off cooldown, and then throw a rock. This way, the rock was going to activate the bonuses of Ambush Strike, Backstab, and Weak Point Attack. Once Shadow Sneak came off cooldown, Qin Feng threw another rock again, dealing 279 points of damage to the spider, and then activated Shadow Sneak again. His plan was simple: stay hidden until Shadow Sneak was off cooldown, and then attack again. At the same time in the town, the leaderboard was updated revealing that the player Shadow had killed the boss nurturer of bronze grade, being the first to reach level 2, rising to the list as number 1. The other players were in shock since most had died to mobs and could not understand how someone had already defeated a boss. Lizzie and the others were speechless upon seeing that Qin Feng had defeated a boss and ascended to level 2. While they could not even handle normal mobs together, believing it must be a system error. The woman and the man who were attacked by the giant spider spawned in the town and were in shock upon seeing that someone had killed the big spider, realizing that Shadow was the boy they had seen earlier in the forest. Back in the forest, the system announced that Qin Feng had killed the boss nurturer, obtaining 300 experience points and 2 evolution points. Additionally, Shell Town's level leaderboard was unlocked, granting our boy 1 reputation point. Qin Feng began to absorb the lifespan of the spider. The moment the big spider died, the small ones scattered, which was a waste. He couldn't help but regret it since he should have killed the small spiders first to gain more experience. He obtained 46 tradable lifespan and a new skill book called Greedy Hand of Bronze quality along with a corrosive dagger, which had 35 damage points and 4 agility points. After learning the skill Greedy Hand, Qin Feng could use it on defeated monsters, granting a 20% chance to obtain an additional loot reward. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised as he did not expect a bronze boss to drop this god-tier assassin skill. This skill significantly increased loot acquisition. In the late game, defeating powerful bosses would have a 20% chance of producing extra loot. According to what Qin Feng remembered from his past life, there was a guy in the Godslayer guild who had average combat strength. But just because he had this skill, he became one of the most sought-after players. He even had a personal bodyguard who escorted him everywhere. Qin Feng's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that although the activation rate was only 20%, if he combined it with his unlimited evolution talent, he would be able to infinitely increase both the drop rate and the amount of loot. The next day, the students were on their way to school. Xiaoyu's friend asked if she was not going to call Qin Feng and apologize, reminding her that yesterday they had skipped the exam to secretly go and support Song Ye. She was sure that Qin Feng must be angry with her. Xiaoyu refused since she had done nothing wrong, and because of him, they had almost missed the entrance time. According to her, Qin Feng was the one who should apologize. Her friend tried to convince her since Qin Feng treated her very well and also asked what had happened to her face. Xiaoyu stood firm in her decision since all Qin Feng did was meddle in her affairs, and she made up an excuse, saying that she had tripped and hurt her face. Upon entering the school, they saw many students gathered in front of a classroom. The friend became curious and, making her way through the crowd, entered the classroom where she saw that Zhang Wei's body was becoming semi-transparent. One of Zhang Wei's friends explained that he wasn't very sure, but just now, Wei had said he was going to take a nap, and when they turned around, he was already like this. This was not an isolated case, it was all over the internet. People from all over the world were experiencing the same phenomenon, and some experts said that if one fell asleep, they would enter a semi-transparent state like a ghost, and no one knew why. The friend went on alert and decided to call her parents to warn them and advised Xiaoyu to call her brother to warn him as well just in case. But she refused since she preferred to see him dead rather than contact him. Meanwhile, Qin Feng evolved the new skill Greedy Hand, upgrading it from bronze quality to gold. Now, when looting an enemy, the probability of obtaining an extra piece of loot increased from 20% to 70%. And thanks to this, our boy learned Greedy Hand and obtained 2 points. Qin Feng clenched his fist and activated the skill, obtaining 2 evolution points and 46 days of tradable lifespan. He was more than satisfied to have obtained 2 evolution points and knew that to upgrade Greedy Hand to level 3 he needed 3 points, and that soon he would have a 100% chance of obtaining extra loot. He knew that the governments of the world must have realized the situation by now, and more people were going to flood into the game, so he had to accelerate his progress and equip what he could use. Qin Feng equipped the corrosive dagger of bronze quality, gaining 35 attack points and 4 agility points. He activated the shadow stealth to avoid drawing attention from the monsters, knowing that it wouldn't be long before people realized that the skills and equipment from this game could be extracted into the real world. And when that happened, the world would fall into chaos. Extracting skills and equipment required 2 conditions. First, reaching level 10, and second, having enough tradable lifespan. Defeating small monsters took too much time, so he decided to find stronger bosses. While he was walking through the area, he heard someone fighting, and when he went to the cliff, he saw several players fighting against a level 2 sprint predator, bronze grade. Qin Feng was planning to find stronger bosses, and now he had found a sprint predator, being a perfect timing. The monster attacked, but the player carrying a shield and mace blocked the attack without much effort. It was Wang Meng. Qin Feng did not expect to meet him here, realizing that the rumors were true. It was said that when Wang Meng first entered Forsaken Game, He had gathered an entire team of hidden class players. The 6 members of his team were hidden class users. Wang Meng summoned the Holy Barrier, creating a golden barrier to repel the monster. He had the hidden class of Holy Shield Warrior, having twice the basic stats of a normal warrior. And, as if that were not enough, he also had an innate invincibility skill. While the monster was distracted, the mage of the team summoned a fireball which hit directly against the creature's arm. She had the mage class hidden profession called Prophet, which allowed her to inflict double the magical damage of a normal mage and came with an incorporated prophetic fireball. The archer of the team had the hidden profession of the archer class called Sharp-Eyed Shotter, granting the user double the stats of a normal archer, and came with an incorporated rapid shot skill. The priest had the Oracle Priest class, having twice the healing power of a normal priest and a group healing ability. The archer and the mage attacked together, but the monster evaded the attacks without much effort and attacked Wang Meng, forcing him to retreat. The archer panicked upon seeing that the ranged attacks were not hitting, thinking that this boss was too fast. The priest healed Wang Meng, and he decided that the best way to defeat this boss was to keep attacking while the healers took care of healing. Seeing that he planned to wear down the monster's health little by little, Qin Feng thought that Wang Meng was very optimistic, but he knew that he was forgetting the most important thing. This was the wild nature, and if a battle dragged on, other monsters would be attracted. Just then, 2 monsters appeared behind Wang Meng. Qin Feng recognized them as corruptors, regular level 2 monsters covered in dark brown mud, specialized in using ranged attacks. The swordsman of the team rushed towards the monsters and attacked one of them. He had a hidden class that our boy had not seen before. The attack caused 33 points of damage, and the swordsman did not take long to realize that the defense of these monsters was very high. The corruptor vomited mud on the swordsman. It was ground bind and now his movement speed had decreased. The other corruptor began to chase the mage, forcing her to flee with tears in her eyes. But just then, Qin Feng jumped in the blink of an eye, decapitated the monster, causing 441 points of damage, saving the mage and leaving everyone in shock. Our boy's attack was so powerful that he defeated the corruptor in a single blow. The mage became confused, not knowing who had done this and if someone was helping them. With the help of his sword, the swordsman stood up. He was in shock upon seeing that someone had eliminated a level 2 corruptor with a single blow. While on the other hand, for them to defeat a level 1 corruptor they had to join forces for 10 seconds. The corruptor tried to attack, but again, Qin Feng moved like lightning and decapitated the monster. The swordsman began to tremble with fear and asked if Li's Eye had seen who it had been. She panicked and said that she had not seen it. Wang Meng stood up and asked them not to get distracted. Deep down he hoped that Qin Feng was on their side. Now only the sprint predator remained, and our boy was watching from a branch. As a reward for having killed 2 level 2 corruptors, he obtained 40 experience points, 1 evolution point, the skill book called Venom Dart of common quality, and 8 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng did not waste a second and evolved Venom Dart as it was a perfect mid-range poison damage skill. Upon evolving it, the skill rose to level 2 and went from common quality to silver. It allowed the user to throw a deadly poison dart with a maximum range of 14 meters, inflicting 120 attack damage points upon impact and applying the status Venom, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. The status Venom inflicted 50% continuous damage per second, lasting for 5 seconds and could not be stacked. The monster attacked again. Wang Meng managed to block the attack with his shield, but in the process, the creature stabbed its sharp limb into his stomach. Wang Meng dropped his shield and mace to the ground, and the monster took advantage to stab him with its other limb, causing him terrible pain. The archer began to tremble with fear. The priest panicked knowing that this was not good since he could not heal fast enough. In a desperate attempt, Wang Meng asked them to flee. Qin Feng shot a dart, which lodged in the head of the sprint predator, causing 845 points of damage. The mage and the archer were in shock upon seeing that the attack had taken half of the boss's HP. Both the monster and Wang Meng began to writhe in pain, and venom started to emerge from the monster's wound until its body collapsed to the ground, causing 324 damage multiple times. Since Qin Feng had inflicted more than 90% of the damage, the loot belonged to him, and for having killed the sprint predator, he obtained 600 experience points, reaching level 3, obtaining 2 evolution points and 55 days of tradable lifespan. He did not expect that the damage over time of the Venom Dart would activate his class's passive ability. With stealth, he could remain invisible and throw darts indefinitely, and now nothing in the early and mid-game could stop him. The loot began to emerge from the monster's corpse. Wang Meng was in shock upon seeing the amount of damage the monster had taken, and several seconds later, the loot disappeared. Wang Meng stood up and thanked Qin Feng for saving them, but our boy made it clear that in the wildlands, one could not trust people so easily, leaving everyone in shock. Wang Meng thanked our boy for the advice and they decided not to bother him while he was checking the loot. He also added that if he ever needed anything, he could come to find him. Qin Feng picked up the loot, realizing that Wang Meng seemed trustworthy. Plus, he had the backing of Daxia's government, which had many resources. Our boy decided to look for a stable sales channel to sell the unused loot. He used Greedy Hand, gaining 3 evolution points and 55 days of tradable lifespan, acquiring Sprint Predator's bronze quality leather greaves. Our boy equipped the leather greaves, obtaining 9 points in physical defense, 5 points in all elemental resistances, along with a 15% cooldown speed. This had been a great loot, since he still had many other class gears and skill books, and once his bag was full, he decided to return to the town and exchange everything for lifespan. His eyes began to shine with confidence since this time his growth was 100 times faster than in his last life. Not far from the area, another team of players was being attacked by more monsters, and seeing that the number of monsters was increasing, they decided it was better to flee. But before they could do so, another much larger monster appeared, and just before the players could escape, the monster attacked with sharp vines, killing them all. The players respawned in the town and couldn't help but feel frustrated since the monsters always appeared in groups and fled when they had low health. It was said that players had to be level 3 to leave the game, but this seemed like an impossible task. Some players thought they needed more people since a team of 3 players was not enough, believing they should form groups of 6 or 10 players. The other player argued that this was not going to work since he had seen a team of 10 be surrounded and wiped out. Plus, too many people were going to attract a boss, and recently, a group of 40 had activated some Curse Master and it had annihilated more than 30 of them in one single strike. Lizzie's team also spawned back in the town. If the players did not reach level 3, they were going to be trapped inside the game forever. They had all ended up here after falling asleep, so in other words, only their consciousness was inside the game, and if they could not get out, their real bodies were going to starve to death. Lizzie was frustrated because she did not know why the game was so difficult. Her friend panicked since they had already died 3 times and their non-tradable lifespan had dropped to less than 10 years, and at this rate, they were going to end up dying in real life. Despite not knowing if it was real or not, Lizzie knew that they could not afford to die again. Upon seeing that Shadow was level 3, she was somewhat confused, realizing that he must have discovered some trick. She knew they needed him to carry them to level 3 in order to escape this game. Clenching her fist, she gave the order to her team to spread the word. They had to get Shadow to help them reach level 3. She was determined to give him 10 million in cash once they returned to reality. The others were in shock, but she knew there was no way Shadow could ignore the 10 million. Back in the forest, our boy took down a level 2 polluter, earning 20 experience points and 1 evolution point. After absorbing the lifespan of the monster, Qin Feng decided that he already had enough evolution points and decided to spend the 5 points he had to evolve Greedy Hand. It improved in quality, going from platinum to emerald, increasing the probability of obtaining extra loot to 160%, and now the extra loot had a 20% probability of being 1 tier higher. Qin Feng was amazed knowing that the effect was insane, realizing that if he kept evolving it, it would reach 100% or even 200%. It was raining, and something caught Qin Feng's attention. It was the monster called Curse Master which was wandering through the forest. This monster was a bronze tier boss and was consuming vital force to advance to a silver tier boss. For Qin Feng, it was normal that this boss had annihilated a team of 40 men. For now, our boy had a full inventory, so even if he killed the monster, he wouldn't be able to pick up the loot, so for now, he decided to mark this place on the map. The boss's evolution took some time, so he thought about emptying his inventory first and coming back later. In the town, the news that someone was offering 10 million for Shadow, the number 1 player on the leaderboard, to help them level up quickly had spread everywhere. People were dying, losing lifespan, so the rich had already started looking for a way to escape, meaning that the commoners were doomed. While people were chatting, Qin Feng appeared in the town, leaving everyone in shock. Using the system, he activated the market stall option, making the system announce that he was selling equipment and skills, with the stall available for only 10 minutes. The players were in shock upon seeing that he was wearing 2 pieces of bronze tier gear, and furthermore was selling 2 more. They still couldn't believe that he had killed a bronze tier boss. One of the players asked why they couldn't see Qin Feng's face. Another player explained that he had enabled the face concealment function, making the in-game appearance match the real one, so for this reason he wanted to remain mysterious. A mage approached our boy's stall and with a curious gaze asked how much for the icicle spell, to which Qin Feng replied that it was 100 days of tradable lifespan. She was Grey Rose, currently ranked 11 in Shell Town, who also had face concealment activated. For Rose, 100 days of lifespan was a lot, so she asked if he could lower the price, to which Qin Feng explained that the common tier skill icicle spell increased a mage's early farming speed, and 100 days was already a bargain. Rose asked if she could use real-world money, but Qin Feng refused to accept it, advising her that if she had cash, she could first buy tradable lifespan and then exchange it with him, and if no one offered more, he was determined not to sell the skill until she had the lifespan. She started to ponder, and then using the team channel, she asked her teammates if this was a good offer. They had leveled up to level 2 so quickly thanks to her leadership, so they showed no objections. Moreover, with this skill, they would be able to reach level 3 even faster since the most important thing was escaping first. She asked them to transfer their tradable lifespan to her, promising to send them money when they returned. She handed over the 100 days of tradable lifespan to our boy. Seeing that all of her team members were level 2, Qin Feng realized that they must have killed at least 30 or 40 crawlers. Therefore, their tradable lifespan should be much greater than 100 days. Qin Feng sold the spell, obtaining 100 days of tradable lifespan. Now his tradable lifespan went from 268 days to 368 days. Just then Lizzie appeared and was happy to have found Shadow. With a smile, she gave him an opportunity. In exchange for helping her ascend to level 3, she promised to give him 10 million in money when they returned to the real world. The other players were in shock. She was Jiang Lizzie, and in our boy's past life, she was the leader of a criminal syndicate. Later her syndicate was annihilated by the country. With a confident smile, she said that her father was the president of Dajiang Industries, and seeing that our boy didn't believe her, she asked him to look her up. According to reports, it was said that she used cash to lure people into selling their lifespan, then kidnapped them for forced labor, and those who had resisted had been murdered in reality. Qin Feng coldly rejected the offer knowing that she was scum. Lizzie admitted that Shadow was strong in this game but revealed that no one knew how the game worked yet, so she advised him to team up with her, and in return, she would make sure he lived in luxury, cars, houses, women, and everything he wanted. Qin Feng did not change his mind and asked her to stop blocking his business. He better than anyone knew that cash was worth nothing. And soon, the only universal currency was going to be the tradable lifespan. Lizzie became arrogant and made it clear that if this were the real world, she would have given him a good lesson. With a murderous look, Qin Feng made it clear that if she said another word, he was going to kill her until her lifespan reached 0. Lizzie and her friends felt the pressure and without losing a second, they ran away from the place. A few minutes later, our boy sold the last item from his stall, the Gleam Robe of Tier Bronze. Now he had a total of 546 days of tradable lifespan, now that he had sold everything. He decided it was time to go deal with the Curse Master. He became invisible. No one knew it yet, but the tradable lifespan could extract skills into reality, and soon this forsaken game was going to plunge the real world into chaos. Along with the real world backgrounds that people once took pride in, soon only personal strength would matter. Lizzie and her team moved away from the area. They're out of breath from running, and Lizzie shares that Shadow not only turned her down but also threatened her. She vows to find and kill him once she's in the real world. While she's thinking this, a man named Mao Li Jun, also known as Lao Mao, approaches her. Lao Mao says he's at level 2 and claims he knows some tricks to level up in the game. He asks if he can take the 10 million offer that Shadow turned down to help Lizzie and her team reach level 3. Lizzie, feeling cautious, asks what Lao Mao means by tricks. Lao Mao tells Lizzie that he normally keeps his tricks a secret, but he'll make an exception for her. He explains that to level up in this situation, you should quickly allocate all your attribute points to agility. Doing this will make your running speed faster than the monsters, helping you win without getting hurt. Lizzie is shocked because she had put all her points into strength. She agrees to Lao Mao's offer but says she'll only pay him 5 million since he's not as strong as Shadow. Lao Mao accepts, mentioning that while Shadow is strong, it was odd for him to turn down such a big amount of money. Meanwhile, Qin Feng arrived at the place he had marked earlier on the map. Still in stealth mode, he notes that the monster has advanced to the silver rank, and the gray fog around it shows it's still evolving. He activates his Venom Dart ability, knowing that the monster's evolution to gold rank will take 7 or 8 hours. Not wanting to wait, he launches the Poison Dart, which hits the monster for 659 damage due to his stealth strike. The poison then continues to harm the monster at 219 points per second. He quickly jumps at the monster, using his shadow sneak skill, understanding that the silver boss monster's health is 2 or 3 times that of a bronze level one. Suddenly, the monster starts gathering a massive amount of magical energy in its hands, making it grow larger. Qin Feng figured he just needed to hit the monster with his venom dart skill 2 or 3 times. But suddenly, the monster unleashed a powerful attack, destroying the surrounding area. He explains that this monster is a magic-type boss, with skills that deal a lot of area damage at once. After launching the venom dart, he quickly retreated and barely escaped the attack's range. Still invisible, he realized that with his current health and defense, he wouldn't survive if he took the monster's attack directly. As the battle continued, the monster started charging another big attack. Its massive form turned toward him, but he stayed calm, moving carefully across the battlefield while watching his cooldown timer. His hidden shadow ability wasn't ready yet, so he needed to wait for the boss to show a moment of weakness. The plan was simple: wait for the right moment, strike precisely, and disappear before the monster could hit back. Moments later, the creature stumbled, briefly distracted. This was the chance. Without waiting, he moved forward, using his venom dart skill. The attack hit perfectly, dealing 659 damage. Almost right away, the venom started working, draining the monster's health by 219 damage per second. Seeing the danger, the monster tried to escape, but Qin Feng wasn't going to let it get away. He followed closely, his eyes focused and determined. The monster was nearly defeated. Its attempt to run away was useless. In a swift movement, Qin Feng vanished and reappeared on the creature's head, slamming it into the ground. The system quickly confirmed his victory. He had defeated the silver-ranked boss. A stream of notifications appeared before him. He gained a total of 1,800 experience points, and leveled up from 3 to 5 instantly. He also received 4 evolution points and a surprising 124 days of tradable lifespan. He chuckled, noticing how a single boss kill boosted him 2 levels and gave him extra evolution points. As the monster's body turned into loot, he used his evolved skill, Greedy Hand. The air shimmered as a system screen confirmed the loot was collected. The rewards were even better than he expected, with another 4 evolution points and an extra 124 days of tradable lifespan, doubling his gains. The generous rewards made him smirk. 2 extra bonuses right away were impressive. He realized the silver-ranked boss had given him a total of 12 evolution points and 372 days of tradable lifespan. Just as he was taking in his rewards, another system prompt appeared, revealing an unexpected bonus. The secondary effect of Greedy Hand had kicked in, upgrading one of his looted items from silver to gold rarity. He looked at the notification with interest, a gold tier item. It made sense why Greedy Hand was considered a Jade level skill. It could enhance loot beyond its original quality. His focus then turned to the scattered loot. 7 or 8 pieces of gear had dropped, but he only had 10 slots left in his backpack. He sighed, realizing that running back each time he defeated a boss would waste a lot of time. He knew that a storage ring or something similar would have been perfect to solve this problem. Just as Qin Feng was about to check out a specific item among the loot, the scene suddenly shifted back to the shell town. There, the mage from Wang Meng's team appeared in a flash of light, her face showing relief. She was finally back, all thanks to Wang Meng. As the rest of the team followed, they thanked him, admitting that without his leadership, they wouldn't have reached level 3 and returned safely. But Wang Meng brushed off their praise, saying their progress was due to everyone's hard work. The mage, however, couldn't let go of a lingering regret. She sighed, wishing she had managed to add Qin Feng as a friend in the forest. She thought maybe it was because she had been covered in mud at the time. Her teammate reassured her with a playful grin, saying that with her new outfit, she looked great, and surely the mysterious player wouldn't reject her again. As they chatted, a system announcement echoed through the town. The leaderboard had been updated. Shadow had reached level 5. The news shocked the players in town. Someone couldn't believe how Shadow had jumped from level 3 to 5 so quickly. The only explanation was that he must have defeated a powerful boss monster. Another player mentioned that just 10 minutes ago, he saw Shadow casually selling gear in the town square, and now this. Another guy said that his sister had just turned 18, and if Shadow liked her, it would be a big win for their family since having Shadow's help with leveling up would be a game changer. His friends quickly dismissed the idea, reminding him that Shadow wasn't interested in 10 million cash, so he wouldn't be interested in a matchmaking proposal. Back at Wang Meng's camp, his team was starting to worry. They had just celebrated reaching level 3, only to find out that Shadow had already moved far ahead. But Wang Meng stayed calm. He told them to put their worries aside for now. They needed to log out, return to reality, and warn their families and friends about this dangerous game. As their bodies started to fade, the system confirmed their logout. Wang Meng's last words were serious. If the world was heading toward chaos, they had to prepare their loved ones. The scene shifted to the real world. Wang Meng's eyes opened, and a voice quickly called for the captain. He wasn't just any player, Wang Meng was a police officer. His fellow officers rushed to him, visibly worried. One admitted they were scared because his body had started to turn transparent while he was unconscious. The terrifying truth was clear: if a player died in the game or lost all their life, they didn't just log out, they disappeared from the real world. But there was no time to dwell on that horror. Wang Meng stood up and called for everyone to gather as something serious had happened. Someone asks Wang Meng about his report. Wang Meng explains that he and his team formed a party, and each member had a hidden profession, which was a big advantage in the game. Yet, they were almost wiped out by a single monster. They were only saved at the last moment by an unknown player, Shadow. Wang Meng confirms that his report is accurate. He then describes Shadow's incredible progress. When Shadow helped them, he was at level 3. But by the time Wang Meng and his team reached that level, Shadow had already moved up to level 5, a huge jump of 2 levels. This news worries the higher-ranking officers. One of them asks the obvious question: does this mean Shadow is now the strongest player in the world? How did he level up so quickly? The speculation starts, and Wang Meng suggests that maybe Shadow defeated a high-level boss monster or did something equally impressive. Another officer, curious about the details, notices an inconsistency. According to Wang Meng, Shadow was already at level 3 when he saved them. If that was true, why didn't he log out like the rest of them? Could it be that Shadow had no close family or friends waiting for him in the real world? A female officer comes up with a daring idea. She thinks Shadow might be a transmigrator, someone who shows up suddenly and gets stronger fast, as if destined for power. She says that transmigrators are often orphans, which might explain why Shadow hasn't come back to reality. Her words make the room go silent, and realizing the weight of what she said, she blushes with embarrassment. A senior officer, not impressed, calls her NEU and tells her to stop making jokes during a serious talk. He dismisses her idea, saying she's been reading too many novels. Then, shifting back to the main subject, the officer shares some crucial information. Secret reports from the higher-ups reveal that researchers are studying a worrying pattern. Many older people have been mysteriously dying in their sleep. When researchers compared this data with those who had returned from the forgotten game of the gods, they found something alarming. It turned out that those who died in their sleep had also died multiple times in the game. This shows a scary truth. If a player's lifespan hits 0 in the game, they don't just die there, they die in real life too. One officer shares his worry, saying the forgotten game of the gods is an anomaly, something way beyond what they understand. The head officer agrees, suggesting that they might be facing an invasion by unknown beings from higher dimensions. The room goes quiet as everyone takes in this heavy thought. Without delay, the head officer moves on to urgent matters. He tells everyone that the higher-ups, probably the government, have given an emergency order. All officers must form vanguard teams based on their locations, enter the forgotten game of the gods, and gather as much information as they can. This is no longer just a police issue. The government is setting up a special force to handle this unique crisis. He highlights the global scale of the problem. Every nation is rushing to explore and understand this new reality, and falling behind would mean losing international standing. For national security, they must gather information at all costs. The head officer then announces his decision. NEU will be the captain of Team 1. She accepts the role without hesitation. Wang Meng is appointed as her vice captain, and they are given the power to pick their team members. Wang Meng nods, understanding how important their mission is. The head officer then turns his attention to Shadow, the mysterious player Wang Meng met. Based on Wang Meng's story, Shadow doesn't seem to have bad intentions. Because of this, the head officer orders NEU and Wang Meng to try and befriend him. Their goal is to find out who Shadow really is and work with him. He explains why NEU is in charge. Her deep knowledge of games and stories makes her the best choice to investigate someone like Shadow, whose abilities and actions seem almost like those in myths. The head officer hopes that NEU and Wang Meng can make Shadow an ally, someone who could represent them in the game. If they succeed, they will get access to vital information that could give them a strategic edge. The other police officers are tasked with keeping public order and stopping any mass panic. With that, the meeting ends. As the sun sets and casts a golden glow over the city, the officers get ready for the challenges ahead. The next day, the scene shifts to a high school where the protagonist's younger sister sits at her desk, lost in thought. Around her, students chat excitedly about recent news. A small group nearby talks about a surprising discovery. Chang Wai, the student whose body had started to vanish, has reached level 3 in the game and logged out safely. One of the girls shares that Chang Wai revealed something important. If several people from the same district fall asleep at the same time, they will all end up in the same starter village in the game. This news stirs both excitement and worry among the students. Another girl, alarmed, insists that this won't work. She feels she must bring her parents into the game. They have no gaming experience, and she's scared something might happen to them if they enter unprepared. But another student disagrees, saying they shouldn't rush to involve their parents yet. They should focus on getting stronger first, so they can protect their families when needed. Meanwhile, the protagonist's younger sister looks at her phone, deep in thought. A nagging frustration grows inside her. Why hasn't her brother reached out to her yet? With something as big as the forgotten game of the gods happening, she expected at least one message from him. But there's been nothing. He hasn't checked on her or even apologized for hitting her earlier. That was completely unlike him. In the past, whenever they argued or she upset him, he would always find a way to make peace. But today, there was only silence. No apologies, no attempts to make things right. Even their parents had never laid a finger on her, yet he, her brother, had struck her. Still upset, she tries to justify her actions. All she did was skip class to see Song Fi's concert. Was that really such a big deal? She pouts, deciding that unless her brother calls and apologizes at least 1,000 times, she will never forgive him. Her annoyance quickly turns into excitement as she starts talking about Song Fi. Looking back, she's glad she went to see him yesterday. Once the forgotten game of the gods takes over, she might not have many chances to go to his concerts. A dreamy look appears on her face as she remembers last night, thinking about how close she was to him during the show. She pictures Song Fi on stage and can't help but gush over how amazing he was. Then, she realizes something. If everyone enters the game world while sleeping, that means Song Fi will too. Her face turns red as she imagines meeting him in the game. Could this be her chance? Is fate finally bringing them together? Her heart beats faster at the thought. As she gets ready to sleep, she suddenly remembers something. Chang Wai had reached level 3 really fast. That meant he was probably already an expert. If she wanted to do well in the game, she needed some good advice. So, without hesitating, she sends Chang Wai a message, asking if he has any helpful tips before she enters the game world. Meanwhile, Chang Wai is with his classmates when he gets her message. He looks at his phone and smiles. He's amazed by the situation. Who would have thought that someone like the protagonist's younger sister would ask him for advice? He sees this as a great opportunity. This was his chance, whatever that meant. Chang Wai quickly replies, saying she's asked the right person. He shares an important game secret. At the start, she should put all her attribute points into agility. If she doesn't, she won't be fast enough to escape monsters and will keep dying. She asks if this is true even if she chooses a mage class. Chang Wai assures her it is. Agility is useful for mages too, he explains, because it boosts casting speed, which is key early on. Still unsure, she asks what if she still can't win after improving her agility. Chang Wai confidently tells her not to worry. As long as someone in their village reaches level 5, the village's teleportation formation will activate, connecting all the starter villages. Once that happens, she can just join a random party to help her level up, and he will come find her when the teleportation circle is active. Hearing this, she feels very happy. Lying on her bed, she smiles to herself, thinking how handy people like Chang Wai are. Just like that, she's found someone to help her out. As she starts to fall asleep, another thought pops up. This is great. She'll get into the game before her brother, level up quickly, and become strong. When her brother finally joins, she'll make sure he has a tough time. No help, no support, he'll have to manage on his own. Happy with her plan, she drifts into sleep, excited for the adventure ahead. The scene shifts back to the game where the protagonist stands over the loot from a defeated boss monster. Among the treasures, a glowing orb catches his attention. As he picks it up, a system notification pops up, saying he has obtained the cursed ring, a gold tier item. The system then details its attributes. The ring can be used by anyone and gives a boost of 8 points to all attributes. It also increases dark elemental resistance by 26 points and makes weak point attacks 1.5 times stronger. But you need to be at least level 4 to wear it. Looking at the benefits, the protagonist sees that the total boost is 32 points, similar to leveling up 3 times. Plus, the ring's dark resistance will be helpful against many enemies, and the weak point attack boost is a nice bonus. Knowing this, he sees the cursed ring as a valuable item for his journey. Before he can think more about his new item, another system notification shows up, saying he's learned a new skill called Instant Shadow Slash, a silver tier assassin type ability. The system explains how it works. When used, the skill sends out multiple slashes in one direction, reaching up to 15 meters. It also gives temporary invincibility for 5 seconds, hitting all enemies in a 2.1 meter wide path 3 times. Each hit deals 100 damage and counts as a backstab, but it doesn't hit weak points. The skill has a 12-second cooldown. Seeing how useful this ability is, the protagonist knows it's a strong area attack with the bonus of temporary invisibility. He quickly learns the skill. With some evolution points left, he decides to improve one of his key skills, Greedy Hand. The system takes 8 evolution points and upgrades the skill from Jade rank to Diamond rank. The effects of Greedy Hand get a big boost. The chance of getting extra loot from defeated monsters goes up from 160% to 220%, and the chance of that loot being upgraded by 1 level increases from 20% to 40%. Thinking about this upgrade, the protagonist realizes that with this improvement, he'll now get 2 pieces of loot per enemy, making each kill 3 times as rewarding. Not wanting to waste his remaining evolution points, he upgrades Instant Shadow Slash by 3 levels. The system takes 3 evolution points, leaving him with just 1. The skill quickly evolves, moving from silver rank to gold rank, and finally reaching platinum rank. The skill's attack range has expanded, growing from 15 meters to 21 meters, allowing for greater reach. The invisibility now lasts 7 seconds, giving him a bit more time to stay safe. The number of slashes has increased from 3 to 5, hitting all enemies in its wider 3.1 meter path. The cooldown is slightly shorter, going from 12 seconds to 10.43 seconds, which makes it a bit more efficient but still needs careful use. Each strike now deals 200 damage, doubling its previous strength. Every attack counts as a backstab, triggering the backstab skill effect, even though it can't hit weak points. Seeing these upgrades, the protagonist knows that while the cooldown isn't much shorter, the skill's ability to keep him invisible longer can be a big advantage in fights. Looking at the rest of the loot, he quickly sees that most of it isn't useful. But one item stands out, a silver tier warrior skill book, Battle Roar. He knows selling it will give him more tradable lifespan. Just as he finishes checking the loot, he notices something moving. Turning around, he sees 3 huge creatures coming toward him. Without delay, he recognizes them as level 4 limb crawlers, ugly and dangerous monsters. Instead of being scared, he sees this as a great chance to try out his improved skill. He quickly activates Instant Shadow Slash. In a flash, he becomes a blur, launching a series of fast slashes that cut through the creatures with ease. The limb crawlers are torn apart before they can even react. As the dust settles, a system notification pops up, confirming their defeat. The system records his win, giving him 80 experience points and an extra 5 days of tradable lifespan as a reward. Standing in the aftermath, a dark, intimidating aura surrounds the protagonist. He calmly thinks about his new power, realizing that his ability to defeat enemies has greatly improved. He thinks about a strategy, figuring that if he uses his Poison Dart skill with Instant Shadow Slash, he could win battles before they even start. Checking his tradable lifespan, he sees he has 618 days, but to bring his game skills and gear into the real world, he needs at least 900 days, or about 2.5 years. With that goal in mind, he plans his next steps. First, sell all the valuable items in his inventory. If things go well, he might reach the required lifespan sooner. Once he hits level 10, he can finally connect the virtual and real worlds. The scene shifts to the protagonist heading back to the starter town, invisible thanks to his latent image skill. Moving quietly, he hears a conversation nearby. A man congratulates a woman on reaching level 3 and reminds her of a promise. Watching them, he sees that it's Lizzie and Lao Mao. Their talk reveals a deal they made before. Lao Mao had agreed to help the Lizzie reach level 3 so she could log out of the game, in return for 5 million in cash. Now that she's reached her goal, Lao Mao is expecting his payment. Lizzie reassures him, asking if he really thinks her father's company, Do Young Industry, can't spare such a small amount. She tells him she'll log out and handle the transaction in the real world. Before leaving, she gives Lao Mao her phone number and tells him to contact her after he logs out. She then makes another offer. She wants to buy all of his tradable lifespan, offering 10,000 in cash for each day's worth. Lao Mao eagerly agrees, excited about the money he'll make. With a smug look, he remarks on how foolish King Fen was for turning down Lizzie's offer, saying they can talk more about the deal when they meet in reality. Unseen by them, King Fen moves silently between them, hidden in plain sight. Lao Mao, unaware of King Feng's presence, dismisses the importance of lifespan in the game. He thinks there's no need to worry since he can gather lifespan just as easily as in-game currency. For him, turning game achievements into real-world money is the best strategy, and he feels clever for figuring this out. The scene shifts to the starter town, where King Feng stands in front of the teleportation gate. As he stretches out his hand, the gate glows with bright blue energy. As the light grows stronger, a system window appears, congratulating him for activating the teleportation formation in Shell Town and awarding him 1 reputation point. The system explains that he can use the teleportation gate once a day for free, but using it more will cost tradable lifespan. However, since no other teleportation gates in the game are active yet, it's not useful right now. King Feng thinks about the teleportation system, knowing it's a two-way setup. Just activating one side doesn't help. Another player in a different starter town needs to reach level 5 and activate their gate for it to work. He remembers that in his past life, Song Fi was in Firefly Town. To stay ahead, he sets up an altar that will alert him as soon as someone activates the Firefly Town gate. He's not just waiting, he's getting ready. The moment that gate is active, he'll be prepared to face Song Fi. As he moves deeper into the city, his thoughts are on his main goal. While teleporting between towns is important to most players, he knows the real challenge is still ahead. His true aim is to reach level 10 and enter the God's Abandoned Realm, where he can finally activate his authority. Only then will the real challenge of the God-forsaken game begin. A bit later, he sets up his shop, and a system notification appears, letting all nearby players know that he's selling equipment and skills, but only for 10 seconds. It's a first-come, first-served chance. The reaction is immediate. Players get excited, rushing toward him and calling him an expert. Some say they've been waiting for this moment, saving up tradable lifespan just for this. One player proudly mentions he has saved up 150 days worth, while another remembers that the last time King Feng set up shop, he sold an icicle spell, which helped Gray, the buyer, climb to second place in the rankings. Another player, thrilled, discovers a silver tier skill book called Battle Roar, a warrior-only ability, and decides to buy it without a second thought. A system notification pops up, confirming the Battle Roar skill book has been sold for a huge 300 days worth of tradable lifespan. The players around are stunned. One questions if a single skill book is really worth that much. Another player dismisses him, explaining that Battle Roar greatly increases a warrior's ability to farm monsters. With this skill, the 300 days of tradable lifespan can be earned back in less than 2 days, making it a very smart buy. Understanding the value of what King Feng offers, the rest of the players rush forward, desperate to buy anything before it's gone. In just a few seconds, everything is sold out. Looking at his system window, King Feng checks his earnings. In just 1 minute, he gathered 650 days of tradable lifespan, bringing his total to 2,174 days. But he's still not satisfied. To bring his attributes, skills, and equipment into the real world, he needs much more lifespan. Meanwhile, some players complain about not getting a chance to buy anything. They ask if he'll set up shop here again, and he confirms he will. Suddenly, a female player calls out to him, saying she has a treasure and asks if he's interested in making a deal. As he turns to look, he recognizes her. She's one of Wang Meng's teammates. The system quickly identifies the treasure as a space ring with 12 inventory slots. It adds that the ring doesn't take up King Feng's backpack or equipment slot. King Feng is momentarily taken aback. He knows the true value of the space ring. It's a rare storage item that doesn't use up a ring or backpack slot. Since players can only carry up to 3 storage backpacks, an item like this is invaluable. He understands that while space rings can technically drop from any monster, the chance is incredibly low. The fact that this girl, with her prophet profession, got one so early in the game is amazing. Her luck is incredible. Without delay, he asks for the price of the ring, already figuring out its true worth. In his past life, a 12-slot space ring like this sold for an astounding 3,600 days worth of tradable lifespan. But instead of asking for lifespan, the girl surprises him with her offer. She doesn't want his lifespan at all. Instead, she asks him to add her as a friend and team up with her to defeat a boss monster. King Feng agrees right away, and a system notification pops up, confirming that player Big Plum has accepted his friend request. As they leave Shell Town, King Feng asks Plum about the boss monster she needs help with. Plum explains it's a gold tier boss, but she didn't catch its name because it was too far away. She says it's located on a worn-out boat in the swamp. King Feng is surprised. Could it be the Golden Ghost ship? He knows this ship is a rare special boss that can show up at any level. Its appearance rate is very low, but when it appeared in the past, it caused big guilds to fight fiercely over the strong gear it dropped. Just spotting this monster could start a big battle. But from what Plum says, he thinks this version of the Golden Ghost ship is probably around level 5, making it the easiest to beat. Still, he wonders how Plum found such a rare boss so near the starting town. His mind races as he tries to figure it out. The space ring, her link to Wang Meng's team, a gold tier boss showing up as if by luck. A thought hits him, could she be the rumored koi fish from his past life? He recalls whispers from before. People said someone in Wang Meng's team had crazy luck, finding rare bosses, treasure chests, hidden palaces, and ancient temples just by wandering. He used to think it was just a cover-up to hide their real info. But now, looking at Plum, he realizes the rumors were true, and she's right in front of him. Deep in thought, he stares at her, trying to understand what it all means. Plum notices his gaze, blushes, and asks why he's looking at her like that. Snapping back, King Feng tells her it's nothing and focuses back on their journey. As they step past the main gate of the starting town, they don't notice a figure lurking nearby. A bald player hides behind a tree, watching their every move. The scene shifts to a group of tough-looking players, where a long-haired man stands in front of a bunch of bald players, speaking with authority. He talks about his past victories, like leading his team to conquer the overlord of Sand City. With confidence, he tells the bald players that if they follow him, he will make sure they succeed in the game. Before he can say more, the bald player who is watching King Feng runs back and reports that the target has left town with a girl. The boss smirks. He laughs at the news, thinking King Feng is just another young guy, easily distracted by a pretty face. Without delay, he gathers his group and orders them to move out. It's time to make their move. Meanwhile, outside the town, as they continue their journey, King Feng talks about his conditions for helping Plum's party. He says that if the boss drops equipment or skill books Plum can use, they will go to her, but the rest will be his. Plum thinks about this for a moment and then asks what the other party members, like Wang Meng, will get from this deal. King Feng explains that since the party has different roles, there's no promise that gear for an assassin will drop. If that happens, he would have fought for nothing, which wouldn't be fair. Understanding his point, Plum agrees to his terms but has a small request. If any gear drops for her captain or other party members, she asks if he would sell it to her at a discount. King Feng agrees. With the terms set, Plum says they will go to the boss's location once Wang Meng and the rest of her party log back into the game. But after walking for a while, she realizes she doesn't know where they're going. It's only when King Feng finally tells her their destination that she understands. They are going to fight the gold tier boss monster now. Plum is shocked. The idea seems crazy. King Feng is an assassin, and she is a mage. He might turn invisible, but she can't take a hit from such a strong enemy. Facing a gold tier boss this early with just the two of them sounds like a death wish. But King Feng stays calm and confident. He doesn't plan for her to fight at all. His plan is to tackle the boss alone while she watches from a safe distance. Even with his confidence, Plum finds it hard to believe. She knows he's strong, but beating a gold tier boss solo is unheard of. Just as she gets ready to question him more, King Feng suddenly stops, sensing something. Without a word, he uses his latent image skill, and he disappears into thin air. Plum is left there, stunned. She looks around, trying to understand what just happened. Moments ago, he was next to her, and now there's only empty space. Confused, she calls out for him, but there's no answer, just silence. Meanwhile, hidden behind a tree, the group of bald-headed players keeps watching King Feng and Plum from afar. Their leader smirks, sure they have the upper hand. But then one of the players notices something odd. King Feng has vanished. Confused, they look to their boss for what to do. Without a second thought, he dismisses it, thinking King Feng must have tricked Plum and left her alone. Grinning wickedly, he orders his men to move in, planning to capture Plum first and have some fun before anything else. As they rush forward, their boss reminds them of his promise that sticking with him means a good life. Now, he claims, even women are falling into their laps. But just as they get close, a shadowy figure appears right in front of them. The leader stops, his grin fading as he looks into the swirling dark aura before him. Confusion flashes in his eyes. What is this? Before he can react, King Feng uses his instant shadow slash skill, and in a blink, it's over. A cold gleam slices through the air, and the group falls, lifeless. Their bodies drop, torn apart before they even know what's happening. King Feng, as if stepping back into the shadows, disappears without a trace. A system notification pops up, confirming his kills. 5 players down, earning him 12 days of tradable lifespan. He glances at the bodies but doesn't give them much thought. Their loot is worthless, barely worth noting. To him, killing them was like taking down 2 low-level monsters. Without a trace of what just happened, King Feng reappears next to Plum, looking indifferent. Plum, still in the dark about what occurred, immediately asks about his sudden disappearance. King Feng shrugs, saying a few people were following them, so he sent them back to town. Plum seems satisfied at first, but her curiosity kicks in and she starts asking questions. She jokes that she thought he left to relieve himself and muses about how handy his invisibility must be. With it, she jokes he could do his business without being seen. King Feng cuts her off, clearly not amused by the odd turn in the conversation. He tells her to focus and hurry up. They need to get to the gold tier boss monster. At the same time in Shell Town, the ground began to shine. And just then, King Feng's sister spawned as a healer. Her eyes widened in surprise upon seeing a magic staff. She picked up the staff realizing that everything was real, so much so that she could even feel things. The player's attention was fixed on her, realizing that she was another newcomer. She was happy since she had obtained the hidden class sacrifice. Thinking that it must be very powerful, she firmly believed that with this class she was going to capture Song Fei's attention. She was worried about knowing where Song Fei was right now and if he knew the secret about the starting points. Her eyes began to shine with rage at the thought of where King Feng might have gone. He was always looking after her all day, but when the critical moment arrived, he couldn't be trusted at all. She decided to stop thinking about it since she now had a hidden class and Zhang Wei had promised to help her level up. From now on, King Feng would have to manage on his own because she was not going to worry about him. Her attention fixed on the leaderboard, leaving her in shock upon seeing that rank 1, Shadow, was level 6. She was furious because Zhang Wei was only level 3, and yet dared to boast about how powerful he was. Realizing that Shadow was the true expert, she thought that if she could stick close to Shadow, she would be able to level up faster than with Zhang Wei. But a question came to her mind: where should she go to find that expert? Not far away, there was a group of players talking. They were worried because they couldn't contact Swaying, the healer of the party. It was Wang Men's team. He knew they didn't have time to wait for him, so he asked if anyone had any ideas. One of them, somewhat concerned, explained that they couldn't kill mobs without a healer. The other player argued that they weren't experts like Shadow, who could farm alone, suggesting finding another healer to party up. While they were trying to find a solution, someone greeted them, and when they turned around, they saw King Feng's sister. For her, this opportunity was perfect. With a smile, she asked if they needed a healer, revealing that she had the hidden class life sacrifice. Meanwhile, in the forest, King Feng and Plum were on top of a cliff with a swamp at the bottom, where they saw the Golden Ghost ship lurking. Using Shadow Sneak, King Feng disappeared into the air, asking Plum to hide and be careful of ambushes while he went to take care of the boss. Plum, somewhat confused, nodded but asked him to be careful. Our boy descended onto the swamp, and a system window appeared informing that due to the influence of Ghost Ship, this area had become a violent domain, with a rate loss of lifespan of 100 times. Doing quick calculation, King Feng realized that at a speed 100 times greater than time, staying here for 15 minutes was equivalent to consuming 1 day of lifespan. For him, this kind of violent temporal domain did not have a great effect. The system detected that the Golden Tier Ghost Ship was a level 5 boss, and then something unexpected happened. A timer of 45 minutes and 25 seconds appeared. King Feng was somewhat surprised to see that there was a time limit to defeat special bosses like this, but he felt fortunate since there were still 45 minutes left. It was more than enough time to kill it. Using instant shadow slash, King Feng moved like thunder, attacking the boss with powerful slashes, causing a total of 15-0 damage. While the boss was trying to understand what was happening, King Feng deactivated Shadow Sneak and launched a Venom Dart, which hit the ship's bell directly, activating Critical Hit and Stealth Break Strike. While the poison was causing continuous damage, King Feng distanced himself from the boss. To climb at the Golden Ghost ship, there were some challenging points. First of all, many people did not know what its weakness was and believed it had to be its skeletal body, or the ship. But in reality, the weak point was the ghost fire bell located at the tip of the ship. The boss enraged because when its weakness was attacked, it controlled the surrounding water. The boss prepared a massive AI attack, making pillars made of water emerge. Evading the attacks, King Feng began to approach the boss. The water pillars had abnormally high damage, and early-stage warriors wearing silver armor sets could barely take a hit. He was happy since his shadow class had high agility, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dodge. At that moment, hands emerged from the swamp. Decaying zombies known as ghosts began to surface. King Feng remembered that once the AoE attack ended, the boss would summon 12 decaying water ghosts, each with a silver tier capability. Thanks to Shadow Sneak, the ghosts couldn't sense King Feng's presence as he stood right in their midst. The 12 decaying water ghosts were about to attack savagely, and most parties would be in a frenzy by then. And as if that weren't enough, the Golden Ghost ship would summon a decaying water ghost every 3 minutes. If you weren't fast enough in dealing with them, their numbers would only increase more and more, resulting in total party elimination. But since he had been invisible from the start, they wouldn't be able to detect him. He just needed to find the perfect angle. Using instant shadow slash, he started moving quickly and destroying all the ghosts at once. While our boy was taking care of the monsters, Plump was watching from the cliff. She was trembling and red, realizing that this was the power of the ranked 1 expert, Shadow. To her, he was too powerful since he appeared and disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, he had already taken more than half of the boss's health without even giving it a chance to counterattack. But to her surprise, King Feng communicated with her through chat and, calling her by the nickname Little Black, revealed that he was going to die in a while, leaving her in shock. With a confident expression, King Feng said that there was nothing to worry about and the only thing she had to do was wait for him to revive. Plump panicked as she thought our boy had the advantage, and also asked who Little Black was. Calmly, King Feng asked if she wasn't Little Black. She explained that her nickname was Big Plum and not Little Black, which sounded like a dog's name. Someone stomped on the ground forcefully. It was the man our boy had killed before. This time he had brought his entire team and was furious for having been careless. In his glory days, he used to kill legends one after another, but now he was being bullied by a little girl. One of his men appeared running with good news. He had found the girl on the cliff, revealing that Shadow's bastard was challenging the boss alone at the bottom of the cliff. The leader was filled with determination and thought they could kill him since this time he had brought his entire team. In the swamp, the boss was furious and the ship's bell was shining. King Feng was in stage 4 and the most difficult to deal with. The boss raised the ore, creating powerful waves. When it was at half health, it launched massive AOS Soul Surge. The waves started traveling through the swamp, making Plump's eyes expand in fear. The Soul Surge disabled our boy's invisibility skill, and something started emerging under his feet. In the next second, a powerful giant pillar of water trapped his body, taking away 1059 points of damage. The system confirmed his death. Our boy lost 326 years of non-tradable lifespan and 1087 days of tradable lifespan. The leader, who was on the cliff, was pleased thinking that King Feng had become arrogant after being called an expert several times. To him, our boy was a fool for believing he could challenge a gold boss alone. Seeing King Feng's lifespan lying on the ground, he and his men started running like mad towards it. They didn't know Shadow was so rich, realizing that such a large orb of light must contain at least 100 days of lifespan. They decided to kill the boss now that it had low health, believing that at the same time they could collect our boy's lifespan. But once they took another step, they appeared in the sky. The leader was confused, not knowing what was happening. He and his men were teleported back to Shell Town. They felt frustrated without knowing why this boss was so powerful, and how the player Shadow had attacked it until leaving it at half health. Some were furious since just after entering the swamp, the boss had instantly killed them with the water pillar, not to mention that the swamp was full of small mobs. For them, there was no way to fight this. The leader gritted his teeth and refused to believe this. They had suffered great losses, so he gave the order to his men to follow him as he wanted to try again. At the same time, someone jumped. It was Kin Feng who had already returned to the swamp. He felt somewhat confused upon seeing so much lifespan dropped on the ground. Using the chat, he informed Little Black that he was already back and also asked why there were so many lifespan light orbs. Little Black was somewhat surprised to see how quickly he had returned, explaining that the lifespan belonged to a group of people who had charged noisily against the boss, only to be wiped out by the water pillar. Kin Feng couldn't help but smile upon seeing that they had overestimated their own strength, but then he remembered that in his past life, he had also suffered a lot because of Ghost Ship. The boss was still roaming around the area. King Feng began to observe it, knowing that the Golden Ghost Ship was only going to use the immobilization skill once, so the rest of its health was very easy to handle. When it received damage while below half health, there was a fixed probability that it would disappear and reappear far away, making it very difficult for normal players to kill it. Without wasting another second, King Feng launched a poison dart, which hit the ship's bell directly. The boss became enraged and began to summon another attack. Seeing this, King Feng used Shadow Sneak and became invisible. After carefully observing the boss's movements, King Feng used instant shadow slash and attacked quickly since he had long seen through its movement patterns. The leader and his men arrived at the cliff again. One of them informed his boss that King Feng was fighting against the boss again. Upon hearing this, he decided to find an opportunity to take down both. Seeing that the group of idiots had returned to cause trouble again, Little Black got angry. Shadow was about to kill the boss, so she decided not to let these bastards get away with it. She gripped the magic staff tightly and concentrated, making thunder appear. A thunderbolt emerged from the magic staff, falling on the men, charring their bodies and leaving the others in shock. The leader, somewhat furious, asked who was attacking him. One of his men began to point at Little Black with his finger, informing that it had been her. He picked up his axe from the ground and gave the order to his men to kill her. Seeing this, Little Black's eyes filled with fear. She started running, asking for help. The leader and his men began chasing her, swearing to kill her. Not far from the area, a man who was hiding behind a tree began to observe them. He was not alone. There was another man behind him. Upon noticing that Little Black and the others were approaching, they hid again behind the tree. Back at the swamp, King Feng distanced himself from the boss, his gaze fixed on it, realizing that it was almost dead. But it was as he had expected. Despite being only a level 5 boss, the Golden Ghost ship was difficult to kill alone. He knew that his damage was very low. The battle had taken too long, attracting many people to spectate. Noticing that there were people on the cliff, he realized they were those who had just died. Additionally, he noticed that there was also a group beside the swamp waiting for him to kill the boss before killing him and seizing his loot. The poison started to take effect on the boss, making its eyes start to shine, and not many after, its body started to disappear. The system announced the death of the Golden Ghost ship of gold grade, granting King Feng as a reward 48 experience points. He ascended to level 8, obtaining 7 evolution points and 216 days of tradable lifespan. Our boy activated Shadow Sneak. It had been a good dream, but it was a shame that it had miscalculated. A general system notification sounded everywhere, revealing that the player Shadow from Shell Town had been the first on the server to kill a gold grade boss, receiving 3 reputation points. The notification caught the attention of all the players in the area. No one knew who Shadow was or why he was so strong. Others were furious since the first person to kill the gold grade boss had to be from Han City. In Shell Town, Wang Men looked at the system notification with confusion, as it had only been a short time since Shadow was fighting against the bronze boss by himself. Only a short time had passed and he had already killed a gold boss solo. He did not know why the difference between Shadow and the others was so great. King Feng's sister's eyes began to shine with determination. Realizing that Shadow really was the strongest, she thought that if Shadow helped her level up, then she would be able to see Brother Song Fei. The body of the boss disappeared, leaving lifespan and loot on the ground. The boss of the group that was hiding behind the tree couldn't help but smile upon seeing that the boss had dropped so much loot. With a wicked expression, he realized that Shadow had hidden using invisibility without taking the loot, realizing that he must be wary of them. He gave Guang the order to release his skill and find Shadow. They were going to kill King Feng and take the gold boss's loot for themselves. Guang nodded his head, then drew his bow, used the skill called Phantom Horned Eagle, and shot an arrow toward the swamp, which transformed into the ghost of an eagle. The eagle flew until it exploded, causing its feathers to start falling over the swamp. King Feng began observing them carefully. He did not expect this hunter to learn this anti-invisibility ability so quickly. For him, it was no surprise that they were so confident in killing him and seizing his loot, but it was a pity that his assassin class came with an extra point in invisibility level. Guang's skill was level 1, so it could not break his skill. Confident, Guang turned to the boss, informing that Shadow must have fled after seeing so many of them. The boss and his men began to advance towards the loot. Deciding to protect the loot first, he asked his men not to be careless and to prepare for battle at any moment. The ownership of the boss's loot was 5 minutes. After the time ended, the loot was going to be theirs. A proud smile appeared on their faces, but just then, Shadow began to emerge, making their eyes widen in fear. Just before they could react, King Feng moved like thunder, taking everyone down. Now that the atmosphere was quieter, King Feng's attention focused on the loot. But then a question came to his mind: where had Little Black gone? He decided to forget about it and find her later. For now, he had enough evolution points to upgrade Greedy Hand, so he decided to upgrade the skill before obtaining the loot. Greedy Hand went from being diamond quality to epic. It could be used on monster corpses, having a 220% to 300% probability of obtaining an extra loot drop. The extra loot had a 100% probability of being 1 tier higher. Our boy picked up the loot. He was determined to use the 100% chance to gather all the light together and squeeze them. Greedy Hand started to absorb the loot, making a smile appear on King Feng's face. A bright light began to emerge from the forest, and after using Greedy Hand, he obtained 21 evolution points, 648 days of tradable lifespan, and 2 special items called Ghostfire Bell. King Feng's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing that he had obtained 2 Ghostfire Bells. It was a special item. After equipping it, King Feng would not lose lifespan upon dying, with a cooldown time of 1560 seconds. It had 2 skills, 1 passive and 1 active. Soul Absorption was passive. When killing monsters, the amount of dropped lifespan would increase by 20%, and having 2 Ghostfire Bells at the same time would double this effect. Soul Shock was an active skill. He could shake the bell to immobilize all enemies within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 512 seconds. The Ghostfire Bell was not considered equipment. It was an item. It did not take up 2 equipment slots, and 2 Ghostfire Bells only occupied 1 inventory slot, making it very convenient. While he was distracted, Little Black contacted him through chat asking him to come save her. Shadow became alert and asked with a worried expression where she was. King Feng, somewhat worried about knowing where Little Black was, the only thing he heard through the voice chat were her screams asking them not to come near her. Little Black was very scared since the leader and his men had already cornered her. They praised her for having strong resistance, but revealed that there was nowhere to escape, advising her to come over calmly, promising that they were going to make her feel so good that she would ascend to heaven. She clenched her fist, and when she looked back she saw that she was at the edge of the cliff, determined not to give these bastards the kill. Without thinking too much about it, she threw herself backward off the cliff, leaving the leader and the others in shock. Her body began to descend rapidly until it forcefully hit the ground, causing her terrible pain and making a pool of blood appear. Her body began to disappear and turn into lifespan. The leader peeked over the cliff and felt somewhat confused upon seeing that she had really jumped, thinking that she was quite resolute. Little Black informed our boy that he no longer needed to save her, since she had died and returned to the town. She felt relieved, as it was good that the tradable lifespans of their party were all on Captain Wang Meng. King Feng felt relieved and asked Little Black to wait for him there, as he was going to pass the stuff to her. She felt happy and praised our boy for having worked hard. He collected all the lifespan that was in the area. This time he had 1 big. His tradable lifespan had reached 3115 days, and he even had 21 evolution points. He decided to use the points and evolve Greedy Hand. A system window appeared, informing that the skill Greedy Hand had already reached epic. It required 10 times the evolution points to keep evolving. The system asked if he wanted to spend 210 evolution points to evolve this skill. King Feng was not surprised. For him this was to be expected. It was not so simple. The higher the level of the skill, the more evolution points it consumed to evolve. He decided to forget about it and first raise his attack skills, since the higher his damage, the stronger the boss he could face would be, and in this way, he would be able to receive better loot. He concentrated, and instant Shadow Slash went directly from Platinum to Diamond. The attack range of the skill increased from 21 meters to 27. The duration of invisibility stayed increased from 7 seconds to 9. Now he could perform 7 slashes on all enemies along the way instead of 5 slashes, with a total duration of 10 seconds. The length of the slash increased from 3.1 meters to 4.1 meters, and now each slash would cause 300 additional damage instead of 200. He used 10 evolution points and now only had 3 points left. The initial skill Backstab enhancement went from normal to gold, skipping bronze and silver. When using Backstab, damage would increase by 30% instead of 15%. King Feng was happy, since after evolving Instant Shadow Slash twice, its damage had doubled. Even if he was not in stealth mode, and without breaking the stealth, he could inflict 3,000 points of damage. And if the stealth was broken and Backstab was performed, the total damage of 7 slashes could reach between 6,000 and 7,000. Using the system window, our boy started analyzing his skills. He remembered that the gold tier boss dropped from 2 to 4 silver equipment, with a small chance of dropping gold equipment. Now, due to the effects of Greedy Hand, he had received 11 gold equipment and skill books, 2 platinum equipment, and 1 platinum skill book. This loot was not bad at all, since 3 of them could be used by assassin types. Among the equipment was the Ghost Ship Dual Blades of Platinum, an assassin class weapon with a damage of 136 points, agility of 22 points, attack speed of 24%, armor penetration of 17 points. The requirement to use this weapon was to be level 5. The unique effect of this weapon was that each normal attack would inflict damage twice. King Feng equipped the 2 daggers. The effect was not very useful, since basically he always used his skills to deal damage. But the base attack of this weapon was quite high, and it also had 22 agility points. The attack speed was also going to increase the skill casting speed, reducing the recovery time, so it was not totally useless, and as for the armor-piercing properties, the benefits were also quite high. Then, our boy equipped the Ghost Fire Leather Armor of Gold Tier with a physical defense of 25 points. Fire element resistance of 50 points, damage block of 14 points, granting 419 health points, and the requirement to use this equipment was to be level 5. He was amazed since leveling up had not increased his constitution. His current health was 350 points, and this equipment had actually added 419 health points directly. When he put this on, most players now wouldn't even be able to break his defense. Using the system, he decided to make his defensive equipment invisible, and use the starting appearance of the assassin class. This way, others wouldn't be able to see his equipment with their eyes and would have to enter the game interface to check. This wasn't over yet since there was still one last piece left. Upon checking the inventory, he saw that it was a skill book. It was called Ghost Shadow Blur of Gold Tier, an assassin class skill. It had a passive, it granted 15% dodge rate, and dodge activation granted immunity to all damage. King Feng was happy to have finally obtained an assassin survival skill, but then he remembered that this skill was very weak because it was very difficult to increase the dodge rate in this game. And if one spent effort to raise the dodge rate, the other attributes would be low. And if the dodge was not activated, it would be very dangerous. Our boy's body began to shine since he was different from the rest. He could evolve skills infinitely. While increasing the dodge rate, he would not sacrifice other attributes, so there were only benefits for him. King Feng started to move away from the area and decided it was time to return. The remaining loot consisted of warrior, priest, and archer items. He could sell them to Wang Meng with a 10% discount, and although they couldn't afford them now, he was sure that with Wang Meng's personality, he would sell them on credit. This great upgrade was all thanks to Little Black. Without this koi, he wouldn't have been able to find a level 5 ghost ship to attack, so he decided to thank her. King Feng passed by a tree and just at that moment, the leader, who was furious, and his men appeared. King Feng noticed them, and they did too, and their faces turned pale. With eyes full of fear, they started running upon seeing Shadow. As expected, King Feng was not going to let them escape, so he used Shadow Stealth, and while the skill was activating, he let out a sigh. Just before they could take another step, King Feng moved like thunder and finished off all the subordinates. Upon seeing this, the leader panicked and ran with all his strength, but King Feng was not going to allow this. Our boy appeared in front of him and deactivated the invisibility skill. The leader's face touched King Feng's, his eyes filled with tears and fear. He admitted he was wrong and promised not to do it again, begging our boy to please let him go since he had less than 1 year of lifespan left. With a cold gaze, King Feng asked if he had first thought about his own fate when attacking others. Without remorse, King Feng attacked with a poison dart, and while the leader was writhing in pain, he turned his back and left. Since he had killed too many players, he received a layer of status called Killer. Currently in the first layer of the Killer status, he was going to lose 75% of his current lifespan upon death. King Feng was calm since he had the Ghost Fire Bell. If he was careless and died once, he would not lose any lifespan. King Feng returned to Shell Town and everyone's gaze fixed on him. People started talking among themselves since he had killed a gold tier boss. Everyone was in shock. Seeing that he was not wearing any equipment, some thought that he must have exploited bugs to defeat the boss. While our boy was walking through the area, a man approached and asked him to please wait. King Feng turned curious. Showing a skill book with a smile, the man mentioned that they had mistakenly bought this assassin's skill book, asking him to please accept it and take it as if nothing had happened between them. The system identified the skill book. It was a common tier called Impale. It was a single target skill. Upon hitting, it added 20 attack points and caused stun for 2 seconds, with a cooldown of 22 seconds. King Feng took the skill book and his eyes widened in surprise since it was a control skill. After taking the book, he went on his way, and the man and the others on theirs. One of the men, furious, told Xian Shao that they had been killed by King Feng. For him, it was too cowardly to have to give a skill book to him. The other man nodded since no one treated them like that. The other man decided to use each of their connections to gather people, with everyone contributing. Even a single spit from each of them could drown King Feng, so there was no reason to fear him. With a serious gaze, Zion Shao made it clear that Shadow was growing so fast and leveling up by himself, so he must have a great secret. He wanted to find him in real life and kidnap him, since not only would they learn his secret, but they could even make him their slave to collect lifespan for them. The man praised Zion Shao for this great plan. Zion Shao decided to have the family send a woman to try to extract information from King Feng. When he had heard Shadow's voice just now, it sounded very foreign. He knew he was not within their circle, which meant that he was very poor. They decided to find a professional beauty, as they were sure that King Feng would fall into the trap. King Feng met with Little Black and asked her to accept the trade, since he wanted to give her some things. Upon hearing this, her eyes filled with excitement, but she explained that her name was not Little Black but Big Plum. King Feng gave her a powerful skill and a necklace, and upon using them, fire began to emerge from her magic staff. She was happy because with this skill and the necklace, her damage had multiplied several times. Moreover, her mana regeneration had more than doubled. She thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Our boy said there was no need, explaining that he was just following their agreement, asking her to give him the space ring. With a smile, she took the space ring out of the inventory and said that he could keep it. With her face blushing, she revealed that when she was escaping in the forest, she had discovered an underground cave that seemed to be the entrance to a ruin, asking if he was interested. King Feng was somewhat surprised, since first it had been the Golden Ghost ship and now it was a ruin entrance, realizing that it was really beneficial to be friends with this girl. The sincerity was mutual. If he had not given her 2 equipment of gold, maybe she would not have told him this information. With this space ring, his inventory had finally reached 27 slots. King Feng asked where Wang Meng was, promising that once he sold them the things, he would go to the ruins she had mentioned to take a look. She extended her hand, revealing that the captain and the others had gone to train the new priest, so they were not going to return soon. Using the map, she marked the entrance of the ruins, explaining that there was a stone slab on the ground behind the bushes. She moved the slab aside and hid inside while fleeing, but she had only walked a few steps when she heard screams from within. She was so terrified that she ran out, otherwise, those guys would not have caught her. King Feng disappeared and decided to head to the ruins right now and trade with Wang Meng when he returned. Little Black was somewhat confused. Our boy left Shell Town and entered the forest. Originally he wanted to find some place to grind to level 10. But since there was a ruin, there was no need to grind. Mainly there were 3 types of ruins that appeared in a beginner's town. They were tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. No matter what type of ruin it was, the small mobs were all bronze tier. There might even be some silver tier monsters. For him they were a sea of lifespan and evolution points. Following the location that Little Black had marked on the map, King Feng arrived at the entrance of the ruin. Without wasting time, our boy entered, remembering that there were mainly 3 types of ruins that appeared in a beginner's town: tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. There was not much to say about the tombs. They were inhabited by a lot of monsters and it was very difficult to kill them all, and also there was almost always going to be a golden boss at the end. The monsters in the cursed ruins were all cursed by ancient gods and evil gods. They could have been humans in the past, but some went mad and others became ghosts after death. The monsters in the temple were all believers of ancient gods and evil gods. Moreover, the layout of the temple was very complex. The walls were filled with ancient murals. If one managed to get past the last 2, they would receive a special item or a skill book. Upon observing the murals on the walls, our boy realized that this was a temple of faith. He began to observe the murals carefully as they were very familiar. At that moment, roars began to be heard. Our boy started walking down the hallway, realizing that this was the faith temple of the ancient god of judgment. It had the same origins as his Eye of Judgment. At the same time, in the forest was Wang Meng and his party fighting against a monster. Wang Meng drew his shield and blocked the monster's attacks. But then, the monster lunged at him and just before he had time to react, it attacked with its fierce claw, causing Wang Meng's body to fly through the air, inflicting terrible damage on him. Seeing that the captain was injured, the party's archer panicked and gave the order to the healer to heal. King Feng's sister was paralyzed with fear, not knowing what to do. With tears in her eyes, she tightly grabbed the magic staff and asked how to do that. While they were distracted, the monster jumped and prepared to attack. Seeing this, the party's swordsman drew his sword and gave King Feng's sister the order to use her skill. But instead of obeying, she fell to her knees on the ground, dropped her magic staff, and began crying in fear. The monster attacked again and Wang Meng's party was eliminated and they were teleported to Shell Town. Wang Meng and his men were furious. Little Black, who was in the area, greeted them and with a smile asked why they were back so soon, explaining that the expert Shadow was still not back so they couldn't buy equipment now. The archer, who was furious, started pointing at King Feng's sister and said he had never seen someone as stupid as her. She didn't know how to dodge monster attacks, nor how to use her skills. Xiao started to cry, not knowing what to do. Little Black stood in front of her and with a confused expression asked the archer why he was so fierce, explaining that she was a beginner, and it was her first time playing the game, so it was normal to die once. With eyes full of rage, the archer asked Little Black to move away since he was going to scold her to death. The swordsman explained to Little Black that they had not died once, they had died 3 times in less than an hour. Upon hearing this, Little Black's eyes widened in surprise. With a smile, she began to show the necklace that King Feng had given her. She decided to go with them, revealing that she had just received 2 good things from the expert. She was very powerful now, and believed they were not going to die once she was there. Wang Meng stepped forward and gave the order to everyone to stop arguing. For him, Little Black's suggestion was not bad since with her joining them this time, things should go well and maybe when they were back they would be able to meet Shadow. Although deep down Xiao was furious, she pretended to be grateful, apologized and promised to work hard. She could not believe that they themselves could not do the job and still dared to blame her. If it weren't for the connections they had with Shadow, she wouldn't bother with all of them. She was very angry. At the same time, our boy entered a room and something caught his attention. 2 monsters knelt before him, and the system identified them as devout followers of the ancient god. Called the Judged, they were level 10 monsters and silver tier. King Feng's eyes began to shine with suspicion. Without wasting another second, with a determined expression, he attacked the monsters using instant shadow slash. Our boy became invisible, and when he turned around he saw that he hadn't taken much health from them. Even after breaking his stealth and backstabbing them, they had only lost a small portion of their health. For him, this was to be expected. They were level 10 silver bosses, and the health of these 2 devout followers together was already greater than that of the gold tier golden ghost ship. Just then, something caught our boy's attention, making him turn curious. The monsters knelt before him again. He was somewhat confused since the monsters were kneeling once more in his direction. It was strange since he was still in stealth. He didn't know if they had sensed the eye of judgment on him, nor if this was the reason why they weren't attacking him. King Feng questioned whether they knew the way and asked them to guide him. The monsters raised their heads and began to roar. King Feng realized that they had been corrupted, decomposed and had gone completely mad. They had turned into wild beasts that only knew how to steal lifespan from humans. At that moment, the eyes of the monsters began to shine. And not long after, they turned their backs on our boy and ran off. Right at the door of the room there was a group of players. The monsters felt their presence and began to charge at them. The players realized that these bosses were silver tier. They could not face one, so they decided to flee from this place. Just before they could do it, the monsters attacked and toxic mist began to melt their bodies. Their bodies disappeared, dropping lifespan orbs. They were the team of the girl who had bought Ice Spike from our boy, called Grey Rose. He never thought that they would also find this ruin. Judging by the current players' equipment levels, King Feng came to the conclusion that no one was equipped to go deep yet. Our boy deactivated stealth and decided to pick up the lifespan. The monsters knelt before him again. These guys had lost more than 100 days of tradable lifespan, and our boy didn't expect them to be rich. Our boy returned to the room and started searching. Several minutes passed, and after searching around, he hadn't found anything. There were no traps or treasures, so he came to the conclusion that there were only 2 silver mini-bosses. His eyes began to shine with rage and he decided to forget it. Without hesitating for a second, he attacked using the poison darts, which embedded themselves in the heads of the monsters. As a reward for having killed 2 silver tier bosses, he obtained 4,000 experience points and ascended to level 9, obtaining 4 evolution points and 188 days of tradable lifespan. King Feng used Greedy Hand and the bodies of the monsters began to disappear. He felt happy since the epic tier Greedy Hand was absolutely insane. He got 32 evolution points, 1504 days of tradable lifespan, 4 gold tier items and 10 silver tier items. He extended his hand, making a pendant appear. He was happy since he had obtained a gold tier item for assassins. It was the Pendant of the Faithful, an assassin class accessory. It was going to grant 15 agility points and 20% cooldown reduction, with the unique effect of summoning a silver tier devout follower to fight for you with a cooldown of 6,000 seconds. King Feng clenched his fist. This necklace had good stats. The 20% cooldown reduction was going to lower the cooldown of his stealth skill from 22 seconds to 19. The cooldown of poison darts dropped from 4.35 seconds to 3.75 seconds. That of instant shadow slash went from 10 seconds to 8. Grinding had become much more efficient since all his other gear required being above level 8. No one else could use this yet, so he decided to keep it for now and sell it later. Just when King Feng was about to leave, the ground started moving. Our boy became somewhat curious, and when he turned around, a small pillar emerged. His eyes began to shine with joy, since after eliminating all the monsters, the mechanism had been activated. King Feng examined the pillar carefully, realizing that it was a hidden mechanism. Not long after, the mechanism of the pillar was activated, and a platform appeared under our boy's feet. A door that was on the ground opened, and little by little the platform began to descend. It was a lift. Once the platform descended several meters, the door began to close. Several minutes later, it stopped. King Feng felt as if he had descended 300 or 400 meters. This place was dark and seemed gloomy. King Feng's attention was fixed on it. Thanks to his knowledge, he realized that this was the maze hidden beneath the temple. He knew there was a certain chance that a hidden maze would appear in the ruins. He had explored many of them in his previous life, so he knew there were countless traps in the maze. But as long as there were people acting as cannon fodder, there was no danger in exploring them, only that it would take a lot of time. With a confident gaze, he took out the pendant. With his current attributes, if he activated any trap, he would die. But luckily he had this thing, which allowed him to summon a silver-tier devout follower to fight for him. He extended his hand and used the power of the pendant to summon a devout follower, making a zombie appear on the ground. Pointing toward the hallway of the maze, our boy gave it the order to go scout. The devout follower stood up and began walking toward the hallway. King Feng crossed his arms and couldn't help but feel happy since it was easy to explore with a lackey scouting ahead. But there was still a chance of danger, so he decided to evolve his dodge passive first just in case. He used 11 evolution points and his ghost shadow blur went from gold tier to epic tier, increasing passive dodge rate from 15% to 75%. Now dodge activation was going to grant immunity to all damage. 75% dodge rate was already very high. He had just enough remaining points to evolve Instant Shadow Slash to Epic tier. Using 13 evolution points, King Feng evolved his Instant Shadow Slash from Diamond tier to Epic. The range increased up to 30 meters and the duration up to 12 seconds. Now he could perform 9 slashes instead of 7 with a cooldown time of 8.8 seconds. The width of the slashes increased up to 5 meters and the damage increased from 300 points to 400. King Feng's eyes began to shine since to evolve from epic to legendary it required 10 times the evolution points. The higher the starting tier of an item, the more profitable it was to evolve it. For example, if a skill was of epic tier at the beginning, evolution to legendary tier was the first evolution, so it only required the base evolution point of 1. Since the target for evolution was legendary tier, it required 10 times the points, and 1 times 10 were 10 points. This also meant that if he only obtained an epic skill, he could quickly evolve it to legendary tier, then mythical tier, ancient tier, and immortal tier. But if a skill was normal tier at the beginning, then to evolve it to epic tier, it would need to be evolved 7 times. And by the time it reached the 10 times point, it would need hundreds of points. But the good thing was that, no matter in which tier the skill started, he could spend very few points to evolve it to epic tier. In other words, from now on, all his skills were going to be at least epic tier. He had 11 evolution points remaining, and he could only evolve the starter skill, Shadow Sneak. He used 8 points and the skill went from silver tier to platinum. The duration of the skill increased from 16 seconds to 24, and the attack that broke stealth increased by 90 going from 120 to 50. Cooldown went from 26 to 22 seconds. He had the attribute that reduced the cooldown speed by 35%, and for this reason, the final cooldown for Shadow Sneak was 16.3 seconds. The cooldown was still too long, and the stealth breaking attack was a bit low. He knew he needed to swap this skill in the future. While walking through the hallway, the devout follower stepped on a slab, activating a trap, and then a giant rock fell on top of it, crushing its body. Its body transformed into light. Now that the summon had died, he decided to wait for the cooldown before resummoning. This maze was complex and dangerous. He could only do this to explore slowly, and hope to find good things when the time came. In the upper layer of the temple, a man carrying a shield and a hooded woman peeked their heads through the door. The man informed his captain, Grey Rose, that the monsters had disappeared. Upon hearing this, Grey Rose couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. They entered the room, and Grey Rose noticed that their lifespan had also disappeared, knowing that someone must have killed those monsters and taken their lifespan. But she didn't know who. The man mentioned that only the expert Shadow could kill 2 silver tier bosses. Grey Rose thought he was right but felt relieved since they wouldn't have to die again. She put her hand on her chin and remembered that when they had come here, they had seen a person who seemed to be communicating with the monsters. She didn't know if it was Shadow, nor if he had a skill that could enchant the bosses. If that was the case, he had an incomprehensible and terrifying power. At the same time, in the second layer of the temple, King Feng's devout follower died again by activating another trap. In front of our boy there was a long path leading to a door King Feng had explored for 3 hours, and this should be the end of the maze. And based on his previous life experience, using human lives to explore would kill at least hundreds. Using the pendant, King Feng summoned another devout follower again. It started walking ahead and King Feng began following closely behind. King Feng gave it the order to open the door. Following our boy's command, the monster began to use all its strength but was unable to open it. It got to the point where its body began to tremble. King Feng's eyes filled with suspicion upon seeing that the monster could not open the door. Then, he approached and touched it with his hand. By doing this, little by little the door began to open, leaving King Feng in shock. A wave and a curtain of smoke began to emerge from the other side of the door. Our boy began to sweat, knowing that this was not good. On the other side of the door, there was a room full of pillars and in the center there was a chest covered with thorny vines. King Feng entered the room and upon observing carefully he noticed that the chest was full of thorns. It was locked and next to it there was an NPC. The NPC was a woman who had the lower part of her face bandaged. The system tried to detect her stats but it was unable. King Feng's eyes widened in surprise when he saw that there was no information about her. It was the first time he met such a mysterious NPC. The woman began to whisper in a strange language, and then she knelt down and her body transformed into light and began to disappear. King Feng started to observe her closely, not knowing why she had disappeared. Then, the thorns that were on the treasure chest also began to disappear. King Feng did not lower his guard since even though he could not see the information of that mysterious woman, he knew that she must be related to the Eye of Judgment. The chest began to shine golden, and our boy noticed that it contained epic tier items, but he knew he had to be careful since there was a chance he would encounter a mimic or a trap. Pointing at the chest, King Feng gave the order to his summon to go open it. Following the order, the monster opened the chest and a bright light began to emerge from it. King Feng's eyes widened in surprise as he realized it was a skill book, a godly skill for assassins containing passive and active effects. The chest contained an assassin-type skill book of epic tier called the Stole of Mercy. It had the passive effect of 100% weak point hit correction, and weak point damage multiplier doubled. The chest also contained an active skill called Slit Throat. Shadow's next attack was going to inflict Slit Throat, causing 100% of that attack's damage per second for 3 seconds, with a cooldown time of 60 seconds, but thanks to his skill the cooldown dropped to 44.4 seconds. King Feng noticed that the passive ability doubled the hitbox for the enemy's weak spots, but the most ridiculous part was the active skill, Slit Throat. If his next attack dealt 300 damage, the debuff would cause 300 damage per second for 35 seconds. The total damage would be 12 points, which is 3 times the original damage. King Feng began to read carefully. Skills like Instant Shadow Slash landed multiple hits, but Slit Throat only counted the first strike. Also, this skill was only of epic tier, so it only needed 10 evolution points to upgrade it to legendary. This loot had been a great harvest since his burst damage had just increased several times. King Feng began to move toward the exit. Knowing that it was all thanks to Little Black, he decided that it was time to return and sell the leftovers to her party. Using the chat, he asked Little Black to tell Wang Meng to return to town, since he had items to sell him. Upon knowing that Shadow had finished exploring the ruins, they decided to return now. Once King Feng arrived back at the starter town, his eyes widened in surprise. A crowd of players were waiting for his arrival. All wanted to add him as their friend. Some even offered to be his followers, promising to cheer him on. The chairman of the Runding group from the city of Zhonghai had come to formally invite Shadow to join their corporation. King Feng even had fans from Firefly Town who had come to greet him. Players from different towns had come to form teams with King Feng. Seeing this, he realized that the teleportation gates from other towns had started activating. Finally, he could go to Songfei's Firefly Town. Without wasting another second, King Feng disappeared without a trace, becoming a shadow. Using his invisibility skill, King Feng began to move away from the area and the players started fighting among themselves, thinking that he had left because they kept bothering him. King Feng reached Little Black and caught her attention. Raising her hand, she informed her captain that the expert Shadow had arrived. Something caught King Feng's attention. It was none other than his sister, Qin Xiaoyu. She began to show a kind smile. Many questions came to King Feng's mind. He didn't know how she had managed to get into Wang Meng's team. knowing that Wang Meng's crew could be destroyed because of her. He knew he had to be careful, since everyone knew that Shadow existed now. He couldn't reveal his true identity. He still couldn't use his powers in real life, and with so many eyes on him, even a kitchen knife could kill him right now. Xiaoyu couldn't help but blush as she could tell how powerful he was just by looking at him, realizing that compared to him, Wang Meng's party was like trash. She thought that if he carried her, then she could reunite with Song Fei in a matter of days. Using the system, Qin Feng explained to the captain that this equipment was perfect for their party's classes. Moreover, the skill books could increase their combat power. Our boy set an initial price of 22 days of lifespan. For Wang Meng this was very expensive, since they were all silver and gold tier. For now they could not afford it. Qin Feng said that there was no problem since they could pay him later. Wang Meng was sincere and thanked him, not knowing how to repay him for helping them. If ever Qin Feng needed them in the future, he only had to say the word and they would do their best to help him. The swordsman of the party put on a golden helmet. According to him, Shadow was awesome. He could not believe that he was getting gold tier equipment so soon. Wang Meng also equipped the equipment, obtaining a gold tier skill, with which his DPS had tripled. He could not avoid crying since Shadow even let them buy on credit, realizing that he trusted them. Wang Meng began to inspect his inventory but did not find anything for priests, leaving Xiaoyu somewhat confused. The archer was furious since she was lucky to leech EXP from them. Xiaoyu approached Qin Feng and introduced herself as the priest of Wang Meng's party and asked if he had any equipment for her. The system informed our boy that the player, Little Graceful, wanted to add him as a friend. Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise. Qin Feng began to stare at her with a cold gaze and disappeared without a trace, leaving poor Xiaoyu in shock. With a confused expression, she asked where Shadow had gone. Wang Meng explained to her that he probably just hadn't gotten any priest drops this time, and that maybe next time he would bring items for her. The archer revealed the harsh truth. Qin Feng had intentionally ignored her. For Little Black, Shadow was very cool as he appeared and disappeared like a dragon. Qin Feng walked away from them, knowing that he currently had a gold tier priest staff in his bag, and also a gold tier priest skill book. But there was no reason why he would give such precious things to Qin Xiaoyu. As he progressed, he would have tons of unused equipment and skill books. Selling them individually wasted too much time. But Wang Meng's backing with the authorities was perfect for bulk buying of him. He could not allow Xiaoyu to affect his cooperation with the authorities. He needed to quickly find a priest for Wang Meng's team to replace her. His eyes began to shine with seriousness when he thought that he needed to find Little Zhu quickly. Gu Yixu, the former manager of the Godslayer Guild in his past life, she was a hidden class priest called White Avian Priestess, which came with a white bird that could heal and apply buffs. She was the only priest he knew who could defeat epic tier bosses alone. She was his powerful ally, and compared to her, Qin Xiaoyu was complete trash. Qin Feng activated the gate, remembering that Little Zhu was also from Firefly Town. Just like Song Fei, being perfect. If Qin Feng could find Little Zhu, he was going to put her on Wang Meng's team. Using the gate, he traveled to Firefly Town. Qin Feng arrived at Firefly Town, a place very different from Starter Town. While he was walking through the area, he heard two players who wanted to hurry back. Since the silver boss was below half health, they couldn't let someone steal it, as they would have died in vain. One of them cursed Song Fei since that bastard brought many fangirls with him, knowing there was no way to compete with him. Nor did he know how some minor celebrity had so many brainless fans. Qin Feng had just arrived and had already found clues about Song Fei. Following the players, he reached a valley. This was the level 5 area, called Wailing Valley. The monsters in this place were Emberfiends and the Shackles. After walking a bit, he started to hear players fighting. When peeking his head out, he saw a group of players attacking a two-headed monster with its body surrounded by flames. Qin Feng knew that this twin-headed Emberfiend was a silver tier boss, and noticed that the situation was somewhat chaotic since many players were attacking each other. When observing closely, Qin Feng saw a group of players, and among them was the bastard Song Fei. Two players stood in front of Song Fei's team and drew their weapons. One of them had been ambushed by Song Fei, and his lifespan had been stolen by him. He swore to kill him. With a smile, the player carrying a shield asked if Song Fei thought that hiding behind his mage girls made him safe, revealing that he had the godly anti-mage skill. Just before he could take a step, one of Song Fei's mages crushed his head using the magic staff. Qin Feng remembered that Song Fei, with the title Heaven-Defying Mage God, had the mage class. In his past life, this bastard tricked a bunch of fans into choosing the mage class, only to take all their equipment and skills to strengthen himself quickly. But a team couldn't be made up of only mages, so his fangirls came up with a solution. Some put their attribute points into intelligence to become glass cannon mages. Some put their points into agility to become disruption mages. Others used their points on health to become meat shields, and some chose strength to become battle mages who attacked using their staff. In the early stages, Song Fei's team was extremely dominant, stealing lifespan from players everywhere without anyone being able to stop them. And as expected, as the game went on, most of his fangirls died pretty quickly. Pointing at the boss with his finger, Song Fei made up a lie saying that his fans were working so hard that now his heart hurt. He hoped the boss would die soon so everyone could rest, and also that the world would be full of love and free of violence. The twin-headed Emberfiend began to advance towards Song Fei's group. One of Song Fei's fans explained that this was not hard for them since the one who was trying the hardest was him. According to her, he worked so much that he shouldn't have to endure all this. She started pointing at the monster and decided to kill it so it wouldn't hurt their beloved Song Fei. Song Fei's fans began attacking the monster by casting spells. They were willing to defeat it so that Song Fei would become king, swearing to follow him no matter where he went. The monster opened its mouth and launched a burst of fire towards Song Fei, putting him on alert. But just before the burst of fire could get close, one of his fans stepped in the way, taking the attack fully. Song Fei took the girl's hand and began to show a sad gaze, while the woman's body was disappearing. With tears in her eyes, she swore to do anything for him. The chubby girl tightly grabbed her magic staff and told the others to get angry since if they killed this ugly monster, brother Song Fei would be able to ascend to first place in the ranking. He had to surpass Shadow. This made the others excited. Raising their weapons, they swore to conquer the world, dominate the heavens and fight alongside Song Fei. They summoned several powerful spells, causing thunderbolts to strike the monster. Song Fei realized that it was going to die, knowing that this silver tier boss was hard to kill. He couldn't help but wonder how someone had been able to defeat a gold tier boss alone. He was sure that Shadow had used a bug. Song Fei had many fans helping him and was only level 7. He didn't know how Shadow leveled up so fast. A smile spread across his face since once he defeated this silver tier boss, he was going to level up to 8. He knew that Shadow had been stuck at level 9 for a long time, so he decided to take the opportunity to surpass him and become the #1 player of the God-forsaken game. Just then, a hand surrounded by Shadow grabbed Song Fei by the mouth. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng decapitated Song Fei, and using instant Shadow Slash, cut his body into pieces. Blood began to emerge from the mouth of the bastard Song Fei. His fans went into shock, and just before they could take another breath, Qin Feng attacked again. Moving like thunder, he cut the bodies of the fans and of the boss into pieces. A system window appeared, informing that the boss had been defeated and granting him 15 experience points. The boss fell to the ground and its body began to transform into lifespan. The players were in shock since they couldn't believe that Shadow had killed the boss with a single strike. A single attack from Shadow did thousands of points of damage, while theirs only did 100 points of damage. Shadow was 10 times stronger than them. The corpse of the boss transformed into orbs of lifespan, and Qin Feng deactivated his stealth skill. The smartest players realized that it had been an AoE attack. They couldn't believe that a single attack had killed Song Fei and all his gang of fans. Upon observing closely, they saw Shadow and remembered that he was the one who had achieved the first global kill of the gold tier boss. They decided to leave and let Shadow have the loot. They began to cheer for Shadow for having avenged them by killing Song Fei's gang. Qin Feng knew that they were only afraid of being attacked, and that's why they could only join forces to attack him. In his past life, he would not have hesitated to kill them. At the same time, Song Fei respawned again in Firefly Town. The system reported that he had been killed by Shadow, and he lost 1106 days of tradable lifespan, and 18 years and 113 days of non-tradable lifespan. Song Fei panicked and realized that Shadow had come to Firefly Town. He couldn't believe that out of the hundreds of starter towns in Zhonghai City, he had come to his to steal the kill. His fans also respawned again. The chubby girl felt confused to see that Song Fei had also died. The other girl was furious since she didn't know why Shadow had killed them. The other thought that Shadow wanted to steal the silver tier boss. According to them, he was evil for taking advantage of Song Fei being distracted to launch a surprise attack. Just then, an archer approached Song Fei and with a nervous expression asked if she could join his team, revealing that she had the skill called Eagle Eye, and she could detect invisible enemies. Song Fei's fans told the girl to get lost since he had said he only wanted mages in his party. The chubby girl thought her efficiency at killing monsters was too low, and she would only affect Song Fei's progress in the ranking. Song Fei extended his arms and explained that although she was an archer, she could be part of his family since he believed that love could fill everything. He took the woman's hand and with a kind expression mentioned that he had felt her strong emotions. It didn't matter if she was an archer. He decided to let her join his team, swearing they would strive together to level up. Having Song Fei so close made her blush and tears of joy began to flow from her eyes. An assassin appeared and mentioned that she could also become invisible, swearing that she was going to make Shadow pay for having killed him. The mage revealed that she had learned a new AoE skill and could freeze Shadow. Song Fei extended his arms, making it clear that his family was full of love. Any girl who wanted to join his team was welcome. The girls began to cry with joy and swore to stand by Song Fei forever. According to them, Shadow had no honor for having attacked their beloved Song Fei by surprise. They promised that he was going to pay the price. As soon as they found Shadow, they were going to let Song Fei kill him so that he could learn what happened when someone messed with Song Fei. The attention of two players focused on them. They didn't know what Song Fei wanted to do now, but they were aware that someone had killed him out there, being very satisfying. They remembered that there were many girls protecting Song Fei, so they didn't know how he had been killed. But then they realized it must have been Shadow. According to them, Shadow was incredible. And seeing the girls crying for Song Fei, they thought these girls were not right in the head. A smile spread across Song Fei's face, as he was confident that with so many people as witnesses, when he defeated Shadow, everyone would know that it was useless to be strong if one fought alone, especially being an assassin. According to him, Shadow was a soft assassin who had dared to challenge a great and noble mage like him. At the same time, Qin Feng picked up the loot using Greedy Hand, obtaining 16 evolution points, 217 days of tradable lifespan, 6 pieces of silver tier loot, and 1 piece of golden tier loot. Qin Feng decided to evolve the skill Graceful Liberation, consuming 10 out of 19 points. The skill went from epic to legendary. The passive effect Weak Point Attack Correction went from 100% to 200%, and the weak point attack multiplier was doubled. The active effect also improved. The next attack was going to trigger Throat Slit effect, causing 150% attack damage per second instead of 100%. With a duration of 3 seconds, the cooldown of the skill went from 30 seconds to 18.5. The weak point hit correction had increased by 100%, reaching 200%, which equaled doubling the target's weak point. If it was amplified even more, half of the enemy's body would be considered a weak point. He feared that even his Shadow Slash could deal weak point damage. The initial epic level skill, with 0 evolution points, could evolve to legendary. However, to evolve it from legendary to mythical, it required 100 times more evolution points. It needed 200 points to evolve from legendary to mythical. According to this pattern, the epic level Greedy Hand was going to require 210 evolution points to evolve, and when it reached legendary, evolving it was going to require 34 points. He had 9 evolution points left, so he decided to evolve Backstab Enhancement. Qin Feng spent 8 points and the skill Backstab Enhancement went from gold to platinum, and the damage of the passive effect increased from 30% to 40%. A silver tier boss, plus the group of players, had given him a total of more than 14 days of tradable lifespan. His mission had been fulfilled, so he decided it was time to return. While Qin Feng was distracted, a girl tried to attack him by surprise. She intended to kill him. Shadow began to observe her in silence, and dodged the attack without much effort. The girl attacked again, but he evaded it again without problems. The girl was in shock to see that he could dodge all her attacks. Without wasting any more time, she used stealth and disappeared. Just then, Song Fei's fans appeared on top of the cliff. They had cornered him and swore to avenge Song Fei. The mages of Song Fei raised their magic staffs, and the archer who had just joined the team began to aim her bow at Qin Feng. They were furious and swore to avenge Song Fei. Qin Feng used stealth and disappeared into the air, becoming a shadow. Upon seeing this, the archer used her skill called Eagle Eye and made it clear that Qin Feng's invisibility was useless. Her arrow transformed into a ghost eagle until several seconds later it exploded and its feathers began to descend from the sky like drops of rain. The feathers began to fall on the assassin from Song Fei's party and her stealth was deactivated, making her visible. The chubby girl clenched her fist and felt happy, believing they had detected Qin Feng. She gave the order to the others to use their most powerful skills and attack with everything. Following her order, Song Fei's fans used their most powerful skills to attack. A rain of powerful spells began to descend upon the assassin. Seeing this, she panicked and tried to tell them that she was not Qin Feng. It was already too late, as the spells hit her body directly, creating a great explosion. Instead of feeling sad, the chubby girl felt furious since she didn't care about this anyway because she wasn't a mage, and that showed that she didn't sincerely love Song Fei. According to her, this was a punishment from heaven for her falseness. She gave the order to the archer to launch the eagle again to find Shadow. The archer nodded with her head, but at that moment, King Feng took out the ghost fire bell and started shaking it, activating its active effect called Soul Attack, which could immobilize all enemies within a range of 100 meters for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 521 seconds. Just before the archer could use her skill called Eagle Eye again, an aura appeared around her body and those of her friends, leaving them immobile. Seeing this, they felt confused. Just before they could take another breath, King Feng appeared and using instant slash, attacked like thunder, cutting their bodies into pieces without even giving them a chance to react. Song Fei, who was hiding behind the corner, peeked his head out and felt confused, not knowing what was happening or why they had suddenly died. At first he thought the culprit was Shadow, but then dismissed this idea since if he had made a move, he would have revealed himself. King Feng, who was invisible, approached him and with an arrogant gaze made it clear that his death was near. Upon hearing Shadow's voice, Song Fei's eyes widened in fear and surprise, making him tremble. Without losing another second, he activated his magic shield, causing a powerful shield to appear around him. But to his surprise, King Feng launched a poison dart which passed through Song Fei's shield without much trouble, breaking it into pieces. The dart hit him squarely on the forehead, making the bastard Song Fei fall to the ground and start screaming in agony. Song Fei's body transformed into orbs of lifespan. King Feng deactivated stealth, and upon seeing that Song Fei had so much remaining lifespan, he realized that originally he had more than 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. Song Fei's body disappeared, leaving only lifespan. King Feng began to observe it and felt somewhat confused since he didn't know why his fans had no tradable lifespan, realizing that they had given all their lifespan to Song Fei. A lot of time had already passed and there were still people thinking that the godforsaken game was just a game. The crazy fans were truly terrifying. For our boy it was a shame since the tradable lifespan added up in total to several hundreds of years, and now it was only going to go to the nearby monsters. Back in Firefly Town, Song Fei and his fans respawned again. Song Fei was furious since out of more than 2,000 days of tradable lifespan now he only had 500 left. With a confused gaze he asked the archer why she hadn't been able to find King Feng using her detection skill. She explained that she had indeed used the skill, but the only thing she had found was their assassin sister. The chubby girl mentioned that she could see there was stealth level in her attribute panel. She didn't know if Shadow's stealth level was higher than they expected. The archer revealed that her Eagle Eye skill had a counter stealth level of 1, so she could only see targets with a level 1 stealth. If the opponent had a higher stealth level, she couldn't detect them. Song Fei felt frustrated since Shadow attacked and disappeared without leaving a trace. He didn't know how to defend against that. Touching his face, Song Fei thought that he had not offended Shadow, and now that he had also taken the boss kill, Shadow had no reason to come after him again. But then he thought maybe Shadow was jealous of his unparalleled beauty, and was going to come kill him again. Song Fei's fans raised their weapons and decided for everyone's safety to level up somewhere else. Wherever Song Fei wanted to go, they swore to follow him. Not long after, King Feng also returned to Firefly Town. After searching for a while, he thought this was strange since Song Fei and the others had left. He didn't know if they had gone to another town or logged off. Deactivating stealth, our boy asked a player who was in the area if he knew where Song Fei and the others had gone. Upon seeing Shadow, the man couldn't help but feel afraid. Pointing to one side, the man revealed that Song Fei and his fans had gone in that direction. He begged Shadow to please kill Song Fei. He also had a request. After killing Song Fei, he asked King Feng if he could spare the life of his girlfriend, a female hunter named One Flying Treasure Cat. Our boy advised the man to look for another girlfriend, realizing that his girlfriend was the hunter who could detect invisibility. Using stealth, our boy disappeared again. The man began to beg, saying that he had worked very hard to find her. Although King Feng knew the direction in which they had gone, he had no idea where they were heading, and searching everywhere was going to take too much time. The man put his hand near his mouth and started calling Shadow. Our boy knew that things would be much easier if he could find Gu Yixu. At that moment, a woman passed by his side, and his attention fixed on her, leaving him somewhat surprised. This girl was none other than Gu Yixu. Our boy deactivated stealth, and with a cheerful gaze called her beautiful and asked if she could help him. Upon seeing Shadow, she couldn't help but feel surprised. King Feng took out the golden grade staff from his inventory and mentioned that he had heard that her class could search for targets in a wide area. He promised that if she could find Song Fei, as a reward he would sell her the staff at a bargain price. Seeing this, Gu Yixu's eyes began to shine with excitement. She opened her system window and asked how he knew that she could search over a wide area. She remembered never having told anyone about it. King Feng asked if she wanted this golden grade weapon, and she said yes even though she didn't know if she could afford it. With a confused expression, King Feng asked if she didn't even have 500 days of tradable lifespan, revealing that the original price was at least 700 or 800 days. Upon checking her system window, she realized that she did have 700 days to buy the staff. Hearing this, our boy made a deal with her and handed over the staff. A system window appeared to confirm that the transaction had been successful. She took the staff and started drooling. Our boy gave her a gentle tap on the cheek so she'd stop drooling, asking her to hurry up. Upon hearing this, she blushed and nodded with a smile. Using the new staff, she began to use her powers and concentrated. Even though it was the first time she met Shadow, he gave her a strangely familiar feeling. Her owl began to fly around her, and she asked if Shadow wasn't afraid that she would take things and leave without helping him. With a serene expression, our boy asked if she didn't hate Song Fei. Seeing that he knew that she hated Song Fei, Gu Yixu's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't know if Shadow could be a friend of hers in real life, but his voice didn't seem like it. King Feng started to smile and decided that she should guess. She raised her hand and the owl began to fly. She was too lazy to guess. Just then, her eyes widened in surprise. The owl began to fly over the town, and in the distance in the middle of the canyons she saw Song Fei and his fans. Her owl finally found where Song Fei was hiding in the rocky canyons and quickly told King Feng the place. She also told him to hurry because Song Fei and his friends might leave before he got there. The owl could fly fast, but following them for too long could make it really tired. Shadow, ready to go, told her not to worry because he'd be there super quick. Right then, King Feng took off like a shot, zooming over rocks and through rough spots without slowing down. But then, the owl stopped flying. That made King Feng stop too, because it meant something was messing with their tracking. He looked around and saw a tree with a weird sign on it. Wanting to know more, he got in touch with Yu again, and she had the owl check the area. Soon, the owl found 2 more trees with the same signs. One was 100 meters ahead, and another was 100 meters to the left. King Feng went up to each tree, touching the symbols very carefully. When he touched all 3 with a bit of his energy, a bright light connected them. Then, the ground in the middle started shining, and suddenly, a treasure chest with a bright green light and golden glow appeared. Feng was shocked. A treasure like this in a simple place like Firefly Town. He could hardly believe it. These treasures, left by ancient gods, were super rare and could pop up anywhere. Some brought monsters, some unleashed swarms of beasts, and some, like this one, had incredible treasures. Yu, watching through her owl, couldn't believe it either. That green chest could be worth 1,000 days of someone's lifespan, or over 10 million in real money. King Feng couldn't help but admire Yu's quick thinking. Back in his previous life, a year of someone's lifespan was worth 10,000 at the start, but it quickly jumped to 50,000 by the second day. Yu, still intrigued, started to take note of the symbols for later. A smart look was in her eyes. There was no telling what secrets her skills in tracking could uncover. Then, King Feng went ahead and opened the chest. Inside, there was a skill book with a dark aura called Curse of the Blossoms, a powerful emerald-level ability. This skill let cursed flowers grow from a defeated enemy, making their tradable lifespan drop to 0. It didn't have a cooldown period, but it had to be used within 15 seconds after someone died. Feng remembered how dangerous this spell was in his previous life. Every enemy he defeated could turn into an advantage. If he managed to defeat Song Fei again and watched over the body for a short time, he could take everything from him. A sinister smile appeared on his face. This time, Song Fei wouldn't just be defeated, he would be completely drained. As King Feng hurried toward his target, the scene changed. Somewhere far away in a canyon, Song Fei's biggest fans were busy fighting a boss, hitting it hard while Song Fei stayed back, waiting to land the last blow. Song Fei was overconfident, sure that King Feng wouldn't chase them this far, especially since King Feng had already beaten a silver-level boss and embarrassed him twice. That should have been the end of it. But Song Fei was mistaken. Right when the boss was about to go down, the girl who was a bit heavier noticed another group fighting a different boss nearby. Song Fei, smooth as ever, convinced his fans once more. He said the other group were fans of a rival idol, trying to make him look bad. The faces of his fans twisted with anger. No one was going to outdo their dear Song Fei. Without a second thought, they charged at the other group. The other team, thinking they were about to get some help, welcomed them. But before they could even say hello, the heavy girl slammed her staff down, knocking out their leader in one hit. The rest of the team was shocked as Song Fei's fans turned on them, madly talking about idols and fate. When one of the enemy tried to ask what was going on, they were quickly shut down by a spell. Then, in a strange turn, the fans started spouting odd poems, talking up Song Fei like he was some kind of god. After they took out the other team, the girls made way for their golden prince Song Fei to finish off the boss. Song Fei kept up his act, pretending to be grateful and showering them with thanks that didn't mean a thing. He made up stories about almost getting caught in an ambush and called them heroes. His words made them all blush and giggle. They were totally caught up in his make-believe world. But that was the end of it. At the same time, Shadow appeared at the edge of the canyon. Song Fei felt something wasn't right and got a cold feeling down his back. But by the time he turned around, it was too late. Feng's sword moved through the air like it was meant to punish, striking in an instant. Song Fei's head was cut off in one smooth motion, and his body fell to the ground. This time, Shadow didn't just leave after the deed was done. He knelt down next to Song Fei's body and used the Curse of the Blossoms. A big red flower grew right out of Song Fei's chest, its petals moving like they were alive, sucking away the tradable lifespan from the young troublemaker. The fangirls watched in shock, not able to make sense of what was happening right in front of them. Then, the scene changed, and Song Fei was back at Firefly Town's portal, feeling confused and annoyed, still not getting why Shadow was always after him. In his confused way of thinking, he decided it must be jealousy. Maybe Shadow was upset about all the attention from the fangirls, or perhaps one of those girls was someone Shadow had feelings for. Song Fei convinced himself that Shadow's constant showing up in Firefly Town was part of some complex revenge scheme. While he was lost in his wild guesses, a system alert popped up, scaring him with the news that his tradable lifespan was going down fast, much more quickly than just from dying. At first, he thought it was some kind of penalty for dying too much, but before he could really figure it out, his fan club started showing up at the portal as well. The heavier mage girl was among them, out of breath, telling Song Fei about the creepy red flower that grew from his body, clearly taking away something important. Song Fei quickly figured it out. The cursed flower and his disappearing lifespan were Shadow's doing, thanks to a scary new ability. The realization hit him hard, and he suddenly ordered his fans to log off. He knew if they kept losing to Shadow, their tradable lifespan could drop to 0, which meant actual death. Still acting the leader, he called them his family, promising to step into the real world to extend their lifespan, and come back with new gear bought with the lifespan they had saved up. The girls, still totally under Song Fei's spell, were all in, imagining their big return to beat Shadow with new power. Even as Song Fei disappeared from the game, anger and frustration warped his face. He wasn't ready to see this as a loss. After working for 2.5 years to get to where he was, he couldn't stand the thought of being taken down by some unknown player. In his mind, with enough money, he could crush any obstacle. He just needed some time. Back where the fight had happened, red flowers were everywhere, each one growing from a fallen player, quietly taking away the tradable lifespan from Song Fei's fans. With Shadow's relentless attacks, his rank as a killer had jumped to level 4, making the loss of tradable lifespan upon death a staggering 96.8%. But Shadow wasn't bothered by this at all. Shadow figured out that this surprise attack had just added about 1,000 days to his lifespan. All thanks to Song Fei and his misguided followers. They had done the hard work of defeating monsters only to end up giving their gains to him. But the bounty didn't last forever. The flowers started to fade, and the energy stopped flowing. Shadow realized that the players had logged off to avoid losing more of their lifespan. Above, the white owl kept flying in silence. Yui had watched the whole thing, and even she was taken aback by such a show of strength. Seeing what the top player could really do was something else. When Shadow asked Yui if Song Fei had really logged off, she nodded, saying the whole group had disappeared to save themselves some time. Shadow told her calmly to keep an eye out and to let him know if Song Fei ever came back. When she wondered if her job was over, Shadow said to stay on it a bit longer. He had just gotten a golden tier priest skill called Sword of Divine Judgment, and her interest was immediately piqued. She really wanted that skill. Seeing her interest, Shadow made her an offer. He'd trade the skill for 500 days of her lifespan, but he'd cut the price in half if she agreed to one thing. Yui's eyes narrowed, and she quickly said she wasn't going to trade her dignity, which caught Shadow off guard. He hurried to explain she had the wrong idea. He just wanted her to join his team as their main healer. She relaxed and laughed, agreeing right away, but warned him she'd hold him responsible if the team was a disaster. Shadow reassured her they were a solid group and decided to get in touch with them immediately. Then the story moves to a different part of the game world, where Wang Mang was feeling proud after defeating a poisonous monster, happy about the experience points. He called over to Ju for a heal and something to counter the poison, but Ju was stuck, not knowing what to do. Wang tried to remind her again about her priest class's ability to remove toxins. But before she really got what he was saying, she accidentally used the skill on a tree instead of helping Wang, who needed it. As time ran out, Wang fell to the ground, succumbing to the poison, his victory over the monster wasted. The team was left in shock, frustration simmering as they looked at Feng's sister, unable to believe how useless she had been. Standing near the teleportation stone later, the team leader faced a tough decision. He knew they needed a new healer since every skilled hidden class priest was already taken. But they couldn't continue like this. Zhao, on the other hand, was blissfully ignorant of her failure, lost in fantasies of being the chosen one, a goddess in this new realm. She believed her quick leveling was a sign of her destined greatness and anticipated joining her brother, Song Fei, in glory. But at that moment, news from Shadow reached Wang Mang, bringing a surge of excitement. A hidden class healer, a white bird priest, had agreed to join their team. She was also strong in other roles. This was the chance they were waiting for, and the leader immediately asked Shadow for her location. Shadow told them the new healer was in Firefly Town. It wasn't the best place for leveling up, but it was important to get together and start moving as a team. Wang agreed and got ready to head there, but he knew he had to address the issue with Zhao first. He carefully told her they were moving to a zone with higher levels because Shell Town was too crowded. He said it in a way that made it seem like her low level was the only issue, to avoid hurting her feelings. But before she could respond, the whole team took off, clearly happy to leave behind a healer who couldn't actually heal. Zhao didn't seem bothered, though. She saw their leaving as a good thing, thinking they weren't strong enough for her anyway. She decided she'd find Shadow and make him help her level up. Meanwhile, Wang Mang made it to Firefly Town and found Shadow and Yu. Right away, he gave them the lifespan he'd gotten from their last fight, ready to settle up and get going with the new team setup. As they moved forward, Wang realized just how challenging it was to keep up in this game. While making plans, he brought up a new ally, a captain named Yu. Hearing that name made Shadow stop dead in his tracks, his thoughts racing. That name wasn't just random. Then, suddenly, she showed up, greeting them with a cheerful wave. Yu caught the attention of both men right away. Shadow was in disbelief. The woman standing before them was the Yu, also known as Justice Execution, the only one in the game with the Dragon Swordsman hidden class. In Shadow's previous life, she was in the top 20 players worldwide and played a crucial role for the country's official forces. She was a national hero, respected and feared. And there she was, showing up early, glowing, and looking at Shadow with clear admiration. Yu introduced herself with a warm smile, admitting her admiration for Shadow. She even half-joked about him being a time traveler or a reincarnated hero because of how quickly he was advancing. Shadow stayed quiet, his mind wandering back pre-his past there where their paths had crossed later, and under much grimmer conditions. She hadn't been part of Wang's team back then, which made this early encounter quite the surprise. She likely had a good amount of tradable lifespan already, probably gathered for government groups. As a dragon swordsman, known for their toughness, she was an ideal candidate to hold such power. Shadow saw the wisdom in the government's choice and respected it. Yu was straightforward, too. She told him if he had any gear to sell, she and her group were interested in buying. She sweetly but firmly reminded him of the responsibility she carried for her city. Shadow saw no benefit in opposing her, and they both understood that. He agreed, mentioning it would be short-sighted to pass up a chance for such a beneficial deal. Though Yu appeared cheerful and unthreatening, King Feng knew well there was much more beneath the surface. The fans of Song Fei logged out of the game. They had seen the official announcement that left them in shock. Lifespan in God-forsaken game was real, and if it reached 0, one would die in the real world. The archer was furious since she realized this wasn't just a game. She had given all her tradable lifespan to Song Fei. Some of them only had a few days of lifespan left. The assassin had killed several players and had the assassin's stat, and dying one more time was going to make her lose double the lifespan. They were in shock. They couldn't believe how it was possible that dying 3 times cost so much lifespan. The chubby girl began to read the messages and her face filled with sweat. She realized, cursing to herself, that in the game, as a tank mage, she had always charged at the front. She had killed many people and died many times, so now she only had 1 day of lifespan left. If it reached 0, she was going to die. Just then, something caught her attention. Brother Song Fei was buying lifespan. That was great. She decided to go find Brother Song Fei, thinking that he would definitely help her. Quickly, she changed clothes and thought about putting on Brother Song Fei's support outfit from head to toe, thinking that it was great, and that she was going to find Brother Song Fei, who would definitely help her. She even mentioned Brother Song Fei's latest release, the Song Fei Ultra Thin Anti-Side Leak. She dressed in Song Fei's merchandise, and without wasting a second, she left her house and started heading to the concert. Not far away, there were some apartments. Qin Feng's sister also logged out of the game. She didn't know if she was in the real world since now it was hard for her to tell the difference. She turned on her phone and couldn't help but smile when seeing that. At that rate, 1 day of lifespan could be sold for 15,000. With the 200 days she had left, she could become a millionaire. But then, she went into shock when she saw that Shadow had killed Song Fei 3 times. She couldn't help but cry from sadness and fury, since she remembered that they had told her that if her lifespan reached 0 in the game, she would truly die in real life. Even having 100 years of non-tradable lifespan, dying 3 times had left her with barely 12 years remaining. Then she remembered Brother Song Fei and wondered why Shadow had killed him. According to the group chats, Shadow, despite being surrounded by dozens of people, had managed to kill Song Fei 3 times. To her he was something so terrifying and incredibly strong. The chubby girl started sending messages through the chat, saying that Brother Song Fei needed help at this moment. She asked any sister in Zhanghai City to go find her to sell their tradable lifespan to her. She also revealed that Song Fei was at Dajiang Plaza at that moment and that the exchange rate for lifespan was 1 to 10,000. This was the perfect opportunity to get rich and help brother at the same time. King Feng's sister put on her clothes. She couldn't believe that Brother Song Fei was in Dajiang Plaza, not far from her. She thought she couldn't just stand by and watch his lifespan run out. She had to go help Brother Song Fei. Thanks to that Shadow and the others, she had managed to save more than 200 days of tradable lifespan. Just enough to help Brother Song Fei. Without wasting any more time, she decided to go to Dajiang Plaza. At the same time in the game, our boy slaughtered several monsters without much difficulty. A system window appeared, informing him he had reached level 10. His attributes had increased by 2, and he had gained 5 free attribute points. He had unlocked class promotion. In addition, as the first player to reach level 10 in the Zhanghai City area, he had earned 7 reputation points. As the first player in the Great Xia Kingdom area, he had earned 14 reputation points, and as the first player worldwide to reach level 10, he had earned 21 reputation points. The window also revealed that the teleportation function to the continent of Forgotten Gods would be unlocked when there were 7 level 10 players in the Zhanghai City area. The system revealed in all towns that Shadow had reached level 10. People were in shock and commented with amazement. They said that, as expected, it was Shadow again. He had gotten the first kill of a gold tier monster and was the first player worldwide to reach level 10. They thought Shadow was simply too strong. They had also heard that the big shot had even killed a small celebrity several times recently. According to them, Song Fei deserved it. Other players were expressing their frustration. They cursed, surprised that Shadow was from Grand Xia, and compared their own progress, pointing out that their hidden smith class was only at level 8, while wondering what was going on with Shadow. No one knew if among the 1.5 billion people in Tianzhu, there really wouldn't be anyone who could catch up to him. Our boy was near a shore, and decided to use the points he had obtained. He consumed 13 evolution points, leaving him with 0 points. His initial skill, Backstab Enhancement, evolved from Platinum to Emerald, increasing its passive effect from 40% to 50%. Even though his tradable lifespan was just a little over 7,000 days, he realized it wasn't enough. He knew that to leave Starter Town, they needed to gather 7 level 10 players to activate the teleportation portal to the continent of the Forsaken Gods. But since the highest level at that moment was only 7, they would have to wait a bit before it became possible. He decided to go back to the real world to take care of a matter. His figure disappeared with the sand, and several seconds later, he opened his eyes in the real world and the system asked him, "Do you want to consume tradable lifespan to transfer your skills to reality?" Without losing a second, Qin Feng accepted. When the system asked what skill he wanted to extract to the real world, he stood up and decided to extract his class. The system then consumed 1,000 days of tradable lifespan and completed the extraction. He gained the Shadow, its passive was activated, and his attributes increased: Strength by 3, Constitution by 3, Agility by 8, and Spirit by 5. Then, he decided to extract level 2. The system informed him that he had successfully extracted level X2, consuming 2,000 days of tradable lifespan in the process. His level in reality immediately increased to level 3, and his stats received a boost: Strength +4, Constitution +4, Agility +14, and Spirit +4. The system reported that he had consumed 900 days of tradable lifespan and extracted the skill Shadow Step of Platinum tier. It also informed him that he had consumed 2262 days of tradable lifespan and extracted the skill Venomous Dagger of Silver tier. He was happy since he still had 1292 days of lifespan left and for now could not extract other skills. He had only paid the price to extract a low tier skill, but had obtained the Shadow Step of Platinum tier, being a beneficial deal. He couldn't help clenching his fist and feeling furious when thinking about Song Fei. Now his base stats were double those of an average person, and his agility had reached 32 points, surpassing the human limit. With unlimited invisibility and the poisonous dagger that could be thrown up to 14 meters, he could definitely find an opportunity to finish off Song Fei. King Feng started browsing on his phone and was surprised to see that Song Fei was aggressively buying lifespan. He wondered if Song Fei planned to enter the game and then go after him. He saw that this bastard was in Dajiang Plaza and calculated that being about 7 or 8 kilometers away, at his current speed he could get there in just over 10 minutes. Just then, his hand began to tremble upon seeing a message from Hu Qibin, the arrogant and powerful company supervisor. Hu Qibin was furious upon seeing that after growing wings, Qin Feng wasn't even answering the phone. She knew that the young lady had taken an interest in him and this was his big chance. She couldn't believe he didn't want to cooperate. Qin Feng decided to block Hu Qibin, and while he was walking, he threw the phone and began to turn invisible, thinking that those people would soon realize what the true Forsaken Gods game really was. After a few hours, at Dajiang Square the Song Fei concert was taking place, which was full of girls. Among them was also King Feng's sister. On stage was Song Fei sitting next to a blonde woman. With a smile, she mentioned that she had heard he had been killed 3 times by Shadow in the game. She told him not to worry because she was already sending people to investigate Shadow's true identity. With a curious look, Song Fei asked how the investigation was going, and she revealed that she had already sent someone to Firefly Town to make contact with him. They would offer him an amount he couldn't refuse. When he came into the real world to collect the money, they would catch him, and when they did, they would make sure brother Song Fei could vent his anger properly. Upon hearing this, Song Fei couldn't help but smile and asked her to make sure to let him know when the time came. Then he asked if she had heard that her Dajiang Corporation had already used that method to control several players and make them work for free for her. Hu Qibin couldn't help but laugh, since according to her, they were all idiots, so weak that they couldn't accumulate much lifespan. For her it was much better to be on Song Fei's side, since so many women voluntarily gave him their lifespan, and were even willing to die for him. Song Fei started laughing maliciously. A man who was among the audience began shouting and demanded that they all stop recklessly selling their lifespan to others. Turning to Song Fei, he added that Song Fei knew full well that lifespan was tied to life and death, yet he was still brainwashing his fans and aggressively buying up their lifespan. He accused Song Fei of endangering lives and declared that they were going to report him. Song Fei couldn't help but smile, thinking that there was always a fool who showed up to cause trouble. He stood up and made a public statement, saying that he had noticed some of the recent debates. He stated that his actions in acquiring lifespan had occupied certain public resources and caused inconvenience to the public, and for that reason, he felt deeply regretful and offered his most sincere apologies. His fans said that he didn't have to apologize since he hadn't done anything wrong. With a sincere smile, Song Fei admitted that he was truly grateful for all the support and affection from his fans. At the same time, he sincerely urged everyone to remember that all love should be positive and uplifting. He hoped everyone could follow their idols with rationality. During that special moment in the game, while ensuring their personal safety, they also needed to work together in a more positive way to contribute to society and bring positive energy. With his face full of tears, he explained that while the entire nation was being affected by the game, he had been actively cooperating with the authorities and working hard within the game. That was the reason why he had used his personal wealth to acquire lifespan, hoping to become a quality idol in the game, someone worthy of liking. He had done this to give back to his fans, hoping that everyone could gain something outside of the game and live a happy, peaceful, and safe life and work together for a better tomorrow. But he never expected that it would cause so many problems for everyone. His words made all his fans unable to avoid crying. He apologized to everyone for having caused them trouble. This made everyone feel sad. They started shouting, saying that he had not done anything wrong. They got angry with the man, calling him a bunch of savages and telling him to leave from there, since they were voluntarily helping the brother, and told him not to insult their genuine intentions. The chubby girl went up on stage and asked everyone not to listen to those ridiculous rumors from outside. She didn't know how they dared question the brother, since only fools with pig brains believed everything, asking how the lifespan of the game could possibly affect the real world. She put her hand over her chest and declared that she was the one who was willing to die for the brother. She said that when she logged out, it showed her that she had less than a day of lifespan left, but she was perfectly fine. Even if the rumors were true, if even they didn't have the resolve to die for the brother, then they didn't deserve to say that they loved him. His words made the other fans feel excited, and they decided to give all the lifespan they had to Song Fei. He was happy to see the enthusiasm of his fans. He extended his hand toward the chubby girl and mentioned that being loved by someone like her made him feel truly honored. The chubby girl, in turn, was crying and willing to die for him. Just then, something flew out and went through Song Fei's head, leaving everyone in shock. Song Fei began bleeding from the mouth and his hair started falling like leaves. Song Fei's body fell on the shoulder of the chubby girl, making her eyes fill with fear. She fell on her butt to the ground and started screaming. She didn't know what was happening. Once it was revealed that Song Fei was dead, all his fans panicked. The guards began to escort Hu Kibin, and she couldn't help but cry and scream. She said that she had seen it, that when Song Fei died in the game, his body was surrounded by an orb of lifespan, and that they should leave immediately. She knew that the person who killed Song Fei clearly did it using a skill from the game. She wondered, horrified, if the skills from that game could really be used in the real world, and how that was possible. She thought about the actions, killing Song Fei instantly, becoming invisible and collecting lifespan, and concluded that the only person who could do that was Shadow. Just then, a dart pierced her head as well, killing her instantly and leaving the guards in shock. Among the crowd was King Feng. It was already dusk, and the news announced the tragic death of superstar Song Fei in Dajiang Plaza. It was also reported that his most devoted fans had sacrificed all the lifespan they had left, falling dead next to Song Fei's corpse, and the police investigation had revealed that his death was due to supernatural abilities. The faces of King Feng's sister and her friend were full of tears and fear. She was sad since she still couldn't believe that just the day before they had gone to see Song Fei's concert, and now he was already dead. The friend wasn't dumb at all and realized that the throwing knives and invisibility must be abilities from the godforsaken game. She wondered if Shadow had been the one who killed Song Fei, since she had heard that Shadow had killed him 3 times in the game. Xiaoyu was confused as she wondered how the game's skills could appear in reality. She couldn't believe that Shadow had killed Song Fei. She remembered that Shadow had killed him several times in the game and came to the conclusion that, in reality, the only one who would kill Song Fei would be Shadow. The throwing knives and invisibility weren't those an assassin's skills. It had to be. The killer was Shadow. Her brother had been killed by Shadow and her world was already left without light. If Shadow could find a way to use the game's skills in reality, then she would get close to him, approach him. No matter what it cost, she would become stronger. From that day on, she would have only one goal. They stopped the taxi and got out. Her friend was somewhat confused and asked if she was okay. Xiaoyu's eyes were full of rage because all she wanted was to kill Shadow and avenge her brother Song Fei. At the same time, our boy was quietly eating noodles in a restaurant. In the godforsaken game, although players were invincible in reality, they still consumed energy and, if they got hungry, they still needed to eat. Just then, his phone started ringing, and when he unlocked it he saw that he had a message. Someone informed him that Fat Hu was furious. He had blocked his phone and WeChat, and if King Feng didn't go soon, he would be expelled and wouldn't receive his salary for that month. The message was from Yang Xiaoya, whom he considered a good girl, although quite delicate and often bullied. In his previous life, she had also been a member of his Jan Shen guild. King Feng asked her not to worry about him or the job but to focus on leveling up in the game. She was confused since she asked King Feng if he had played the game. She had heard that it was very difficult and that the lifespan of many people was almost exhausted. Our boy explained that, whatever her profession was, she simply had to focus on improving agility at the beginning. She decided to listen to him, but mentioned that she had heard that the lifespan produced in the game was really expensive at this moment. Then, she asked Qin Feng how his progress was going and how much he had earned. Our boy replied not much, since he had almost spent it all. He knew that Fat Hu was a lackey, and that the real problem was his boss behind him, Kayan Shishi. She was the daughter of the president of Kayan Group, and the company for which he used to work belonged to said group. This young woman did nothing all day except look at men. She had gone into a hotel with 6 middle-aged foreign men, had driven a sports car with 3 African men for fun, and now she was even taking an interest in him. Kyan Shishi was obsessed with foreign culture. After the arrival of the game, she had left Great Zia and gone to North America, where she led the formation of North America's top 3 guild, Alice's Wonderland. She had specifically opposed Great Zia. In his previous life, she had caused endless trouble for Great Zia and its Jan Shen guild. Our boy thought he needed to find a way to deal with her before she went abroad. Otherwise, once she was in North America, it wouldn't be so easy to handle her. If Kyan Shishi died, the guild Alice's Wonderland might never get established. It was rumored that all the key founders of the Alice Guild had some kind of connection with Kyan Shishi, and as soon as that woman disappeared, the bond between those founders would naturally break. His phone started ringing again. Now it was a call from Xiaoyu. She was somewhat confused to see that Qin Feng was still answering calls, as she thought he had died in the game. Now that he was still alive, she let him know that she had earned enough money to buy a house, so he no longer needed to worry about her. Our boy decided to play along and asked if she had anything else to say. She asked him not to bother her anymore and said that she would not look for him either. She also asked him not even to try finding out where she lived, since from now on, she had cut ties with him. Our boy hung up the call and couldn't help but feel happy. He decided it was time to return and continue leveling up, since it wouldn't be long before someone reached level 10 and learned that skills could be transferred into reality. By then, the world would no longer know peace. Not long after, Xiaoyu and her friend also logged back into the game. The friend was somewhat confused and asked if it wasn't too harsh to cut ties with her brother and advised her to make peace. Xiaoyu stood firm and refused, revealing that she had sold her lifespan to the Kyan group, sold for a full value of 2 million. This left the friend in shock. Xiaoyu also mentioned that she had bought a house and that they would live together. She added that soon she would meet Shadow, and by then, King Feng would no longer matter. Just then, a player who was passing through the area caught her attention. With a smile, the man handed her a book and mentioned that this was the assassin skill book she wanted. He also reminded her not to forget what she had promised him. With a cheerful expression, she nodded and said that once everything was done, she would indulge his little wishes. Although inwardly she called him a flatterer and thought that once she met Shadow, no one would care about a worthless piece of trash like him. She informed Wang Meng that she had an assassin skill book, a control skill. She asked him to check with Shadow if he needed it, since she could give it to him. A smile spread across her face. According to her, Zhang Wei, that flatterer, was still somewhat useful since he actually had such a good skill book. This skill book would be the red thread between her and Shadow. She would approach Shadow soon, stay quietly by his side, heal him, help him kill enemies and level up with him. She would make sure he felt every bit of her help so that he gradually trusted her, so that he saw her as his other half. But when she became strong enough and he no longer served any purpose, she would kill him with her own hands and rip out his eyes, all to avenge her brother Song Fei. But to her surprise, Wang Meng said that Shadow said this skill was trash. He didn't need it. She could keep it and sell it herself for money. A while later, Shadow also logged into the game, and just then, he heard someone fighting a boss that didn't seem ordinary. Following the sound of battle, King Feng saw a man carrying a shield fighting against a multi-armed boss. The man started running, but it was in vain since the monster cut him into pieces. Our boy realized that this boss was a golden arachnid, a level 8 gold tier boss. This boss possessed a level 2 anti-stealth ability. That meant that, in front of it, his invisibility would be completely ineffective. The monster began to roar. King Feng gathered momentum and came out of his hiding place, and attacked quickly, using Shadow Slash, causing it several thousand points of damage. He had the buff, damage doubles when attacking outside the target's sight. He knew this effect, in a situation where the enemy could see through invisibility, wouldn't activate, which significantly reduced his damage. However, the legendary effect of Graceful Liberation amplified the head and heart weak points of the golden arachnid by 200%. Out of the 9 strikes of Shadow Slash, 3 were judged to have hit the target's weak points, dealing 3 times the weak point damage, which directly made up for the lost damage. It was truly a legendary skill, and he had to thank Xiaohai for that, as she had helped him find that Faith Temple. A mage was watching the battle. According to her, Shadow's damage was insane since a single skill had reduced Golden Arachnid's health bar by 1/6. King Feng attacked with a venomous throwing knife, which stuck into the monster's head, causing 1,783 points of damage. Venomous throwing knife was still only silver tier, and its damage was already falling behind. He still needed to advance his profession to gain a higher level of invisibility. To King Feng's surprise, the monster lunged at him and prepared to attack. Seeing this, the mage panicked, but King Feng's eyes began to shine with confidence. The monster attacked, but he dodged the attacks without much effort. The mage and her friend were in shock, wondering what kind of speed this was. They noticed it wasn't just the speed. His reaction was incredibly fast, and he seemed to know the boss's attack patterns too well. In terms of speed, he was almost on par with the boss. He dodged each one of its attacks as if he had fought against this boss countless times. In his previous life, he had been with Qin Xiaoyu, and she couldn't even protect herself, much less heal him. Over time, he had developed this skill, since a warrior not only needed to withstand blows, agile movement and evasion skills were also essential. His eyes began to shine with fury, as that was also the reason why he had been able to reach the world top 100 with just an ordinary warrior class. He attacked the boss with a series of slashes, and now its life had dropped to less than half. Our boy became invisible, and thought that compared to special bosses like the Golden Ghost ship, which had unavoidable attacks, dealing with the Golden Arachnid was much easier. The mage was in shock to see that the boss was fleeing. King Feng was not going to let this happen, so he drew his dagger and slit the monster's throat. A system window appeared informing that he had killed the level 8 gold tier boss and obtained 64 experience points, 7 evolution points and 497 days of tradable lifespan. King Feng used Greedy Hang and obtained 21 evolution points and 497 days of tradable lifespan. He was happy to see that a gold tier boss had given him 28 evolution points and almost 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. But to his surprise, another system window appeared, granting him the Blacklight Shield, an assassin skill. Its active effect converted all dodge rate into a damage-reducing shield for 8 seconds, had a cooldown of 60 seconds, and required level 8. The conversion rate detailed that every 20% dodge rate converted into 1 layer of damage reduction shield. The shield would disappear or the dodge rate would return to normal once the duration ended or the shield was broken. He couldn't believe that a skill book like this had dropped. He considered that, combined with the 75% dodge chance from the epic skill Phantom Blur, Blacklight Shield could provide 3 layers of a damage reduction shield, and with this skill, he could take down many bosses without taking any damage. He spent a total of 6 evolution points. As a result, the Blacklight Shield was upgraded from Platinum to Epic tier. Its duration increased progressively from 8 to 10, then to 12, and finally to 14 seconds. Furthermore, its conversion rate improved, so now every 10% of dodge chance was converted into 1 layer of damage reduction shield, an improvement from the initial 20%, then 15%, and then 12%. He was happy since he now had 7 layers of damage reduction shield. With this, he could even explore many high-level areas ahead of time. He still had 22 evolution points left, so he also decided to evolve the venomous throwing knife to increase its damage. He spent 16 evolution points, and the venomous throwing knife of silver tier evolved into emerald tier. Its maximum range increased from 14 to 17 meters. The continuous damage had no weak point bonus, lasted for 5 seconds, and could not stack. The additional damage on hit increased from 120 to 240 attack, and the venom now dealt 80% of attack per second, instead of the previous 50%. He was aware that evolving venomous throwing knife 3 times had at least doubled its damage. With a base cooldown of only 5 seconds, it could continuously output damage, making it no weaker than Shadow Slash, and he had gotten 2 assassin class gear pieces, so he would equip them right away. He also obtained the Agile Ring of Platinum tier, an assassin class accessory that provided plus 20 agility, plus 20% movement speed, plus 20% attack speed, and plus 20% cooldown speed, with an equipment requirement of level 8. Additionally, he got the heavy red leather gloves of gold tier, an assassin class armor that provided plus 18 physical defense, plus 15 to all elemental resistances, plus 12 constitution, and plus 588 HP. With an equipment requirement of level 6. With these 2 pieces of equipment, his cooldown speed was now at 55%. What used to be a 12-second cooldown for Shadow Slash was now only 7.7 seconds. Plus, he had increased 51 points of constitution, 106 points of physical defense, and 17 points of HP. It was not bad at all. Now, his stats allowed him to tank 3 attacks from the Golden Arachnid without dying. Combined with Blacklight Shield, his survivability had greatly improved. The mage and the others went out and praised Shadow, saying that the boss had been nothing to him. They couldn't believe he had defeated it alone. Then, the mage asked him if he had any equipment or skill that she could use, adding that she would buy them. Our guy revealed that for a mage, he had a gold tier skill book, Frostball Bounce, a group skill that released ice balls, bouncing up to 10 times, priced at 800 days for a one-time purchase. The mage thought that 800 days was a bit expensive, as she had seen someone sell a level 5 gold tier skill book for just 400 days earlier. With a serious gaze, he made it clear that this Frostball Bounce was a level 7 skill book, which had over 40% higher damage than a level 5, so 800 days wasn't expensive at all. The mage did not hesitate and made a deal with King Feng and decided to buy it for 800 days. The system window confirmed that the transaction had been completed. Our boy started to become invisible. At this moment, there was no boss in the initial stages that could threaten him. He decided to go back to the town to post a message, gathering information about the locations of silver and golden tier bosses. This way, he would have a constant flow of bosses to hunt, and his leveling speed would be maximized. Wang Meng informed him that Xiaoyu, the priestess from his team, wanted to send him a skill book. He found it interesting and wondered what kind of skill book it would be. King Feng was somewhat surprised to see that Xiaoyu wanted to send him a skill book. Moreover, it was one of bronze tier. He wondered what it could be, but even so, he decided he should take a look at it. King Feng wasn't stupid at all and knew that now everyone speculated that he had killed Song Fei, and right after that she was trying to send him a skill book. He decided to reject her offer while wondering if she was trying to associate with him or if she was trying to avenge Song Fei, or maybe both things. Wang Meng informed her that Shadow said her skill book was trash, he didn't need it, and she could keep it and sell it for money. King Feng asked Wang Meng to go to the town since he had something to sell him and to prepare some lifespan. With a serious look, Wang Meng decided to ask him a question, and our boy asked what he meant and if he was asking whether he had been the one who killed someone. Then, he revealed that he had been the one who killed them. For King Feng, Wang Meng was his friend, so he knew that during the time Song Fei had been murdered, Shadow had been disconnected the whole time. The motive and timing of the crime matched perfectly. Since Wang Meng had asked this, it meant that the authorities had already deciphered most of it. King Feng asked if Wang Meng was trying to arrest him, as he knew that in 2 hours other players would reach level 10 and the ability to transfer powers to reality would no longer be a secret. He considered it the perfect opportunity to see how the Daxia government would react to this and would take it as a test. King Feng returned to Firefly Town and reunited with Wang Meng and the others. Yu asked if he was really admitting to having killed Song Fei. King Feng nodded. With a smile, Yu mentioned that King Feng was, in fact, the main suspect. However, they also knew that Song Fei and Zhonglai had harbored malicious intentions toward him, and that Dajiang Industries had captured and abused many players, forcing them to work. Strictly speaking, killing those two had been an act of self-defense. King Feng realized that since they couldn't uncover his true identity, they had chosen to maintain a temporary cooperation with him. He reflected that in his previous life, by working with the officials, his record had been spotless. However, this time he had directly killed Song Fei and Zhonglai, which might cause some changes. He was eager to see how much his rebirth could alter that doomed era of games. For now, he considered selling the platinum tier equipment he didn't use. Since they were backed by the authorities, they would accept equipment and skill books of any class, and most importantly, they possessed enough resources for the transaction to be worthwhile. Our boy opened the system window. Upon seeing what it contained, the others couldn't believe that he possessed platinum tier equipment and skill books. They exclaimed in astonishment, wondering if Shadow had just achieved the first kill of a platinum grade boss. However, they immediately dismissed that possibility, as there had been no global announcement about it. Our boy mentioned that his luck had been decent. He had found a few treasure chests, and Xiao Zhu could confirm it. Even he himself had obtained an emerald tier skill book. The mage confirmed that she herself had seen King Feng open that emerald chest. Little Black couldn't help but feel jealous upon noticing that King Feng called her Xiao Zhu, but when it came to her, he simply said you. Our boy decided to call her Little Blackie instead of Little Black, and this made her angry and she asked him to better call her Little Black. Wang Meng let out a sigh, since according to him, people really couldn't be compared with each other. And Yu felt jealous since it was true that they had barely managed to defeat a silver grade boss, while Shadow casually opened platinum and emerald tier chests. King Feng revealed the prices of the items. The platinum grade archer skill book at a fixed price of 2,500 days. The platinum grade berserker weapon at 1,500 days. The platinum grade mage skill book at 3,000 days. And the gold equipment and skill book package at 8,000 days, including the remaining platinum equipment and skill books, which totaled 25 items. He offered a discount, setting the total price at 16,000 days. Wang Meng was in shock and asked NEU to pay whatever he said. Then he asked if she wasn't going to try bargaining. With a smile, she mentioned that she thought the price was quite fair. She would also include what Xiao Zhu and Wang Meng owed her from before in the deal. The transaction was completed and King Feng praised her, calling her a true heroine, direct and decisive. Deep down, King Feng knew that once the tradable lifespan exceeded 10,000 days, the unit would change to years. 60 years converted to days were approximately 22,000 days. At the current exchange rate, that equaled 400 million in cash. Even for the officials of Jianghai City, it was a huge expense, but the benefits for them far outweighed the money. After all, with this batch of equipment and skill books, many teams under the tutelage of Jianghai City officials could develop ahead of schedule. He was aware that the stronger the authorities became, the more unnecessary problems could be avoided in the future, and they could even gain an advantage in international confrontations. NEU informed King Feng that several players had been imprisoned at Dajiang Industries. They were planning a rescue mission and asked if he wanted to join them. King Feng felt somewhat confused since he didn't know whether the authorities were trying to recruit him or just trying to whitewash the fact that he had killed Song Fei. He said he wouldn't go but that he could tell them something in advance. Their suspicions were correct. He had indeed used game skills to kill those two, leaving everyone in shock. King Feng made it clear that, while in the game they reach level 10, they could consume lifespan to extract skills from the game into reality. NEU realized that for this reason, Dajiang Industries was also buying lifespan at that time. Once their people reached level 10 and extracted skills from the game, their rescue mission would face even greater resistance. King Feng was glad that she had understood and decided it was time to leave. Not long after, he transformed into shadow and disappeared from the place. With a serious look, NEU gave Wang Meng the order. From that moment on, they should level up separately. She explained that their 6-person team already had high levels, and when they stayed together, they defeated small monsters with a single blow due to excessive damage. However, if they separated, each leading a team, they could greatly improve their overall leveling efficiency. Wang Meng nodded his head, and NEU mentioned that everyone should reach level 10 first. Then, she told him to log off for a moment to report that intel. 2 players who were in the town noticed that Shadow was setting up a stall again, but this time he wasn't selling, he was buying. A system window appeared and announced that Shadow was buying silver boss coordinates for 30 days, and gold boss coordinates for 100 days. Upon seeing this, one of the men nearby couldn't help but smile. He approached our boy and informed him that his young lady had said that as long as he was willing to help her level up, she would give him 300 million, plus shares in Dajiang Industries. The man added that such an opportunity rarely came along in life and advised him to take advantage of it. The other players noticed that the man still hadn't disconnected. He probably didn't know that Shadow had killed Song Fei and the young woman from Dajiang Industries in real life. Some couldn't believe that the girl from Dajiang Industries had also been eliminated. They had seen that girl and thought it was a waste. The man's face filled with rage as he remembered that the girl had brought it upon herself. She had initially planned to capture Shadow in real life to force him to do illegal work, but she was killed on the spot. With a shock, he realized that Zhang Lai was dead. He recalled how, at first, Zhang Lai had offered 10 million for Shadow to help her level up. Shadow refused, so he, seeing the money, rushed to help her. He thought he could get a huge payment of 5 million, but when it came time to collect the money in real life, they knocked him out. When he woke up, he found himself locked in an unknown basement. They whipped and abused him every day, forcing him to earn lifespan for them in the game and lure more people in. He never expected that Zhang Lai had already been killed by Shadow. With a bitter laugh, he thought that hateful woman got what she deserved with a good death. He used to mock Shadow for being stupid, but it turned out the real fool was him. Upon seeing his expression, King Feng realized that he must have helped her tie up quite a few people. The man got nervous and refused, then mentioned that he had been forced to do it and decided to leave. King Feng knew this guy was trash and decided to let the officers take care of him. 2 players approached King Feng and revealed that they had the coordinates for a silver boss, offering them for 30 days, and proposed closing the deal. Someone arrived in the city and everyone's attention turned to them, realizing it was Ace of Spades. It was said that she was Kayan Shishi, the heiress of the Kayan group in reality. They warned each other to stay away from her since she had killed quite a few players, and to be careful because she might try to steal their lifespan. Qiang Shishi logged into the game along with her men. She couldn't help but smile, since she didn't think the game was anything special. You only needed to spend money to buy a lot of equipment and skills. As long as her combat power was ahead of other players, when she found someone with lifespan, she would kill them and take it. She was furious since that damn game had delayed her flight. At that moment, she should have been in North America, enjoying pleasures with Big Dick and Max Fackle, surrendering herself to lust and passion. Her attention focused on two players who were trembling with fear. She was trapped in Daxia's magic city, unable to leave the country. She looked at those men from Daxia, each one as weak as an insect. According to her, Tony's men were still more attractive. With a smile, Tony mentioned that she had good taste. They were naturally much stronger than those men from Daxia, being superior in that aspect. He added that, once they returned to reality, she could experience it for herself. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but blush like a tomato. She had heard that the useless Song Fei had died. She had played against him once and he disappeared in a minute. According to her, he was a waste. She felt excited since it was said that the person who had killed him was named Shadow. Although he was a man from Daxia, he was still #1 in the world. Maybe she could get to know him. Upon learning that Shadow had been capable of killing Song Fei, she deduced that murdering an ordinary person would be even easier for him. She believed this was a good opportunity to get to know him. She informed her men that she would disconnect to make a call and send someone to contact Shadow. She claimed that although Shadow might not be interested in cash, he definitely wouldn't reject 3,000 days of lifespan. To obtain this, all she would need was to kill an ordinary person with a simple flick of the finger. Internally, she chuckled softly, promising never to forget the expression on Qin Feng's face when he rejected her, and stated that soon, Qin Feng would die. At the same time, in the forest, a player killed a monster and its body transformed into lifespan, while a healer was healing him from the monster's attacks. The man was exhausted and asked Xiaoyu that next time she healed him, not to be so extreme, since he was about to meet his great-grandmother. Xiaoyu turned her back on him and asked why he was being so fierce, adding that he wasn't dead. With a confused look, the man replied that he hadn't meant to be fierce. He was just reminding her. She mentioned that the system had warned her that her hunger level had reached 90%. She decided to log off along with her friend Yan Yan to eat. They disappeared and the man felt somewhat confused. He was furious, cursing internally, because before she used to call him boss, but after seeing Shadow once, she had started giving him dirty looks. He promised himself that, sooner or later, he would tear her clothes off. At the same time, Xiaoyu logged out of the game and woke up in her new house with an empty stomach. Upon checking her phone, she was in shock, as all delivery places were closed and no delivery person was accepting orders. She wondered if everyone had gotten into the godforsaken game. She remembered that at home Qin Feng always prepared delicious food for her. She never had to lift a finger or use her brain. Her eyes began to shine with rage, and she decided not to think about it anymore and be more ambitious. She thought that it was just eating. Compared to freedom, that wasn't a problem at all. Clenching her fist, she thought she was the best and that she had to keep going, that she was the best and could achieve it. Without Qin Feng, she would definitely live better. At the same time, in the game, near the shore there was a small cave, and a monster was fleeing. It was a crab. When the crab came out of the cave, someone cut it in half. It was Shadow, he sighed, as he had killed 4 silver bosses in just over an hour, and overall efficiency was quite good. Each boss granted 16 evolution points. The crab's corpse transformed into lifespan. On average, each silver level boss yielded 3,500 days of tradable lifespan. Thanks to this, all his equipment was now gold tier or higher. He couldn't help but smile, as his cooldown speed had increased from 55% to 75%. The Shadow Slash, which originally had a 12-second cooldown, now only took 6.8 seconds, greatly boosting his output power. There were no platinum level bosses around the outskirts of the safe town, so gold level equipment was the highest for now. To improve further, the only way was to advance his profession. He knew that the platinum level bosses he would face in the future each had at least level 2 anti-stealth. He had to advance his profession quickly to reach level 3 stealth, as he was still over 20,000 experience points short. Only with stealth at level 3 or above could he minimize the chance of accidents when facing platinum bosses. After all, in his previous life, defeating a platinum boss had required a tightly coordinated team of 20 people. With that in mind, he decided he would head back to the town first and contact the officials to sell all his stuff. He started to become invisible, since he wanted to be ahead of everyone and claim the first kill of a platinum level boss by himself. Qin Feng returned to the town, for now he had 105 years of tradable lifespan. While he was walking through the area, a player asked him that next time he had more equipment to sell it to them. King Feng had almost 40,000 days of tradable lifespan, and knew that it would allow him to extract quite a few skills. A man who was hiding behind a pillar peeked out and, with a smile, realized that he was Shadow. He approached and offered him an assassination contract, asking if he would take it. He asked him to kill someone in reality, assuring him that the payment would not be less than what he deserved. Our boy ignored the man and left. Seeing this, the man panicked and stood in front of King Feng, asking him to stop. He explained that it was just about killing an ordinary person named Qin Feng. He would give Shadow the address. He argued that since he had even killed Song Fei, this should be easy for him and asked him not to reject free money. With a cold gaze, our boy was in shock and asked if King Feng had provoked him and if he wanted to kill him. He told the man not to worry about that. With an arrogant smile, the man made it clear that the payment would not be small. If he completed the task, he would get 3,000 tradable lifespan days. King Feng was pleased, realizing that 3,000 days, which at current prices was about 50 million, was an interesting offer. He wondered who wanted to kill him, as he hadn't met this person in real life, nor were they any player he knew in his previous life. It seemed like they were just a messenger. The real person wanting to kill Qin Feng was someone else. He recalled that in his previous life, his grudges with others had also surfaced in the later stages of the God-forsaken game. The man couldn't help but smile since this was a tempting offer. King Feng knew that being the target so soon must be due to grudges prior to the game's arrival. Only someone who held a grudge would be willing to pay such a high price. He couldn't help but wonder if it was Cayenne Shishi. King Feng knew better than anyone that she had both the motive and the means to hire someone to kill Qin Feng. However, with the financial power of the Cayenne group, if they had really wanted to kill him, they could have done it before the game arrived. So this contract must have other intentions. He feared that her main goal was to get familiar with Shadow. As for getting rid of Qin Feng, that was probably just a side effect, since Qin Feng had once rejected her invitation for fun. He laughed internally, thinking it was interesting. He hadn't looked for her yet, but she had already found him. With a smile, he mentioned that he would accept the job. He demanded half of the deposit up front and also made it clear that he would decide when to make his move. The man panicked upon hearing this and asked him to wait a moment, as he needed to inform his superiors first. After consulting with his superiors, the man decided to pay half of the deposit first. He would transfer the amount directly, and once the transaction was completed, he would receive 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. King Feng was happy, as he would take the deposit first, considering it as interest. Then, internally, with a snort, he told Cayenne Shishi to wait because he would soon come for her. The man gave our boy the address and information of the target. According to him, with his skills, finding him wouldn't be a problem. King Feng was in shock upon seeing that the information was correct. Shadow decided to leave and asked the man to wait. The man was furious upon noticing that he was acting all arrogant, and thought, "Aren't you working for Miss Cayenne just like me?" Just then, someone asked our boy to wait. It was a woman who had heard that he was collecting coordinates of bosses. She asked if he was interested, as she had a coordinate of a gold boss. With a smile, she said the price was 100 days. He could pay after seeing the boss. King Feng thought this was good and decided to go with her. The woman asked him to follow her, and mentioned that the place was a bit far north of the city. King Feng asked what the name of the boss was, and the woman said it was called the Plague Enveloper. Upon noticing that she knew the name of the boss, he asked if she had really seen it. She didn't know if he could handle it alone and if he wanted to take a healer, warning that the boss had area toxic damage. Our guy refused and decided to go without a healer. King Feng was aware that the Plague Enveloper was indeed a golden level boss. This boss had a poisonous aura. As long as one stayed within its range, they would continuously lose health every second. Therefore, to deal with this boss, one had to kill it as fast as possible. For him, at that moment, it was just a matter of using a few skills. Not long after, the woman took King Feng to a cave and mentioned that the boss was inside. She added that her team had eliminated all the monsters, but they had not been able to defeat the boss. She decided to guide Shadow inside. They entered the cave and the woman began to point at a tree which was in the middle of a swamp full of poisonous aura, and revealed that there was the boss. Seeing that she hadn't deceived him, King Feng decided to give her the lifespan, and a system window appeared confirming that the transaction had been successful. He had traded 100 days of tradable lifespan. He remembered that this kind of poison damage could be evaded. In this case, his Ghost Blur's 75% evasion would be really useful. With her face full of sweat, the woman mentioned that there was something she needed to remind him. In reality, it was a trap. As soon as he started fighting, someone would come to kill him. She remembered that they had level 2 anti-stealth items. For King Feng this didn't matter much, but the woman revealed that they had told her to pretend to stop them as part of the plan and to use that opportunity to get close to him. In the end, they wanted her to find a way to discover his real-life information. Our boy began staring at her. He was disappointed upon seeing their plan. The woman blushed and, with a nervous expression, said that she had also been forced. She wanted to tell him the truth so he could go after the one behind everything. Since they were blackmailing her in real life, she wished for their death as much as he did. When King Feng asked who was forcing her, she revealed that it was Dongfeng Xian. She explained that in the game, his ID was Xianyun, and he said that King Feng had killed him once. Upon hearing this, our guy couldn't help but wonder if it was Dongfeng Xian, the one who had first tried to steal his Golden Ghost ship boss. The same guy later sent him a skill book asking for forgiveness. The woman panicked and remembered that he had been able to kill Song Fei, so she believed he could also take down Dongfeng Xian. She was putting all her cards on the table with him and begged him not to betray her. The best thing, she emphasized, would be for him to eliminate Dongfeng Xian or else she would be doomed. According to King Feng, they had really come up with a childish plan. He had never heard of that guy in his past life and considered that he was probably eliminated early. King Feng decided to start by killing the boss, since he knew he could massacre a passing dog. King Feng became invisible and jumped off the cliff, asking her to go along with their plan. She should let her people get close, and he promised to take care of the rest. The woman panicked and thought everything was lost. They were doomed. According to her, Shadow was surely going to die. She remembered that previously Dongfeng Xian had led 3 teams, 18 people in total, to fight against that boss, but they had been annihilated in half a minute. While King Feng was descending upon the boss, she revealed that the continuous poison damage was too high. They hadn't even managed to reduce the boss's health by 5%. No matter how strong that Shadow was, when facing indiscriminate poison attacks, death would be the only outcome. Therefore, they had to find a way to escape. King Feng first used Blessed Release, and while the boss was preparing to attack, our boy activated the Weakness Amplification effect, and then the Throat Slash effect. His eyes began to shine with determination. King Feng attacked quickly, taking several thousand HP points from the boss. In an instant, its HP bar dropped to less than half. The woman was in shock, since she realized that a single skill had annihilated 2/3 of the HP of the gold tier boss, inflicting more than 80,000 points of damage. She wondered if King Feng was even human. Our boy disappeared and appeared behind her. Luckily for him, the active effect of Blessed Release had a 25-second cooldown. With a 75% cooldown speed boost, the final cooldown was 14.3 seconds. He decided he wouldn't kill the boss yet. He would wait for Dongfeng Xian's people to come and die, and meanwhile, wait for his skills to cool down. Not long after, Dongfeng Xian and his men entered the cave with the intention of killing Shadow. With an angry gaze, the leader made it clear that if anyone tried to stop them, they were going to kill them mercilessly. The woman drew her sword. King Feng was somewhat annoyed, since out of all the people, it was this guy again, and now he was also involved with Dongfeng Xian. He wondered if their plan, which consisted of Snowy pretending to block this group, would really work. He didn't know if Snowy's combat power was really that strong. More than 10 people were rushing in, and he wasn't very sure if she could really stop them. Snowy used her powers and summoned a golden shield. Seeing this, Shadow understood why they had chosen her to act. With this defense, there really weren't many who could break through it in the early stages of the game. The men began to attack the shield. King Feng knew that she had encountered an ancient god's blessing in the wild and had gotten a golden level treasure chest. His eyes began to shine with seriousness, and using instant shadow, King Feng attacked quickly, cutting their bodies into pieces. With eyes shining with rage, King Feng used the skill Blooming Curse and the corpses of the men transformed into flowers. Snowy was in shock since, according to her, it was terrifying. A single skill had killed so many people, and she wondered what those crimson flowers were. Fortunately, she hadn't listened to Dongfeng Xian, or otherwise she would have died miserably like Song Fei and the others. She asked Shadow to add her as a friend, promising that if she had the chance, she would tell him Dongfeng Xian's location in real life. King Feng decided to listen to her. Snowy couldn't help but blush and asked him that if he ever needed any special service, he should come to her, assuring him that for him they would always be free. King Feng realized that was how it was, and it was no wonder it burned so much. Then he jumped and began descending the cliff. He attacked the boss quickly using powerful slashes. According to King Feng, the lifespan that had been absorbed from more than a dozen people did not even compare with what the boss had granted. He remembered that after all that, instead of dedicating themselves to farming safely, they went out to cause trouble, and therefore deserved to die. He turned around towards Snowy and asked if there was any problem. She said no and decided to leave. King Feng used Greedy Hand and felt happy since it had been a long time since he had seen an assassin's skill book. Finally, another one had appeared. This skill book was called Darkest Hour of Platinum Level. It was an assassin-type skill that unleashed a burst of dark light from his blade, blinding all enemies within range. It had a cooldown of 60 seconds, required level 10, a range of 20 meters, and a base duration of 10 seconds. The higher the target's spirit stat, the shorter the duration. King Feng clenched his fist and decided to learn it. He unsheathed his dagger as he knew that as long as he blinded the enemy, he could still trigger double damage even if he wasn't in stealth. With this, no matter how high the boss's anti-stealth level was, it wouldn't affect his damage output. This dagger was the Plague Blade. It was an assassin-type weapon that granted 216 attack points and 42 agility points. Furthermore, it increased the weak point attack multiplier by 0.3. The equipment requirement was level 10, and all of its attacks inflicted a poison that detonated after 3 seconds, dealing 50% of the original attack's damage. King Feng decided to leave the cave, as he considered it had been another excellent and profitable day. He had already accumulated 98 evolution points and would soon be able to evolve his epic grade Greedy Hand to legendary. He left the cave and the small monsters were frightened. He realized that he only needed a little more than 10,000 EXP for his class advancement, so he decided to go farm monsters directly. King Feng began to massacre all the monsters he saw, causing the others to start fleeing in terror. But King Feng was not going to let this happen, so in the blink of an eye, he finished them all. He couldn't help but smile since he could finally advance his class. Golden energy appeared around his body, and a system notification informed him that his shadow class had advanced. His current tier changed from tier 0 to tier 1. The class attribute bonuses also increased. Strength went from 3 to 9, Constitution from 3 to 9, Agility from 8 to 24, and Spirit from 5 to 15. His class passive 1 now doubled stealth duration and, as a new feature, allowed him to use stealth skills while in stealth mode. Class passive 2 increased his stealth level from +1 to +2. Finally, class passive 3 improved his damage when attacking from outside the enemy's line of sight, increasing it from double to triple. Our boy started to look at his hand as he realized that with the class advancement to tier 1, the attribute bonuses had tripled. He understood that he could even activate stealth while already in stealth, which meant, as long as his cooldowns were short enough, he could stay permanently hidden. Not only that, the damage dealt from attacks launched outside the enemy's line of sight had increased from double to triple. He mused that this was just tier 1, no wonder it was the strongest stealth class. At that moment, the system announced that there were already 7 players who had reached level 10 in Zhonghai City. It also informed that the teleportation matrix to the abandoned Divine Continent would be activated in 10 minutes, and urged players who met the requirements to prepare to depart. A table appeared, showing Shadow in first place, followed in second place by Grey Rose. In third place were Snowy Day, Black Elf Da Lai Zai, and Wang Meng. Finally, in fourth place were Huaiyu and Yuhan. King Feng noticed that it was already 8:30 p.m. He had not expected so many players in Zhonghai City to have reached level 10. The ranking table was full of familiar faces, and he remembered that the last time, at the same hour, that table had been completely occupied by foreign players. His eyes began to shine with seriousness upon realizing that the impact of having sold so much equipment and skill books had begun to manifest. He thought that maybe the world order from the previous time would change, and he was really hoping it would. In reality, it was already night, and the police had arrested several men. One of them reported that all main members of the Dajiang Industrial Criminal Group had been arrested. However, he added that 3 key members were still inside the game, with their bodies in a state of non-existence, which made their capture impossible. They were waiting for further instructions from the commander. The commander praised his comrades for their good work and ordered them to inform Yu, assigning them the task of finding a way to force the suspects to disconnect. He told his companion that this method was effective, since even if the criminals hid in safe towns where they could not be attacked, their bodies would still feel hunger in reality. He nodded and mentioned that when they got hungry, they would have to disconnect to eat, and as soon as they disconnected, they could be captured. They were happy since this time everything had gone very well, and all thanks to Shadow. He had not only provided them with criminal intelligence about Dajiang Industrial, but had also warned them in advance that the skills from the game could be extracted into reality. If he had been a little later, the leaders headed by Zhang Lai would have soon reached level 10. By then, they would have already extracted their skills, and any attempt to capture them would have resulted in numerous casualties. Several countries had already experienced small-scale uprisings, with thousands of deaths. The squads they had sent into the game had gradually reached level 10, largely thanks to the equipment and skills provided by Shadow. They knew that Shadow was an indispensable talent for Great Zia, and that they needed to find a way to fully bind him to their warship. At the same time, our boy returned to Firefly Town, and Snowy mentioned that she didn't expect him to be a great hero who would free the town from evil. She admired him. King Feng asked what she was rambling about and told her that if she had something to say, just say it. She stuck out her tongue and, with a smile, told King Feng that he didn't need to be modest, since the authorities had already made the news public. She explained that Dajong Industrial, along with Song Fei, had orchestrated the kidnapping, detention and murder of players, and that the reason he had to kill Song Fei and Zhang Lai was under official orders. King Feng remained silent. He could not believe that the authorities were clearing his name, and he could not help but think that, surely, they were doing it to facilitate future cooperation with him. When King Feng asked if she had already discovered Dongfeng Xian's location in the real world, she mentioned that he had not yet disconnected and asked him to wait a little longer, assuring him that she would send him the information as soon as she obtained it. King Feng began to walk through the city. He considered that everything else could wait. The urgent task was to head first to the Divine Abandoned Continent. He noticed that quite a few people were already using the teleportation arrays of the town. However, no one had yet been able to use the continent's teleportation array. Using the teleportation matrix of the town, he decided to go to the Divine Abandoned Continent, since he considered that the current areas of the town were only beginner zones and that the real game began upon arriving at the Divine Abandoned Continent. The players who were nearby went into shock. They couldn't see anyone and wondered who had just teleported. One of them exclaimed that it obviously had to be Shadow. Another, confused, commented that he possessed level 2 anti-stealth and questioned how it was possible that he couldn't see him. Quickly, someone else snapped at him that he was an idiot, explaining that it simply meant Shadow's stealth level was higher than 2. Several seconds later, our boy appeared in the Divine Abandoned Continent, and just as he expected, everything was exactly like in his past life. This place was empty, there wasn't a single player in sight. While our boy was exploring the area, a monster with glowing eyes started staring at him intently. They were the familiar ruins of Zhanghai City. When players from different cities arrived at the abandoned Divine Continent for the first time, they appeared in the ruins of their own cities. The location of these urban ruins matched perfectly with their real-world geography, and the reason for this had always been a mystery. The monster emerged from its hiding place, and upon noticing this, King Feng turned around. A worm-shaped monster appeared and began to roar. The monster attacked fiercely, destroying the ground. Using Shadow Blur, our boy dodged the attack, and then using Instant Shadow Slash, he cut the monster in half. A system window appeared informing that he had killed a level 11 Earthshaker. Just then, more Earthshakers appeared and tried to attack King Feng, but he jumped and dodged the attacks. With his eyes shining, he used Blessed Release, and then activated Instant Shadow Slash and cut the monsters into pieces. The bodies transformed into Lifespan, and he knew that there were no longer safe zones like in the towns. The monsters lurked from all directions, ready to attack at any moment. But he was aware that, as long as one could find the refuge hidden in the ruins, a fortress could be established and dominate the area. He remembered that the best refuge in the ruins of Zhanghai City was located in the northwest. It was exactly the refuge of the Godslayer Guild from his previous life. At the same time, in the Divine Abandoned Continent, another group of players also arrived. It was Wang Meng's party. Little Black was somewhat surprised, while Wang Meng did not know why this place looked like the ruins of a modern city. For them, this place was very familiar. Little Black began to point toward the tower and asked if these were not the ruins of Jiangnan City. Gu Yixu replied that yes, and confirmed that she was right, adding that the towers of Jiangnan City were still standing. Little Black began to look around the area, since she had heard that someone had said they had seen Shadow teleport here, and she was insistently wondering where he was. Gu Yixu asked her to stop searching, adding that he could turn invisible. At that moment, 2 Earthshakers emerged from the ground. Seeing this, Wang Meng drew his shield and warned everyone that they were being attacked by monsters. Gu Yixu used her skill called Elven Blessing. The monsters attacked quickly, but Wang Meng blocked the attack using the shield, and thanks to her enhancement he was able to withstand the attacks. Gu Yixu asked Wang Meng to be careful, warning him that the ordinary monsters hit harder than the silver tier bosses around the starting town. The party's archer used the skill called Binding Shot and shot an arrow toward the monsters. In the blink of an eye, the arrow created energy ropes which wrapped around the bodies of the monsters. With a smile, he mentioned that these monsters were vulnerable to control, and therefore he would keep them immobilized and unleash all his damage to finish them off. Little Black raised her magic staff into the air and summoned a prophetic fireball. 2 flames of fire struck against the monsters. The Earth Shakers died and their bodies began turning into lifespun. Wang Meng asked Xiox to send her owl to fly high and explore the surrounding terrain. She nodded and her owl began flying around the area. She reported that there were monsters everywhere, a lot of them, and that the noise from the previous fight had already attracted some in their direction, which were heading directly towards them. She added that she didn't see any nearby safe zone and asked the captain what to do now. Wang Meng was in shock upon seeing that there was no nearby safe zone. The archer panicked, wondering what kind of lousy continent this was and how it had suddenly turned into a survival game. Little Black asked Zhu to try to find Shadow, explaining that he had arrived about 10 minutes before them and shouldn't be far away, and assured that if they found him, they would be safe. At the beginning, she couldn't see any human figure nearby, but then she started to see Lifespan. She observed a huge cluster of bright lights toward the northwest and realized that those were the rewards from the defeated monsters. She deduced that it must be Shadow's work, who probably had a full inventory and that's why he hadn't picked up the loot. More monsters emerged from the ground and began to charge towards them, and Yu started to run and asked everyone to hurry up. Now that Shadow had cleared all the monsters from that place, it was safe, and if they followed the glow of the rewards, they would find him. The captain asked everyone to stay alert, maintain formation and not fall behind, adding that they would fight while retreating. At the same time, not far away, more Earth Shakers emerged and prepared to attack. But someone moved quickly and cut their bodies into pieces. It was Shadow. He knew that even without the active effect of Graceful Release, the total damage of Shadow Slash could still reach 20 to 30,000, which meant an instant kill against those mobs. That place was, for him, basically a farming paradise. A few minutes later, he arrived at the hideout. He began to observe the place, as he knew that beneath those ruins lay a massive underground palace, which had taken a long time to be discovered in his previous life. That subterranean palace alone had over 1,000 resting rooms and dozens of large halls. It was the largest hideout in Zhonghai City and the base of his guild, Godslayer. Before being taken over, the hideout had been like a dungeon, filled with numerous traps and monsters, as well as a guardian boss. The larger the hideout, the stronger its guardian was. He entered the hideout, and remembered that in his previous life, after founding the Godslayer Guild, he had gathered 3 squads, 18 elite members in total. All of them had reached level 15 and were fully equipped to the teeth. Even then, they barely managed to conquer this palace. He began to descend down the stairs toward the bottom of the ruins. A system window confirmed his arrival at the hideout. This place was full of monsters and was known as the Land of Soul Purification. His eyes began to shine with confidence since he knew that being alone he was going to be able to conquer this place. A system window appeared informing that if he defeated the area guardian, he could claim ownership of that region. The monster's attention fixed on King Feng, and they all lunged at him. Our boy remained calm and drew his dagger, realizing he was facing a level 12 gold tier mob, an elemental spirit. Just before the monsters could attack, King Feng used his skill called Darkest Hour, and then used Shadow Flash Slash and massacred the monsters in the blink of an eye. King Feng began to move quickly and started cutting into pieces all the monsters he encountered, making their bodies turn into lifespan. He could not help but feel joyful since, as long as the enemies were blinded, all his attacks would receive a damage increase. Even his basic attacks were enough to finish off those level 12 monsters in one hit. Despite the fact that the 15 monsters in the hall had been eliminated, the soul cleansing grounds, however, still contained dozens of halls and thousands of small rooms. A slight smile appeared on his face. It was, indeed, a massive task. He began to carefully observe the lifespan, and judging by the number of monsters in the hideout, he realized that after eliminating all the monsters, it would be enough to evolve Greedy Hand once more. King Feng began to look toward the ground and his eyes started to shine with seriousness. He knew that after clearing all the monsters from each area, the Guardian would appear. Not long after, 2 players who were in a bookstore teleported to the Divine Abandoned Continent. The man was somewhat confused since he didn't know if this place was real. He wondered if they were really on the Divine Abandoned Continent. For the girl this was strange, and she wondered why this place felt so familiar. Upon observing closely, they realized that these ruins were simply Chaoyu. When exploring the place they arrived at the ruins of Mountain City, and a few hours later they arrived at the ruins of London. The man was in shock, and he wondered if it could be that people from different regions were all transported to the ruins of the city they originally came from. According to the girl, this was strange, and she wondered if it could be that the geographical locations of the cities corresponded exactly to the real world. While they were distracted, something began to approach them, making them go on alert, and when they turned around, they saw several earth-shakers staring at them with glowing eyes. They panicked and decided to flee. The monsters began to attack and they began to flee the area. At the same time, in the Zhonghai ruins, the ground was filled with lifespan, and not far away were Wang Meng and his team hidden under some rubble. Wang Meng stuck out his head and, seeing that there were no monsters nearby, suggested that they first take a moment to recover. And you couldn't help but blush, since for her shadow was impressive. She had believed that they were strong enough, but in the end, they could only cower trembling under the shadow of the boss. Wang Meng coughed and asked her to watch her words. She felt somewhat confused and asked if that wasn't an accurate description. Little Black stuck out her head and mentioned that, fortunately, Shadow had cleared that area, since otherwise, with so many monsters, they probably all would have died. She added that she was a little curious about where exactly they would reappear if they died in this place. While Gyixu was controlling the owl to explore the area, Wang Meng reached out to Yu and suggested that the 6 of them should postpone exploration for the moment, proposing that they wait until all members of their team reached level 10 before moving forward together. She nodded her head. Yixu's owl was flying over the area and she observed that the monsters were really falling like flies. But she wondered why Shadow had stopped there, since it was as if he had disappeared right in that place. She also noticed that there was a lot of loot, and part of it was gold tier. She really wanted to go pick it up. With a serious look, Wang Meng decided to contact Shadow to see if he still wanted those things. At the same time, our boy cut one of the monsters into pieces. The area was filled with lifespan orbs. He felt relieved, as he had finally cleared all the mobs. He had cleaned more than 40 halls and more than 1,000 small rooms, taking down over 400 monsters. He had also defeated 4 bronze tier bosses and 2 silver tier ones, which had granted him more than 80,000 experience points and had raised his evolution points to an impressive 205. He began to walk, knowing that he only needed 5 points to evolve Greedy Hand. Wang Meng contacted Shadow and mentioned that they had noticed he had left some loot from the monsters he had killed, and proposed if they could collect it and pay him in lifespan according to its value. Upon hearing this, our boy realized that it seemed Wang Meng and his official squad had also arrived. He did not refuse and decided to let them collect the loot, adding that he would contact them later as he had a batch of equipment to sell. Wang Meng thanked him and said they would wait for him at coordinates 89,554, 66,666 inside the ruins shelter. At that moment, electricity began to manifest. King Feng's attention was fixed on it. It began to move quickly toward our boy. King Feng realized that the Guardian had appeared. A knight made of electricity appeared in front of him called Soul Purifier of Tier Platinum. According to the system window, its description indicated that it was the guardian of the Soul Purifier's domain, and that by defeating it, he would become the master of the Soul Purifier's domain. Our boy began to think, knowing that the highest level monsters in the city ruins were level 15. This Soul Purifier, Faisal, was already the highest level monster within the city ruins and also the highest grade boss. If he remembered correctly, this boss had a total of 750,000 HP, and 3 phases. Using instant shadow slash, King Feng decided to take the first step and attack, but the attack didn't have much effect. King Feng attacked using throat slash. This time the attack took a bit of HP from the boss. It raised its hand and summoned a spear of electricity. A rain of spears began to descend from the sky towards Shadow, but he started moving quickly and dodged the attacks. While dodging the attacks, he realized that if he were hit by those lightning attacks, with his current defense and lightning resistance, death was certain. He knew that any skill or attack from a platinum level boss or higher had hit correction. With his current evasion rate of 75%, normal monsters only had about a 25% chance to hit him, but the Soul Purifier's attacks hit him with at least a 50% probability. However, his agility attribute had already reached 182 points, and at maximum speed, his running speed exceeded 40 meters per second. Therefore, as long as he paid close attention, he could easily dodge before the lightning struck him completely. His eyes began to shine with rage because last time, he had barely survived with his guild, relying on the priest's shield and luck. He attacked with all his strength since this time he would give the boss no chance. The boss had already lost a quarter of its HP, as the throat-cutting damage from Graceful Release, combined with Shadow Slash and the burst from Plague Blade, had directly taken off 250,000 HP from it. He knew that next, the boss would enter the second phase. The boss began to summon balls of electricity, and King Feng knew that the soul purifier would enter an invincible state, continuously generating lightning orbs and bolts. He was aware that in this phase, the priority was to destroy the 3 lightning orbs first, or else the boss would go into a frenzy. King Feng began to remember his past. In the previous life, his team had once been annihilated under the frantic damage of the boss. After that, Qin Xiaoyu had thrown a huge tantrum and had flatly refused to continue fighting. So, for the second attempt, he hadn't taken her and they had cleared it in one go. Using venomous flying darts, he attacked the orbs, knowing that each time a lightning orb was destroyed, it would receive corresponding damage, and that once all 3 orbs were destroyed, it would enter the third phase. King Feng threw another dart, which hit the third orb, causing the boss's HP to drop below half. Its eyes began to shine with rage. It extended its hand and electricity started spreading through the area. King Feng remained calm because he knew that in the third phase, the spirit purifier continuously unleashed wide-area lightning attacks. He remembered that last time, the guild had equipped all participating members with full sets of lightning resistance gear in addition to 4 priests and healing shields, barely managing to survive it. King Feng jumped and a barrier appeared around his body, since this time there was no need for all that trouble. He used graceful release and black light shield. With the continuous lightning on the ground, he decided to attack from the air. Upon noticing that there were continuous lightning strikes on the ground, he decided to attack from the air. King Feng used graceful release and the black light shield, then his eyes began to shine with determination. Using Shadow Slash, our boy attacked quickly, cutting off the boss's head. After defeating it, King Feng landed on the ground. A system window notified that he had killed the Soul Cleanser Faisal of Platinum tier. As a reward, he reached level 11. His 4 main attributes increased by 4 points and he obtained 10 free attribute points. Additionally, he gained 20 evolution points and 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. Our boy was somewhat happy. He had achieved the world's first kill of a platinum tier boss, for which he earned 10 reputation points. Additionally, he had become the master of the sanctified grounds. The ground was full of lifespan and, according to King Feng's knowledge, the hideout he had just obtained had an importance that transcended the game. He knew that a hideout not only provided shelter and storage functions, but more crucially, it could be extracted into the real world. This was vital because, when the game descended, real-world weapons began to corrode. The most powerful ones, especially nuclear bombs, became useless from day one. Planes and tanks would barely function for another month or 2 before turning into scrap. In other words, all future battles in reality would depend entirely on skills extracted from the game. Once a hideout was brought into the real world, it could activate a magical defensive barrier and become an absolutely safe refuge. King Feng began to think in silence, and then started to move away from the area, remembering that in his previous life, his guild Godslayer had used this same place as their base to continuously grow. And although he kept many joyful memories of that time, he had also witnessed how countless people came and went, full of intrigues and deceit. His eyes began to shine with determination. This time he was not going to choose the same path. He was going to become stronger on his own, until reaching the top. Outside it began to rain, and a monster swung its axe forcefully. Xiaoyu's friend fell to the ground and dodged the attack. Asking her to step aside, she began screaming for help. She didn't react in time and the axe cut her body in half. She respawned back in the town, and the system informed her that she had died, losing 14 years of non-tradable lifespan and 2 days of tradable lifespan. She went into shock upon seeing that she had died again. Her friend was furious. He called her an idiot and scolded her, asking how it was possible that she hadn't dodged the big axe wielded by the boss. She got angry and asked him who he thought he was insulting. She scolded him, saying he was the tank and if he didn't attract the boss's attention properly, how was she supposed to dodge the skills? He got even angrier and, calling her an idiot, asked her how he was supposed to attract the boss with an AoE skill. After arguing, he left the party. Xiaoyu's friend panicked when she saw that the tank had fled and started asking for help since she was being attacked by the boss. The boss attacked with its axe, and not long after, the friend also respawned back in town. With a worried expression, she suggested to Xiaoyu that they better focus on killing small monsters to level up first, explaining that she was uneasy because they didn't have much lifespan left. Xiaoyu began to ponder in silence. At that moment, the system revealed that the player Shadow from Jianghai City had achieved the world's first kill of a platinum level boss, gaining 10 reputation points. Everyone's attention was fixed on the system window. People couldn't believe what they were reading. It seemed crazy to them that someone had managed to solo kill a platinum level boss. Many commented in amazement that they had barely made it to the continent, while Shadow was already farming there alone. The name Shadow echoed once again, and everyone wondered about his true identity. The feat was incredible, considering that most players hadn't even seen a gold tier monster yet. It was evident that this was someone immensely powerful. Xiaoyu was somewhat confused, since she did not know why the other players were so weak. She knew that they fought simply to kill a silver tier boss, and she wondered how the hell it was possible that Shadow had achieved the first kill of a platinum tier boss. Back at the hideout, our boy began collecting the lifespan orbs. After killing the Soul Purger, he had reached level 11. He knew that after level 10, each level up granted +4 to all attributes and 10 free attribute points, so he continued assigning all his points to agility. His reasoning was that with high enough agility combined with his infinite invisibility, he could kill many bosses without taking any damage. He was in shock, as he did not expect the boss kill to grant him 20 evolution points immediately. This meant that he could evolve his skill Greedy Hand once more. He could not help but feel happy, since the additional loot rewards had increased from 3 to 5. Moreover, he had obtained an extra storage space of 100 slots. He spent 210 evolution points, which left him with 15 remaining. As a result, his Greedy Hand skill evolved from epic to legendary. The assassin skill now granted a 500% chance to get an extra loot reward, and that extra loot had a 100% chance to increase by 1 tier. Additionally, he gained a new passive effect, 100 slots of greedy space for item storage. King Feng decided to use his legendary tier Greedy Hand skill to collect the loot, and as a result, he obtained 5 extra loot drops. Additionally, he gained 100 evolution points, bringing his total to 115 remaining points. While observing the system window, King Feng noticed that 2 pieces of assassin gear and a book of assassin skills had dropped. However, since his level was still not high enough to use them, he decided to store them for the moment in the safehouse warehouse. King Feng summoned a devout believer and gave it the order to collect all the loot from the palace and pile it up. The devout believer got to work. King Feng was happy because he knew that the 115 evolution points he had left could be used to upgrade those skills that had not yet reached the epic level. He consumed 42 evolution points to evolve Shadow Stealth 3 times to epic level. As a result, its stealth duration increased from 36 to 60 seconds. The attack that broke the stealth now dealt 300-500 damage, and its cooldown was reduced from 22 to 15 seconds. Next, he used 34 evolution points to evolve Backstab Enhancement twice, bringing it to epic level, and increasing its backstab damage bonus from 50% to 75%. He then consumed 6 evolution points to evolve Darkest Moment through Platinum, Emerald, and Diamond to reach Epic. The ability now unleashed a burst of dark light that blinded all enemies within its expanded range of 50 meters. Its base duration increased to 16 seconds, though it would be shorter against targets with a higher spirit attribute. Finally, he spent 33 evolution points to evolve Bloom Curse 3 times to the legendary level. The skill could now be used on player corpses within 60 seconds of their death and gain new effects. It could simultaneously absorb 50% of the target's remaining non-tradable lifespan, and also absorb scattered non-tradable lifespan light spheres. Any corpse drained by Bloom Curse would cease to exist. His eyes widened in surprise upon realizing it could absorb the non-tradable lifespan orbs. He remembered that in many high-level areas and in the rage zones of special bosses, the lifespan was depleted at a speed hundreds or thousands of times faster, and this consumption affected first the non-tradable lifespan. Snowy contacted King Feng and congratulated him on the first kill of the platinum level boss. She also revealed that she had good news. The Eastern Sage had just logged off. She mentioned that she had heard that his clan was gathering at the Jiangnan Hotel, and apparently, they had bought a large amount of lifespan with the intention of turning it into combat power within the game. While the devout believer was piling up the loot, King Feng praised her. However, she replied that there was no need to thank her, since that was what she was supposed to do. She revealed that he had to defeat Eastern Sage without fail, or else she would be doomed. King Feng asked her not to worry and began storing the loot. He realized that all the items fit and he still had half of the space left. Thinking about how truly useful the 100-slot backpack was, he decided to go look for Wang Meng and sell everything to them. Upon seeing that Shadow had returned, Anyu's and Little Black's eyes widened with joy. Anyu got excited and started running toward him. But just before she could give him a hug, King Feng stopped her with his hand and got straight to the point. He made it clear that, as usual, he set the price and if they didn't accept it, they could pass. He explained that more than 30 items were common grade and bronze junk, so he would give them a discount, a single price of 950 days of lifespan. With the mark of King Feng's hand on her face, and with a smile, and Yu mentioned that she agreed. They had already calculated the value of the items they collected earlier, which was approximately 1,000 days, so to simplify everything, they would give 2,000 days for the entire batch. King Feng felt somewhat confused and mentioned that this batch consisted of silver level, gold level, and platinum level items, with a total value reaching 18,000 days of tradable lifespan. She opened the system window and, while browsing through the contents, was visibly surprised. She couldn't believe there was platinum-level equipment. She herself only had one piece of gold-level equipment and thought that only a true boss would be willing to sell items of that caliber. Excitedly, she realized this would undoubtedly accelerate Zhonghai City's development, and thanked Shadow profusely. Our boy said that there was no problem, since they were helping each other. With a nervous gaze, Little Black asked Shadow how it was possible for him to have so many inventory slots and if by any chance he was Doryman. King Feng explained that their bags were probably already full and, as a friendly reminder, pointed out to her that under the statue in the center of the city ruins, there was a staircase leading to a teleportation portal back to the starting town. King Feng began to walk away from them and made it clear that if they wanted to return, the first time would cost them 500 days of lifespan. He warned them that although returning again would not have any cost, they should think about it themselves. That said, he left, and Yu began to point at King Feng and with a smile she mentioned that she had told them so. She revealed that Shadow was a reborn player, because otherwise, it would be impossible for him to know such hidden information. Seeing her attitude, Wang Meng felt somewhat confused and asked Captain N to please not behave that way, as she was scaring him a little. She began to blush and asked them what they would think if she tried to flirt with Shadow. Once King Feng moved away from the area, the system asked him if he wanted to consume tradable lifespan to extract a skill into the real world. He decided to activate the level synchronization and class advancement synchronization. The system informed that he had consumed 27,000 days of lifespan, and that the level synchronization and class advancement synchronization were completed. King Feng felt excited, as the next step was the extraction of skills. He remembered that he had previously extracted Shadow Meld, but it was only at level 1. This time, he not only planned to raise the level of Shadow Meld in reality, but also to extract even more skills. He consumed 1,946 days to improve Shadow Meld to level 10. Then, he extracted a series of skills: Backstab Enhancement for 900 days, Greedy Hand for 1,000, Shadow Flash Slash for 3,200, Ghost Blur for 5,366, Curse of Blooming for 16,099 and Blacklight Shield for 11,313. Once the synchronization of the extraction was completed, he had 7,480 days of tradable lifespan left. Finally, he invested 3,600 days in extracting the Boots of Concealment of gold grade and another 3,394 days in the Pendant of the Devout, also gold grade. Now the time had come to extract the equipment. He began navigating through the system window, realizing that the Pendant of the Devout not only reduced cooldown time, but more importantly, the silver tier follower it summoned was nearly invincible in the real world. After spending it all at once, he was left with only 486 days of tradable lifespan. But now his strength in reality was almost on par with what he had in the game. He began to disappear without a trace, knowing that he still needed to gain more lifespan. He had to make sure that by the next logout, he could achieve full synchronization. Several minutes later, with the body releasing Shadow, King Feng woke up in the real world. He began to think silently. Now that Kai and Shishi knew his address, he considered that, for safety, it was best to leave this place for the moment. He knew that extracting the Sanctuary of Soul Purification required more than 1,300 years of lifespan, so for now, he would have to find a temporary place to stay. With eyes shining with seriousness, King Feng decided to use Greedy Hand and absorbed everything that was in his room. Everything disappeared without a trace. He was happy, since the storage space of Greedy Hand was really useful, and all his things fit perfectly inside. Jumping up, he climbed onto the window. Then, he took out his phone and realized that Dongfeng Zion was at the Jiangnan Hotel, about 15 kilometers from that neighborhood. He began to look toward the ground and then, making himself invisible, descended from his apartment to the ground. He calculated that, at his current speed, he could get there in 10 minutes. Our boy began to move quickly through the night toward the Jiangnan Hotel. Several minutes later, he arrived at the place. Inside there were several men having dinner, and one of them mentioned that, given the current situation, the various skills and the lifespan of the game could affect the real world. He considered this a great opportunity for his Dongfeng family and praised Xioner for having done a good job by initially establishing a faction within the game. With a smile, Xioner replied that everything was what he should do. With a cheerful look, the grandfather said that he was very pleased with Xioner's progress. He explained that this time they had bought a large amount of exchangeable lifespan, all in order to acquire equipment and skill books. The goal was for the main members of their family to reach level 10 as quickly as possible, thus gaining an initial advantage to then use it and expand the family's influence in the real world. With this dual development, their Dongfeng family would surely become a dominant power, and even the dream of establishing a millennial family and dynasty would cease to be just a dream. Xioner began staring silently at his grandfather, and then his eyes began to shine with malice. In his mind, he thought with contempt about that damn old relic, who already having one foot in the grave still clung to the position of clan leader, dreaming of immortality. His plan was to trap Shadow, force him to reveal his secrets and then make him earn lifespan for him. Once he became number 1 on the ranking list, he would make sure they all died. The grandfather asked him how the plan to deal with Shadow was going. With a smile, Xioner asked his grandfather not to worry. He assured him that he had already found a trustworthy woman to discover Shadow's identity, and that they would have news soon. The grandfather asked him to capture him alive and make Shadow work for the Dongfeng family, since that was the way they would bring enormous benefits to the clan. Meanwhile, King Feng had already killed the guards who were watching the entrance of the hotel. They decided to toast together for the resurgence of the Dongfeng family, and then chanted in unison, "Long live the Dongfeng family." His eyes began to shine with seriousness, since he did not expect these noble families to have weapons. He knew that his skills Ghostly Blur and Blacklight Shield could not guarantee a 100% evasion, and furthermore, he had not extracted any armor into the real world. He was aware that if a bullet hit him in the heart or head, it would mean instant death without a doubt. Considering that it was better to be cautious, he extended his hand and using his faithful pendant summoned one of the followers, a devout faithful, equipped with sharp claws for melee combat, and green flames for ranged attacks. Our boy gave the order to it to go in and leave no one alive. He knew that, being a silver level boss, the devout faithful had strong resistance to damage and that, even against firearms, it could withstand quite some time. While everyone was distracted, the devout faithful opened the door, it started roaring, and upon seeing this, everyone panicked since they didn't know where this monster had come from. With its eyes shining it began to charge towards them. Seeing this, with a serious gaze, Xioner stood up and began to point at the monster, causing the guards to aim at it with their guns. He could not believe that it was a monster from the game and quickly ordered them to shoot. The bullets impacted against its head, but they did not have much effect. It swung its arm forcefully, killing one of the guards. It stabbed its sharp claw into the chest of the other guard. While it was attacking the guests, Xioner couldn't help but sweat and feel fear. The monster began to attack his grandfather, who panicked and started calling for help. Without losing a second, instead of helping, Xioner started running. He did not look back, knowing that he had to get out of here quickly, because as long as he managed to escape and enter the game, he would be safe. His eyes were full of fear, and he thought that as long as he managed to reach level 10 in the game, extract his skills into the real world and then return, nothing could threaten him. At that moment, he saw King Feng standing at the entrance of the hotel, and just before he could take another breath, our boy attacked quickly, making Xioner's head fly through the air. While blood was emerging from his neck, King Feng turned his back and began to walk away. Xioner's eyes were full of confusion. He did not know what was happening. Not long after, flowers began to emerge from his body. King Feng began to observe them carefully, and the system revealed to him that he had absorbed 27,000 days of tradable lifespan, and 482 years of non-tradable lifespan. His eyes began to shine with joy, as it had been a truly great loot. Xioner's corpse turned into flowers, and King Feng was happy, since this time, the skill Blooming Curse had truly proven its worth. It had not only erased all corpses and traces of blood, but also extracted every last drop of lifespan from Xioner. As a result, his non-tradable lifespan had accumulated up to 2,327 years. Thanks to this, he would no longer feel so much pressure in the future when entering the rage zones. Not long after, someone shouted alarmed, urging others to call the police, as gunshots and screams had just been heard coming from the private room. King Feng became serious, and just at that moment, several police officers began to run toward the room, remembering that this was the room where the Dongfeng family was having their meeting. They were sure there had been a shooting, but upon arriving at the room they went into shock. Since there was no corpse, it seemed impossible to them that there were no victims. The situation was incredibly strange. One of the police officers felt somewhat confused. As this private room was a complete mess, it was evident that a violent fight had taken place here. What he didn't understand was why there wasn't a single person in the place. Immediately, he asked his companions if any of them had seen someone leave the hotel. According to them, this was strange. The question everyone was asking was where the entire Dongfeng family had gone. It was as if they had completely disappeared, and they thought it best to call the investigation unit. Meanwhile, King Feng had already left the hotel. King Feng began to move away from the hotel. His next target was the Cayenne Corporation. However, its main headquarters had already moved to North America before the game descended. At this moment, only the CEO's daughter, Cayenne Shishi, was trapped in the Demon City area, and he needed to eliminate her before she left the country. The distance from Zhonghai City to Demon City was nearly 300 kilometers. If he traveled on foot, it would take him 2 or 3 hours, and that was too much of a waste of time. King Feng got ready to sleep, knowing that he needed to find a way to get a mount. Our boy returned to the godforsaken game and stood up upon realizing that there were still some silver and gold tier bosses left in the ruins, and decided to go farm them. Captain Anu contacted Shadow and informed him with great enthusiasm that she had excellent news. She explained that Xiao Hai had just found the entrance to a tomb, but a gold tier vengeful spirit was guarding it and they couldn't defeat it. King Feng was somewhat surprised to hear this and asked how she had found the entrance to a tomb. Captain Anu revealed that, on their way back to the starting city, they had taken a slight detour to avoid some small monsters. While walking, they suddenly noticed that someone was missing. After searching for a while, they finally discovered that Xiao Hai had fallen into a pit. It was a special tomb area where team chat did not work. By following him into the pit, they saw a level 12 gold boss that began chasing them. Luckily, they ran fast enough to escape. She informed him that they were now back in Shell Town and that if he wanted to go to the tomb, she could give him the coordinates. King Feng knew that a true lucky charm was indeed a lucky charm. That someone could find a tomb just by taking one wrong step while walking through the ruins of the city was an incredible coincidence. He was aware that tombs, like faith temples and curse ruins, were wild random events and very rare. He asked the captain to give him the coordinates, and you sent him the coordinates revealing that the tomb was near the ruins of Shell Town. King Feng thanked her and mentioned that if he obtained something he couldn't use, he would sell it to them without hesitation. He couldn't help but think about how truly clever Yu was. King Feng's attention was fixed on a well. He was somewhat confused to see this and wondered if this was really the access point. With such a large well, it seemed incredible to him that someone could simply fall in by accident while walking. Without a doubt, that girl, Xiao Hai, was truly unique. Without hesitating for even a second, King Feng jumped into the well, and a system window welcomed him, announcing his arrival at the Tomb of Resentment, and notifying him that his long-range communication would be blocked. King Feng landed at the bottom and began to walk down the corridor. At that moment, a giant monster appeared before him, the Wailing Spirit, a level 12 creature of gold rank. King Feng began to observe the boss in silence. He had never encountered this wailing spirit in his previous life, but judging by its form, he deduced that it must have an extremely high attack power and a wide attack range, definitely being a type of physical damage. This explained why Yu and the others had fled in panic. The equipment and skill books he had sold them did not increase their defense much. He estimated that Wang Meng, being a holy shield warrior with about 5,000 HP at this moment, would probably lose at least half of his health with a single hit from this boss. King Feng began to observe the boss in silence, aware that if it hit him with its axe, death would be inevitable. Combining the skills Blessed Release and Instant Shadow Slash, King Feng attacked quickly, cutting off the monster's arms. He knew that this boss had very high defense, and the damage of Instant Shadow Slash was only 80% of normal. But this didn't matter, since the creature wouldn't be able to withstand the subsequent damage from throat slitting of the skill Blessed Release. At that moment, the monster's arms started moving toward King Feng, making him panic. Not long after, it exploded, but King Feng reacted in time and jumped away from the area. He was somewhat surprised. It was a corpse explosion. He acknowledged that he had been careless by not dodging it and, fortunately, his skill Ghost Blur had activated. Otherwise, he would already be dead. The boss's corpse transformed into Lifespan. King Feng remembered that in his previous life, something similar had happened once, They had killed an unknown boss. A team member had approached excitedly to loot the corpse, but it exploded and annihilated him instantly. Some teams had even been annihilated by boss corpse explosions, although this mainly happened with platinum level bosses and above. He did not expect a gold level boss in this tomb to self-destruct in that way. Using Greedy Hand, he picked up the loot. A series of system notifications informed him that, for having killed the Resentful Ghost, a gold level boss, he had gained 10 days of tradable lifespan and 20 evolution points. Additionally, he obtained the skill book Night Ring Blades of platinum level. Thanks to the use of Greedy Hand, he got an additional 63 days of tradable lifespan, and the Resentful Leather Armor of platinum tier. He was somewhat surprised because he had obtained a piece of equipment and a skill book that he could actually use. According to the system, the Dark Knight Ring Blade was a platinum tier assassin skill. It imbued the blade with dark power, dealing dark elemental damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius and adding 500 points of dark elemental attack. Its cooldown was 10 seconds, reduced to 5.7, and the required level to use it was 11. King Feng was happy, as this was exactly the elemental damage skill he needed for the assassin class. Since the shadow class had higher spirit attributes than strength, its magic attack power surpassed physical. This perfectly explained why elemental skills like Dark Knight Ring Blade suited him so well, and he understood that he should focus more on enhancing his spirit stats to maximize this type of damage. He had 9 points in strength, 9 in constitution, 24 in agility, and 15 in spirit. Phew. King Feng decided to advance the skill to epic level to see the result. Immediately, he consumed 6 evolution points, leaving him with 36 remaining. The skill Dark Knight Ring Blade evolved from platinum to emerald, then to diamond, and finally to epic. As a result, the radius of effective dark elemental damage increased from 5 to 12 meters, and the added dark elemental attack rose from 500 to 13 points. Our boy thought that, after the evolution of the skill, the range had expanded from 5 to 12 meters and the additional attack had increased from 500 to 13 points. His eyes filled with seriousness, as he knew better than anyone that, being an area attack, the additional attack power was not so strong and the total damage per use could not be compared to that of Shadow Slash. However, it was a divine skill for eliminating groups of small enemies. Shadow Slash had a cutting range of 5 meters, but ultimately it was a linear skill. In contrast, the Dark Knight Ring Blade was an area skill, so its effectiveness was much greater when surrounded. The system informed him that the Resentment Leather Armor of Platinum level granted plus 55 physical defense, plus 45 to all elemental resistances, plus 42 damage block and 777 points of health. The level requirement to equip it was 11. Additionally, it possessed the Resentment effect, which granted him 30 points of base attack power after being attacked. King Feng began advancing toward a giant door, knowing that the Resentment effect did not have much impact. However, the base defense, resistances, and block on this leather armor were very high, so he could replace the Golden Ghostfire leather armor level 5 he wore. In total, the rest of the loot added up to about 20 items, and selling them all would bring him more than 10,000 days of lifespan. Now that he could enter the tomb, he hoped to find good material inside it, and if he managed to get a mount, that would be best. At the same time, a goblin swung with force its sword, cutting Xiaoyu and her friend in half. She and her party respawned back in the town. The man was so furious that he started shouting like a madman. Then, he grabbed Qin Xiaoyu by the collar and made it clear to her that she was a useless person who grew in height but not in brain. He scolded her that it was always because of her that the team ended up being annihilated, and that, because of this, he only had 2 years of non-tradable lifespan left. He threw her to the ground with force and threatened her, warning her not to even think about looking for him at school, or he would definitely take care of her. The friend approached her to help her and the man disconnected from the game. The friend asked Qin Xiaoyu to go with her to her parents' small town. She explained that she had heard that there was a community support group there that specifically helped the elderly and people like them, who didn't know how to play the game. She clenched her fists tightly and couldn't help feeling furious. She disconnected from the game and rejected her friend's offer, telling Yanyan to go alone. Furious, she woke up in her bed and, using her phone, asked Hanhan if he could help her level up. With a smile, Hanhan did not refuse, but he set a condition. In exchange for raising her 1 level, she would have to accompany him for 1 night, as he wanted to see how the popular goddess of the school behaved in bed. She was furious and called him an ugly monster. She scolded him for thinking himself capable enough to try to take advantage of her and ordered him to leave. Then, a smile spread across her face. She told Hanhan that, actually, she had always liked him too, but that she hadn't accepted his confession earlier because her brother, Qin Feng, was controlling her. Now that she had cut ties with him, they could finally be together openly and without worries. He didn't fall into her trap. He called her an idiot and asked if she was trying to kill him with laughter. He pointed out that, if she had already cut ties with her own brother, who knows what she could do to him next. Finally, he ordered her to get out. She started contacting everyone. First, she reached out to Sharp Young Master, inviting him to her house to keep her company and, by the way, help her level up. However, he recognized her immediately and mocked her, boasting that he was now a platinum-level talent and had plenty of women, before ordering her to get lost. Then, she tried her luck with brother Xiao Ma, telling him that she was bored and waiting for him in Shell Town. The response was just as curt. He reminded her that everyone knew how she had deceived Jiang Wei and threatened to hit her with his new skill. She was sad and desperate. She cursed those men, thinking that not one could be trusted when it really mattered. In her desperation, she lamented that she only had 2.5 years of non-tradable lifespan left and didn't know what she was supposed to do. Her eyes were full of tears. She felt alone. She thought of King Feng and then remembered that he definitely would not ignore her. He must have a way to solve this, and she had to go back and find him to confirm it. It was night and, several hours later, she arrived at King Feng's apartment. For a moment, she thought that once inside she would find Qin Feng, apologize with some kind words, and that he would definitely forgive her. However, almost immediately she rebelled against this idea. She had done nothing wrong. Why should she apologize? She prepared herself to knock on the door and decided that she could not think in that way. She convinced herself that lowering her head was only something temporary. First, she would pretend submission so he could help her level up, and she was sure he would accept because he was the person who had cared for her the most since childhood. A smile appeared on her face. Once she leveled up and no longer faced the crisis of lifespan scarcity, she would completely cut ties with him. This was the plan, and Xiaoyu thought she was truly a genius. Satisfied, she knocked on the door, asking Qin Feng to open. She started knocking on the door, calling for Qin Feng to open it. She insisted, wondering aloud if he might be asleep, and then announced that she had returned. Her tone became increasingly pleading, begging him to please open the door. Furious, she kicked the door open but went into shock upon seeing that there was no one inside. She wondered where Qin Feng was, only to discover with greater astonishment that the bed, table, clothes, everything had disappeared. She turned on her mobile phone and tried to call Qin Feng, but there was no answer. She didn't know where our boy had gone. At the same time, in the depths of the grudge tomb, King Feng was massacring all the monsters. Not long after, he realized that he had reached the end of the tomb. King Feng summoned a devout follower, remembering that along the way he had annihilated more than 200 minor monsters and several bronze and silver level bosses. Thanks to this, he was about to reach level 12. In front of him was the final coffin and, knowing that once opened, the ultimate boss of the tomb would appear, he hoped it would be platinum level. It began to push the coffin. King Feng's attention was fixed on it, and not long after, something strange happened. Evil energy began to enter its body through the eyes and mouth. The system informed our boy that his devout follower had been annihilated. King Feng realized that this was Death Miasma, a gold-level boss. He cursed his luck for having run into this disgusting thing, as he knew that this boss had no physical form, which made it completely immune to physical attacks. He remembered that in his previous life, someone released this boss, and it ended up spreading to a nearby base. Countless unsuspecting civilians were killed or injured. Being possessed by this was practically a death sentence unless a teammate helped dispel it or one belonged to one of the few classes that could use special invincibility type skills to survive. The eyes of our boy began to shine with seriousness, and he decided to use the Dark Knight Ring blade. Shadow began to spin around his body. Thanks to this, he was able to see the true body of it, which was hidden inside the miasma. Using the dagger, King Feng attacked the true body and a system window appeared, informing that he had killed the gold tier boss, Death Miasma. King Feng knew that the strength of this boss was clearly above platinum level, even though it was classified as gold tier, and its drops were only of gold grade. Fortunately, the skill he had recently learned, Dark Knight Ring Blade, was one of magic damage. The corpse transformed into Lifespan Orb, and using Greedy Hand, King Feng picked up the loot. He sighed. After all the effort it had taken to clear this tomb, he hoped that it would drop gold tier loot. King Feng obtained the rare item called Mount Bell. He was in shock upon seeing this. Our boy was happy since the boss had really dropped a mount. This showed him that Lin Liu's famous Koi luck was not just a simple rumor, it was a completely real fact. According to the system description, the Mount Bell, Ghost Night Wolf served to summon a level 11 Ghost Night Wolf. This creature could assist in battle and also be mounted, requiring the user to have a minimum level of 11 to use it. King Feng remembered that the Ghost Night Wolf was one of the fastest mounts that could be obtained in the early stages of the game. The Ghost Night Wolf was level 11, and its grade was gold. It possessed 148 strength, 155 constitution, 135 spirit, and an impressive 191 agility. The mount would gain experience alongside its owner, growing stronger over time. However, if its bell were traded, the creature's level would reset to its initial state. Its abilities were also noteworthy. Dash. When mounted, it increased movement speed by 245%. Nightwalk. At night, it allowed the mount to remain permanently in level 1 stealth. Attacking would break this effect but added 120 reveal damage, and it took 60 seconds to re-enter stealth. Pounce. It allowed the mount to pounce on a single target 3 times in succession, with each hit dealing an additional 267 physical damage, on a 12-second cooldown. Wolf Howl. It granted allied units a bonus of plus 35 attack, plus 35 physical defense, and plus 35 all-element resistance for 18 seconds, with a 600-second cooldown. King Feng knew that it was not just a mount, but also a battle pet. The fact that it also included a stealth skill made it an immense gain. It was night, and mounted on the Ghost Night Wolf, King Feng emerged from the ruins and began heading to his next destination. His plan was clear: reach level 15 and accumulate enough lifespan to be able to extract the mount. Once he disconnected from the game, he would go directly to Magic City to eliminate Kaiyan Shishi, cutting off any future threat at its root. King Feng passed by Zhanghai Coliseum and remembered that it covered an immense area and had 2 additional underground levels, forming a complex labyrinth. The place was full of monsters, which made it the perfect site for him to level up quickly. Taking small jumps, the Ghost Night Wolf climbed on top of the Zhanghai Coliseum wall, which was full of powerful monsters, who began to stare at our boy. The Ghost Night Wolf made a jump. King Feng and his beast began to descend from the sky towards the monsters. King Feng's eyes began to shine with determination. Using Shadow Instant Slash, our boy began to massacre the monsters. At the same time, somewhere else in the ruins, there was an Yu, who using her sword, killed one of the monsters that was in the area. The monster's corpse transformed into lifespan, and she felt relieved. Her teammate, Manhwa, son of a department head in Zhanghai City, began to applaud while mentioning that, as expected from Captain N, her damage was insane. He remarked how powerful the hidden class dragon swordsman was and stated that Yu was undoubtedly the woman he had set his sights on. She mentioned that this golden boss was only level 8, and even so, they had been fighting it for more than 10 minutes. Because of this, she really didn't understand how Shadow had managed to solo kill a platinum boss. Manhwa praised her but dismissed Shadow's achievement, stating that he was simply a stealthy assassin who relied on stealth to slowly wear down the boss. According to him, someone with this playstyle would never truly become great. He felt happy, since he knew that, luckily, Yu didn't have any influential backing. With his status as the son of an official, subduing her would be a piece of cake. And Yu asked if a mediocre archer like him wouldn't be even more suitable for the task of slowly wearing down a boss. Manhwa fell on his butt to the ground and explained that he was an upright person and wouldn't stoop to doing something like this. With a serious expression, he revealed that he had heard that Shadow had a terrible character and was a ruthless killer in the real world. He also mentioned that he knew a hunter from the Metropolitan Police who already possessed level 3 anti-stealth skills. He suggested finding a way to set him up, discover Shadow's identity in the real world, and, afterwards, take control over him. He argued that someone like Shadow could only be trusted if he worked for his organization. Otherwise, incidents like those of Song Fei and Zhang Lai would keep happening. He was tired of cleaning up Shadow's messes. And Yu and Wang Meng looked at each other and started laughing at Manhwa. They asked him if he really hadn't understood it. They explained that the situation wasn't that Shadow begged them to clean up his messes, but quite the opposite. It was they who had to clean up what he left behind. Only in this way could they ensure their interests were aligned with his, thus allowing cooperation. They reminded him of Shadow's achievements, the first global kill of a golden boss and the first kill of a platinum boss, both solo. With a furious expression, Manhwa made it clear that, to him, Shadow was nothing more than a fragile assassin. He rhetorically asked how they couldn't control him, as long as their anti-stealth level remained on par. Calling them a bunch of nobodies, he scolded them for daring to reprimand him. He then turned to Yu, declaring that she should watch closely because he would ruin Shadow's reputation and capture him. He stated that when this happened, she would be on her knees before him, apologizing and begging for his forgiveness. Wang Meng asked Yu what loot the boss had dropped. She replied that it had dropped a piece of gold tier equipment for a priest, a silver tier equipment, and a silver tier skill book. She started touching her chin and remembered that Shadow usually sold them several pieces of gold and even platinum equipment. This made her wonder how many bosses he had actually killed, or if his talent was treasure hunting and all these items came from opening chests. With a serious look, Wang Meng revealed that he was a little worried, and Yu couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. Wang revealed his concern, bringing up the case of the Jiangnan restaurant, the incident in which the entire Dongfeng family was murdered during a gathering. Then, he raised an unsettling hypothesis. If Shadow had been responsible for this, were they still supposed to clean up his messes? Wang admitted that he still didn't understand Shadow's personality, and expressed his fear that he might actually be a ruthless serial killer in real life. She knew about this case. The superiors were taking it very seriously, and everyone was speculating whether it was related to Shadow. With a confident smile, she explained that, even if this case had really been the work of Shadow, she would still choose to cooperate with him. She stated that, although the superiors refused to clean up his messes, she would personally support him. Wang Meng was somewhat confused, and when he asked the reason, she simply replied that the real question was who wouldn't want to support Shadow. Their subordinate appeared and reported that in the area ahead they had found a place similar to an arena, but all the monsters inside were already dead. With a serious gaze, he revealed that there were bodies everywhere. He didn't know which party had been strong enough to clear all the monsters from the arena. Then Yu felt happy and decided to go to the arena. Upon seeing her behavior, Wang Meng felt even more confused. They arrived at the Zhanghai Coliseum and saw a lot of lifespan lying on the ground. They were in shock as they realized the incredible amount of loot. There must have been hundreds of minor creatures there, and this led them to wonder which party was so strong to have achieved such a feat. Captain Yu was confident that Shadow had been here. With this in mind, she suggested they search the surroundings, as they might run into him. Mon Alien questioned why she was so sure it had been Shadow. Captain Yu responded that the reason was simple. He was number 1 on the leaderboard. Their party was right behind on the leaderboard, and since they couldn't achieve something like this, it had to have been Shadow. Mon Alien was furious and revealed that he also had invisibility, and could do the same. It would just take him more time. That's all. With a smile, Captain Yu communicated with Shadow, and upon noticing that he had cleared so many monsters, she thought that he surely had a lot of gear and skill books that he didn't need, so she proposed that he sell them to them. At that moment, Mon Alien's eyes widened in surprise. King Feng mounted on the wolf appeared behind him. He fell on his butt to the ground upon seeing the wolf, while on the other side, Captain Yu felt excited and asked where King Feng had gotten a mount. King Feng revealed that thanks to the coordinates Little Black had given him, he had obtained the mount. Upon hearing this, Little Black couldn't help but blush, and she said there was no need to mention it. King Feng decided to make a deal with Captain Yu. He proposed that she take all these items from the ground as part of a package, clarifying that the conditions would be the same as always. She mentioned that she understood if she wasn't satisfied, she didn't have to buy. She already knew it. Shadow's prices were always fair. While they were talking, Mon Alien couldn't help but feel furious. His eyes widened with rage. He felt humiliated by Shadow, and swore internally that he would make them pay. Mounted on the wolf, King Feng began to advance through the ruins. According to the system chart, he had already reached level 13. Below him, at level 10, were Justice Enforcement and Wang Meng. Black Goblin Big Lie's Eye also appeared at level 10. Our boy had 245 years of tradable lifespan and 255 evolution points. King Feng was happy because this time, after clearing the arena ruins, he had obtained a pretty good grade gold skill book. The skill book was called Silent Concealment. It was grade gold and allowed the user to enter stealth without moving. As long as they did not attack or move, they would remain permanently invisible. Attacking from this state added 300 detection penetration damage points. It had a cooldown of 120 seconds and required level 13 to be used. King Feng realized that this skill not only strengthened his stealth, its true power lay in the fact that, if he used it in reality and combined it with the invincible state from the game, he could make himself disappear completely in the real world. He decided to evolve this skill book to Epic, for which he consumed 11 evolution points. The skill was improved, going from gold to platinum, then to emerald, diamond, and finally to epic. With this, the additional damage per stealth penetration attack increased from 300 to 800 points. In turn, the cooldown was reduced from 120 to 60 seconds. He decided to evolve other skills as well. First, he consumed 34 evolution points to bring Venomous Dart to the epic level. The skill progressed from Emerald to Diamond and finally to Epic, improving its attributes. Its maximum range grew to 20 meters, its on-hit attack damage increased to 400, and it applied the Venom status. This status now dealt 100% damage per second for 5 seconds, with no weakness bonus, and did not stack. Next, he invested an impressive 200 evolution points to elevate Graceful Release to the Mythic level. Evolving from Legendary to Mythic, its weakness attack bonus soared to plus 300%, and its weakness attack multiplier was doubled, while its level remained at 5. Its active use now applied the Throat Slash effect, dealing 200% of the attack's damage per second for 3 seconds, and its cooldown was slashed to just 15 seconds. Or 9.7 with his bonuses. King Feng was happy since the mythic level skills were truly powerful. Now, except for some special monsters, each of his attacks was a hit to a weak point. He took out the necklace and began to observe it carefully, and decided that it was time to evolve it. It was the Deceiver's Pendant of Platinum Grade, an accessory for assassins that granted 45 points of physical attack, 20 of strength, and 20 of constitution. Its equipment requirement was to be level 13 and also had a unique effect that added 1 point to stealth level. By combining his skills and equipment, he realized that he now possessed a stealth level 4. He was convinced that, at this stage, no one could detect him. In addition, there was the item Shadow Veil. Thanks to it, his evasion rate had directly reached an impressive 83%. It was the gold tier Shadow Veil, an assassin-type equipment. It granted 5 points of constitution, 5 of spirit, and a 32% evasion rate. At that moment, a small explosion occurred. King Feng decided to stop to find out what was happening. And when he turned around, something began to emerge. It was a giant boss who had chains as arms and 2 sharp blades as hands. King Feng realized that it was the Steel Saintess and wondered who would be crazy enough to have unleashed this boss. King Feng remembered that in his previous life, she had appeared in the ruins of Zhanghai City, where more than 1,000 people tried to hunt her down, which resulted in more than 4,000 deaths in total. In fact, she was the guardian of the sanctuary called Church Sanctuary, the second largest refuge in the Zhanghai ruins. His original plan had been to deal with Qian Shishi first before facing this boss, but since she had appeared there, he decided to face her. Jumping up, the wolf climbed on top of a building. The boss began spinning her arms and massacring nearby players. She killed one of the players, and upon seeing this, the others realized that she was very strong. Just before they had time to react, she swung her blade-made arms with force and began to kill the other players. King Feng, upon seeing that the players wanted to face the Steel Saintess, knew that they were greatly overestimating their own abilities. A player who was mounted on a tiger began to fight against the boss, and King Feng noticed that he was Dong Wuming, also known as Chen Wuming, possessor of the hidden class Paladin. It was about an old friend of King Feng, with whom he had fought for 9 years in his previous life without a clear winner. This man was cunning and deceitful. Whenever he was about to lose, he managed to escape with some dirty trick. King Feng remembered that in the past life, the Steel Saintess was defeated by Chen Wuming's guild, the Knight's Sanctuary. This gave rise to the saying, West/God, East Sanctuary, since each one controlled respectively the western and eastern regions of Zhanghai City ruins. The Guild Knight's Sanctuary, when recruiting its first members, made them sign a very harsh contract that guaranteed their safety but with a tax rate on their lifespan of up to 50%. Most of the members became black slaves, basically forced to work for the higher tier players of the guild. King Feng's eyes widened with joy. For him, this was simply perfect. He made the firm promise that, this time, Chen Wuming would not escape. The boss began to spin her arms forcefully in circles, and while she was distracted, King Feng, using invisibility, landed near her. His eyes began to shine with evil intent, and without wasting time, he used the Dark Knight Ring blade and in the blink of an eye killed the players who were nearby. Wrapped in red aura, our boy began to spin quickly, killing all the players. Upon seeing this, Chen Wuming was in shock. Upon realizing it was Shadow, he asked why he was killing his people, stating that they had no grudge against him. King Feng appeared behind him and, with a murderous gaze, replied that it was because he didn't eat beef. Upon hearing this, Chen Wuming's eyes widened in fear. With a cold and arrogant expression, using instant Shadow Slash, King Feng killed Chen Wuming. Then, he extended his hand and used the skill Blooming Curse. Not long after, the players respawned back in their town. Chen Wuming was furious, since he didn't know what Shadow not eating beef had to do with them. His subordinate panicked since his lifespan had reached 0. Chen Wuming knew this must be the work of a skill from Shadow. He decided they would gather their people to counterattack, but first they would move to another place to level up and thus recover the lost lifespan. Among them was also Xiaoyu. She couldn't help but cry while wondering why Shadow was attacking her directly. Her lifespan was about to run out completely. The system informed King Feng that his skill, the Flower Bloom Curse, had absorbed from Xiaoyu 4 days of tradable lifespan and 1 year of non-tradable lifespan. King Feng couldn't help but feel happy upon realizing that she was also in Chen Wuming's party. His eyes widened with excitement. She had just absorbed this small amount of lifespan, a clear sign that she was already desperate. Because of this, she had chosen to join the Knight's Sanctuary Guild as a black slave. For him, this was something she well deserved. At that moment, the boss tried to attack Shadow, creating a smoke screen. Once the smoke cleared, it could be seen that he had dodged the attack using ghostly blur. He knew that in the first phase this boss wasn't very difficult to deal with. The boss was somewhat confused. The chains that formed her arms began to tense. Not long after, her arms began to spin. She didn't know what was happening. King Feng's eyes began to shine with seriousness. He knew that she only limited herself to swinging her chain swords repeatedly, performing some directed or area physical attacks. King Feng appeared above her and decided to use a combination of Blessed Release and Plague Blade. After an attack, Blessed Release applied the effect Throat Slash, which triggered a burst that caused massive damage. Plague Blade, in turn, would cause an explosion of toxin damage 3 seconds after impact. King Feng attacked quickly, causing several thousand points of damage to the boss. Then, he used Throat Slash, causing a deep cut in her throat. In the blink of an eye, her HP bar had dropped to less than half. Her eyes began to shine with rage. King Feng remained calm, knowing that the reason she had become the guardian lay in her terrifying second phase. After losing half of her health, the demon sealed within her would awaken. All damage received was then equally reflected back at the attacker. There was also a legend that claimed there was a portal inside the demon's belly. Anyone swallowed by it would be transported to an unknown place, rumored to be the bottom of a volcano. However, in his previous life, no one had achieved this. He suspected that some fools had simply confused this with mechanics from other games. A group of players was watching the battle. According to them, Shadow was ruthless. The Platinum tier boss had been summoned by the Knight's Sanctum Guild, but Shadow suddenly appeared and annihilated them all. Right after that, he used a single skill that took away half of the boss's health in an instant, pushing it directly into its second phase. While they were talking, King Feng's attention, who was using invisibility, focused on them. His eyes began to shine with seriousness. He was aware that the Steel Saintess had a weakness in her second phase. When she launched an attack, the damage reflection effect disappeared momentarily. This meant that if he attacked right when she did, he could avoid receiving the reflected damage. However, the problem was his skills like Shadow Slash, Throat Cut, Plague Blade, and Poison Dagger, since they all inflicted damage over time. If he used any of them, he would still receive the reflected damage, and at his current level of development, this would kill him instantly. Thinking about this, he considered the players who had been spying on him from the cliff. He decided to use them. One of the players asked the others to step aside because he wanted to see what was happening. This man was known as Anquan. Upon seeing him, the others couldn't help but feel happy. Anquan's subordinate explained that they had been watching for a long time and had already memorized all of the boss's skills. She only had a few. With a smile, the girl extended her hands and revealed that after the boss's life dropped below half, she suddenly stopped. Her body had changed a bit, giving hints that she was gaining new skills, and just when the boss entered her second phase, Shadow also disappeared. Anquan couldn't believe that Shadow had been fighting this boss alone. His eyes began to shine with rage. He gave the order to his subordinate, Xiao Tu, to activate Red Eye and check if Shadow was still there. She nodded her head and began to use her powers. A small rabbit manifested and ran near the boss without attracting her attention. Then, she revealed that she couldn't find Shadow's location and thought he had probably left. Upon seeing that her level 3 anti-stealth could not find Shadow, Anquan realized that this meant he had definitely left, as he considered it impossible for him to have a level 4 invisibility. Anquan jumped and got down from the building, making Xiao Tu feel somewhat confused. Anquan asked her to keep a close watch and alert him immediately if Shadow returned. She nodded her head. Anquan descended to the ground and drew his swords. His eyes began to shine with joy and a confident smile spread across his face. According to the other players, he was looking for death by trying to fight a platinum tier boss alone. However, one of them recognized him. He had seen him in the starting town defeat a gold tier boss without receiving a single scratch. It was revealed that his class was Soul Warrior, which granted him 100% dodge when rolling, and he was the famous player known as Safety First. It was also rumored that he had been a top-level global streamer in Souls-type games, with ultra-fast reflexes. The boss's attention focused on him. She attacked using her sharp blade-like arms. Luckily, Anquan reacted in time and slid across the ground, narrowly dodging the attack. The boss grew arms made of energy, and when she tried to crush Anquan, he rolled again, dodging the attack once more. When the boss tried to catch Anquan, he rolled again and moved away from her. His subordinates began to praise him, amazed by his incredible skill and the calmness with which he dodged. They highlighted his discipline in not letting himself be carried away by the greed of an extra hit, considering his performance simply brilliant. With a smile, one of them mentioned that he was truly amazing, perfectly dodging each attack from the boss. This seemed incredible. He even saw multiple slash effects flashing over the boss's body, which led him to wonder if the Soul Warrior class was really that powerful. With a curious expression, the black-haired woman explained that Anquan, by rolling, activated the special passive or counter-attack mechanic of the Soul Warrior. Each dodge or roll counter-attacked, dealing damage to the boss. Because of this, every time he dodged perfectly, he was actually hitting the boss simultaneously, draining her life. This was why the boss's HP decreased every time he rolled. With a smile, Xiao Tu made it clear that the perfect dodge was only the foundation. What truly set Anquan apart was his devastating offense. His attacks struck with force and precision, turning defense into an unrelenting assault. His skill combo and timing made him not only untouchable but also lethal. Defense kept him alive, but it was his offense that ended fights quickly. The boss was desperately trying to catch Anquan. Xiao Tu's eyes began to shine with confidence when she revealed that if the dodge successfully activated during the roll, Anquan's next attack would ignore 50% of the boss's defense. Anquan turned around and decided to face the boss, and blue energy began to emerge from his body. Upon seeing this, his subordinates realized that this striking effect meant that the blow would definitely deal 4-digit damage. Anquan's eyes began to shine with excitement. Just before the boss could react, he unleashed the powerful strike he had prepared. His movement was a graceful dance, a single blow split into 3 shadows, swift and fierce like shooting stars. With absolute mastery, he precisely swung his swords through the gaps in the boss, causing deep cuts. In the blink of an eye, her HP bar dropped to less than half. His subordinates began to applaud upon realizing that, before they noticed it, the boss only had a third of her life left. Anquan turned his back on the boss and a confident smile spread across his face, but at that moment, someone attacked with powerful slashes, causing him more than 34,000 points of damage, killing him instantly. His subordinates couldn't help but panic. They couldn't understand why he had died, since they were sure he had dodged all the attacks. They were even more puzzled because, although their skills hit the boss, her health did not decrease with the blow, despite having seen it drop drastically moments before. Not far away stood our boy. He began to silently observe Anquan's lifespan orbs and thanked him. Anquan's constant showboating had caused the boss to use many of her moves. King Feng's eyes began to shine with joy, as during this time, he had been constantly attacking, finally reducing the boss's life to a third. The flashy moves of the Soul Warrior had inflicted decent damage, but in the end, he had caused his own death. Due to the traits of his class, it was simply impossible for him to defeat the Steel Maiden. When he rolled, he couldn't attack. And when he attacked, he suffered reflected damage. This was a true curse. The boss began to turn around, and King Feng's attention fixed on her. He knew this wasn't good. With her health so low, the boss was trying to return to the church sanctuary. If she managed to get there, she would fully recover, making all previous efforts useless. King Feng began silently observing Anquan's subordinates, and then his eyes started shining with seriousness. He realized that the Soul Warrior's death had scared these people and doubted they would attack the boss again. However, if the boss didn't make a move, her damage reflection effect wouldn't disappear. It was time to get serious. Our boy landed in front of her, knowing that he couldn't allow her to return to the sanctuary. Upon seeing our boy, the other players were somewhat surprised. To them, Anquan was just a clown. Shadow was the real boss. It seemed terrifying to think that all the cuts the boss had suffered moments before had been his doing. Xiao Tu couldn't believe it. Her level 3 anti-invisibility hadn't detected Shadow's presence, which could only mean that Shadow's invisibility was level 4 or higher. The gaze of one of them fixed on the lifespan orbs of Anquan, and his mouth watered upon realizing that the loot of the Soul Warrior was still on the battlefield. He decided to find a way to recover it. With eyes shining with determination, our boy used his skill Blacklight Shield, making a golden shield appear around him. This skill created a 10-layer shield, each one capable of blocking one instance of damage. The boss's attention focused on King Feng and her arms transformed back into blades. She attacked, and King Feng realized that this was the moment he had been waiting for. Using instant shadow slash, King Feng attacked with quick slashes. He began to stare at the boss. Now his black light shield had 7 layers left. He remembered that, out of the 9 strikes of instant shadow slash, the last 3 had hit the boss during her damage counterattack phase, right after her attack ended. If it hadn't been for the black light shield blocking those 3 hits, he would already be dead. The boss began to concentrate energy in her abdomen, and then she jumped and started to release purple flames. Our guy stepped back. Now he had no layers left of his black light shield. The boss began to stare at him with eyes shining with evil. King Feng realized that the damage from the flamethrower was coming too frequently. Despite having a dodge rate over 80%, this had instantly destroyed all 7 layers of the shield. If he had been just half a second slower, they would have killed him instantly. While he was distracted, one of the players tried to take Anquan's loot, but our guy noticed and threw a poison dart which stuck in his forehead. The player was eliminated. King Feng made it clear that he wasn't going to let anyone steal the loot from him. The system informed our boy that he had obtained 612 days of tradable lifespan, and 67 years of non-tradable lifespan from Safety First. Additionally, Blossom Curse had absorbed 355 days of tradable lifespan, and 20 years of non-tradable lifespan from Clean Hands and Feet. King Feng was somewhat surprised, since Safety First had a really large amount of lifespan, which probably meant that he had never died. This seemed interesting to him, so he decided not to use Blossom Curse on him. The boss started roaring, but King Feng remained calm. He knew that he would have to rely on the black light shield and the normal shadow slash to slowly wear her down. She attacked with force, but King Feng moved out of the range of the attack, causing her hand to hit the ground. Although the efficiency was low, it was relatively safe. While King Feng and the boss were fighting, Xiao Tu was watching the battle. She was somewhat surprised by Shadow's incredible ferocity. She wondered what kind of skills he possessed. Before, she hadn't understood how he had gotten the first kills, but now, seeing him in action, she was completely convinced of his power. Our boy's eyes began to shine with determination and he decided to give the final strike. King Feng moved quickly, cutting the boss's body into pieces as if it were nothing. The system confirmed that he had killed the Steel Maiden, granting him 48,000 experience points, 120 evolution points and the Church Sanctuary key. The other players were in shock. They couldn't believe that Shadow had really soloed the boss. For them, this was precisely the reason why he was number 1 on the leaderboard. King Feng picked up the loot using Greedy Hand. He obtained a piece of assassin-type leather armor of emerald level, the Black Flames gift-piercing leather armor. It granted 95 points of physical defense, 120 points to all elemental resistances, 77 points of damage reduction, and 77 points of constitution. Its special effect, Black Flame's Gift, applied a stack of the Black Flame status when attacking or being attacked, up to a maximum of 5. Each stack reduced the target's defense and elemental resistance by 7%, although a note clarified that the weakening effect was lower against bosses of emerald level or higher. Our boy felt happy since this single piece of emerald tier equipment provided better defense than what others got with a full set of armor. Additionally, it came with the Black Flame's Gift effect, which weakened the target's defense and elemental resistance. This made it much more useful than what had been dropped by the Soul Purifier earlier. He also obtained the skill Assassin's Instinct of Emerald tier. It granted him the ability to partially perceive the silhouette of invisible units and gave him 2 points to the anti-invisibility level. King Feng decided to upgrade the skill. The process consumed a total of 33 evolution points, leaving him with 97 remaining. As a result, his skill Assassin's Instinct evolved through the Emerald, Diamond, and Epic tiers until reaching Legendary tier. With this, his anti-invisibility level bonus progressively increased from 2 points to 5. Additionally, the legendary effect added the ability to more sensitively detect weak points of the target, granting him a 50% modifier to critical hit damage. It was an anti-invisibility skill, upgraded to legendary tier, with a level 5 anti-invisibility and a 50% increase in critical hit damage, combined with the passive of Graceful Deliverance. This added up to a total of 350%. Now, he could strike his enemies' weak points even with his eyes closed. King Feng had 97 evolution points remaining and decided to evolve his Ghostly Blur skill to Legendary tier first. It consumed 80 of his points, leaving him with 17. As a result, Ghostly Blur evolved from epic to legendary, increasing its passive evasion rate from 75% to 85% and granting full immunity to damage each time the evasion activated. At that moment, Captain Anyu and the others appeared. She began greeting our boy and asked if any good loot had dropped. King Feng was confused, not knowing what was wrong with Anyu. With a smile, Captain Anyu mentioned that she hadn't checked the leaderboard before and didn't expect him to reach level 13 in a single night. According to her, this was crazy. Wang Meng mentioned that they had been grinding all night and hadn't even reached half of level 11. His speed was simply unreal. Captain Anyu hit Wang Meng on the head, telling him not to talk nonsense. She knew that men leveled up faster. King Feng felt somewhat confused, but then he explained to her that he had gotten some loot. He had already appraised it at 45,000 days of lifespan, all together in a single package. She decided to give him the lifespan, and the system confirmed that the transaction was completed. With a serious look, King Feng revealed that he also had another good item for sale and asked if she knew about the hideout. Captain Anyu began to show a smile and mentioned that they had already heard about the hideouts. She explained that in the ruins of Zhonghai City there were no safe zones, but player groups could occupy hideouts as bases. In them, they could store supplies and activate magical defensive barriers at critical moments to block external water invasions. King Feng knew that what she had probably heard about was the small hideout dropped by the Golden Boss. She nodded her head and explained that Zhonghai City's officials still hadn't found any hideout. She added that in Modu, officials had already taken control of a medium-sized hideout, and that's how they knew of its existence. King Feng took a golden key out of his inventory. Now that she understood the value of a hideout, he revealed that it was the Sanctuary Hideout Key, which had been dropped by the boss he had just defeated. He informed them that this hideout covered more than 800 meters of land and proposed that they return and discuss the price they were willing to offer. After this, he would consider whether or not to sell it. Captain Anyu and Wang Meng were in shock, as they knew that the larger the hideout was, the stronger its defensive capabilities and the more solid its internal infrastructure. A hideout covering 800 meters was more than enough for each member of Zhonghai City's official forces to have their own private room inside. She extended her hand and, with a curious look, asked how much he planned to sell such a large hideout for. King Feng decided to go back and discuss it first, to see what price they could offer. He knew that in his previous life, this hideout could be sold for 2,000 years of lifespan. If he managed to sell it to the government, this, combined with the lifespan he already possessed, would be enough to extract all his gear, skills and levels into the real world. With a nervous expression, Captain Anyu accepted his proposal and assured him that she would immediately report it to her superiors. Then, she said there was something else and asked for his help. They had just received news that 7 gold-tier bosses had appeared together in Dark Moon Town, where many people had already died. Because of this, they were willing to offer 10 years of lifespan if Shadow intervened to eliminate them. Upon hearing this, our guy mentioned that 7 gold-tier bosses didn't seem like a big problem. He considered that even if they were grouped together, the official forces should be able to eliminate them with some time. Therefore, he deduced that if they had come asking for his help, there must be something particularly problematic about them. She began giving a thumbs-up gesture, impressed by his insight. She confirmed that he was right. She explained that they had managed to isolate and kill one of the 7 bosses, but it came back to life. And not only that, suddenly the stats of all 7 bosses skyrocketed, instantly annihilating her entire team. King Feng's eyes widened in surprise. He remembered the existence of group-type bosses that could resurrect. This led him to suspect that they might be puppets created by the Cursed Slate, one of the ancient god slates. If it really was an ancient god slate, then it was something he couldn't let go. He decided to go now and asked her to send him the coordinates. She wished him good luck. According to our guy, Anyu was quite genuine. The loot from 7 gold-tier bosses could be sold for 40 or 50 years of lifespan, and she had even offered him an additional 10 years as a reward. Honestly, this was very generous. Mounted on the ghost Night Wolf, King Feng began to move through the ruins, passing by a statue, and his eyes widened in surprise. Not far away, there was a group of players hitting a girl. It was Xiao Yu, King Feng's sister. With a smile, the woman gave her a strong slap on the face, accusing her of being a slut who tried to seduce the guild leader even though she had just joined. Xiao Yu, whose face was full of bruises, began to cry. With an angry gaze, the woman made it clear that this was a warning. She should stay away from the guild leader or she would destroy that pretty face. They continued beating up Xiao Yu. King Feng, who was watching from the top of a building, realized that Xiao Yu had gotten involved in internal drama after joining the Knight's Sanctuary. These insignificant power games were nothing new to him, but in his past life, he had always been the one to resolve them for her. He descended to the ground and asked her to simply enjoy life being alone. Xiao Yu began to cry, begging them to stop hitting her, as it hurt a lot and she thought she was going to die. The women did not stop and swore they would kill her, accusing her of being a damn slut. They didn't know how many men she had seduced. King Feng entered the statue, remembering that beneath the enormous statue in the center of Zhonghai City's ruins, there was a hidden chamber that allowed returning to the starter town. Information that very few people knew. In front of our boy, a magic circle appeared. He knew that teleportation wasn't free. The first trip cost 500 days of lifespan, the second 1,000 and the third 2,000, doubling with each use. Over time, the starter town would evolve into a higher level zone where minor monsters would transform into bosses and hidden treasures would appear. An example of this was the ancient god's slate on this occasion, an item he couldn't let slip away. The system asked if he wished to teleport back to the abandoned land of the gods, Dark Moon Town. King Feng remembered that Dark Moon Town was a town that appeared in later stages which he had never heard about in his previous life. Without hesitation, he chose to teleport. The system consumed 500 days of lifespan and King Feng was teleported to the Dark Moon Town. This town was full of elders chatting with each other. King Feng felt somewhat surprised, as he did not expect the place to be so lively and wondered why most of the people were elders. Not far away there were several players. One of them helped the elder woman to stand up. She felt relieved to have returned to the safe zone. The players reminded her that, as they promised, they had leveled her up to level 3. During this process, she had received 72 days of lifespan and now only needed to give them the tradable lifespan. The old woman got angry and refused, asking why they wanted money if they were supposed to be a charity organization that helped her level up. With a kind smile, one of them explained that they weren't asking her for money. When they partied before, part of the lifespan dropped by the monsters they defeated was shared with her. The other guy mentioned that she only needed to give them that portion, as had been agreed from the beginning. The old woman became even more furious, making it clear that she didn't know what damn agreement they were talking about. It seemed shameless to her that some young people had the nerve to ask an old lady like her for money. The players tried to calm her down, explaining that she was mistaken. They were helping her level up for free and only asked in return for the lifespan dropped by the monsters. They clarified that unless she formed a party with them, the lifespan would not be shared with her, and she would not gain the same experience. The old woman asked them not to touch her and began screaming for help, accusing people from the Mengsha River Guild of harassing her. Just then, someone grabbed her from behind and threw her to the ground, leaving both her and the players somewhat confused. It was King Feng. He grabbed her by the neck and with a murderous gaze, drew his dagger. Without hesitating for a second, our boy finished her off. Upon noticing this, the two players couldn't help but feel somewhat confused and went into shock. Lifespan orbs appeared on the ground. Our boy mentioned that her lifespan was on the ground and now they could take it for themselves. The players began to celebrate and wanted to know which expert had just intervened to help. King Feng said he was just doing a small favor. He turned his back on them and started walking away. The players picked up the lifespan. They were happy since they had obtained 72 days. And thanked our boy. For King Feng it was really inconvenient that fights were not allowed inside the town. He began thinking about the Mengsha River Guild, realizing that their origin was Dark Moon Town. He remembered that this guild was founded with a focus on charity work, helping the elderly survive in the abandoned land of the gods for free. Later, it gained official recognition and strong support. In terms of numbers alone, Mengsha River was considered the largest guild in Huaxia. King Feng's eyes began to shine. According to him, in this chaotic apocalypse it was precisely when more people like these were needed. It was night, and somewhere in the forest, someone was fighting against a monster made of mud. They were two mages. One of them asked her friend called Mother to use Lightning Strike. She obeyed and began to charge her magic staff. Not long after, a thunderbolt descended from the ground and struck the monster. The swordsman of the party decided to take advantage of this opportunity and cut the monster in half. Its corpse began to transform into orbs of lifespan. He felt relieved for having defeated the monster. The girl praised them, saying they were the best. The player named Mother mentioned that if they listened carefully to other people's tutorials, they could also defeat small monsters. They started walking through the forest and the boy asked Yanyan if her good friend Xiaoyu had really joined the Guild Knight's Sanctuary, since he had heard that it had very high membership fees. She nodded her head and added that she had invited Xiaoyu to join the Guild Mengsha River with them. With a sincere gaze, she explained that she had told her that Mengsha River was a charity guild, where many people like them who were not good at games helped each other, and there were even experienced players guiding them. but she didn't want to join. The other player remembered that Xiaoyu was already level 10, since she had been leveled up by people from Knight's Sanctuary. She added that she had heard that this guild's membership contract bound its members for 3 years. Once signed, they became their slaves during all that time. The boy knew that, even if they had raised her to level 10, they were only treating her as a tool, nothing more. According to the player, if one didn't have skills, the best thing was to kill small monsters in silence and slowly accumulate lifespan and experience. Just like they did, limiting themselves to killing small monsters, retreating to ask for help when encountering a boss. Yanyan let out a sigh. She knew that Xiaoyu believed herself special, since after all, she had a hidden class and, in that sense, was certainly stronger than them. At that moment, a rain of invisible arrows began to descend upon them. They didn't have time to react and the arrows pierced through the player's body, taking away 1200 HP points. The man's corpse transformed into lifespan. Yanyan panicked since this man was her father, and her mother couldn't help but cry. The archer who had shot the arrows couldn't help but smile, as he had eliminated him instantly with a single skill. The masked men asked him to stop talking nonsense, claiming that it was impossible for the Mengsha River Guild to have experts, since they were just trash. They wondered what kind of player with skill would want to carry those elders, insisting that they were all scum. They approached Yanyan and her mother. With a smile, the archer asked them to hand over all the lifespan they were carrying. Yanyan could not help feeling afraid. She knew that the authorities had officially forbidden killing people in-game and remembered that the attackers were risking becoming wanted criminals. The archer began to point at her with his finger and a smile, making it clear he didn't give a damn about the authorities. He decided to stop chatting and gave them 3 seconds to hand over the lifespan. The player named Mother obeyed. Yanyan, however, stood firm, telling her mother not to even think about it. She asked her to quickly ask for help on the guild channel while she held them off. Upon seeing this, the archer gave the order to his men to attack. They had to kill the older one and keep the young one alive for fun. The masked men rushed at her, but just at that moment, a wolf appeared and bit them. Yanyan felt somewhat confused as she didn't know what was happening. The archer's eyes filled with confusion. Just before he could take another breath, someone attacked quickly, cutting off his head. It was none other than King Feng. While the wolf was devouring his subordinates, our boy began to observe the archer's head in silence. He soon realized that he was Shadow. The archer and his subordinates respawned back in the town. He was furious, and his men too. They wondered if the cause was the killer status, but even with it, there was no way that their lifespan could be completely drained. They were in shock, not understanding how all their lifespan had disappeared and why such a large amount had dropped, ready to be traded. They started running toward the forest, knowing that if this continued, they were going to die. They had to kill monsters quickly to get some lifespan. At that moment, a strange energy appeared and not long after, a sword made of energy descended upon them. The energy made them unable to move. Someone approached them. They knew they had finally been caught for having been wandering around and attacking other players. They were 2 priests. The man who was holding the skill book revealed that they were official bounty hunters and that, according to the law, they were going to arrest them, for which he asked them to provide their real-world information. The other man began staring at them with a serious gaze and made it clear that if they resisted, they would immediately end their lifespan. Back in the forest, flowers began to emerge from the archer's corpse. Yanyan felt happy and thanked our boy, knowing that without his help, she and her mother would have been doomed. King Feng started looking down at the ground. He did not expect Chuyen to be so good. Kind-hearted and brave, she was completely different from Qin Xiaoyu. He didn't know how they had become best friends, but fortunately, they had taken separate paths. King Feng disappeared without a trace, and upon noticing it, Yanyan and her mother felt somewhat confused. Yanyan picked up the lifespan orb and her eyes filled with confusion since she didn't know if it was her father's lifespan. The mother was somewhat confused since she didn't know where the others were. She asked her daughter how Shadow had suddenly disappeared. Yanyan said that she didn't know. The only thing she knew was that he was the #1 shadow boss in the world. Somewhere else in the forest, there was another group of players. They remembered that Captain and Yu had said that Shadow would arrive in a few minutes, but almost half an hour had already passed and they wondered what he was doing. With a curious expression, one of them asked the other if Shadow could defeat the bosses that were inside. The other player said he doubted it, since, after all, these bosses could revive. He found it incredible that he had dared to accept the mission, considering they were bosses that revived infinitely. Our boy, who was invisible, passed between them. King Feng began to move away from them. He was aware that the ancient god slate added 1 positive and 1 negative affix to equipment. With luck, these affixes could even alter class traits. Some had even seen the 7th player in the world ranking summon the ghost of an ancient god using 7 of these slates to destroy a legendary level boss. Sometimes, these bosses were invisible with extremely high stealth levels, so players passing nearby were eliminated without even knowing what had hit them. The group-type bosses created by the ancient god slate contained unique mechanics, and each possessed different skills. King Feng saw several monsters with eyes shining with malice standing. Sometimes, these bosses were invisible, with extremely high stealth levels, and players were eliminated without even realizing what had happened. Other times, the real boss was actually a summoner-type sorcerer, hidden somewhere nearby. In these cases, the boss that players faced simply respawned endlessly. According to current information, once killed, the bosses would revive, and each time, all of them would gain a stackable Berserk attribute. Official sources said that killing even just one triggered resurrection and Berserk state. But what if they were all killed at the same time? Would they still revive? It was something worth trying. King Feng decided first to equip the follower's pendant and use a devout follower to make a test. Our boy summoned a devout follower. It started to charge towards the bosses and attacked, taking more than 1400 points of HP from them. The eyes of one of the bosses began to shine with rage. It turned around and not long after, the body of the devout follower exploded. The bosses didn't even pay attention to the poor devout follower. King Feng's eyes widened with seriousness, realizing that all of them were level 10. They had no damage reflection and their stats were only about twice as strong as those of regular golden tier bosses. He used Shadow Ring Blade. A strange red energy began to spread throughout the area. Then, King Feng used the poison darts, which embedded themselves in the throats of the bosses. The corpses of the bosses began to disappear. Our boy felt somewhat confused upon seeing that they hadn't dropped loot. At that moment, the bosses began to merge into a much more powerful monster. It was gigantic. The boss began to charge toward King Feng. He went on alert, knowing that eliminating them simultaneously had been the right move and that now they had entered the next phase. Then, he noticed the symbols covering this giant boss's body. The boss attacked, but our guy dodged the attack. He immediately recognized the symbols on its body as ancient god script. By deciphering the individual words, disaster, sky, ancient, Tuo, Wu, god, sea, and reorganizing them, he translated them to reveal the true name of the boss, Uthos, the calamity ancient god. As little by little the boss was getting closer, King Feng became confused because he didn't know how to proceed. Then he wondered if he should attack different parts of the boss in order of the characters. After all, it wasn't for nothing that he had invested a great amount of personnel and resources studying ancient god script to overcome the ancient god ruins. King Feng slipped and attacked the symbol that the boss had on its leg, then attacked the symbol on the arm and then the one on the chest. Poison began to emerge from the body of the boss. It opened its mouth and began to roar in agony. Its body began to fall apart and fell into the water. Our boy became alert, not knowing what was happening. Then, coffins emerged from the water and the boss began to float and change shape. Its body began to mutate, and not long after, several monsters began to emerge from its body and roar. King Feng noticed that the embossed inscriptions on the coffins matched one by one with the monsters. Apparently, at this stage, he needed to kill them near their respective coffins. He could already see the ancient god's slate. This seemed like its final phase. The monsters began to charge toward our boy. He stood firm and his eyes began to shine with determination. Crows began to fly over the area where our boy was fighting against the ancient god's slate. The attention of all nearby players focused on them. They felt somewhat confused and curious, as they didn't know if what they were sensing was an earthquake or if the movement in the valley meant that the boss was going berserk. Because of this, they decided to go take a look. With a curious look, the mage of the team asked where the hell Shadow was. According to her friend, there was no way he could defeat this boss, so he probably wouldn't come at all. The eyes of the swordsman of the party widened in surprise, asking his friends to come take a look. The place was empty. There was no trace of either King Feng or the boss, leaving the players in shock. They began to walk around the place and noticed that the ground was cracking, wondering if the earthquake had just killed the boss or what was happening. Captain Anyu communicated with them and asked them to retreat, since Shadow had already taken care of the boss. The eyes of the players filled with surprise and confusion. They could not believe that Shadow had defeated the boss alone. The coffins were empty and the chains were broken. They remembered that just a moment ago they still doubted that Shadow could defeat those 7 bosses. Now, barely 10 minutes later, all of them had disappeared without them noticing the arrival of King Feng. They wondered how he had done it, especially because the bosses were supposed to respawn. It was then that they began to understand their leader's decisions. Meanwhile, under the moonlight was walking King Feng with a slate in his hand. According to him, this time's haul hadn't been bad at all. His eyes began to shine with joy. He had leveled up to level 14. Thanks to the 7 bosses and the use of Greedy Hand, he had gained a total of 294 evolution points. Most importantly, however, was that he had obtained this ancient god slate. Given its mechanics, the authorities wouldn't decipher it in less than a month, and the losses would be catastrophic. He spent 210 evolution points, leaving him with 115. His skill Shadow Flash / evolved from epic to legendary. The improvements were substantial. The blink range increased to 40 meters. Stealth duration to 15 seconds and cooldown was reduced to 8.8 seconds. The skill now inflicted 9 slashes in a wider area of 6 meters, and each hit added 700 attack power. However, the most impactful change was a completely new effect. Each slash now granted him a shield equal to 100% of his maximum HP, stackable up to 9 times and lasting for 60 seconds. Our boy was confident and couldn't help but feel cheerful, since from now on, if the 9 slashes of Shadow Flash / hit, his effective HP would become 10 times greater. His margin for error had just skyrocketed. He turned invisible and began to walk through the area, knowing that, at his current leveling pace, he would reach level 15 in another 5 hours. Then, it would be time to head toward Magic City. Several hours later, our boy arrived at the ruins, where the women were still beating up Xiao Yu. They were willing to beat her to death. King Feng was somewhat surprised to see that they were still fighting. These women were quite ruthless. The white-haired woman began to stretch her arms to rest a little. She was exhausted and complained that her back and waist hurt. The friend was somewhat furious, as her hand was swollen from so much hitting, and she complained that her hands were practically smoking from the fight. They spat on Xiao Yu and decided that it was enough for today. This beating should serve as a lesson. Xiao Yu, whose body was full of bruises and wounds, began to sit up. She couldn't help but cry. According to her, everything was King Feng's fault. She had told him to cut ties and he had really ignored her, not understanding that when girls say something, they often mean the opposite. Using the magic staff, she stood up. Fortunately, she had signed a contract with the Knight's Sanctuary, so she wouldn't have to worry about her survival for the next 3 years. Although she had to give up 50% of her lifespan, she would still have some left for herself, ensuring that she would grow faster than Chu Yan and the others. She used the skill Holy Healing, which allowed her to restore all of the target's life. She was certain that once she became stronger, she would make sure that all those who had looked down on her wouldn't get away with it so easily. Neither King Feng nor those crazy women were going to escape. To everyone's surprise, the spell began healing King Feng, who was invisible. Poor Xiao Yu fell to her knees on the ground, thinking that she had failed casting again and wondering, puzzled, where the healing had gone. At the same time, in the Magic City ruins, several players were facing a boss made of rock. The boss attacked, but the party's tank blocked the attack using his shield. Not far away there were 3 players hiding and watching the fight. Among them was also Qiang Shishi. According to her, Daxia's men were really weak since they had sent 18 people for a single boss and were too afraid to fight. Her friend winked at her and asked her not to say that, since they were working hard for their benefit, so they should be grateful to them. She blew him a kiss and, laughingly, mentioned that he was very polite, but those pigs from Daxia had such low damage that it took them too long to defeat a miserable gold-tier boss. The players continued attacking and the boss's HP bar had already dropped to less than half. With an excited smile, the team's mage encouraged everyone to give it their all, as it only had a little life left, and they needed to keep going for the final blow. At that moment, a spear pierced through his chest, killing him instantly and turning his body into lifespan. The one who killed him was King Shishi's subordinate. With a smile, he thanked him for his hard work and for the offerings of weaklings. Noticing this, the players panicked upon realizing they were facing the Spade Gang, a band of thieves made up of mysterious women from Daxia and foreigners. They couldn't understand how such beasts could exist, capable of guiding outsiders to massacre their own people. They began to charge at them, and the leader asked his men not to be afraid and to attack all together, since they were only a few people. Noticing that they were trying to resist, Qiang Shishi promised to massacre all the pigs of Daxia and warned them to prepare to die. Her subordinate drew his double hammers and used the skill called Thunderous Tremor, creating a small earthquake which caused the players to become trapped in the ground. She drew her daggers, moved like thunder, and in the blink of an eye, killed the players. She couldn't help but mock them. As for her, Daxia's men really were just a bunch of useless fools. Her eyes began to shine with malice, realizing that Daxia's authorities had already reported their information. However, this was useless, as in her view, all of Daxia was nothing more than a garbage dump full of filth. Her friend mentioned that they were just ordinary players, so there was no way they could compete against them, being backed by capital. While the corpses were transforming into lifespan orbs, she explained that although their true identities had not been exposed, for safety, they should leave Daxia as soon as possible and head to North America. She began looking at the ground and decided that then they would form a guild dedicated to hunting the Daxia pigs. The black man thought this was a good idea, but the other man questioned what name they would give to the guild. She began to show her dagger and decided to call their guild Alice. She fell to the ground and began imagining herself surrounded by black men. She decided that it was enough for today. It was time to disconnect and celebrate the founding of Guild Alice with a big party. With a smile, Captain Anu began to wave at our boy and proposed to discuss together the prices of the hideout, informing him that they had already arrived. King Feng asked how much, and she mentioned that 1,500. According to our boy, this was too low. Captain Anu admitted that she knew that 1,500 was too low, so she had fiercely debated and managed to get the big boss to raise the price to 2,000. King Feng agreed to make the deal for the statue in the center of the ruins. He knew that Anu was smart, even so she tried to offer him a low price. A while later, our boy arrived at the statue and saw Captain Anu along with several knights. She blushed and with a smile mentioned that she had too much lifespan on her, so the high command didn't feel safe and had organized a military escort for her. King Feng's eyes began to shine seriously. He knew this was nothing, since the authorities still didn't know his true strength and those guys only knew one or two moves. King Feng handed over the key, and the system informed him that the transaction had been successful. He had lost the church sanctuary hideout key, and in exchange had gained 2,000 years of tradable lifespan. After making the deal, King Feng decided to leave, and Captain Anu said goodbye to him. The knights were somewhat confused upon noticing that she was willing to pay 2,000 years of lifespan just for this. She clarified to them that they didn't understand. This was a hideout that could house hundreds, even thousands of people, and no one but Shadow would be generous enough to give it up. The timely gift of lifespan from Anu was perfect. This meant that he could fully equip himself before heading to Magic City. King Feng immediately invested the tradable lifespan he had obtained. He consumed 71.2 years to reach level 15. Then, he acquired a series of new skills, the Mythic Level 1, Blessed Liberation, for 161.7 years. The Legendary 1, Assassin's Instinct, for 71.12 years. And 3 epic level 1s, Shadow Ring Blade, Silent Concealment, and Darkest Hour, for 36.35, 23.71 and 34.65 years respectively. Finally, he spent 113.89 years on the item Mount Bell. Except for the equipment, everything else, skills and level, had been completely synchronized. His strength in the real world was now almost the same as in the game. The system alerted him that his hunger level had reached 90%. He hadn't eaten in a long time, so he decided to disconnect to take care of his hunger first. King Feng disconnected from the game and woke up in a cage at the Hoi Lun Hotel. The men noticed that our boy was awake. They drew their weapons, asking him to hand over the lifespan he carried or he would end up like the others in this motel. One of them mocked, celebrating that the apocalypse was great because it meant he could kill whoever he wanted. King Feng began to look at them with a penetrating gaze. Seeing this, one of the men furiously demanded that he hurry up and hand over his lifespan. The other man begged his boss to let him tear him apart. The man carrying the bat thought that King Feng was so scared that he had become paralyzed, and decided it was better to simply kill him. Just before they could take another breath, a strange energy began to spread through the air. Our boy used the skill Shadow Ring Blade and not long after, the whole hotel started collapsing into pieces. King Feng took a pack of instant noodles, realizing that the more power he drew into the real world, the more energy his body needed. At his current strength level, ordinary food simply was no longer enough. Our boy started eating the instant noodles, knowing that once he dealt with Qiang Shishi and her guild called Alice, he would need to find a way to obtain the Divine Gifted Book. Riding on his wolf, King Feng set off. He knew that she was incredibly cunning, much harder to track than Song Fei. However, he could use the mission Kill King Feng that he had previously accepted as bait to lure her. Hungry, he headed toward Magic City, intending to find something to eat along the way. At the same time in Magic City, Qiang Shishi was throwing a big party. According to her, her men were amazing. She hugged the two black men and mentioned that for her, the feeling of falling asleep and entering the game after their epic and exciting battle was simply incredible. The men praised her, declaring that her skills were absolutely unmatched. Amid laughter, they called her a crazy hot chicken. One of her subordinates informed her that Shadow had just sent a message. Qin Feng was already dead. He told her to meet in Magic City in the real world. He would bring her Qin Feng's head and then collect the final payment. She knew that meeting with Shadow in real life was too risky. She mentioned that it wasn't necessary to meet in person and simply asked him to send a photo. Her subordinate explained that Shadow didn't use a phone because he was afraid of being tracked by the authorities. She couldn't help but smile upon noticing that Shadow was also hostile toward the authorities. Lately, their persecution had become more intense, and if they could take advantage of the opportunity to lure Shadow into Alice, the Daxia pigs would no longer be a threat. Because of this, she decided to stage a small play to test the waters and see which side Shadow was really on. She decided that she wanted to meet with Shadow first in the game, and sent him the coordinates. She went to the ruins and called Skywalker. She addressed him with affectionate words, asking if he was there and expressing that she missed him. Then, she asked him for a favor, mentioning that she needed his help with a living one. King Feng was sitting and meditating. He was using silent concealment, a skill that allowed him to enter stealth permanently while remaining completely motionless. Noticing that she wanted to meet in the game, King Feng thought that Qiang Shishi was really clever. These coordinates, Spectre Academy, were not far from him. He logged into the game and decided to see what kind of tricks she had up her sleeve. A few hours later, King Feng went to the Magic City ruins, Spectre Academy. King Feng, still using invisibility, got off his mount. At that moment, some government agents appeared in front of King Shishi. They announced that the authorities had located her Spade Gang, identified her as Spade A, and advised her to surrender immediately and stop resisting. Otherwise, they would be forced to take military action. With a smile, she asked Tian Xingjian to go back and tell his men from Daxia to remember this well. They were no longer the Spade Gang, now they were the Alice Guild. Showing off her melons, she made it clear that they, the Alice Guild, specialized in killing Xiaoguo's men. Tian Xingjian and his men couldn't help but blush. Furious, they cursed Spade A, promising that Great Zia's officers would bring her to justice, calling her audacity shameless. With an expression full of excitement, she provoked the Daxia pigs to face her. She hinted that if they performed well in this show, she might become even bolder with them that night. King Feng was watching everything. Tian Xingjian clenched his fist upon noticing that she was as stubborn as ever and swore to arrest her. King Feng remembered that he was Chu Haonan, with the code name Tian Xingjian. He was a well-known informant who had provided intelligence to the Alice Guild, and who had only fallen in the 7th year since the start of the game. He found it interesting that Qiang Shishi and Qiu Haonan were conspiring so early. He understood that both had orchestrated all this to test him. If he intervened to help Qiang Shishi, he would become an enemy of the authorities. If he didn't, Qiang Shishi probably wouldn't meet Shadow in the real world. Our boy jumped and began descending from the sky. He used the skill Shadow Ring Blade and decided that this was the moment to show his sincerity. A strange red aura enveloped Tian Xingjian and his men, slowly taking away their HP. The system confirmed that he had slain Tian Xingjian and his men. Qiang Shishi and the others were somewhat confused. Once the corpses transformed into lifespan, King Feng appeared in front of them and introduced himself as Shadow. King Feng approached her and greeted her, introducing himself as Shadow. Qiang Shishi's eyes widened with love, and she couldn't help but feel excited and blush. To her, he was just too cool. She simply adored this kind of powerful man. She began to cry. According to her, it was a shame that Shadow was a pig from Daxia. She couldn't understand why such a powerful man had to be from Daxia and cursed the nation because she felt they didn't deserve him. Her subordinates were surprised to notice that King Feng had dealt more than 40,000 damage. They acknowledged that this was the power of the #1 in the world and quickly greeted him. Our boy moved like thunder, killing the two men in an instant and causing their corpses to transform into orbs of lifespan. With a cold expression, he made up an excuse, saying that he didn't understand what they were saying, but assumed that they were definitely insulting him. Qiang Shishi was in shock. She clarified that they weren't insulting him, but simply greeting him. King Feng played dumb and offered an apology, recommending that to avoid future misunderstandings, it was better to speak the Daxia language in this place. Our boy decided it was time to begin the exchange, but before that, he ordered her to put on clothes. With a smile, she covered her melons and asked about King Feng's head. Deep down, she thought Shadow was a weirdo, but she really liked him. Shadow revealed that he had King Feng's head with him. He explained that he couldn't bring it into the game, but he could show it to her in real life if she was willing. Kyung Shishi opened the system window and with a confident expression decided to believe him. She had already witnessed Shadow's strength and believed he wouldn't lie to her. Shadow obtained 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. Our boy decided it was time to leave, but she asked him to wait. With a smile, she proposed a long-term collaboration, arguing that he had the skills and she had the money. She informed him that she had a new assassination target and, if he was interested, invited him to her house that very night. Sticking out her tongue and blushing like a tomato, she promised that she would fulfill anything he needed. Our boy became somewhat curious and asked who the assassination target was and what the payment would be. As she was logging off from the game, she suggested they meet in person to talk. She assured him that the payment would be several times more generous than this time and that she would wait for him that night at Magic City's port. King Feng became serious, wondering if her place at the port could be her yacht. At the same time, not far from the statue, Tian Xingjian and his men respond. He was furious, cursing Shadow, as he knew that he would definitely betray the authorities. However, for him this was a success. Kyung Shishi had managed to ally with Shadow. He realized that the idiots in Zhonghai City should be held responsible for their constant conflict with Shadow. Next, he ordered Lin Qingyu to guide everyone to collect their lifespan first, as there might be action soon. Lin Qingyao, a woman with white hair, nodded her head. Her nickname in the game was Late Night Drizzle. She considered the possibility that Shadow really had allied with Spade. If this were true, they needed to find a way to eliminate Shadow, even if it meant death. She began to gaze at her hand and sank into her thoughts. She was aware that the gap between Shadow and herself was really big. She hadn't even managed to see his silhouette before everything ended. A few hours later, in the middle of the night, a hooded man arrived at Kyung Shishi's yacht. He introduced himself as Shadow and mentioned that he had come to find Spade. Upon noticing that Shadow had arrived, the guards recognized him. They informed him that they had been waiting for him and were ready to set sail, inviting him to come aboard. Shadow remained silent. It was nighttime and the yacht was sailing in the middle of the sea, far from the cities. While Shadow was distracted, Kyung Shishi appeared with a glass of wine. She wore an elegant red dress and offered him a glass, commenting that they were finally meeting. She didn't expect him to be so mysterious even in real life. Shadow got straight to the point and asked her who she wanted to kill. She approached Shadow and with a mischievous smile told him there was no fun in getting straight to the point. She suggested that with such a beautiful night and such pleasant company, they should leave boring matters for later. Instead, she invited him to have a drink and toast to the lovely evening they were spending together. Shadow took the glass of wine and without hesitating for even a second, took a sip. Kyung Shishi couldn't help but feel cheerful, and not long after, Shadow sat on the sofa. Kyung Shishi sat next to him and grabbed his arm, smiling as she questioned whether he was already feeling the effects, revealing that the drink contained her special secret recipe. She began to get aroused and revealed that anyone who drank would obediently follow her orders. She thought with euphoria that, just as she had imagined, even Shadow was just a man after all. However, her excitement turned into astonishment upon witnessing such a powerful reaction. Drooling, she sat in front of Shadow and asked him not to be nervous, to relax and enjoy. She explained her plan. When they both reached the highest wave, she would lift her hood so she could clearly see his face, as she was sure he must be incredibly handsome. However, for now, she wanted to keep the mystery. She began having fun with Shadow, completely amazed that Daxia had such a magnificent man. This made her understand why he was Shadow. A burning heat overwhelmed her as she marveled at the incredible experience. Feeling how a scorching heat consumed her, she urged him to continue, shouting that she was ready and for him to come out until finally reaching climax. At that moment, something strange happened and green flames emerged from Shadow's body, burning Kyung Shishi. She went into shock, feeling a scorching heat as she wondered if this was fire. Someone appeared next to her and grabbed the protective crystal pendant that she wore around her neck. They did not expect her to have such a good item that had saved her life. It was the protective crystal pendant of gold tier, universal accessory, whose unique effect granted the wearer a shield layer of damage immunity every 300 seconds. It was none other than Qin Feng, with his body emitting a suffocating aura and a penetrating gaze. He began to stare at her. Kyung Shishi was in shock. She wondered why he was here, since she remembered that Shadow had killed him. Our boy decided to reveal the truth. There was only one reason. He was Shadow. She moved away from the supposed shadow who was sitting on the couch, and her eyes widened in fear. The hooded man was none other than a devout follower that our boy had summoned so that it would pretend to be him. It was very happy since it had had a lot of fun with Qiang Shishi. The formerly arrogant Qiang Shishi now knelt before King Feng. Banging her head against the ground, she begged him to spare her life, admitting that she was wrong. She offered him all of her lifespan and pledged to be his slave, telling him he could do with her whatever he wanted. King Feng asked about the 5 foreigners who were with her. With her eyes full of tears, she began to bark like a little dog, asking her daddy if he would let her go in exchange for the information. Just before she could finish the sentence, King Feng broke her neck, and while she writhed in pain, he grabbed her phone, realizing that the 5 guys were not on the yacht. King Feng obtained 659 years of tradable lifespan. He wanted to catch them all at once, which was a shame. He decided that the first thing would be to use Qiang Shishi's phone to call the authorities. Not far from Qiang Shishi's luxurious yacht, police boats began speeding toward it. A large-scale murder case had been reported on the yacht, where one of the victims was the heiress of the president of Qian Group. According to the informant, the skills used by the killer closely matched those of Shadow from the game, making their identity almost certain. The investigation team was immediately dispatched to the crime scene. On the boats was also Tian Xingjian. He knew that Shadow lacked all law. He considered that such a gratuitous murder was a direct provocation against the laws of his country. Once on the boat, he would use search skills on the corpses, and as soon as Shadow's location was confirmed, they would open fire with full force to ensure that the target was eliminated. He would definitely avenge his Shishi. The police boats surrounded the yacht in a matter of seconds. They began to investigate Qiang Shishi's corpse. The preliminary autopsy showed that the cause of death was a fracture of the cervical spine. Unidentified DNA samples were found in her mouth, along with burn marks. Tian Xingjin cursed Shadow, for he not only killed, but also insulted the dead. He touched her corpse and used the skill called Last Words of the Deceased. By touching the body, the skill allowed him to obtain the location of the killer for 5 minutes. He, Tian Xingjian Qiu Haonan, swore that he would make sure that the culprit was brought to justice. His eyes widened in surprise. He went on alert, drew his pistol, and warned his men to be careful, since Shadow was right there. He began to order an all-out attack towards 6 o'clock. Just before he could turn around, a powerful venom dart pierced his head, leaving the others in shock. His corpse fell next to Qiang Shishi's. Lin Qingyu did not lose her composure. With an expression full of determination, she summoned a group shield and began shooting, accusing Shadow of having killed the investigator, and asking him if with that he was trying to become an enemy of the authorities. King Feng asked them not to be nervous. He explained that the reason he had killed Qiu Haonan was because he was a traitor who leaked official information to Qiang Shishi in exchange for benefits. As for the evidence, he indicated that it should be on his phone. They were free to investigate thoroughly. One of the police officers turned on Qiu Haonan's phone and informed Captain Lin that, indeed, they had found communication records between Captain Qiu and Qiang Shishi on their phones. It was then revealed that Qian Shishi was the player known in the game as Black Ace. Captain Lin Qingyu did not believe it and decided to see it for herself. She grabbed the phone, but the officer panicked, asking her to wait a moment. She felt confused and wondered what this was that she wasn't allowed to see. Her eyes widened in surprise when she saw a photograph of Qiu Haonan and Qiang Shishi kissing. She couldn't help but blush like a tomato when she opened the photo gallery and saw all the private photographs of Qiu Haonan and Qiang Shishi. The police officer got nervous, saying that he had already warned her. She realized that Shadow's words were all true. She finally understood. The last time Shadow had killed them in the game, it had only been a show for Qiang Shishi to see. Shadow had gained Qiang Shishi's trust in order to later find her and take care of her in real life. Afterwards, he informed the authorities, luring and killing Qiu Haonan. With one move, he had helped the officers solve 2 big problems. The police officer asked her why she kept staring at the photos so intently. She realized how terrifying Shadow was. She understood that, if he were hostile to the authorities, the consequences would be unimaginable. She remembered that just a few moments ago she had shot him. Although he probably wouldn't care or hold a grudge, she was worried that this could cause problems between him and the authorities. With a grateful expression, she thanked him for his help and apologized for having shot him earlier. Without hesitating for even a second, she shot herself in her own leg, causing the police officers to panic, but she asked them not to worry. With eyes full of tears, she told Shadow that she had returned the favor and asked him to please continue cooperating with the authorities. One of the police officers decided to help her stand up and told her there was no need to be so cautious. She mentioned that they didn't know Shadow's personality and that, in any case, it was better to be safe than sorry. King Feng was using his invisibility skill and observing everything. He recognized late-night Drizzle, whose real name was Lin Qingyu. She had shot herself to avoid becoming his enemy. This was what one would expect from the future leading figure of Magic City's official forces. At the same time, in the game, not far from the ruins, several monsters appeared. The player carrying the shield began fighting them and asked Xiao Yu to heal him. She raised her friendly staff and activated a healing skill, but she was so clumsy that she healed one of the monsters instead of her own ally. The monster bit the player, and he, in shock upon seeing that she had healed the wrong target again, called her as useless as always. Her skill began to heal the monster, while the other devoured her friend. Not long after, both were eliminated. Both respawned again, and with tears in her eyes, Xiao Yu wondered how it had happened since she hadn't seen anyone. She concluded it must have been Shadow and questioned whether the reason he always attacked her was because he had discovered that she wanted to avenge brother Song Fei. He gave her a hard blow to the head, calling her an idiot and asking why Shadow would waste time attacking her. He explained that they had been annihilated by the Platinum Boss, Headless Assassin, Shero, and questioned whether she had even noticed the system notifications. Xiao Yu now had a bump on her head. With a furious expression, the man revealed that the boss had been provoked by her misdirected healing skill. Then he swore that if the guild leader assigned her to his group again, he would kill himself on the spot. At that moment, the boss descended near them, causing the man to panic. While a strange aura was emerging from its body, the man turned his back on Xiao Yu and began to flee from the place, realizing that the boss had followed them. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in fear, realizing this was not good. It was night and somewhere in the city there was a mansion. Someone threw a plate with fruits to the floor. It was a red-haired woman, who was on a call. She was furious. She declared the officers on the other side of the line useless. This was a golden opportunity to kill Shadow and they were simply giving up. She didn't care about their excuses. Shadow had massacred her entire Dongfang clan and their blood could not be spilled in vain. After having been infiltrated in the government for years, they had proven completely useless at the critical moment. She demanded that, no matter what it cost, they make Shadow pay for what he had done. Behind her there was a boy holding a whip. She reminded him that Shadow had killed his father-in-law, asking him why he was hesitating. Behind the boy was a wounded woman, with eyes shining with evil and confidence. The boy revealed to his mother that he had a plan to kill Shadow. The mother felt curious and asked her son Nantian what his plan was, reminding him that the godforsaken game was only accessible to adults over 18 years old, and that he still could not enter. Nantian's eyes began to shine with confidence as he explained to his mother that, although he could not enter the game, he could still use his brain. Since Shadow liked killing people, his plan was to send some people to provoke him and lure him into his father's fireworks factory. They would prepare everything in advance and, when Shadow appeared to kill them, they would detonate the entire factory. In this way, tens of thousands of fireworks would become his funeral pyre, allowing the whole world to witness his death. And even if the plan failed, there would be no way for Shadow to trace it back to them. A smile spread across the mother's face, realizing that they hadn't done a bad job creating him. Then, turning to Chu, she snapped that even her son was more useful than him. Chu did not object and mentioned that the matter should be kept secret. The official stance toward Shadow still focused on winning him over. And besides, his older and second brothers would not support them doing this. Upon hearing this, the mother hung up the call and decided she would take care of it herself. She approached her son, began observing the tied-up woman, and asked her son why he kept refusing to hand over his lifespan. Nantian apologized, started touching his cheek and while blushing admitted that he had lost control for a moment and had accidentally killed her. At the same time in the godforsaken game, more precisely in the ruins of Magic City, the boss that had chased Xiao Yu and her friend attacked quickly, and just before they could escape from the place, it moved like thunder, cutting them into pieces, killing them instantly. Xiao Yu was in shock. She couldn't believe how fast this boss was. Not long after, their bodies transformed into orbs of lifespan. The players who were nearby reacted immediately, pointing out how the players had suddenly died. They realized that someone invisible had killed them instantly, and came to the conclusion that it had to be Shadow. Just before they could take another breath, the boss attacked again, killing them and turning their bodies into orbs of lifespan. Noticing this, the remaining players began to flee from the place, thinking that Shadow had gone crazy and was massacring innocents everywhere. At the same time, King Feng was standing over the sea, whistling and enjoying the views. He was far from town and thought this was a good place to extract the hideout. The system asked our boy if he wished to consume 1,315.2 years of lifespan to extract the soul-cleansing land, hideout, into reality. This hideout was an underground structure and King Feng had to mark the location on the map. Finally, before proceeding, it warned him that all materials overlapping with the hideout would be obliterated and asked him to confirm the action. King Feng began looking toward the bottom of the sea and confirmed, not long after, a magic circle appeared in the water. The sea split in half and the soul-cleansing land was successfully extracted into reality. With a serene expression, King Feng decided that now was the time to go search for the divine book. Our boy logged into the game and Wang Meng informed him that someone had reported him for killing players indiscriminately. However, Wang Meng knew it wasn't him since he hadn't been online. Upon investigating, he discovered it was a platinum-tier boss attacking players named Headless Assassin Xiaoluo. Her stealth level was extremely high, no one could see her. Because of this, Wang Meng asked if he could take care of the situation. In the ruins of Magic City, the boss was massacring all the players in the area, leaving only lifespan orbs. Onquin, who was hiding behind the rubble, couldn't help but feel fear, wondering what kind of divine boss she was, since not even his level 3 anti-stealth could detect her. Last time, the Iron Saintess had been overshadowed by Shadow, and he was very upset. With a confident smile, he revealed that the only problem was that he couldn't see the boss. Otherwise, he could have contained her by himself. He claimed that even if Shadow appeared, he would be powerless against this headless assassin, Xiaoluo. Yanyan panicked and asked Anquan to lower his voice so as not to attract the boss. Then she suggested heading first to higher ground since the view would be better from there. Anquan began to move stealthily, but in the process he stepped on a banana peel lying on the ground. Poor Anquan slipped and fell to the ground, not knowing who had thrown that banana peel. But just before he could finish speaking, the boss moved like thunder, cutting Yanyan and the subordinate in half. The bodies of Yanyan and the others transformed into orbs of lifespan. Anquan was the only one who had not been eliminated thanks to slipping on the banana peel. He was in shock upon noticing that the boss had killed all her subordinates. Without losing a second, he grabbed an orb of lifespan, and when he turned around, he saw the boss. She raised her arm and prepared to eliminate Anquan. Far from feeling fear, he challenged her, shouting that he wasn't afraid of her. While the boss was preparing the attack, Anquan rolled, only to panic upon realizing that he had rolled too early. Without losing a second, Anquan continued rolling without stopping. His eyes widened in confusion, wondering what she was waiting for and why she wasn't attacking him already. He started rolling non-stop around the boss, and in the process got dizzy since he had rolled to the limit. Anquan stopped rolling and couldn't help but feel somewhat confused upon noticing that the boss was disappearing. He was so dizzy that he could barely see clearly. After charging the attack, she used the technique anti-stealth strike and attacked the dizzy Anquan, who didn't have time to roll again and received the attack directly. In an instant his body transformed into lifespan. While the boss was distracted, Shadow began to emerge. Out of nowhere, King Feng appeared above her and using his skill true anti-stealth strike forcefully stabbed his dagger into her back, dealing more than 28,000 points of damage and killing her instantly. He was so fast that she didn't even have time to turn around or feel his presence. He couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised upon noticing that this boss's name was Xiaolu. A few minutes before King Feng appeared, all the members of the guild who were in the city ruins began to point at poor Xiaolu, blaming her for having miscast a spell that activated the headless boss. They claimed that the boss had noticed her and followed her to the respawn point. Xiaoyu's eyes were full of tears and sadness. She explained that it hadn't been her intention. Two of the players were furious and told the guild leader that their teams wouldn't dare accept someone like her, as they would die without even knowing how it happened. The guild leader asked his men to lower their voices, asking them if they weren't afraid of attracting the boss. With a serious gaze, the guild leader realized that Xiaoyu was not made for combat. Because of this, he informed her that from now on she would be in charge of gathering information about hideouts. He offered her a reward of 3 years of lifespan if she found a gold tier hideout, and 10 years if she found a platinum tier one. He remembered that at the time, upon seeing that she had a hidden class, they had thought they struck gold. Pointing at Xiaoyu, the guild leader decided that from now on he would give her 1 year of lifespan each day, since her constant deaths were a great waste. A system window appeared informing Xiaoyu that she had received 2 days of tradable lifespan. Her remaining tradable lifespan was now 2 days, 13 hours and 32 minutes. With a grateful expression, she thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Upon noticing this, the other girls in the guild couldn't help but feel furious. They were convinced that Xiao Yu had been lucky and that all of this had been her plan from the beginning to be able to see the guild leader every day. Cursing little Xiao Yu, they declared that they would do the same. At that moment, Lifespan began to emerge from the area, and someone noticed that the boss was named Xiaolu. Upon hearing this, the guild leader and his men couldn't help but feel somewhat curious and confused. Not long after, the corpse of the boss appeared lying on the ground, and then King Feng appeared and began staring silently at the guild leader. The eyes of the leader and his eyes widened in surprise, and their jaws dropped in shock. Without hesitating for a single second, with a furious expression, he gave one of his own men a strong blow to the head. At that moment, a strange energy appeared around Xiao Yu, and the space around her began to distort, leaving her somewhat confused. Her eyes widened in fear and surprise. Neither she nor the players knew what was happening. Without wasting even a single second, the guild leader kicked Xiao Yu in the butt, making her fly away. Xiao Yu's body began to float in the air. She couldn't help but scream and ask for help. At that moment, 3 headless bosses appeared around her. Upon noticing this, King Feng's attention was fixed on her. Anquan and the others, who were watching from a corner, panicked when they noticed 3 bosses. They soon realized that there were actually 4, and then 5, as one of them had just been instantly eliminated by Shadow. This made them understand why they felt like they were everywhere. There were many clones. With eyes full of tears and a desperate expression, Xiao Yu began to ask for help. Then she saw Shadow and thought she was saved. She reached out her hand to King Feng and begged him to save her, calling him Brother Shadow. Upon hearing the word brother come from the mouth of the person who had betrayed him, King Feng's eyes began to shine with rage. Just before the bosses could attack, King Feng used his new Shadow Dash, moved quickly and in the blink of an eye, cut the bosses and tore Xiao Yu into pieces. Xiao Yu went into shock, not knowing why Shadow had killed her. The system informed our boy that he had killed Headless Assassin Xiaolu and Xiao Yu, obtaining 48,000 experience points, 20 evolution points and 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. While the orbs of lifespan were falling from the sky, King Feng turned his back on Xiao Yu and coldly said that she was unlucky. King Feng used Greedy Hand to pick up the loot. He realized that, in addition to the 1,520 days of lifespan from the boss itself, it had also dropped a bunch of light orbs. They were the non-tradable lifespans that the boss had just absorbed from other players and had not yet digested. Captain An Yu and Wang Meng appeared. With a smile, she greeted our boy, offering to buy him the items if he didn't need them. King Feng felt somewhat surprised to notice that Captain An Yu and Wang Meng were everywhere. With a serene gaze, our boy mentioned that they had arrived just in time, as he knew another place with good loot. If the price was right, he could take them. He told Wang Meng and the others to go with him, but An Yu could not go. Captain An Yu felt somewhat furious and confused, asking why she couldn't come with them. Shadow began pointing at Wang Meng with his finger and clarified that, to be precise, women could not go. She began to blush and, showing her sensual body, asked the boss why. Accusing him of being discriminatory, she expressed a feigned sadness, admitting that she had even planned to seduce him, but did not expect that he actually liked men. King Feng gave her a gentle knock on the head, and then revealed that outside the ruins of the city's north gate, there was a tower of divine authority. He explained that after completing the challenge, valuable rewards could be obtained. However, the NPCs inside despised women. If there were women in the team, the difficulty would increase tenfold. Little Black said goodbye to King Feng with a smile and wished him good luck, while her friend began to show a smile full of admiration. Furious, Captain An Yu turned her back on them, declaring that the NPCs were sexist and trash, and vowing that she would kill them as soon as she leveled up. Then, she told Xiaohei that they should go explore the nearby mountain to kill some mobs and vent her frustration. King Feng asked Wang Meng and his men to follow him, and the system informed them that Shadow had sent a party invitation. Wang Meng's subordinate was nervous since it was the first time he teamed up with the great boss. However, Wang Meng scolded him for his nervousness, reminding him that this was an opportunity to learn from the great boss's movements. In an instant, King Feng had moved away from them. Noticing this, they panicked, as they didn't understand what was happening. Shadow seemed to walk slowly, but his speed was greater than theirs while running. They wondered how they were supposed to learn anything this way, concluding that his agility was too high. When examining his system inventory, King Feng noticed that more than 20 items had dropped, and 2 of them were usable by assassins. The first item was the Forest Bone Blade of Tier Emerald, an assassin weapon. It offered an attack power of 388,125 with armor penetration, and increased strength by 39 and agility by 48. The requirement to equip it was to be level 15. Its unique effect doubled movement speed for 5 seconds upon dealing damage, and while this effect was active, it granted a 30% evasion rate. King Feng unsheathed his new forest bone blade, and his eyes widened with joy upon noticing that the attack power was almost 80% higher than the 216 points of the Plague Blade. Additionally, it added armor penetration, strength, and agility. This weapon was not bad at all, definitely worth equipping. The second item was the skill Shadow Blade, of Platinum tier. It launched a Shadow Blade condensed from Dark Elements, inflicting Dark Element damage to a single target within a range of 20 meters, with an additional 600 points of Dark Elemental attack. Upon impact, it dispelled a random buff up to Platinum tier. Its cooldown was 12 seconds, reduced to 6.49, and required level 14. Our boy decided to evolve this skill and raise it to Legendary tier. Although the Dark Element damage to a single target was somewhat low, he considered that the effect of dispelling buffs was quite useful. The evolution consumed 56 evolution points, leaving him with 219 remaining. The skill Shadow Blade went through the Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, and Epic tiers, until finally becoming Legendary. This increased its added Dark Elemental attack to 1,500 points and allowed it to dispel a random buff of up to Legendary level. Its cooldown was reduced to 7 seconds, 3.78 effective. Finally, the skill obtained a new Legendary effect. Hitting a weak point refunded 3 seconds of cooldown. Holding his newly upgraded blade, King Feng felt joyful. He realized that as long as he struck a weak point, this skill would return 3 seconds of the cooldown. For him, this meant that the effective cooldown would be only 0.78 seconds. Our boy came out of his thoughts, and when he turned around he saw that Wang Meng and his subordinate had disappeared from the place without a trace. At the same time, about 2 kilometers behind King Feng, Wang Meng's subordinates were gasping heavily and exhausted. They complained that Shadow moved too fast and no one could keep up with him, until one of them told their captain that he couldn't continue. Wang Meng grabbed one of them by the feet and started dragging them, asking them to stop talking nonsense. King Feng and the others arrived at the Tower of Divine Authority, which was located in the middle of a forest. It was so tall that you couldn't see the top from the ground. Our boy informed Wang Meng and his men that this was the place. Once inside, an NPC would present them with a challenge. He warned them that this NPC was really despicable, because the better their performance, the more expensive his items would become. With a serene expression, he advised them to only use 1% of their strength. He told them to do their best, since they only needed to defeat a gold-tier boss. When our boy turned around, he saw Wang Meng and his men lying on the ground and trembling from exhaustion. No one could keep up with King Feng. With his face covered in sweat and gasping heavily, Wang Meng gave a thumbs up and told our guy not to worry, as he guaranteed the success of the mission. While King Feng was walking toward the door of the Tower of Divine Authority, he asked them to make sure to use team chat at all times so that the NPC could not hear them. He explained that once they overcame the challenge, they would be able to buy great items from the NPC and assured them that they would not be disappointed. King Feng and the others opened the door of the tower. Wang Meng and his men couldn't help but feel surprised when a hooded NPC who was floating appeared before them. He warmly welcomed them as friends of Blue Star and assumed that the arrival of the Forsaken Gods had already made them uneasy. He revealed that this was the Tower of Divine Authority, and that, if they completed the challenge, they would be allowed to trade with him. He asked them to let him know when they were ready. Wang Meng's men felt somewhat surprised and confused upon realizing that the game actually had NPCs. One of them asked Shadow what kind of boss they had to face in this challenge. Our guy simply asked them to follow his lead during the fight, assuring it was simple. The swordsman of the party felt even more confused and asked him to be more specific. He wanted to know the duration of the battle, how many phases the boss had, what skills it used, and whether the combat focused more on mechanics or pure stats. He didn't stop asking questions. He wanted to know if the boss had any movement skill, if there were instant death attacks, if it targeted specific players with its skills, where its weak points were, and how long the fight would last. Wang Meng asked King Feng not to pay attention to this guy. He explained that the boy was nicknamed Steady as an Old Dog, and that, after an accident during a mission in which 2 party members died, he was now super cautious no matter what he did. Without wasting more time, King Feng informed the NPC that they were ready to start. The swordsman panicked, informing that he still wasn't ready. The NPC lowered his head before them, announcing that it was time to start enjoying it. Not long after, a portal appeared and from it emerged a powerful boss, The gold-tier obsidian skull-splitting puppet of level 20. The swordsman's eyes widened in surprise and fear, realizing that this boss was level 20, while the highest level among them was only 11. Calm as always, King Feng assured that there was no problem and indicated to Wang Meng to go first. Following Shadow's order, Wang Meng unsheathed his shield and took his sword out of the inventory. Using his skill shield charge, Wang Meng launched himself headfirst at the boss, giving him a strong shield blow to the teeth. The boss became enraged and struck Wang Meng. Luckily he was fast and was able to block part of the attack thanks to his shield, but in the process his body was sent flying. King Feng moved like thunder and grabbed Wang Meng, preventing him from crashing into the wall. The swordsman and the archer were somewhat confused upon noticing this and felt somewhat worried for our boy. King Feng began staring at the boss. He told the archer not to worry about it and to use the skill Starshine Shot. Then, he ordered the swordsman to use triple ground slash. Both nodded their heads. The archer fired a rain of arrows at the boss, causing him terrible pain. And taking advantage of its lowered guard, the swordsman moved like wind and attacked with precise yet powerful slashes. The boss opened its mouth and started to bleed, then it became enraged and struck the ground forcefully. A powerful aura appeared around its body and then a strange black energy began to form around the swordsman. Noticing this, King Feng realized that the boss had entered berserk mode. He warned them that he would take care of it and that everyone should stay away from the black oil. The swordsman began to crawl away from the energy, while on the other side, the archer narrowly dodged one of the attacks. King Feng jumped into the air and threw his shadow blade at the monster. The attack was so fast that the boss had no time to react, and the blade hit him right in the face, causing more than 4,500 points of damage. Far from calming down, it started to roar, but King Feng used a skill to dispel the berserk state. Wang Meng couldn't help but smile, commenting that the damage inflicted didn't match his status. It was as if the boss had taken off his gear. With an expression full of joy, the swordsman mentioned that Shadow was really good at acting, having stayed in the corner the whole time. The NPC must have thought he was a complete noob. The archer became somewhat curious and asked our boy how he had found out that the NPC's items were more expensive the stronger the players were. He was even more curious to know how King Feng had discovered this. King Feng began to ponder and then explained that the game held many secrets, with much information buried in the depths of the ruins. He told them they should often ask themselves if they had made an effort to explore and if their knowledge base had grown. The archer and the swordsman remained silent, not knowing what to say. While they were distracted, the boss opened its mouth and began to charge a fireball. As little by little the fireball summoned by the boss became more powerful and large, King Feng warned them that the boss was about to spin clockwise and spit fire. He ordered them to make sure to dodge it, explaining that the black oil on the ground, combined with flames, could burn them to death in just 3 seconds. Wang Meng and the others began to disperse and then Wang Meng warned Old Dog that he was running in the wrong direction. King Feng did not take long to realize that it was too late to dodge, so he ordered Wang Meng to activate invincibility and block the attack for him. Wang Meng obeyed and blocked the attack using his shield. King Feng congratulated him and ordered them that, once the flames subsided, they should use their highest damage skills and attack with everything. The archer unleashed a rain of arrows. The swordsman jumped and prepared to attack, with Wang Meng closely following to block any attack from the boss. The combined attack worked and just before the boss could take another breath, Wang Meng and the others dealt more than 25,000 points of damage, killing it instantly. The system congratulated them for having defeated the level 20 Obsidian Skull Splitter Golem. Wang Meng and the others felt somewhat relieved and happy. King Feng did not lower his guard, remembering that the complicated part of this boss was that, once its HP fell below 70%, it entered a berserk state. While the effect dissipated, its strength was approximately the same as that of a silver-tier boss. The NPC reappeared in the sky and congratulated them, informing them that they were the first players from Blue Star to overcome his trial. While the items were materializing, the NPC began to laugh, revealing that now, as long as they offered their lifespan, they could trade with him for the divine gifted tome. The NPC used his powers and his name appeared above his head. He was called Vickley. Upon noticing this, the swordsman couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised, as the man actually had 6 fingers. The eyes of the NPC began to shine and his gaze fixed on the swordsman. Without wasting another second, he summoned a thunderbolt which descended upon the swordsman, causing him more than 99,000 points of damage and killing him instantly. His body transformed into orbs of lifespan and Wang Meng panicked, not understanding why the NPC had suddenly attacked him. Calm as always, King Feng mentioned that the taboo established by this NPC was related to his fingers. He clarified that NPCs and players could not attack each other unless the player first broke the taboo set by the NPC. Because of this, as long as they didn't mention his fingers again, they would be safe. A question came to Wang Meng's mind. He didn't know if King Feng could defeat this NPC. Our boy revealed that for now he couldn't. The system revealed the reality about these NPCs. They were powerful beings from other timelines who had obtained divinity. Bound by ancient and eternal rules, they arrived at Blue Star disguised as NPCs to collect the lifespan of players. With an arrogant expression, Vickley asked them to choose the divine skill book they needed, exchange their lifespan for it, and get lost. Upon seeing the skills books, Wang Meng went into shock. He discovered that it was possible to spend lifespan to create daily necessities in reality, like all kinds of food, water, and drinks. He understood that with these divine books, even if a disaster occurred, they would be completely supplied. As expected from King Feng, he had really led them to obtain something good. Wang Meng and the archer were surprised. They were certain that King Feng never let them down. Their astonishment grew even more when the archer discovered the existence of the divine book, Mechanical Maid, and instantly wanted to buy it. King Feng spent 9,000 days of tradable lifespan and, in return, obtained the complete set of the 9 Zhonghai City divine books. These divine books would meet his daily needs, but there was also another reason. The Tower of Divine Authority offered an achievement that granted reputation rewards, and he was determined to claim it. King Feng informed the NPC that he wanted to challenge the highest difficulty alone. Vickley felt somewhat confused and made it clear that, with the performance he had just shown, King Feng wouldn't be able to finish even the first level, yet still dared to dream of challenging the highest difficulty. King Feng felt curious and decided to ask what exactly was involved in the highest difficulty. Vickley revealed that the difficulty was divided into 5 levels, with the 5th being the highest. The boss was still the Obsidian Skullbreaker Golem of Golden Grade, but its attack, health, defense, and cooldown speed were increased by 500%. The jaws of Wang Meng and the archer dropped in shock. A 500% increase. It had already taken them great effort to dodge its skills, so they doubted that Shadow could manage it. Moreover, with 5 times more health and defense, they wondered how long it would take to defeat it, knowing there was no room for a single mistake during combat. Vickley began staring at King Feng. He warned him that if he died during the challenge, the lifespan he dropped would belong to him, and asked if he was sure he wanted to accept it. King Feng ignored the warnings and nodded his head, making clear that he wanted to accept it. Vickley began to summon a ball of magic, gladly accepting what he considered a gift. For Vickley, the players from Blue Star had already become too arrogant so early in the game. Really, they were asking for death. The previously defeated boss was resurrected. Now it was the Golden Obsidian Skull-Splitting Golem, with its strength increased by 500%. King Feng drew his dagger. He knew that Vickley could empower his summoned creatures and that 500% was not the limit. In fact, he remembered that when he defeated him in the past, Vickley had increased his summons up to 2000%. This represented the perfect opportunity to test his new weapon. King Feng shot a poisonous dart at the boss, which activated the effect of Black Flame's gift, reducing the target's defense and all its elemental resistances by 7%. Then, the special effect of the Emerald Bone Blade was activated, increasing our boy's speed by 100% for 5 seconds. The boss launched flames, and just before they could get close, King Feng disappeared without a trace. While it was distracted trying to understand what had just happened, King Feng appeared behind it, landed on its head and stabbed his dagger into its skull, activating the special effect of Emerald Bone Feather. The powerful monster began to roar in agony. King Feng disappeared again, and his speed increased by 100% for 5 seconds. Upon witnessing King Feng's incredible speed, Wang Meng and the archer were in shock. At first they believed he had become invisible again, thinking that the cooldown of his skill was too short. Soon they understood that it was not any skill. Shadow's speed was so extreme that it created the illusion of simply vanishing. King Feng decided to use Blessed Liberation, which would make his next attack cause the throat slash effect. Using Shadow Dash, our boy moved like thunder, causing more than 100,000 points of damage to the boss. The attack activated Black Flame's gift, which reduced its defense and all its elemental resistances by 64%. Despite having used his most powerful skills, the monster's HP had barely dropped. King Feng was happy because he knew this was due to the buff granted by the ancient god's stone tablet. Without this item increasing the stacking limit of Black Flame's gift, each hit from Shadow Dash would have only inflicted, at most, about 18,000 points of damage. Wang Meng was in shock upon noticing that a single strike had taken away a third of the boss's health and wondered what skill King Feng had used. It was the first time that the archer clearly saw King Feng's attack. It seemed like an instant shadow slash to him, but the version he knew of this skill only had 3 strikes. Meanwhile, Vickley was watching the battle in silence, wondering how someone could be so strong if the game in Blue Star had just begun and what level of talent he possessed. The eyes of our boy were shining with joy. It was time to activate Throat Slash, a skill that inflicted 200% of the damage of the last attack per second. Blood began to emerge from the boss's body. It began to roar in agony as its HP bar dropped. In a matter of seconds, the monster lost its life and its body transformed into orbs of lifespan. The system congratulated our boy for completing the achievement, Challenge of the 5th level difficulty of the Divine Authority Tower, granting him a total of 15 reputation points for surpassing all levels. Additionally, for being the first time in the world that someone cleared the tower solo, he received an extra 75 reputation points. Finally, an official global announcement echoed. Player Qin Feng had cleared the maximum difficulty challenge of the Divine Authority Tower for the first time in history. Far from being surprised, the players were confused. They didn't know what the Divine Authority Tower was, since in the ruins of the cities where they were, they had never seen a building resembling a tower. Once again, they realized that Shadow was ahead of everyone. Vickley was upset. For him, this was a scam. He cursed the cunning of the people from Blue Star, regretting not having charged 10,000 or even 100,000 days of lifespan for each Divine Authority book. Vickley summoned a powerful and bright ball of magic and shouted at them to get out. He never wanted to see them again. Wang Meng and the archer covered their eyes to avoid going blind, as they believed they were lost and that the NPC was about to unleash a powerful attack. Vickley's attack descended upon them. While Wang Meng and the archer were covering their heads, our boy stood still, calm as always. King Feng and the others were teleported outside of the tower. Both felt somewhat confused since they didn't know what had happened. They immediately panicked, only to realize that they hadn't died. They had simply been teleported out of the Tower of Divine Authority. King Feng reminded them that they had no reason to worry, since, as he had told them, the NPCs could not attack them. Now that he had gotten what they wanted, King Feng decided it was time to finish and mentioned that he was going to log off to eat. Wang Meng thanked King Feng for having guided them and asked him to take them with him if another opportunity like this came up. Our boy nodded and the archer said goodbye to him. King Feng woke up in reality, in his hideout. The system extracted the 9 divine gift books, a process that consumed 90 days of his tradable lifespan. Our boy decided to consume 106 years of lifespan to buy luxury furniture, daily necessities, cooking ingredients, and a multi-purpose mechanical maid. A maid with dog ears appeared in front of him. After introducing herself, she informed him that she could help take care of everything in the house and that she was there to serve him in anything he needed. Lying down on the luxury sofa, our boy gave the order to immediately begin a complete cleaning of the hideout. The maid began to clean the floor and decided that afterwards she would prepare a sumptuous feast. At the same time, in the real world, more precisely in Jianghai City, the authorities were investigating several murder cases. The officer who was investigating the case informed his superior that this was the 3rd female corpse discovered in the week. Just like the 2 previous victims, all her limbs had been severed and her eyes extracted, which made it very likely that the killer was the same person. The superior asked if investigators had found any clues. The officer reported that the killer knew well about investigators. The timing of abandoning bodies was just outside of their skill's effective duration. Upon hearing this, the superior gave them the order to ask Yu how much time was left for the researchers' professional advancement. They could not delay any longer. They had to catch this killer. The police officer who was next to him nodded his head. The officer asked them to wait a moment, and the superior asked if he had found anything. His eyes began to shine with seriousness when he realized that Shadow's connection and disconnection times matched exactly with the moments of the girls' deaths. The superior began to ponder, since the simple coincidence of schedules was not enough to prove anything. The officer mentioned that, despite this, he believed they could start the investigation from this angle. He added that there were already rumors pointing at Shadow as the killer, and that authorities were covering it up out of fear of his power. The superior waved his hand. He reminded Xiaoma that, even though Shadow had embarrassed him in front of Yu, he could not allow his personal feelings to interfere with the work. He assured him that the technology department would support him 24/7 to solve the case as soon as possible and bring justice to the victims. That said, the superior began talking with another police officer. Meanwhile, Xiaoma started to gaze at the ground and his eyes filled with rage. King Feng logged into the game and began contemplating the castle in silence, which was located in the ruins of Demon City. He remembered that this place was the Academy of Evil Spirits, a platinum-tier hideout. Although it wasn't very hidden, it was said that its protective barrier was the strongest in all Huaxia. The system informed him that he had consumed 2.74 years of tradable lifespan to create the guild Shadow. His plan was simple: take over this hideout and register it under the name of the guild in order to obtain a sanctuary in the Magic City ruins. King Feng jumped. The sanctuaries could teleport between each other, which would make traveling back and forth between Magic City and Zhanghai much easier from now on. Using invisibility, King Feng entered the hideout and began walking through the place silently. Several minutes later, he realized that, despite having reached the third underground level, the deepest one, he had not encountered a single monster. This indicated to him that someone, or perhaps a group of rather strong people, had already been there. At that moment, someone shouted that she had nowhere left to run. King Feng became curious, and when he peeked around the corner, he saw several men surrounding a woman. With eyes full of fear, she asked them not to come any closer. They were on a bridge and had her cornered, with a river of lava behind her. With a smile, one of them told her not to worry, as they wouldn't kill her. For now. He explained that Madame Dongfang wanted them to take her so that her son could show her some love. He demanded that she reveal her location in the real world, warning that otherwise they would kill her repeatedly until her lifespan ran out. Furthermore, he made it clear that suicide wouldn't help her since members of their guild, Shura Hall, were waiting for her at the respawn point. With a smile, the orange-haired man suggested making a deal. He reminded her that she had killed Madame Dongfang twice in the game, estimating that because of this she must have taken at least 30 years off Madame Dongfang's lifespan. The woman remained silent, lost in her thoughts. He advised her to give them those 30 years of lifespan and then play with the three of them for a while, promising that in return they would let her go. With eyes full of tears from fear, she asked what exactly it was that they wanted to do. They began to smile, and then one of them pulled down his pants, causing the poor woman to panic. With a mischievous smile, the man with orange hair revealed that this was how they played. The woman began to ponder in silence, then looked away and, while blushing, asked them to promise to let her go after playing. With a cheerful smile, the orange-haired man promised her and invited her to start with him. The bald man said he would go next. With her body trembling, the woman began to approach them, and then her eyes began to shine with determination. Drawing her poisonous dart, she lunged at the man, but at that moment, the man with the blindfolded eyes used the skill Golden Cauldron Earthquake and descended upon her, crushing her body against the ground. He noticed that the little one was not behaving well. The only thing she could do was close her eyes as the orange-haired man approached. Showing his tongue, he warned her it was her last chance and ordered her to open her mouth. Then, a confident smile spread across the woman's face. Using a powerful skill, she cut both the bald man and the orange-haired one in half, causing the man with blindfolded eyes to feel somewhat confused. His eyes widened in confusion. He didn't know what was happening. Just before he could take another breath, the strip of paper summoned by the woman wrapped around his neck. She was so powerful that she made the man's head explode as if it were a watermelon. King Feng, who was watching everything from the corner, recognized the girl's profession instantly. Chain blade. After having killed those bastards, the woman crushed the orange-haired man's eggs. Their bodies turned into orbs of lifespan. With an expression full of hatred, she mocked them, and then our boy realized that she possessed the blade of the underworld. With a gaze full of determination, she swore that she would definitely kill Dongfang Ming. The girl had the class blade of the underworld, with the nickname Ghost Spirit. Our boy came out of his hiding place and started walking toward her. Her class, just like Shadow's, was the only hidden class in the assassin branch. He remembered that in his previous life, she had ranked among the 10 greatest powers in the world. But after becoming an enemy of the Chu family from Demon City, her true identity was exposed and she was besieged by many forces. Even so, she massacred thousands of enemies before finally dying from exhaustion. He remembered the deep sorrow felt by her guild members upon hearing the news. He never expected to meet her here. However, there was something he didn't understand. Who was this Dongfang Ming that she had mentioned? Supposedly, he himself had annihilated the entire Dongfang family. King Feng deactivated his invisibility skill and drew her attention. Her reaction wasn't kind. She prepared to attack, thinking our boy was a friend of those bastards she had just killed. King Feng denied knowing those guys. She got tired and lunged at him, asking him to prepare to die. As always, King Feng remained calm. With a furious expression, Ghost Spirit used her skill Underworld Chain Blade. In the blink of an eye, the strip of paper began wrapping around King Feng's body. But just then, King Feng turned into shadow and disappeared without a trace, leaving Ghost Spirit somewhat confused. Our boy appeared behind her and decided to play along. Upon hearing this, her eyes widened in surprise and fear. Knowing she was in danger, she jumped away from him. She used shadow stealth and her body turned into shadow, disappearing without a trace. King Feng was somewhat surprised to notice that she had become invisible. He also decided to use shadow stealth and also disappeared from the place. Several minutes passed and nothing happened. Noticing this, Ghost Spirit was somewhat confused. She couldn't see him. Even though her class, Blade of the Underworld, had a built-in level 4 anti-stealth, it was impossible for her to detect him. This led her to wonder if this guy could be Shadow. Not long after, King Feng deactivated his shadow stealth and appeared stealthily behind her, catching her attention. Upon hearing Shadow's voice, she panicked, noticing that he could still see her despite her level 4 stealth. She decided it was time to get serious and used her most powerful skill called Evil Ghost Soul Chase. The paper strip began to glow and a small pink flame appeared above King Feng's head, activating shadow stealth again. King Feng did not lower his guard and retreated. But to his surprise, the blade began to follow him, leaving him somewhat confused. Upon observing closely, he realized that this locking blade could pinpoint his location. Ghost Spirit's eyes were shining with determination. Although her eyes could not see, her weapon could. No one who was targeted by the evil Ghost Soul Chase could escape. King Feng tried to flee, but it was in vain since the blade kept following him. He realized that this class could ignore stealth levels. She was truly someone out of the ordinary. King Feng was cunning and began moving in circles around Ghost Spirit, and by the time she noticed his plan, it was already too late. She decided not to give up so easily, and when she tried to catch King Feng, the strip of paper wrapped around her body, leaving her immobilized. Grabbing the strip of paper, King Feng lifted it and clarified to her that he was Shadow, not someone sent by Dongfang Ming, assuring her that if he had wanted to kill her, she would already be dead. With no other option, Ghost Spirit decided to believe our boy, asking him to let her down. King Feng got straight to the point and asked if the Dongfang Yue she mentioned was from the Dongfang family of Zhonghai City. Even while hanging upside down, she nodded, clarifying that however, she had married into the Chu family, so her relationship with the Dongfang family was no longer as close. Our boy understood that a fish had escaped from the net. Apparently, Dongfang Yue was not present when he annihilated the Dongfang family. Ghost Spirit's eyes widened in surprise upon realizing that it was he who had annihilated the Dongfang family. She felt excited and joyful, as this meant that Dongfang Yue and Shadow were also enemies. She asked him to put her down immediately, declaring that the enemy of her enemy is her friend and that they could cooperate. King Feng released the strip of paper, causing her to fall to the ground. He decided that cooperation could wait. First, he asked why she wanted to kill Dongfang Yue. Ghost Spirit clenched her teeth tightly and revealed that she wanted to avenge the murder of her family. She decided to tell the dark and sad story. Before the arrival of the God-forsaken game, Dongfang Yue had killed her mother in a traffic accident while driving drunk. However, she got away with it because the Chu family found someone else to take the blame for her. Her father, unable to accept it, found evidence to convict Dongfang Ming. But the next day his body was pulled from the river. The official conclusion was suicide. When she went to Dongfang Yue's house demanding an explanation, guards from the Chu family beat her nearly to death. Sunk in despair and about to end everything, it was at that moment when the God-forsaken game arrived. The first thing she did upon entering the game was kill Dongfang Yue. However, in order to kill her permanently, it was necessary to completely drain her lifespan. After reviving again, she hired countless people to hunt Ghost Spirit down, leading up to what he had just witnessed. King Feng listened silently as she told him this story without interrupting once. Tears began streaming from Ghost Spirit's eyes as she begged Shadow, "Please help me kill Dongfang Yue." Coldly and without beating around the bush, King Feng refused. Ghost Spirit did not give up, and with tears of sadness in her eyes, she begged him again to help her kill Dongfang Yue. Our boy began to stare at her. She was not a person who gave up so easily. With a sad expression, she assured him that she would not ask for his help for free. She offered everything she had, promising to work for him and give him all the lifespan she earned, her equipment and her skills, all this in exchange for his help to kill Dongfang Yue, declaring that she would even become his slave voluntarily. King Feng began to observe her in silence and his eyes filled with surprise. With an arrogant gaze, he told her that he would not help her kill her, since that was her revenge and could only be settled by her own hands. King Feng was not a villain and told her that he would help until then. However, how far she could go would depend on her own destiny. Ghost Spirit was in shock and her eyes widened with confusion. She didn't know how he was going to help her. King Feng was honest and with a serene gaze asked her to join his guild, become one of his people, and he would help her complete her revenge. A system window appeared informing her that Shadow had invited her to join the guild. Shadow. She began to ponder silently, and then her eyes started to shine with joy upon realizing that the guild of Shadow consisted only of him, wondering if joining was all she had to do. Without wasting any more time, she agreed to join our boys' guild and a system window confirmed her decision. King Feng accepted the friend request from Ghost Spirit. He felt happy to know that she had accepted, and told her that now she only needed to do one thing: class advancement. Our boy turned his back on her and told her that she would have to find out for herself what class advancement was and how to do it, and that she should come find him when she had achieved it. The eyes of Ghost Spirit, who was kneeling on the ground, began to shine with determination. King Feng made it clear that if she couldn't even accomplish this, then she should give up on her revenge. Using his skill Shadow Stealth, King Feng left the place. He recognized that the potential of the class blade of the underworld was unlimited and that, with just a little guidance, she could definitely advance much further in the future. He arrived at the depths of the Evil Spirit Academy. In front of him was a level 15 boss, a woman with several spiritual heads, the aberrant witch, Stana, of platinum grade. Upon close observation, it didn't take him long to realize that she was the guardian of the Evil Spirit Academy. In the blink of an eye, King Feng jumped and used his skill, Dark Knight Ringblade, against the boss, causing 26,000 points of damage and activating Weak Point Strike. He descended to the ground remembering that in the first phase, only one of the 4 heads of the boss would activate and she was immune to physical damage. Because of this, he could only use his elemental skills, which inflicted slightly less damage. He summoned his Shadow Blade and his eyes began to shine with confidence, as he had the Pale White Bone Blade, which increased his movement speed, and his skill, Shadow Blade, also reset its cooldown when hitting a target. King Feng began to summon hundreds of Shadow Blades, and then attacked the boss, causing them to pierce one of her spiritual heads, dealing more than 200,000 points of damage. This turned him into a mobile Gatling gun of fire attacks. Not long after, her golden head exploded into pieces. Shadow did not lose his composure, remembering that in the second phase, 3 heads would activate simultaneously. Her eyes began to shine with rage, and her gaze fixed on our boy. Not long after, the heads started firing bursts of energy from their eyes, while she danced, unleashing indiscriminate attacks around her. But for King Feng it wasn't complicated. Without much effort he dodged the attacks and then stabbed his Shadow Blades into the boss's head, dealing more than 200,000 points of damage. While she writhed in pain, King Feng descended to the ground and turned his back on her, ending the show. He threw his last Shadow Blade causing the boss's body to explode, creating a great explosion. The system notified that he had killed aberrant witch Dostana, gaining 50,000 EXP and obtaining the Evil Spirit Academy's hideout key of Platinum tier. His eyes widened in surprise when the system revealed that he could now advance his class. King Feng decided to advance his class and a shadow began to surround his body. His class shadow advanced from Tier 1 to Tier 2, and with this, his attribute bonuses increased. Strength from 9 to 27, Constitution from 9 to 27, Agility from 24 to 72, and Spirit from 15 to 45. This class advancement tripled the bonuses of his attributes, resulting in a massive increase in his strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. As a result, all of his combat stats, including attack power, defenses, and resistances, were noticeably improved. His non-tradable lifespan exceeded 4,510 years, while his tradable lifespan was over 566 years. He also obtained his 4th class passive, which allowed him to attack without breaking stealth status and still apply the stealth break attack bonus. Our boy's attention fixed on the golden key and his eyes began to shine. The attribute bonus of the class had tripled and attacking no longer broke stealth. The Tier 2 shadow was something that completely changed the rules of the game. Several minutes later, outside the Evil Spirit Academy, someone returned and Ghost Spirit panicked upon noticing that they dared to come back. They were the same men she had eliminated before. Now there weren't just 3. They had brought all the members of their guild. With a smile, the bald man mentioned that last time he was careless because he didn't know she had a chain blade. With a confident gaze, the orange-haired man revealed that this time he had called everyone from his guild, the Shura Palace, to see where she could run now. The bald man lunged at her, ready to attack, making it clear that he wouldn't be as soft as last time. Ghost Spirit panicked, knowing this wasn't good. Using his skill Earth Slash, the bald man descended to the ground and tried to attack using his axe, but luckily she reacted in time and dodged the attack. With a confident gaze, she used Shadow Stealth, but right at that moment someone threw a flash grenade which exploded in front of her, creating an intense and blinding flash, forcing her to stop using the skill and cover her eyes. Taking advantage of the moment, the bald man gave her a kick. Stepping on her head, with an arrogant smile, he made it clear that he was going to give her a real lesson. Ghost Spirit was not going to give up. She took out a small green vial, but just before she could use it, the orange-haired man stepped on her hand and caught it. Upon observing closely, he noticed that it was suicide poison. Its effect consisted of losing half of the lifespan and returning to the respawn point. The man was amused that she had such a fierce personality. He began to show his tongue and couldn't help but feel excited, since he liked her personality too much. Ghost Spirit's eyes widened in fear. Then he began to lick her cheek. The man's eyes widened in surprise when a system window appeared, informing him that the Grade Platinum Sanctuary, the Evil Spirit Academy, now belonged to the guild, Shadow. The barrier was active and all personnel who did not belong to this guild would be treated as intruders. The system began eliminating the intruders from the place, causing a powerful thunderbolt to strike the men. In the blink of an eye, their bodies turned into orbs of lifespan. Her eyes widened in surprise upon realizing that the Evil Spirit Academy was a sanctuary and that it now belonged to her guild. This meant that, within minutes, Shadow had killed the Guardian and obtained the key. King Feng also obtained the Jade Tier Aberrant Witch's Ring. This ring, usable by all classes from level 14, increased all attributes by 22 and cooldown speed by 30%. Its unique effect increased the area of effect of skills by 25% and area damage by 10%. As if that weren't enough, he also got the Platinum Grade Virulent Poison Trap. This Platinum Grade skill, for the Assassin and Hunter classes, allowed him to place a trap with level 5 stealth. Enemies who triggered it would receive 500 additional poison damage, a 50% slow for 5 seconds, and continuous poison damage equal to 100% of his attack power. He could place a maximum of 3 traps, each with a 4.65 second cooldown and a duration of 3,600 seconds. He was satisfied, as 2 items an assassin could use had dropped. He considered the ring to be quite good. His instant Shadow Slash and Dark Knight Ringblade skills were both area of effect, so this represented a huge improvement for him. His eyes began to shine with joy, as he also had 363 evolution points, just what he needed to evolve his Backstab Enhancement skill to Legendary. He consumed 340 evolution points, leaving him with 23. His skill, Backstab Enhancement, evolved from Epic to Legendary. The passive effect now increased damage when attacking from behind from 75% to 100%. Furthermore, the Legendary effect made it so that while in stealth, all his damage was considered a backstab attack. King Feng was pleased as the combination of the constant backstab damage bonus and the permanent stealth from his advanced class massively improved both his damage output and survivability. Just then, Little Black contacted our boy, informing him that she had found other ruins and asking if he wanted to go take a look. When King Feng asked where she was, she replied that she was in the Zhanghai City ruins. She explained that on the stones around the temple entrance, there were murals very similar to those in the ruins of the beginner's village. Shadow became a bit confused, asking why they hadn't explored it themselves. With the progress they had made, they should already be able to face a platinum grade boss. She was honest, admitting that they had wanted to, but after clearing all the enemies to the end, a teleportation orb appeared. When they touched it, nothing happened. A system message indicated that only a fated person could enter, so she wondered if her boss might be that person. King Feng decided to go take a look. He told her to wait for him and to prepare her lifespan, as he would bring her the new equipment he had obtained. Besides, teleporting between the 2 shrines made the journey from the Magic City ruins to the Zhanghai ones much more convenient. Little Black also reported that the officials on the Zhanghai side didn't have enough lifespan, so he could sell it directly to the ones in Magic City. At the same time, she was on the outskirts of the Zhanghai City ruins. She was riding a white llama, which was eating grass. Not long after, King Feng appeared behind her, asking where the ruins were. Suddenly hearing our boy's voice, she and the llama were startled, and Little Black asked him not to scare her like that. He had done it on purpose, but he lied and promised to be more careful next time. Peeking her head over the cliff, she revealed that the entrance to the ruins was at the bottom. When our boy asked how they had discovered it, she replied that it was a long story. Little Black turned to the llama and explained that she had gotten a mount in this place, a little sheep. While playing with it, a silver-grayed boss suddenly appeared, scaring them. Panicked, she fell off the cliff, but luckily got caught in a tree at the bottom. And that's how she saw the cave. Very carefully, she made her way down to the bottom of the cliff, warning him to be careful not to slip. She explained that after respawning, she had called Captain Ann and Uncle Wang Meng to explore it together. Taking a leap, King Feng also descended, commenting that it was just like her to find a place like this. Little Black praised Shadow's good moves, mentioning that Wang Meng had tried to jump the same way but slipped and died from the fall. They entered the cave. Along the way, she mentioned that there was a labyrinth ahead, but they had already cleared it of monsters and explored the entire path. Our boy advised her that, from now on, she should try not to die if she could help it. He warned her not to let her non-tradable lifespan reach 0, as it would be very dangerous. With a confident smile, she promised that she understood. She mentioned that she knew about a skill that drained other people's lifespan, but they had precautions in place, as they could replenish their non-tradable lifespan. King Feng was somewhat surprised, asking if they really had a reliable way to replenish it. Holding up a finger, she revealed that inside the city ruins, they would lure monsters that had absorbed non-tradable lifespan to a secluded location. After eliminating them, they would save all the non-tradable lifespan that dropped, so when they needed it, they would simply go to that place to replenish their own. King Feng grew curious, commenting that it was a good method and asking if Anu had come up with the idea. Little Black was in shock, as King Feng had guessed correctly. Our boy remembered that, in his past life, it was Anu who had devised this method and that, over time, everyone ended up using it. Not long after, they came across a teleportation orb. Little Black brought her hand to the orb, and the system informed her that she was not the fated person, and the mechanism would not activate. She asked Shadow to try, explaining that everyone assumed this temple might be connected to the one in the beginner's town. King Feng grew curious and began to observe the orb in silence. He decided to reach for it, and at that moment, the orb began to glow as an intense energy started to emerge from it. Little Black covered her eyes in confusion, not knowing what was happening. To her surprise, our boy disappeared without a trace. Realizing that both her boss and the orb were gone, she confirmed what she had suspected. He really was the fated person. Meanwhile, King Feng found himself in the cave of the Ice Tide, where his remote communications were blocked. King Feng didn't let his guard down and activated his invisibility skill. The system assigned him a new mission: protect the Ice Tide Crystal. His attention was fixed on the Ice Tide Crystal. He recognized it instantly. He remembered that this object would erupt with an icy tide if it was hit by any attack. Looking closely, he noticed that monsters would emerge from the caves and would do whatever it took to attack the crystal. He understood that if he let them succeed, he would be dead. King Feng took the virulent poison trap from his inventory. To him, dying itself didn't matter. What was crucial was that the mission could fail. If that happened, he would never be able to return to this place or get the reward. He knew better than anyone that his only option was to evolve the virulent poison trap. After consuming the necessary evolution points, leaving him with 17, the skill went from platinum to epic. As a result, the trap's stealth increased from level 5 to 8. Enemies who triggered it would now receive 1200 additional poison damage and an 8-second slow. The slow's potency remained at 50%, and the damage per second was equivalent to 100% of his attack power. Additionally, the maximum number of traps he could place increased from 3 to 9, while the maximum duration remained 3,600 seconds. King Feng placed 3 traps right at the entrances of the caves, and the system informed him that the effect of the Aberrant Witch's Ring was activated, increasing the skill's area of effect by 25%. King Feng knew the upgraded traps perfectly covered the entire passage. It was guaranteed that any monster passing through would trigger them. Just then, they started to arrive. Monsters with glowing eyes began to stare intently at our boy, as a horde of them emerged from the caves and rushed towards King Feng. But just as they emerged, they triggered the trap. Thorny vines erupted from the traps, coiling around the monsters and dealing them over 100,000 points of damage. Dust rose from the ground, but King Feng remained calm. Just then, an arrow came flying. Noticing this, his eyes widened with seriousness. Just before the arrow could hit, King Feng summoned a shield, blocking the attack in the nick of time. His attention was fixed on a mob carrying a bow, realizing there were ranged ones too. Outside the Magic City ruins, a mage, Dongfang Yue, met with the orange-haired man and asked if his guild was giving up on hunting Ghost Spirit, also known as Guiling, now that she was a member of the Shadow Guild. The man nodded, confirming they couldn't do it and that she would have to find someone else. She gripped her magic staff tightly, questioning why he considered Shadow a greater threat than her. She reminded him, calling him a peasant, not to forget that she possessed all of his personal information and that killing him in the real world would be a piece of cake. His eyes widened with rage. Just before she could utter another word, the man had had enough and landed a heavy punch on her cheek, sending her body flying. Once Dongfang Yue was on the ground, the man drew his dagger and started beating her. He yelled that he was sick of her, and that even if he couldn't beat Shadow, he could still kill her. He furiously berated her for calling him a peasant again and again, yelling, "Die," repeatedly with each blow. In the blink of an eye, she died and her body began to transform into orbs of lifespan. She woke up in the real world at the Chu family residence, her golden-cased phone in hand. She was furious. She couldn't help but clench her fist tightly, indignant that those peasants from the Shura Palace had dared to kill her, Dongfang Yue. Immediately, she demanded her husband send people to catch them all. Her husband was somewhat confused and asked if she meant the Shura Palace, the group she had hired to capture Ghost Spirit. With a furious expression, she explained that Ghost Spirit had now joined Shadow, and that those people didn't dare to continue for fear of his retaliation. Her husband explained that they would deal with those peasants after eliminating Shadow. He informed her that he had already arranged for men from the Black Dragon Hall of Magic City to go after him, assuring her that the plan was already in motion and that she could soon avenge her family. Her eyes widened with rage, a fury directed at both Shadow and those peasants. Her mind filled with excitement, and with a confident expression, she swore she would avenge the Dongfang family and slaughter each and every one of them. In the cave of the Ice Tide, King Feng threw his short blade, which embedded itself in the eye of the bow-wielding monster, killing it instantly. To him, it didn't matter that they were ranged mobs, as his Shadow Blade skill reset its cooldown upon hitting a weak point, making it a simple matter of 1 slash per kill. The Ice Tide crystal was full of cracks and about to shatter when the system announced that the guard mission was complete and that he should claim his reward. This took him by surprise, wondering if it was already over. The Ice Tide crystal shattered into pieces, and then a golden chest appeared. King Feng's attention was fixed on it as he realized it was an epic treasure chest. He extended his hand towards the chest. Last time, an epic chest had given him graceful release. Now he would see what this one contained. The chest opened, and a powerful golden light began to emerge from it. Then, a woman started to manifest. She was an NPC. King Feng was somewhat surprised, as it was the same NPC who had been next to the epic chest last time. With her eyes closed, she began to speak in a strange language, one that King Feng recognized as the language of the old gods. She communicated to him that he had passed the 2 trials and that he was the chosen one. To our boy, this was strange. He obviously couldn't comprehend the language, and yet he understood its meaning perfectly, wondering if it was because of his eye of judgment. As her body was transforming, she revealed that the old gods had already perished, and that he was the heir to the mantle of judgment. The NPC's body began to change. The only thing Shadow could do was watch in silent amazement. Little by little, the NPC's body began to change. The third eye on her forehead opened as a powerful aura emerged from her body, and she informed King Feng that her name was Asathis, that she would follow him and witness him become the true god of judgment. Then, she asked him to accept the gift she had prepared for him. It was the Asathis' summoning bell, a bell created by the Herald of Judgment, Asathis, using the power of order itself. It would allow him to summon her once at level 25, again at 35, and one last time at level 50. Each summon would grant him the opportunity to challenge a special ruin, and if he successfully completed all 3 challenges, Asathis could reside in his hideout and provide a skill upgrade function. Our boy grabbed the summoning bell, his eyes beginning to shine with joy. He understood that the last temple had been level 5 and this one was level 15. He was surprised to think that Da Lisi had stumbled upon both, recognizing that her luck was truly out of this world. Asathis asked King Feng to select a skill, informing him that he had one free opportunity to upgrade it to his current level. His eyes filled with seriousness as he began to ponder. He knew that the power of skills was judged by 2 standards, quality and level requirement. While the quality of each skill was fixed and couldn't be improved, he could use infinite evolution to forcibly increase it. Even an ordinary skill like Shadow Lurk could be turned into a mythic grade if he wanted. On the other hand, the level requirement not only defined when a skill could be used, but also determined its overall power. In terms of stats, a level 5 Shadow Lurk and a level 51 were worlds apart. Obtaining high-quality, high-level skills was extremely difficult, but in the future, none of this would be a problem for him. All he had to do was consume lifespan to increase the level of any skill. With a confident gaze, he chose to upgrade his highest grade skill, Graceful Release. Asathus kissed King Feng's hand, fulfilling his wish. As a result, his mythic skill Graceful Release was upgraded from level 10 to 16. The weak point attack correction increased from plus 300% to plus 410%, and the attack multiplier on these points was doubled. Furthermore, its active use now applied a throat slit effect, inflicting 310% of the initial attack's damage per second for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 6.97 seconds. Asathus began to disappear, saying she looked forward to seeing him again. Then, a blue portal appeared in front of our boy. It was the portal to leave. Before leaving, King Feng turned around and reached out, noticing that there was still something left in the chest. He obtained the Epic Tier Bafich's equivalent exchange agreement. It was a pair of epic grade leg armor for the assassin class, requiring level 15. It granted 198 physical defense, all elemental resistance and damage block, along with 19.8% damage reduction and plus 19.8 whispering resistance. Its unique ability, Art of Equivalent Exchange, allowed him to sacrifice a piece of equipment or a skill book of up to epic grade to randomly receive another of the same level and grade for his class, with a 1-hour cooldown. He grabbed the skill book and his eyes began to shine with joy. He realized he could use it for the equivalent exchange to get good items. He still had a bunch of Jade-grade equipment and skill books in his inventory, and all of them could now be converted into items for an assassin. He decided it was time to head back, as the loot had been incredible and he really had to thank Little Black for this. While Little Black was waiting at the cave entrance with her llama, King Feng came out. He was a bit surprised to notice that she hadn't used the last hour to level up and had instead stayed there waiting for him. Noticing that King Feng was back, Little Black was glad, as she had been keeping watch at the exit in case someone tried to ambush him. As a reward, King Feng gave her a skill book he had found in the ruins. Little Black was in shock, as this was for the level 13 Platinum Magic Shield skill. She thanked her boss, aware that this would greatly improve her survivability. Riding the small llama, Little Black said goodbye to him and left. King Feng's body began to disappear, as he decided he would also log off to fill his stomach. Meanwhile, in the Zhonghai City ruins, stood the Silver Grade Guild Sanctuary of the Knights Templar. A smile spread across the guild leader's face, as he announced that this was a great day, for the Knights Templar Guild finally had a home of its own. Everyone grew excited as the leader mentioned that, although this home wasn't large, it was a wonderful start. With this, they would no longer have to worry about being slaughtered by a suddenly appearing boss and would have a safe haven to rest when they were tired of leveling up. For all of this, there was one person to thank, Xiao Yu. She was the one who found the place first, and the leader asked them to welcome her to the stage with the warmest of applause. Everyone began to praise Xiao Yu, making her feel happy. She stood on the platform and first thanked her master, who had tirelessly taught her. Then, her friends, for extending a helping hand in her times of difficulty. She also thanked the people who hated her, as their mockery and contempt had motivated her to become even stronger. Hearing this, the women couldn't help but feel proud of Xiao Yu. With tears in her eyes, she finally thanked her father and mother. She wished they hadn't died, so they could see the excellent person she had become. She would definitely make them very proud. The leader cut Xiao Yu's speech short, asking her to tell everyone what kind of difficulties and obstacles she overcame to find this hideout. Xiao Yu was honest and revealed that a while ago she'd had a dream. In it, a very powerful warrior guided her, and they captured the hideout. Although the dream was blurry, it felt incredibly real. So she came to the place with a just give it a try attitude, never thinking she would actually find it. The others mocked her. The idea of a dream seemed hilarious to them, and they didn't believe she could be serious. The leader, holding back his laughter, thanked Xiao Yu for her wonderful speech and asked if she'd had any dreams the previous night. Touching her cheek, she mentioned that she did have a dream. In it, there was a huge and magnificent hideout, full of people, and she believed it was a platinum-grade hideout. The guild members once again mocked her with laughter, commenting that she was really dreaming and joking that they would soon be moving into a bigger house. The leader became serious and decided that this was an excellent dream, handing her the reward she had earned, 1 year of tradable lifespan. With a smile, he put his arm around her shoulder and expressed his hope that everyone would learn from Xiao Yu and her dedication to the collective good. He stated that as long as everyone worked together with one heart, the guild could definitely stand firm in these chaotic times and get better and better. The leader dismissed everyone, instructing those who needed to level up to go do so, and those who needed to explore to get moving. He entrusted Xiaoyu with continuing her search for hideouts, encouraging her to keep up the good work as he was counting on her. Xiaoyu's eyes began to shine with joy, and with a smile, she nodded. Several hours later, with her magic staff in hand, Xiaoyu was inside the Zhonghai city ruins. Her eyes were shining with worry, as she was following the feeling from her dream but couldn't find the place that was supposed to be in the area. Meanwhile, members of the guild were secretly following her. They realized she had gone straight to this area after the meeting and wondered if she was really looking for the platinum-grade hideout from her dream. Seeing her enter the building, they decided to follow. Xiaoyu went into a building and began to cross through a tunnel. The place scared her. It was like in her dream, but at the same time, very different. Besides, she had the feeling that someone was following her. Closing her eyes, she let out a sigh and filled herself with determination, reminding herself that she was a life priest, a hidden class, and that nothing could hurt her. But when she opened her eyes, a monster with eyes emerging from its mouth was in front of her. The sight made poor Xiaoyu only able to scream in terror. Instead of attacking Xiaoyu, the monster threw her to the ground and started running in the direction where the women from the guild who were following her were hiding. They panicked, wondering what this monster was. Disgusted, they shouted to catch it and kill it immediately. Just before they could make a plan, the monster wrapped its tentacles around one of them and shoved the tentacles emerging from its mouth into the woman's. In the blink of an eye, the woman began to weaken as the monster had drained all her lifespan. Realizing that this monster could absorb them to death, her companions screamed and, without hesitating for a single second, began to flee the place in terror. The monster was not going to let them escape so easily. Poor Xiaoyu woke up to the screams and with a fear-filled expression, turned around only to see the monster draining the women's lifespan. Xiaoyu was quick and, without making a sound, began to flee. She came across a spiral staircase and went down without looking back. She tripped and fell headfirst onto the ground. With tears in her eyes from the intense pain, she began to observe the place carefully, wondering where she was. In front of her was a door. Her eyes widened in surprise, leaving her in shock as she realized this was the entrance from her dream. She had finally found it. This was the platinum-grade hideout, and she had to notify the guild master immediately. She informed the guild master that she had found the platinum-grade hideout. The leader was somewhat surprised. He ordered her not to move, as he was already bringing people over, and asked her to join his party so they could see her location. Xiaoyu joined the party and told them she would wait for them there. At that moment, her eyes widened in fear as she began to hear noises, and once she turned around, she saw the sinister monster looking at her with a smile. Despite the fear, she gritted her teeth and filled herself with courage, telling herself not to be scared. She could do this. She could definitely defeat it. While the sinister monster was watching her, Xiaoyu stood up and grabbed her magic staff, convincing herself she could defeat it, as she was no longer the same person she used to be. As a powerful aura surged from her body, with a confident smile, she reminded herself that she was the noble hidden class, the life priest. Raising her magic staff, Xiaoyu activated her most powerful skill, venomous vines. Vines emerged from her staff and coiled around the monster, draining it of more than 500 hit points. Super excited, she celebrated that the attack had hit. Now, its poison would consume it while she prepared her next move. She aimed her magic staff at the monster and used corrupting poison mist, causing a poisonous mist to start damaging the boss, continuously draining its life. This was a corrupting toxin, much more vicious than any ordinary poison. The mist began to expand throughout the entire place. Noticing this, she panicked, and her eyes filled with fear. She realized this was an enclosed space and the poisonous mist had filled the entire area. This was very bad. She started to fan the smoke away with her hands, as she couldn't hold her breath any longer. Xiaoyu couldn't hold her breath anymore, but at that moment she remembered that, as a life priest, she had an antidote spell. Raising her magic staff, she used the antidote, causing the poisonous mist to slowly begin to disappear. This also stopped it from affecting the monster. Its attention became fixed on her, and a smile spread across its face. Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with tears and, unintentionally, she inhaled a bit of the mist. The effect was instant, and she died, causing her body to turn into lifespan. The system notified that the player, Xiaoyu Ya, had committed suicide. She respawned in her guild's hideout. Just then, the guild leader contacted her through chat, asking why she had returned. She explained that a monster inside the place had killed her. The leader and his men had already killed the monster. He asked if she meant the soul-sucking hag, the silver-grade monster they had just defeated. However, this didn't make sense to him. The soul-sucking hag was slow and had low attack power, but it completely drained the lifespan of anyone it caught. Because of this, he didn't understand how she had managed to survive. Hearing this, a smile spread across her face. She explained to the guild master that she had committed suicide in a moment of desperation, as she knew she would surely die if the monster caught her. The leader, surprised, exclaimed that she was incredible and had found the only way to survive. When the leader praised her, exclaiming that she was a true genius, she thanked him for the compliment and informed the guild master that she was on her way. She grew excited as she realized that, apparently, the 3 bitches who had been following her were dead for good. This is what happens when you mess with her. Qin Xiaoyu. A while later, Xiaoyu arrived at the hideout's door and explained to the guild master that the platinum-grade hideout was right behind this door. The leader patted her on the back, told her it was a good job, and promised her reward once they had secured the hideout. Then, he turned to his men and ordered Datu to take some men to clear the area and make sure no other players came to cause trouble. Datu nodded, assuring the guild master not to worry. He stated that they would eliminate anyone who dared to cause trouble, even if it was Shadow himself. Pointing at the hideout's door, the leader ordered his men to charge. They had to kill the guardian inside, and then the hideout would be theirs. Several of his men approached the door and prepared to open it, filling the air with war cries. They urged each other to charge to kill the guardian and proclaimed the imminent victory of the Knights Templar, while hurrying those at the front. One of the men informed the leader that the stone door wouldn't open. With a curious gaze, the leader began to reflect. He remembered that in this game, every hideout had a guardian, and suddenly he understood everything. With a confident expression, the leader pointed towards the hideout's door, revealing that this stone door was the guardian. Using his axe, one of the men struck the stone door. The attack dealt 320 hit points to the door as damage numbers appeared. This confirmed it was true. The stone door really was the guardian. Everyone praised the guild master's brilliance. With a smile, the guild leader told them that this platinum hideout was practically a gift and ordered his men to take it down. They accepted the order in unison. His men began to charge the door and, in the blink of an eye, created a large curtain of dust. At the same time, several system windows informed King Feng that his hideout, the land of purified souls, was under attack. The durability of the entrance's stone door was at 99.3% and taking continuous damage, while the magic defense barrier remained at 100%. The system revealed that standard teleportation to his hideout had been blocked, offering him the option to use war teleport and indicating that this was the only use available for the day. King Feng's eyes filled with seriousness and confusion, as someone had found the entrance to the land of purified souls and was attacking the hideout. Riding his wolf, King Feng headed towards his hideout. He figured that with the invaders' attack power, it would probably take them a year to break down the door. Because of this, he would simply ride his wolf over to take a look. A while later, King Feng arrived on the outskirts of the land of purified souls. His eyes lit up as something caught his attention. 2 men were chasing a woman, ordering her to stop and threatening to slaughter her if she kept running. A man carrying a spiked mace appeared in front of her, asking where she thought she was going. Just before she could take another breath, the man struck her hard, sending her body flying. With a smile, the purple-haired man extended his hand and used his skill, Sacred Chains. 4 swords made of energy descended from the sky, piercing the woman's hands and knees and causing her to scream in pain. One of the men reminded her that he had already warned her that this area had been claimed by their guild, the Knights Templar, and asked if she really thought she could force her way in. With a serious gaze, she explained that she was just passing through and that this wasn't forcing her way in. It was obvious they were just looking for an excuse to rob her. Our boy recognized the woman. It was Yang Xiaoya, his colleague from the company. He remembered she was a rather nice girl who had even given him a heads up before. Hearing that, the guild reserved the area. He deduced that the ones attacking the land of purified souls were then from the Knights Templar Guild. The purple-haired man stated that if they said she was forcing her way in, then she was. With a smile, he reminded the others that, according to the usual rules, he would go first. The other man, laughing, said that then he would be ahead of him. At that moment, someone moved like thunder, cutting off the heads of the 3 men. It was none other than King Feng. Our boy started to stare at her intently, and his eyes began to glow. Yang Xiaoya was in shock, wondering if it was Shadow. But no, she realized that wasn't right. Those eyes, they were King Feng's. With a snap of his fingers, our boy activated one of his skills. This ability, the Blooming Curse, caused brilliant red spider lilies to erupt from the corpses of the men he had just defeated, draining their remaining lifespan. He stood amidst the glowing red energy, his expression calm and serious. Nearby, his old friend Yang Xiaoya watched in shock. Seeing his eyes, she felt a sense of familiarity and wondered aloud if he could be King Feng. The orbs of lifespan from the fallen men were drawn into a vortex of blue energy and disappeared. Yang Xiaoya noted that everything was gone. She contemplated what she had just seen. She thought how much Shadow's eyes resembled King Feng's, but she quickly dismissed the idea as a coincidence. She reasoned that if King Feng was the powerful player Shadow, he would never let his sister, Xiao Yu, join a guild like the Knights Templar, where members were treated like slaves. The story then shifted to Shadow's hideout outside the Land of Purified Souls. A group of players, led by the Knights Templar guild leader, spotted Shadow's arrival and erupted into a fanatical welcome, cheering for Big Brother Shadow. The leader explained that his men had been trying to rob someone and thanked Shadow for showing up and teaching them a lesson. He said that since Shadow saved them from the headless assassin, his entire guild had become devoted fans of him. The leader continued to flatter Shadow, claiming his guild now followed his positive values and strove to be a sunshine guild. After the praise, he finally asked why Shadow had come to visit. Shadow ignored the flattery and got straight to the point, asking if it was true they were attacking a hideout. The guild leader, looking surprised and nervous, stammered as he asked Shadow how he knew, then hesitantly questioned if Shadow was also interested in the hideout they were attacking. With his eyes glowing, Shadow made a calm declaration, stating that the hideout was his. The guild leader was so shocked he practically turned to stone, unable to process what he had heard. His subordinates were equally stunned, their mouths open in disbelief. The leader, sweating, tried to argue, pointing out that he heard Shadow's hideout was in Magic City, and a player could only own one. One of his men leaned in and whispered a crucial piece of information. If a player creates a guild, the guild itself can also own a hideout. Shadow confirmed this, stating coolly that he had hideouts in both Magic City and Zhanghai City. The terrible realization dawned on the group. They had been trying to invade the personal territory of Shadow, the most powerful player in the world. A wave of terror washed over them as they looked up, feeling as if the sky itself was collapsing. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was in utter disbelief. With tears in her eyes, she couldn't understand how the hideout could belong to Shadow when he had never appeared in the dream that supposedly led her to it. The Knights Templar guild leader, now faced with the hideout's owner, immediately began to grovel. He bowed deeply before King Feng, frantically explaining they had no idea the place belonged to him and begged to know how they could make amends. Shadow, looking at a holographic panel showing his hideout's status, coolly pointed out that they had been attacking his gate for some time and the repairs would be expensive. With a cold look, Shadow stated his price, 500 years of lifespan. The guild leader screamed in shock at the astronomical figure, the stress causing him to faint dramatically as his subordinates cried out his name. One of the men cradled his unconscious leader and pleaded with King Feng, asking if he could reduce the price. Looming over them, King Feng coldly asked if the man knew the cost of repairing such a gate. When the subordinate admitted he didn't, King Feng told him to shut his mouth. A moment later, the guild leader woke up with a dazed expression. He muttered to himself about the outrageous cost, wondering what he had done to deserve this. Suddenly, his despair turned to rage. He lunged at Xiao Yu, grabbing her by the front of her robes. He furiously blamed her for the entire situation, shouting that she was trying to destroy him and their entire Knights Templar guild. With a look of shame, Xiao Yu accepted the blame, quietly admitting it was all her fault and that she had dragged everyone into this. Turning to King Feng, she bravely took full responsibility. She told him to punish her instead, offering to do anything he commanded. Pledging her life to him, she swore to become his servant and give him all the lifespan she earned until the debt was repaid. Facing King Feng, Xiao Yu continued her plea, offering herself for any punishment he saw fit. Beating, cursing, or abuse, as long as he spared her guild. The Knights Templar guild leader and his men looked on, moved by her self-sacrifice. Ignoring her completely, King Feng's glowing eyes fixed on the guild leader. He spoke a single name, Chen Wuming. The leader, whose real name is Chen Wuming, was struck with pure terror. He stammered in disbelief, shocked that King Feng somehow knew his true identity. King Feng then posed a cold question to Chen Wuming, asking if he truly believed Xiao Yu was worth the 500 years of lifespan. At this, a twisted manic grin spread across Chen Wuming's face. In a shocking turn, he launched himself at Xiao Yu, unleashing a furious punch and screaming at her to die. As his fist sent her flying, he angrily accused her of causing them to invade King Feng's hideout and then having the nerve to play the hero. He revealed his jealous motive, screaming that she was just trying to get close to King Feng and become his servant, something she didn't deserve. With Xiao Yu lying unconscious, Chen Wuming got on his knees and resumed begging. He lamented that his plan to get close to King Feng had failed and pleaded for mercy, explaining his guild was small and could not afford 500 years of lifespan. He promised to do anything else King Feng asked. King Feng relented, offering a new deal. He told them to pay 100 years of lifespan up front. The remaining 400 years could be paid off by bringing him every member of their guild who had the killer status. Each person they brought would count as 1 year off their debt. Chen Wuming was overjoyed by this. He explained it would be an easy task since his guild had over 2,000 members, and this would also let him clear his own killer status. He immediately transferred the payment, and a system notification confirmed King Feng had received 100 years of lifespan. Asking King Feng to wait, Chen Wuming began to rally his men with the killer status to gather immediately. While the guild members assembled, King Feng decided to use his new lifespan. A system window appeared, asking if he wanted to spend 7 days of lifespan to repair his damaged hideout. He calmly accepted, and another notification confirmed the transaction was complete and the hideout had been fully repaired. Once Chen Wuming's guild members with the killer status were gathered, Shadow unleashed a devastating attack, a swirling vortex of dark energy that sliced through all 400 of them at once. A system notification confirmed the kills, and the ground became littered with glowing orbs of lifespan. Killing so many players with the killer status also reduced Shadow's own, lowering its level from 4 to 3. Chen Wuming, the Knights Templar Guild leader, clapped enthusiastically, praising Shadow's efficiency. He callously remarked that the men who died were just troublemakers who had violated guild rules and deserved the lesson Shadow had taught them. Shadow then turned to the leader with a new proposition, telling him that his guild would now be responsible for guarding this hideout. Shadow explained this would be a perfect way to keep the guild's unruly members in line. He ordered them to guard the place in shifts, warning Chen Wuming he would be held personally responsible for any future attacks. Though he agreed, the leader cursed Shadow internally, realizing he was being forced to use his men as security guards. Just then, a new system notification appeared. His other hideout, the Evil Spirit Academy, was under attack. With its defensive barrier taking damage, he was prompted to use his single daily war teleport. Annoyed, King Feng decided to use the teleport to deal with this new threat. As he was enveloped in blue light, he wondered aloud who would be foolish enough to provoke him, especially since everyone knew the Evil Spirit Academy was his. Seeing Shadow disappear, Chen Wuming ordered his guild to pack up and leave. When a subordinate reminded him of King Feng's orders, the leader pointed to Xiao Yu, who was just beginning to stir. He cruelly declared that she would be the one to guard the hideout. He mocked her, saying this was exactly what she wanted. He ordered her not to move and to report any trouble, threatening to drain her lifespan if she failed. The scene shifted to the Evil Spirit Academy, a massive Gothic cathedral in the Magic City ruins. A group of men from the Magic City Black Dragon Hall were relentlessly attacking the main doors, trying to break the magical barrier. King Feng teleported directly into the fray, landing inside. Standing atop the high walls, he looked down at the attackers, puzzled. He had no memory of dealing with the Magic City Black Dragon Hall and wondered why they had made an enemy of him. Down below, the leader of the Magic City Black Dragon Hall rallied his men for a final strike. He commanded them to give him their power, and together they channeled a massive ball of dark energy. Unleashing the combined attack, the leader shouted, "Black Flame, Magic Dragon Break," sending a colossal blast crashing into the hideout's defensive barrier. The barrier cracked severely, its durability dropping to just 13%. The attackers celebrated, believing the gate was about to shatter. They cheered, excited about the hundreds of years of lifespan they were about to claim. Watching from above, King Feng realized these men were merely hired pawns. He considered who could hold a grudge against him and still be alive, quickly concluding it must be Dongfang Yue. Suddenly, the attackers were startled by a strange sound. Looking up, they saw a massive, ethereal dragon descending from the sky. A wave of energy washed over them, and they were paralyzed with fear. Their eyes swirling in a hypnotic daze. Unable to move, they could only watch as another guild member pointed frantically towards the sky. A massive fiery meteor was plummeting directly towards them. The celestial body crashed into the ground, engulfing the helpless men in a massive explosion. One of the men braced for impact, but was surprised to find himself unharmed after the flames subsided. He laughed with relief, gloating that the meteor had only dealt 3,000 damage and his high health build had saved him. His celebration was cut short as his head was severed, and his body was consumed by dark tendrils before disintegrating. In the aftermath, a new group of players arrived. They were shocked to find the members of the Magic City Black Dragon Hall dead, wondering who could have done it. A young woman with pink hair and a witch's hat immediately suspected it was the legendary player, King Feng. Her companions were doubtful, as they saw no one, but she insisted Shadow's power couldn't be judged by ordinary standards and he might even be permanently invisible. From his unseen vantage point, King Feng observed them, recognizing them as members of the Sky Dome Guild. He identified the pink-haired woman as Zhang Yaoying, a player with the unique hidden class of Soul Painter. King Feng now understood the source of the dragon and meteor attacks. They had been painted into existence by her magical brush. He recalled the Soul Painter class was incredibly powerful in large-scale battles, but vulnerable to surprise attacks. Knowing he was nearby, Zhang Yaoying called out, asking to speak with Senior Shadow. To the shock of her and her companions, King Feng's voice answered out of thin air, asking what she wanted. Flushing slightly, she explained she needed to enter his hideout to find something for her class advancement, promising she would pay him well. Shadow pieced everything together. In his past life, the Sky Dome Guild had controlled this hideout, and now he understood why. Zhang Yaoying must have discovered it during this quest. He mused that his actions had once again altered history. He fondly remembered watching her and her grandfather's popular gaming streams. Her grandfather, Old Man Zhang, founded the Sky Dome Guild, which became one of the top guilds in the nation. Blushing under his mask, King Feng admitted to himself he knew so much because he used to be a fan. Putting his memories aside, King Feng made a decision. He told them to come inside so they could talk. As he spoke, the massive sealed doors of the Evil Spirit Academy swung open, revealing a dark, cavernous entrance. Inside the Gothic halls of the Evil Spirit Academy, King Feng sat on a massive throne with dark energy swirling around him. He addressed the members of the Sky Dome Guild, asking them to state their business. Zhang Yaoying stepped forward and explained that her Soul Painter class required special materials for its advancement, materials only found in the Evil Spirit Academy. Stating they had heard he had sold a previous hideout for a high price, she offered to buy this one from him. She explained that her class required a large quantity of the material, making ownership the most practical solution. King Feng was impressed, wondering how the Sky Dome Guild had accumulated so much lifespan. He credited her grandfather, Old Man Zhang. However, he informed her that the Evil Spirit Academy was not for sale. As a compromise, he offered her guest permissions, allowing free access to the ground floor. Unsatisfied, Zhang Yaoying countered, asking to rent the space instead. She proposed a price of 500 years of lifespan for a 3-year lease on the first floor. King Feng considered her proposal. He realized that since he had already offered her free access for her quest, her insistence on paying such a high price meant the Sky Dome Guild's true goal was not just to gather materials, but to formally establish a relationship with him. As if reading his thoughts, Zhang Yaoying offered another term to sweeten the deal. With a devious grin, she promised that if he agreed, her guild would take care of the Magic City Black Dragon Hall, the group that had just attacked his hideout, and wipe them out completely. King Feng was taken aback by her audacity, asking if she could really make a decision that would lead to war without first consulting her grandfather. Zhang Yaoying laughed, surprised he knew her grandfather. She confidently assured him that Old Man Zhang always listened to her, and that crushing a small guild like the Black Dragon Hall would be easy. Admiring her decisive nature, King Feng agreed to the deal and tossed the rental contract to her. A system notification confirmed the transaction, informing Shadow he had received 500 years of lifespan. He told them they could use the first floor as they wished and not to worry about the defensive barrier, as the lava in the lower levels would automatically repair any damage. With the deal done, Zhang Yaoying and her guild celebrated. After the Sky Dome Guild members entered his hideout, Shadow allowed himself a small smile. He thought to himself that Zhang Yaoying was even more energetic in person than on her streams. Blushing under his mask, he shook off the thought and reminded himself to get back to business. He went to his hideout's warehouse. He had used his equivalent exchange skill several times already with good results. Seeing the skill's cooldown was over, he decided to use it again. Activating Baffich's equivalent exchange, golden energy swirled around his hand as he sacrificed a low-value item. The system announced he had lost a wisdom training scroll but gained the Scarlet Blade, a powerful Jade-tier assassin finisher skill. The blade was a high-damage melee attack that also healed him for a large percentage of the damage dealt. King Feng was pleasantly surprised. Obtaining a limit break finisher skill was a significant power boost. These ultimate abilities were known for being strong enough to turn the tide of a battle. He noted the base damage of the new Jade tier skill was more than double that of his most powerful legendary skill. Seeing its potential, King Feng immediately spent evolution points to upgrade the Scarlet Blade to Legendary tier. The skill's damage and healing grew, and he calculated that with his buffs, a single strike could now inflict over 100,000 points of damage. With plenty of evolution points left, he decided to upgrade another core skill. He invested 500 points into his passive stealth ability, evolving it to Mythic. This upgrade not only increased his stealth level but also granted him a new passive effect. While in stealth, the rate his lifespan drained in dangerous areas was reduced by 90%. King Feng's eyes glowed with satisfaction. This would make exploring high-level rage zones much safer. At level 17, Shadow could finally equip the new Jade tier gear he had acquired. He equipped a new veil, gloves, boots, and a ring, each providing significant stat boosts. With his new gear, almost his entire set was now Jade tier. However, he looked at his new mismatched appearance with disgust, remarking on how ugly low-level equipment was. He promptly switched his appearance back to his default, all-black Shadow outfit. Now fully upgraded, King Feng declared it was time to conquer the next hideout. The scene shifted to the real world, in the suburbs of Magic City, where an armored vehicle pulled up to a grand mansion. An armed guard asked his colleague how many people they had brought back, and the other replied they had only found 4. The first guard expressed disappointment, and his colleague explained that fewer people were willing to sell their lifespan these days before telling the new arrivals to get out. A group of 4 disembarked: a large muscular man, a man in a long coat, another man in a suit, and a young hooded woman. The man in the coat looked at the impressive mansion and remarked that the buyers must be rich. A guard told them to wait outside while he informed Madame Dongfang. The muscular man complained about not being invited inside, and the hooded woman impatiently told them to hurry up. Watching them, the guard scoffed, thinking the group of idiots would soon get what was coming to them. Inside the mansion's hall, Dongfang Yue appeared with her young son, Nantian. She coldly confirmed they were the ones selling lifespan and ordered them to convert it into light orbs and throw them on the floor. The muscular man smirked, asking if she was joking and pointing out that they had not seen any money. Dongfang Yue's expression darkened, her eye glowing menacingly as she repeated her command, warning them to hand over the lifespan if they did not want to die. Suddenly, more armed guards emerged, surrounding the 4 sellers with their guns. The man in the suit raised his hands in mock surrender, asking what she meant. Then, a sinister grin spread across his face as he asked if she intended to rob them, just as they did to others. Before he could finish, one of the mansion's guards lunged forward. But Dongfang Yue was shocked by the turn of events. The man in the long coat revealed his insect manipulator class and summoned a swarm of glowing insects, gloating that he had found a fat sheep. At the same time, the hooded woman's eyes glowed as she ordered her companions to wash this beauty clean, preparing to rob Dongfang Yue and her people. The battle erupted as Dongfang Yue's guards opened fire. The muscular man from the sellers group summoned a massive golden shield, a platinum tier ability called Golden Round Wall, which completely blocked the bullets. The guards were frustrated, unable to penetrate his defense. The man then leapt into the air and smashed the shield into the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave. At the same time, the man in the suit displayed incredible agility, effortlessly dodging a hail of bullets. He slid gracefully across the ground, pointed his finger like a gun, and fired a powerful energy beam that killed a guard in a fiery explosion. He possessed a hidden class, the one-handed gunman, allowing him to fire different ammunition from his fingers. The fight quickly moved inside the mansion. The hooded woman leapt through the air with incredible speed, unleashing a swirling blue energy attack that cut down several guards at once as one of them called for backup. With a manic grin, she flew directly towards Dongfang Yue, screaming for her to die. Just as her attack was about to connect, she was suddenly kicked out of the air. A new figure, a large muscular bodyguard with a bandaged face, intervened, creating an energy vortex to protect his mistress. He warned Dongfang Yue to be careful, as they faced a player with a hidden class. Enraged, Dongfang Yue ordered him to capture them alive, intending to enslave them and force them to earn lifespan for her son. The bodyguard grimly noted their opponents were very strong and their chance of success was only 50%. The muscular man with the golden shield noted their opponents also had players with special classes, as the insect manipulator's mechanical bug buzzed in the air. Dongfang Yue's formidable bodyguard stood amidst a swirling purple miasma, the remains of fallen guards at his feet. He calmly assessed the 4 sellers, identifying them as a team that preys on the wealthy, equipped with one-hit kill skills and bulletproof gear. He seemed pleased, remarking that they had likely succeeded many times before. The man in the long coat, the insect manipulator, smiled confidently and faced the bodyguard, hoping they had extracted enough levels and gear from the game to make the fight exciting. Surrounded by his ominous purple aura, the bodyguard stood his ground, unfazed. He scoffed at them, calling them arrogant kids. The insect manipulator declared the battle had begun and commanded his insect to attack, shouting for the bodyguard to die. The mechanical bug shot a brilliant beam of yellow energy, but the bodyguard evaded it with impossible speed. In a stunning display, he reached up and snatched the fast-moving insect right out of the air. The sellers were in complete shock. The insect manipulator cried out in disbelief, stating his insect could fly at 200 kilometers per hour, and questioning how he could have caught it. With a grunt, the bodyguard expelled a strange purple gas from his rear and then crushed the insect in his powerful grip, leaving the sellers stunned. He casually dropped the remains to the ground and stomped on them. He then revealed he had already set up a barrier around the area. Surrounded by a surging purple aura, the bodyguard announced his unique hidden class, Fart Master, the source of the plague. He declared his purpose was to spread his pestilence in a way that surpassed humanity, before ominously stating, "Well then, I'm coming." With a menacing glow in his eyes, Dongfang Yu's bodyguard, the Fart Master, announced his attack. He leapt into the air with astonishing speed, surprising the muscular man from the opposing group. The bodyguard aimed a powerful high kick. The muscular man taunted him, daring him to test his iron wall defense. As he braced himself, the bodyguard's buttocks released a devastating air cannon that shattered the man's golden shield and sent him crashing to the ground. The insect manipulator yelled for his companion, the one-handed gunman, to shoot. The gunman fired a volley of energy blasts, but the bodyguard dodged every shot with ease. The gunman taunted him, declaring that leaping into the air against a gunman was a suicidal mistake and he had nowhere left to run. However, the muscular man with the bandaged arms recovered and clapped his buttocks together, unleashing a powerful sonic boom attack. The blast struck the one-handed gunman, shattering his glasses and killing him instantly. The bodyguard stood over the corpse, remarking that the man's cultivation level must have been low for him to be slain by a mere sonic boom. Seeing his comrade fall, the insect manipulator turned to flee in terror, but a hand shot out and grabbed him by the head, stopping him. The bodyguard held the terrified man, who was now begging for his life. The bodyguard calmly reassured him that he wouldn't be killed, explaining that with 2 dead and 2 alive, he had fulfilled the 50% success rate he had promised. He then casually asked what had happened to their stealthy companion, noting his earlier fart should have stunned them. Confused and frightened, the man explained that the hooded woman wasn't with them and his other 2 brothers had been killed. He clarified they didn't know the hooded woman at all, she just happened to get out of the vehicle with them to sell her lifespan. The scene shifted to the magic Leaning Tower, a landmark resembling the Leaning Tower of Pisa on the outskirts of the Magic City ruins. A glowing purple magic circle hovered above its peak. Shadow materialized as a semi-transparent, ghostly figure in the ruined cityscape. He went to the tower's entrance, noting the guardian monster was missing. He concluded someone had beaten him to it. He entered through a large, frozen doorway. Inside, Shadow observed his surroundings. He knew the magic Leaning Tower was a vast, multi-storied library, a giant maze filled with traps. He recalled the legend of a terrible monster sealed deep inside, a princess transformed by an evil white dragon. As he floated through the library, he saw signs of looting. Realizing another party had already gone deep inside, he remembered the teleport mechanism to the top floor was in this area. He quickly found a glowing book titled Postpartum Care for Sows. He knew pulling this book would trigger the teleportation magic. As he pulled the book, he was instantly engulfed in light and teleported away. He materialized on the tower's rooftop, floating behind 2 players who were shocked by his sudden appearance. Looking over the rooftop arena, he saw a large group of players battling the tower's guardian, a massive, tentacled monster called the Desperate Princess. Shadow assessed the situation, noting the players' equipment was subpar and their casualty rate was high. He was impressed they had made it this far despite their disadvantages. His attention was drawn to the group's leader, a woman with long gray hair rallying her troops. She shouted for them not to be afraid and to simply run back after they died. Shadow recognized the group as the Feka Heavy Industry Guild and their leader as Huang Huifan. In his past life, Feka Heavy Industry was a major corporation. After the game descended, their leader, Huang Huifan, had reacted quickly, converting company funds into lifespan and forming a guild with her employees. He recalled her class was the Illusionist, a powerful support class whose signature skill, Teleportation Gate, allowed her to move forces around the battlefield. Watching from afar, Shadow analyzed their strategy. He knew the teleportation gate was incredibly powerful. It let them set an entrance and exit, creating a stable portal for anyone. By placing the entrance near their respawn point and the exit near the boss, any player who died could instantly rejoin the fight and recover their dropped lifespan. Shadow recalled this tactic had allowed the guild to become one of the nation's top 20 guilds in his past life. However, he knew that against this guardian, the level 18 platinum tier boss Desperate Princess, their strategy was useless. This boss had a terrifying ability. She absorbed the lifespan of players she killed 100 times faster than any other monster. This meant every player who fell became fuel, powering her up. Shadow could see that if they continued this war of attrition, the princess would soon evolve into a Jade tier boss and regenerate her health. He realized this would lead to a total party wipe, and the lifespan cost would destroy the guild. He decided to intervene. Leaping down, Shadow landed before the guild leader, Huang Huifan. Startled, she watched as he made an offer, 1,000 years of lifespan, and he would kill the boss for them. Any assassin loot would be his. Huang Huifan was stunned, stammering as she realized she was face to face with the legendary Shadow. He calmly confirmed his identity and gave her a stark warning, telling her and her guild they could not win this fight. He advised them to either accept his offer or retreat immediately. Before Huang Huifan could respond, an arrogant young man challenged Shadow, angrily asking who he was to say they couldn't win. He scoffed at the demand for 1,000 years of lifespan, calling Shadow crazy and telling him to get lost. Huang Huifan tried to stop him, shouting, "Huang Ziking, don't be rude," but it was too late. Before she could finish, Shadow grabbed Huang Ziking by the face. With a fluid motion, he threw the young man into the guild's teleportation gate. As Huang Ziking emerged on the other side, Shadow unleashed his Dark Knight Ring Blade skill, a wave of dark red energy that sliced him in half and shattered the teleportation portal. As the remains of her subordinate fell, Huang Huifan screamed, "Son!" She turned on Shadow, demanding to know why he had destroyed her portal. She acknowledged her son had offended him but argued a simple lesson would have been enough. With glowing golden eyes, Shadow looked down at her and calmly said she would soon understand. He repeated his offer, 1,000 years, and he would solve her boss problem. As Shadow dissipated, Huang Huifan and her guild were left speechless. Shadow knew the guild was unaware the boss was about to evolve. He had destroyed their portal because their strategy of endlessly respawning would have only fed the boss until they were wiped out. His true motivation was more pragmatic. He summoned his spectral wolf, thinking that while the guild's destruction was a minor issue, losing 1,000 years of lifespan was a major one. He landed in the city ruins, confident. He knew the remaining guild members would provide just enough lifespan for the boss to evolve, and the pulsing light from the tower was the final sign. His plan was simple. Once the boss reached the Jade tier, he would return to kill her and reap greater rewards. Just as he settled in to wait, a message came from Ghost Spirit. She excitedly reported finding Dongfang Yue in a suburban manor, but she was being protected by a strong player who had nearly killed Ghost Spirit. Shadow told her to meet him at the Withered Bone Field with the details. He was impressed. Finding someone in the vast magic city showed she was very capable. Not long after, the two assassins met in a desolate, bone-littered landscape. Shadow asked her to describe Dongfang Yue's guard. Ghost Spirit explained he was a fast, powerful melee fighter whose main attack was, bizarrely, farting. She added he could see through her stealth and was surrounded by a 10-meter smoky aura. Shadow understood immediately. He explained she had encountered a player with the Source of the Plague hidden class. The aura was a first-tier ability, a plague field that could sense any physical body within it, countering her stealth. He explained the class could strengthen its body and regenerate using plague abilities, and at higher tiers, it was rumored to be nearly immortal. Hearing this, Ghost Spirit was horrified, despairing if she would ever get her revenge. Shadow then revealed the class's critical weakness. While the plague strengthened the user's body, it also corroded their mind. A weak mentality, he explained, was its greatest flaw. He then told her the Blade of the Underworld class had its own evolution. At Tier 2, it would become the Yellow Spring Evil Ghost. As he spoke, a massive spectral green demon materialized behind her, its eyes glowing. Ghost Spirit stood in awe, her own eyes glowing with ethereal light as she realized her own potential. In a desolate field of bones, Shadow advised Ghost Spirit to advance her class to Tier 2 to overcome her limits, as it was her true path. Amazed, Ghost Spirit asked how he knew so much about her class. Instead of answering, Shadow leaped to the top of a large tombstone. From there, he explained that the game was profound and encouraged her to be persistent, as a solid foundation was key to greatness. Inspired, Ghost Spirit was filled with determination. Understanding his incredible power came from constant hard work. Shadow revealed that this graveyard was the perfect place for her to level up, as the monsters respawned quickly and would also allow her to upgrade her class weapon, the Underworld Chain Blade. However, he warned her the place was dangerous, as all the monsters were elites with triple the health, defense, and attack of normal enemies. To show her how it was done, he said that with the right technique, it was not so difficult. He then leapt into a group of monsters and annihilated them effortlessly by striking their weak points. Ghost Spirit watched, blushing and astonished by his strength. Appearing by her side, Shadow urged her to give it her all, explaining that only by betting everything could she complete her path of revenge. With that, Shadow disappeared in a flash of blue energy, leaving Ghost Spirit alone. She was left thoughtful, realizing that for an instant when he mentioned revenge, she had felt an intense and unmistakable killing intent from him. Meanwhile, in the ruins of Zhanghai City, the sun was setting. Little Black was resting on the ground, leaning against her white llama, exhausted from her exploration. She felt hungry, but after checking her map, she decided to persevere a little longer, as she was close to finishing her exploration of the area. While resting, she noticed a strange, dark, glowing fruit on the ground. Curious, she picked it up, thinking it looked like a plum. Without a second thought, she took a big bite and was delighted to find it was delicious. To her surprise, a system notification appeared, informing her she had gained 50 experience points. She was amazed that a simple fruit could grant her experience. Looking up, she discovered a long trail of the same glowing fruits. Excited, she followed the path, happily eating the fruits along the way, and gaining 50 experience points with each one. Her feast was interrupted by a message from Captain Anyu. Anyu urgently told Little Black to come to the corrupted coast, explaining a man named Manhwa had been captured by a boss. He was carrying over 500 years of lifespan, so they needed her help. Little Black checked her map and replied she was already in the area. Captain Anyu told her to wait, promising they would be there shortly. Still following the trail of glowing fruits, Little Black crawled along, complaining to herself about Manhwa. She thought he was a good-for-nothing, but her thoughts quickly returned to the delicious fruits. As night fell, she reached the top of a hill and stopped in surprise at the scene before her. The path of fruits had led her to the desolate, corrupted coast, where a small slug-like creature sat at the end of the trail, having apparently produced the fruits she had been eating. Nearby, a horrifying sight awaited her. A colossal bloated monster with several sharp-toothed mouths on its back held a small, screaming humanoid figure. Little Black, her face still smudged with fruit juice, was shocked and wondered what kind of boss this giant creature could be. Her eyes then darted to the ground, where she saw the motionless bodies of two players, and recognized one as Manhwa. She realized this grotesque monster must be the boss Captain Anyu had warned her about. The creature sat before a massive bowl and proceeded to bite the smaller creature it held. A system window identified the boss as Spirit Devourer, Undali GR, a level 20 Jade-grade monster. The Spirit Devourer then crushed the small creature in its fist. Little Black watched in horror, realizing the boss was not eating a player, but another monster. The creature then tossed the bloody remains into its bowl and began to mix them into a gruesome meal. Captain Anyu and her party arrived on the hill, finding Little Black still observing. Anyu asked if she had seen Manhwa and the boss. The group looked on from the hilltop. Wang Meng exclaimed in shock that it was a Jade-grade boss, while Captain Anyu expressed her disgust at its habit of eating other monsters. Little Black, still munching on a fruit, added a curious detail. For some reason, the boss had not attacked any players. Captain Anyu advised her team to observe for now and not act rashly. She admitted they were not equipped to handle a Jade-grade boss and would need reinforcements. They continued to watch, puzzled by the boss's actions as it settled into a deep squat. They wondered what it could be doing before one of them hesitantly suggested it might be defecating. To their shock and horror, their suspicion was confirmed as glowing purple fruits began to emerge from the monster's rear. Little Black screamed in disbelief. Examining one of the new orbs, they commented on its peculiar shape, realizing it looked exactly like a plum. The terrible realization dawned on Little Black as she looked from the fruit in her hand to the boss. The delicious plums she had been eating were the monster's feces. Her face drained of color as Anyu and Wang Meng stared in stunned silence. Little Black let out a silent, horrified scream, dropping the fruit as she processed what she had done. She frantically wondered what she had just eaten, while Captain Anyu and Wang Meng desperately tried to quiet her. Her scream was too loud, and the massive Spirit Devourer slowly turned its head, its attention now fixed on them. The colossal boss loomed over them, and as it opened one of the mouths on its back, it let out a terrifying roar that seemed to echo with the whispers of an ancient, gluttonous god. The party was frozen in terror, knowing they were in grave danger. After the spirit devourer's terrifying roar, the world seemed to distort around Captain An Yu and Wang Meng. A strange power washed over them, making their eyes glow red as they screamed in agony. They clutched their heads, overwhelmed by a ravenous hunger that consumed their thoughts. Little Black watched in confusion as Captain An Yu and the rest of the party rushed past her with crazed desperation. Ignoring the monster, they sprinted towards the massive bowl filled with the bloody remains of the creature the boss had been preparing. With frenzied expressions, they plunged their hands into the gruesome mixture and began stuffing the gore into their mouths, muttering about how hungry they were. As they ate, their bodies began to unnaturally swell and bloat, their faces becoming round. From her hiding spot, Little Black watched in horror, exclaiming that her friends had gone mad, eating themselves into obesity. She then wondered why she was the only one unaffected by the strange hunger. Her question was answered in the most horrifying way. The massive spirit devourer loomed over one of the now bloated party members, grabbed him effortlessly, and shoved him whole into one of the gaping mouths on its back, devouring him completely. Watching this, Little Black finally understood the boss's horrifying mechanic, screaming in terror that the boss ate the fattest person it could find. Panicking, Little Black realized her elite team was not enough and concluded her only hope was to seek help from that man. She quickly contacted Shadow and explained they had encountered a Jade-grade boss, the Spirit Devourer, on Daily Gyre, and that Captain An Yu and Wang Meng were about to be eaten. Shadow's demeanor changed upon hearing the name. He realized this was the bloodline monster he had been searching for and thought Little Black was truly his lucky star. He told her to send him the coordinates and said he was coming immediately. The scene shifted to Shadow at the entrance of a glowing cave. He noted that he had already acquired the keys to 3 other platinum hideouts in Magic City. He decided this was the perfect time to deal with the bloodline monster, as the desperate princess boss should also be done evolving soon. A short time later, Shadow arrived at the corrupted coast. Little Black greeted him with relief. He asked where the boss was, and she pointed just ahead. She frantically told him that Captain An Yu and Wang Meng had already been eaten and begged him to rescue them. As they watched, the giant boss squatted down again, straining as if about to defecate. To their absolute disgust, a large translucent purple orb was expelled, and inside it, the horrified face of Manhwa was clearly visible. Both Shadow and Little Black were shocked. Little Black cried out that the boss had excreted Manhwa and worried the same would happen to An Yu and the others. Shadow explained the monster's mechanics. The spirit devourer was a servant of the gluttonous ancient god, and emitted a whisper that drove players into gluttony. The more they ate, the fatter they became, and the boss then devoured these fattened players to digest their lifespan. He continued, revealing there was only one way to be immune. One must eat the boss's excrement. He added that although it was disgusting, he had heard it tasted good. He then looked at Little Black, realizing she was unaffected, and began to ask if that meant she, mortified and crying. Little Black cut him off, begging him to stop. Still on her knees and horrified, Little Black tearfully begged Shadow to hurry and rescue her friends. Without a word, Shadow leaped into action, speeding towards the pulsating purple orb containing Manhwa. He snatched the orb out of the air and, instead of trying to free the man, hurled it directly at the massive spirit devourer. The orb, with Manhwa's terrified face trapped inside, smashed squarely into the monster's soft belly. The boss let out a pained roar as a white, viscous liquid erupted from the mouths on its back. The impact forced the creature to violently spit out everyone it had swallowed. Captain An Yu, Wang Meng, and the other party members were expelled from the monster's gullet, landing in a heap, covered in slime but alive. With his allies safe, Shadow's eyes glowed with a brilliant yellow light as a powerful red aura enveloped him. He activated his mythic skill, Graceful Release, followed by his legendary instant Shadow Slash. A storm of bright blue energy slashes descended upon the Spirit Devourer, inflicting devastating hits, each dealing tens of thousands of damage. Shadow saw his finisher skill gauge was full and decided it was the perfect time to test its power. He unleashed his ultimate attack, the Scarlet Blade. A colossal blade of pure red energy formed and sliced vertically through the Spirit Devourer, dealing an astounding 1,032,015 points of damage in a single strike. A system-wide announcement declared that player Shadow from Great Zia had achieved the world's first kill of a Jade-grade boss. Little Black watched from the sidelines, her jaw dropped in utter disbelief. She screamed in astonishment at the million-plus damage number, exclaiming how completely insane Shadow's power was. The global announcement of Shadow's victory shocked players worldwide. Some lamented that Great Zia would now rise to power, while others tried to claim him for their own, with one player angrily insisting Shadow's ancestors were from their country. Meanwhile, Shadow was surrounded by golden light as system notifications flooded his view. He received a massive amount of experience, evolution points, equipment, and new skills. Most importantly, he obtained the Spirit Devourer bloodline, and was asked if he wanted to activate it. He understood that bloodlines were a special system where powerful defeated monsters granted their bloodline to a player. A compatible bloodline could drastically increase combat power. With his eyes glowing, he chose to activate it. A powerful purple aura erupted around him as the bloodline's effects fundamentally altered his attributes. Each point of strength now converted to 3 points of physical attack, constitution to 50 hit points and 5 physical defense. His agility's effectiveness was boosted by 32%. And each spirit point provided 3 elemental attack and 5 elemental resistance. He also gained 2 new bloodline skills. The first, Spirit Devour, allowed him to consume any skill of his own class for an attribute correction bonus, though it increased his appetite by 200%. The second, Big Mouth, let him form a massive energy mouth to swallow enemy projectiles, healing himself based on the absorbed projectile's damage. Shadow contemplated this new power, realizing the potential of devouring skills to gain extra attribute corrections. He understood attribute correction was the efficiency of his stats. For example, 1 strength point normally granted 3 points of physical attack. The boss had conveniently dropped a bronze tier poison blade skill, which he considered useless on its own but perfect for a test. He used Spirit Devour, crushing the skill icon. The system confirmed the action and notified him his strength conversion had increased from 3 to 3.3 points of physical attack per point. He was initially disappointed that a bronze tier skill only gave a 0.3 increase, but then he had a crucial insight. The devoured skill was now a passive ability, which meant it could be evolved. He immediately spent 242 evolution points to upgrade the devoured poison blade skill from bronze to legendary. The result was astounding. The system informed him his strength conversion had now increased from 3 to 5 points of physical attack. His eyes gleamed with excitement. He realized that if he continued to devour and upgrade skills, his attribute corrections could become hundreds of times greater than other players. A determined smile spread across his face as he declared to himself that he was, once again, invincible. After the battle, Captain Anyu, Wang Meng, and the rest of the party were safe but in an embarrassing and slimy state, still bloated from the boss's gluttony effect. Wang Meng tearfully thanked Shadow for saving them, relieved they weren't all excreted by the boss like Mei Liang. While her friends recovered, Little Black rushed to the still bloated Captain Anyu, giving her a hug and reassuring her that she was still beautiful regardless of her size. Once everyone was back to normal, Captain Anyu approached Shadow to discuss his payment, explaining that the Zhonghai officials were short on lifespan. Unconcerned, Shadow told her not to worry and suggested they could repay him by finding assassin skill books instead. Captain Anyu readily agreed. With the deal made, Shadow vanished in a swirl of dark energy. With their mission over, Anyu told her team it was time for them to head back as well. As the group left, Manhwa, still trapped in his rolling purple prison, tearfully made everyone promise to never speak of what had happened. The exhausted team reluctantly agreed. The story flashes back to the magic leaning tower, just after Shadow jumped down from its peak. At the top of the tower, the battle with the desperate princess was still raging. The boss, a tentacled creature, was down to the last third of its health. The guild leader, Huang Huifan, urged her team on, ordering a healer named Xiaokui to use her Tree of Life skill. Xiaokui obeyed and a massive glowing tree of green energy erupted, continuously healing the guild members. Huang Huifan rallied her troops, shouting that since Shadow had destroyed their portal, they couldn't afford to die. She encouraged them to go all out, believing victory was near. Filled with renewed vigor, the guild's tanks charged, and the team unleashed a final barrage of attacks on the weakened boss. Believing they had won, Huang Huifan celebrated with Xiaokui, crediting her Life Priest class for their success. However, their celebration was cut short. The desperate princess retaliated with a powerful tentacle strike, shattering a tank's shield and instantly killing him. The boss then closed her eyes and began to absorb a strange blue energy from her fallen foe. Her eyes snapped open, now glowing with a malevolent yellow light. Huang Huifan and Xiaokui watched in horror as the boss's power surged. The desperate princess unleashed a massive, explosive wave of fiery energy, engulfing the entire top of the tower. The remaining guild members were caught in the blast and burned to ashes in an instant. When the dust settled, only a large glowing blue egg remained on a pedestal, surrounded by the lifespan orbs from the fallen players. The boss's health bar was now full again. The desperate princess had evolved. Inside the large glowing blue egg, a woman with long, light blue hair was curled up. A system window identified this new form as the Desperate Egg, a level 30 Jade grade boss with a massive 10 million health points. Meanwhile, at the Feka Heavy Industry Guild hideout, the defeated members respond. Wang Ziking, Wang Huifen's son, rushed to his mother in a panic, asking what happened and if they had defeated the boss. Wang Huifen explained that they had gotten the boss down to a sliver of health, but it suddenly restored all its health, transformed into an egg, and then unleashed a devastating attack that wiped them out. Shaken, Wang Huifen realized a full health recovery only happens when a boss evolves. Her mind flashed back to her encounter with Shadow, recalling his offer and his warning that her strategy would fail. The truth dawned on her. Shadow knew from the beginning that the boss would evolve. He predicted their human wave tactic would fail because it would only fuel the boss's transformation. She understood a platinum boss evolving into a Jade grade 1 was something her guild couldn't defeat. With resignation, she concluded her only option was to seek Shadow's help. Back at the silent peak of the magic leaning tower, Shadow's invisible form reappeared before the large blue egg. Shadow observed the Desperate Egg, identifying it as a Jade grade boss but finding its transformation strange. He knew a simple evolution shouldn't cause such a drastic change in form. He noted the egg had no offensive capabilities and wondered if it was a transitional stage before an even more powerful boss hatched. Deciding to act, Shadow leaped into the air and threw a dagger charged with dark energy at the egg. The blade struck, dealing over 28,000 points of damage. However, this barely dented the boss's massive health bar. In his spectral form, Shadow noted its 10 million health points were comparable to an epic grade boss. He sensed the egg was strange and couldn't allow it to continue incubating. He realized that despite its high health, the strategy to defeat it was simple. He knew the egg had no anti-invisibility capabilities, meaning it was completely blind to his presence. His plan was to continuously attack with his skills to charge his ultimate finisher. Once his ultimate was ready, he unleashed the Scarlet Blade again. A massive wave of crimson energy slammed into the egg, dealing over 100,000 damage and causing large cracks to spread across its surface. Shadow stood confidently amidst the shattered egg, knowing a stationary, blind opponent's defeat was only a matter of time. Suddenly, something caught his attention. After shattering the Desperate Egg, Shadow was surprised by what he found. Instead of another monster, a young woman with long, light blue hair lay unconscious on the floor. A system window identified her as the Desperate Princess, but she was only level 1 with a mere 10 health points. Shadow materialized near the girl. Puzzled, he realized this must be the princess's true form, confirming a legend he had heard about a princess cursed by a white dragon. Seeing her 10 health points, he wondered if he had to kill the defenseless girl to officially defeat the boss. He summoned his dagger to end the fight but paused, contemplating the strange situation. His hesitation proved critical. Suddenly, a dark, swirling vortex with intense blue lightning formed in the sky above him. To his shock, a massive skeletal dragon emerged from the portal. A system window confirmed the new threat. It was the Cursed White Dragon, Ates, a terrifying level 100, mythical grade monster. After the Desperate Egg shattered, a massive skeletal dragon, the Cursed White Dragon, Ates, emerged from a sky portal, launching a powerful attack toward Shadow. Shadow was shocked, wondering why a mythical grade boss had suddenly appeared. As the dragon roared, Shadow realized it was a hidden boss and the legend of the princess cursed by a white dragon was true. On the ground, the desperate princess, now in her human form, began to awaken. Shadow watched as the princess rose and floated towards the giant skeletal dragon's head. She flew directly to the monster and, instead of fighting, she gently hugged its snout. As she tearfully embraced it, her body started to burn away, revealing a bright, red heart in her chest. The princess completely disintegrated in a flash of light against the dragon's face, and the light expanded to engulf the beast. The cursed white dragon's skeleton began to crumble, leaving Shadow perplexed as only a glowing red heart remained floating in the air. As the heart approached him, the system informed Shadow he had stopped the resurrection of an ancient god named Cthulhu and had obtained the Heart of the Curse. The item gave him two options: use it to become a servant of Cthulhu by devouring lifespan, or destroy it to receive a mythical grade item. Faced with the choice, Shadow weighed his options. He considered that using the heart might grant powerful new skills, but the description suggested it was a parasitic curse that could lead to him being devoured by Cthulhu. deciding the risk wasn't worth it. He chose to destroy the heart immediately. As he crushed the pulsating organ, it exploded in a brilliant flash of light. Shadow was surprised by the intensity of the blast, which completely engulfed him. When the light faded, he found himself transported. He was still on top of the magic leaning tower, but something was different. He realized he was inside the body of a knight with horns, looking down at his own armored hands. He wondered if he had triggered some kind of trial or memory. Just then, a young princess with long greenish hair ran up and affectionately called him Atez. He saw a young man with white hair and horns sitting on the wall. The princess asked Atez if he was going out again. Atez explained with an apologetic smile that an enemy had summoned a monster to attack the harbor, and as a guardian of the kingdom, he had to go provide support. The young princess became furious, calling him a liar and reminding him that he had promised to teach her to ride the wind that day. She argued it was a 7-day journey to the coast, so it was impossible for him to return today. She was upset he was lying to her just like her father always did. She pointed at him angrily, declaring that all men were terrible liars and scoundrels. Ates, looking flustered, tried to calm her down, asking where she learned such harsh words. He then presented her with a silver scale-like object, calling it the Scale of Promise. He explained that under its witness, anyone who broke a promise would lose their wings and never be able to fly again. The princess, blushing and flustered, immediately rejected the gift, exclaiming that she didn't want Atez to lose his wings. Reassuring the princess, Atez promised he would not break his word and told her not to underestimate his wind-riding skills. He then unfurled a pair of magnificent, large white wings. The princess watched with stars in her eyes, exclaiming that his transformation was always handsome and cool. Before leaving, he promised to return for dinner and explained that his 3 shadow guards would stay to keep her company. With that, Ates launched into the sky and flew away, as the princess waved and wished him a safe journey. Filled with determination, the princess declared that since Ates was working hard, she couldn't fall behind either. She commanded the shadow guards to follow her, announcing she would go prepare ingredients so Ates could have a grand dinner. At this point, Shadow understood he was witnessing a memory sealed within the heart of the curse, showing the past shared between the desperate princess and Atez, the white dragon. The narrative then shows fond memories of the princess spending the day with the shadow guards, happily picking mushrooms in the forest, encountering a strange rabbit, and fishing by a lake, all happening in their kingdom with the magic leaning tower in the distance. Later, exhausted but happy, the princess presented a large feast she had prepared. She proudly listed peculiar dishes, like steamed rock and volcanic ash pizza, stating they were all Ates's favorite foods. She waited expectantly, believing he would return soon. But as night fell, she fell asleep at the table while waiting for him. An elderly attendant gently woke her, telling her it was very late and time to rest. He pointed out that the food on the table had grown cold. Startled and shocked at how late it was, the princess frantically asked the attendant where Atez was, wondering why he still hadn't returned. The attendant continued with a grave expression, informing the princess that according to frontline reports, the battle was dire and General Atez would likely be delayed. The princess refused to believe it, declaring that Atez was the kingdom's powerful guardian and any enemy would be like a lamb to the slaughter before him. However, the attendant explained the gravity of the situation, revealing the enemy nation had sacrificed tens of thousands of lives to summon a horrifying monster from the sea. He described a colossal, city-sized creature with countless tentacles and eyes, so terrifying a mere glance could drive a person insane. Hearing this, the princess's confidence faltered, and she began to worry that even someone as strong as Atez was in a desperate struggle. Suddenly, her eyes widened in fear, and the scale of promise she held shattered. Realizing this meant Atez had broken his promise to return, she panicked. She knew if he didn't come back before midnight, he would lose his wings. She grabbed the attendant, Scholar Lu Wen, and begged him to take her to her father, a dragon knight who might know how to remove the scale's curse. Ignoring the old man's complaints, she pulled him along, explaining that if Atez lost his wings mid-battle, he would be doomed. As she burst through a door, she was stunned to find Atez standing there, unharmed. He calmly asked her why she was in such a panic. Overcome with relief, the princess rushed forward and hugged him, crying that she was so glad he was back and safe. Hugging her back, Atez gently reassured her that he would return because of their promise. The princess, still holding him, confessed she had been worried because the situation at the front lines was said to be very bad. The attendant, Scholar Lu Wen, then cautiously asked General Atez about the battle. With a confident smile, Atez explained it had been troublesome and took some effort, but the problem was solved, and the army could handle the cleanup. Scholar Lu Wen praised him as the worthy guardian of the kingdom. Ates, walking towards the feast on the table, exclaimed that he was starving and asked the princess if she had made all the food. She proudly confirmed she did, though she lamented it was probably cold by now. Ates began to eat with great enthusiasm, declaring it didn't matter if it was cold because it was delicious. As he ate, the princess fondly told him to slow down so he wouldn't choke, while Scholar Lu Wen watched them fondly. Later, on top of the magic leaning tower, Ates announced it was time to learn how to ride the wind, as promised. However, the princess let out a huge yawn. Ates asked if she was sleepy, and she explained she was tired from preparing his feast all day, suggesting they could learn tomorrow instead. Still wanting to fly, she sat on the ground and hugged his leg, pleading for him to change into his true form and take her for a ride. Ates hesitated, reminding her the king had forbidden him from taking her on such a dangerous activity. The princess grew angry, grabbing his armor and blaming him for coming home so late. She reminded him of the effort she put into his meal and again called him a faithless scoundrel. Sighing, Ates agreed but made her promise not to tell the king, or he would be scolded. The princess immediately smiled, her anger gone. Ates then closed his eyes, and blue energy swirled around him as he began to transform. In a brilliant flash, he became a magnificent white dragon. The princess looked on in wonder at Ates' magnificent dragon form. She approached the large white dragon and gently touched his snout, lovingly telling him to be safe. Green energy then lifted the excited princess into the air, and she settled onto Ates' head. He told her to hold on tight as they were about to depart. With a powerful beat of his wings, Ates launched into the night sky, soaring high above the land. From the tower, Scholar Lu Wen and a shadow guard watched them disappear into the starry sky. Lying on Ates' back, the princess looked down at the world in awe. She marveled that this was the beautiful world Ates saw from above. Ates asked if she thought it was beautiful, and she agreed it was super beautiful. As they flew past a large tolling bell tower, the princess asked Ates if he would protect this place forever. After a pause, he solemnly promised that he would. Now sleeping peacefully on his back, she whispered a quiet, "Thank you." The memory continues, showing Ates gently tucking the sleeping princess into bed with a teddy bear. After she is settled, he quietly leaves her room, looking back one last time before closing the door. Later, Ates is seen speaking with the king. The king noted with concern that Ates was badly injured and asked if the monster he fought was truly that formidable. Ates, though weary, smiled and reassured the king. He explained his injuries were not fatal and he just needed time to recover, adding that he had already burned the monster to ashes with his dragon flames. The king's expression remained grave. He revealed he believes the enemy empire is conducting a dark ritual, and he senses a terrible wave preparing to sweep across the continent. He warns Ates that they must all be prepared, as not even he, a member of the dragon race, will be exempt from the coming danger. Standing resolute against a dark sky, Ates pledges his loyalty and agrees to follow the king's arrangements. The scene then shifts to a later time, showing the magic leaning tower under a starry night sky. The mood quickly turns grim, as the next view is of shattered pieces of Ates' armor and blood splatters on the floor, indicating a terrible battle. Ates is on his hands and knees, his armor destroyed and body covered in wounds, coughing in pain. He clutches his chest, where a strange, pulsating red object is embedded, with dark veins spreading from it. The story jumped forward 5 years into a dark, violent future. The kingdom was in a terrible war, under constant attack by a horrifying army. Soldiers and civilians cried out in terror that an enemy nation had attacked with an army of monstrous inhuman creatures. People ran for their lives, screaming for help as they were mercilessly crushed by the invaders. The city was overrun by feral, red, skinless monsters that rampaged through the streets. From a high balcony, the king watched the chaos as the monsters swarmed his city. He grimly observed the overwhelming number of creatures, stating the Marega Empire had truly gone mad. He concluded their enemy intended to drag the entire world into destruction with them as their dark banner was raised over the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, the desperate princess ran frantically. She screamed Ates' name, desperately shouting that the enemy had breached the city walls. She found Ates sitting passively on a high wall, flanked by his 2 shadow guards. Looking down at the carnage, she rushed towards him and implored him to act, explaining the enemy's army was filled with inhuman monsters their soldiers could not fight. She questioned why he had not intervened, pleading that the kingdom needed his help now. Ates calmly turned to the desperate princess and said he was just on his way to find her. He instructed her to stay inside the magic leaning tower, assuring her it was safe and she should not go anywhere else. The princess agreed but urged him to hurry and defeat the enemy army. However, Ates refused, stating he would remain there to protect her. Confused and angry, the princess asked what he was talking about. She reminded him of his duty, declaring he was the guardian of the kingdom and his purpose was to protect the entire nation. Not just her. She gestured desperately towards the city below, where soldiers were being overwhelmed, exclaiming that the capital was about to fall and its people were being slaughtered. She insisted his role was to transform into a dragon and burn their enemies to ashes. The princess told him she only needed his shadow guards for protection, as he had always arranged in the past. Ates simply lowered his head in silence. He then began to explain the history behind their enemy's power. He revealed that 5 years ago, they had discovered the Marega Empire was performing a mysterious ritual known as Forsaken by the Gods. The ritual was simple. One could sacrifice their lifespan to summon inhuman creatures. The more lifespan offered, the more terrifying the summoned monster. Ates explained this was an ancient ritual, as no sane person would trade their life for a monster. However, he continued, for the Marega Empire, this desperate ritual was their only hope. He elaborated by showing a map. The Marega Empire was an inland archipelago, rich in a rare magical plant called the Blood Flower. This unique plant, which only grew there, emitted a powerful magic that had greatly extended its people's lifespan to an average of 700 years. Thousands of years ago, conflict began to spread from their nation across the continent. To end the endless wars, the Marega Empire sent powerful envoys, like Ates, to other nations. These envoys were bound by contracts to serve the kingdoms they were assigned to. By lending their strength to the weaker side in any conflict, they could maintain a balance of power and bring peace. However, the king of Marega grimly reflected that they had underestimated the malice of humankind. The envoy's arrival made other nations realize a terrifying truth. The long-lived people of the Marega Empire were the greatest threat. Soon, the leaders of other nations secretly formed a consensus with a single goal. The people of the Marega Empire had to be completely eradicated. What followed was a period of immense suffering for the Marega Empire. They were afflicted by curses, plagues, and division. Even their own envoys were turned against them. The other nations relentlessly plundered the Marega lands until the blood flower finally began to wither and die. Without the flower, the balance of power was shattered, and the Marega Empire lost its last bit of value. The death of the last blood flower's petal triggered a devastating avalanche. The Marega Empire was invaded, and its people were slaughtered by their former allies. The sole reason for this disaster was greed. The other nations could not stand for the Marega Empire to possess a resource they could not have. In the darkness, the dying people of Marega clung to one last, desperate hope. That hope was the ritual, forsaken by the gods. As terrifying purple energy surged through a chamber of bones, the ritual began. This was less a ritual and more a curse. Every person from the Marega Empire was branded, causing their lifespan to drain as monstrous creatures grew inside their bodies, eventually bursting out. These monsters had only one purpose: to destroy humanity. Bringing his story to a close, Ates turned back to the princess, his face etched with pain as he prepared to tell her the consequence of this curse. As the princess listened, Ates revealed his face, now covered in grotesque, bloody growths. He explained with a sorrowful expression that he could no longer transform into a dragon. From now on, he would only become a monster. The princess stared back in shock and horror, stammering his name as she asked why this had happened. Ates continued, revealing a deep secret. He stated that very few people knew the true identity of the Marega people. They were also known as the Dragon Race. The envoys like him were called Guardians of the Kingdom by most humans. The princess's eyes widened as she processed this stunning revelation. Standing on the wall, Ates told her that an unstoppable tide of darkness had swept across the continent and the end of humanity was here. Because of this, he declared, his only desire now was to protect her and her alone. Meanwhile, the brutal invasion continued. The red monsters mercilessly devoured citizens, crushed them underfoot, and hunted down anyone hiding. A seemingly endless horde of these creatures emerged from the smoke, overrunning the kingdom's last defenses. From a high balcony, Scholar Lu Wen gravely informed the king that the number of monsters kept increasing. He pleaded with his ruler, asking if he was truly not going to lead a retreat now that the capital had fallen. The king, however, remained resolute, declaring they had nowhere left to retreat. He explained that the magic leaning tower was a great magical hub. If it was destroyed, their mages' combat power would plummet, and it would become impossible to stop the monsters. The king decided to join the battle himself. He leaped into the fray, his glowing sword slicing a red monster in half. He caught his breath amidst the smoke and rubble, leaning on his sword. He reflected on how quickly time had passed. He recalled first meeting Ates. They had looked the same age, though Ates was nearly 100 years old. For Ates's race, 100 years was barely adulthood. As a monster lunged, he recalled the inseparable years they had spent together. They had fought side by side, drank together, and shared everything. A blast of purple energy struck him. This reminded him of how things had changed. As he grew older, Ates remained eternally young. This created a rift, as Ates could not understand the hard choices the king had made after taking the throne. The king sadly concluded Ates could not understand humans, and humans could never truly understand Ates. The king stood amidst the flames and destruction of his kingdom. His thoughts turned to the moment that changed everything, his daughter's birth. He remembered Ates holding the newborn princess with gentle care. Watching them, the king had found a new sense of hope through their shared affection for the child. On the battlefield, a new massive threat loomed below the king. A shadowy monster with glowing purple eyes gathered a sphere of blue energy for a powerful attack. The king stared forward, his face calm as he accepted his fate. The creature unleashed a devastating blast of energy at him. As the light engulfed him, the king's body vanished, his final thoughts filled with regret that he had been wrong about everything. A massive explosion ripped through the castle, signaling the king's defeat. From the magic leaning tower, the desperate princess saw the distant blast and cried out in shock. Ates, beside her, calmly stated the capital had fallen and predicted the monsters would head for them soon. As if on cue, a swarm of dark-winged creatures descended. A shadow guard shouted a warning that monsters were approaching. The creatures slammed against a powerful blue barrier protecting the tower. Ates reassured the princess that the tower was protected by a strong barrier, making it nearly impossible for monsters to break through. Suddenly, an injured scholar Lu Wen appeared on the tower wall. The princess turned in surprise, exclaiming his name. Leaning on his staff, the scholar told Ates he had come on the king's orders to escort the princess away. The princess expressed her alarm at how badly he was injured. Ates agreed to the plan, stating he would use his wind magic to send them to a designated location, and asked if their contacts were ready. Scholar Lu Wen confirmed that all preparations had been made, but the princess interrupted, confused. With a heavy heart, Scholar Lu Wen delivered the news. Her father, the king, had fallen. The princess was in shock. He explained the king had arranged for her to escape to a neighboring country for safety. The princess anxiously asked if Ates would come with them. Ates turned to her with a sad smile, asking where he could possibly go. He revealed the monsters below were his own people, the Marega. He explained he was an enemy to all, and no matter where he might flee, humans would hunt and kill him. Kneeling on the edge of the wall, he looked down at the horde and accepted his fate. He declared that a knight's falling place became a dragon's tomb, and this was where he belonged. He vowed to remain and protect it until his lifespan drained away. Hearing his solemn promise, the princess's expression shifted from grief to resolve. She suddenly used her wind magic to leap away from Scholar Lu Wen and back to Ates. She landed before him and declared that if he was staying, she would become his dragon knight. She reminded him this was her home and she would protect it with him. She proudly boasted that her wind riding skills were perfected and asked how they could form a contract. Ates looked up at her, shocked and speechless at her unwavering loyalty. Moved by her loyalty, Ates took the princess's hand in his armored one. With a gentle, sorrowful smile, he agreed to her request. He presented the silver scale of promise, explaining it would be their contract, just like old times. The princess smiled brightly, delighted the contract was so simple. She happily began to seal their pact, promising that they would forever. But Ates cut her off, finishing with a heart-wrenching twist. He said their promise was to never see each other again. The princess's face fell, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Before she could react, Ates unleashed a powerful gust of wind, launching her and Scholar Lu Wen away. As they flew, he entrusted the princess's safety to the scholar. The princess screamed Ates' name in confusion and betrayal as she was carried away. Alone on the wall, surrounded by wind magic, Ates told her to go, insisting her place was not with a dragon's tomb. The scene took a horrifying turn. Scholar Lu Wen, his eyes glowing with red light, plunged his hand into the princess's chest, ripping out her still-beating heart. He chillingly told her she had a place where she belonged, a place for humans. Ates watched from the tower in utter shock at this betrayal, while the princess stared in horror as her life was stolen. As he died, the scholar gasped a final warning to Ates, telling him to be careful and revealing the Marega were not the only ones cursed. His face was then consumed by a monstrous red growth. From the scholar's body, a massive tentacle monster erupted, grabbing and devouring the princess's heart. The monster cackled, mocking Hades about the delicious flesh and lifespan it consumed. It then taunted him, asking if killing the person Hades loved was suitable revenge for being burned by his dragon flames in the past. As Hades stared in stunned silence, the tentacle monster laughed maniacally. It held up the princess's lifeless body and her bloody heart, taunting the white dragon, asking if killing his beloved was enough to repay the pain of his dragon flames. In a final, gruesome act, the monster clenched its fist and crushed the princess's heart. Enraged, Hades and his 2 loyal shadow guards faced the monstrous creature, their eyes glowing with vengeful energy. One guard, the Shadow of Sorrow, transformed into a swirling vortex of dark energy and leaped to rescue the princess's falling body, while the other guard attacked the monster, viciously slicing its tentacles to pieces. The monster dismissed the attack as useless. The Shadow of Sorrow now knelt, cradling the princess's body in a protective, glowing blue aura. A single tear fell from behind the guard's helmet. In her final moments, the princess weakly whispered Hades' name before passing away in the guard's arms. Even as its host body lay dismembered, the monstrous entity continued to taunt Hades. It mockingly explained that the meager lifespan sacrificed by the white dragon's kin was only enough to summon a tiny fraction of its true form. It revealed its seeds had already been scattered everywhere, parasitizing hosts and waiting for the right moment to mature and burst forth, just as it did with the old scholar. The creature, Cthulhu, continued its psychological assault, reminding Hades that the monsters born from his own people were now swarming the world. It pointed out that Hades himself was deeply cursed and could transform at any moment, and that he had always known his beloved princess was destined for a tragic end. Cthulhu emphasized Hades' powerlessness, suggesting he was helpless and might even have become the very monster to kill the princess. The entity reveled in Hades' inner turmoil, describing the hatred, sorrow, anger, and despair filling his heart, calling them wonderfully strong emotions. Then it presented a tempting offer, telling Hades it could change everything. Cthulhu formally introduced itself, stating it could hear the violent beating of Hades' heart. It declared itself an ancient, all-powerful god. It made an incredible promise. Not only could it help Hades defeat the monsters and protect the kingdom, but it could also resurrect the princess so they could be together forever. It explained that all of this could be achieved through a simple transaction. The price, Cthulhu revealed, was for Hades to simply give it his heart. Kneeling alone on the high wall, surrounded by winged monsters, Hades was left to contemplate this impossible choice. He weighed his 2 options: to let the princess die in the tower, devoured by monsters, or to accept the deal, allowing her to become his dragon knight so they could protect the kingdom for eternity. From its dying host, Cthulhu pressed him for a decision, warning that its current body was fading fast and he was running out of time. Having made his decision, Hades committed the ultimate sacrifice. With a sickening splash of blood, his shadow guard looked on in alarm. In an act of desperation and love, Hades ripped his own beating heart from his chest. Cthulhu praised him, stating that he had made the correct choice. Cthulhu declared it would place a blessing on Hades' heart, causing it to float into the sky amidst a brilliant explosion of energy, destined to beat for all eternity. The entity explained their pact. His beloved would receive the heart and be reawakened with its immense power. Though Hades would be heartless, he would not die or turn into a mindless monster. The glowing heart descended and entered the princess's body, and Cthulhu proclaimed Hades would be transformed into a guardian dragon, destined to remain by her side forever. Hades grunted in agony as the transformation began, and a massive pillar of purple energy erupted from the top of the magic leaning tower. His body contorted and changed until he had become a massive, terrifying skeletal dragon. He let out a powerful roar, surrounded by a swirling aura of blue flame. With his new form, Hades leaped from the tower wall, now a guardian dragon empowered by Cthulhu. He soared over the battlefield and unleashed a devastating torrent of fire upon the swarming monsters below, beginning his eternal watch over the resurrected princess. As the skeletal dragon Hades unleashed his fiery wrath, Cthulhu's voice narrated the grim scene. The dragon's flames incinerated everything below, purging the land of the monstrous invaders and the kingdom's remaining people alike. Cthulhu told him his power was now great enough to wipe out the entire kingdom, and Hades continued his assault, setting the capital ablaze. Cthulhu then revealed the terrible twist in their bargain. It explained that all the lifespan harvested from those killed in the flames would be funneled to a single point. As purple lightning struck the scorched magic leaning tower, the true purpose was revealed. Back on the tower, the resurrected princess screamed in agony. With Hades' cursed heart in her chest, her body began to transform as dark, shadowy energy erupted from her. Monstrous appendages grew from the shadows, and she was completely consumed by a massive, tentacled beast, becoming its new, living core. With the princess now transformed into a horrifying monster, Cthulhu triumphantly declared that all the harvested lifespan now belonged to it. Cthulhu reflected on its current weakness. It lamented that its power was still too diminished to directly parasitize the powerful dragon race, forcing it to use a human as a temporary host. However, it remained confident, believing it was only a matter of time before it could use the white dragon to gather the lifespan it needed. The monstrous princess looked up at the skeletal Ates circling high in the sky and wondered why he had not returned now that the kingdom had been purged. She found his behavior strange. Suddenly, two glowing silver scales appeared before her. Cthulhu recognized them as the scales of promise, and realized these were vows the white dragon had made before their deal. The first vow was to never see the princess again. The second was to forever protect the kingdom's high tower. In a flash of fury, Cthulhu understood Ates' final act of defiance. He had anticipated the entity's plan and used his own vows to bind himself to the magic leaning tower, locking himself away from the transformed princess. Cthulhu cursed the white dragon, enraged that he chose to become a mindless zombie-like guardian rather than be used as its pawn. Thwarted, Cthulhu declared it would use the tower as its nest, preying on the lifespan of anyone who approached. It vowed that one day, it would be fully revived and rule the world again. The memory faded with the image of the tower standing alone as countless ages passed. The memory faded, returning to the present at the magic leaning tower. Shadow reappeared on the desolate rooftop, purple energy lingering in his hand. He processed the tragic story he had witnessed, wondering if the vivid images were just game lore. But his instincts told him it was more. The vision had felt too real, its explanation of the monster's origins feeling like actual history. Suddenly, dark purple energy swirls materialized around him. A system window congratulated him on obtaining a new mythical grade skill, Shadow of Sorrow. This powerful ability created 3 shadow clones for 7 seconds that mimicked his skills and dealt 100% damage. The skill's description added a poignant detail. These were the shadows created by the white dragon, Ates. To protect what was most important, Ates had used immense mental energy to maintain them for 15 years without letting them fade. Shadow examined his hand, now wreathed in purple energy, and recognized the skill from the memory. He was awestruck, realizing this single ability could quadruple his damage output for a short time. He marveled at how terrifying a mythical grade skill was. More system notifications rewarded him for the trial. He obtained the key to the magic leaning tower's hidden area, reached level 19, and received many evolution points, equipment, and skill books. Among his new rewards were a gate key and a map for a level 20 area called the Withered Bone Ruins. Shadow was intrigued, as he had never heard of this location. He unrolled the old map and found Withered Bone City, on an island in an inland sea. Seeing its location, he made a connection, realizing it must have once been part of the Marega Empire from Ate's story. Convinced this new area was tied to the White Dragon's homeland, Shadow was excited, certain it held greater secrets and rarer treasures. Knowing the area was for level 20 players and he was now 19, he resolved to go there soon. But first, he held up the ornate, golden key to the magic leaning tower's hideout, deciding to sell it. The scene shifted to the Feka Heavy Industry Guild hideout. Inside, Huang Huifan and her guild members regrouped after their defeat. One of them asked what their next move was, admitting they could not defeat the new Jade Grade boss. He suggested their only option was to contact Shadow for help. With a weary sigh, Huang Huifan agreed. She planned to use her contacts in Zhanghai City, who were on good terms with Shadow, to act as intermediaries. Just then, to her shock, Shadow materialized directly behind her. He told her there was no need for that trouble, as they could trade directly. The other guild members, including Huang Ziqing, were stunned by his silent arrival. They shouted his name in alarm. Huang Ziqing angrily accused him of being sneaky and demanded to know what he wanted. Shadow calmly walked away, reassuring them that if he had meant any harm, they would already be dead. He offered a friendly reminder that their hideout's barrier could be opened, which was how he had walked in. Huang Huifan, still startled, asked him what he meant by a trade. Turning back, Shadow held up the ornate golden key. He offered to sell them the key to the magic leaning tower's hideout and asked if she was interested. The guild members were floored. They recognized the key and realized Shadow must have defeated the Jade Grade boss, which they could not believe was possible. Huang Huifan eagerly accepted and asked him to name his price. Shadow stated his price remained the same, 1,000 years of lifespan. While his mother agreed, Huang Ziking erupted in fury. He screamed at Shadow, calling him shameless and accusing him of planning this from the start. Pointing an accusatory finger, Ziking laid out his theory. Shadow had first attacked him, used it to destroy their portal, cut off their reinforcements, and gotten their team wiped out. Now, he was playing the hero, selling them the key for an exorbitant price. Ziking declared he had never met such a vile person. Huang Huifan sternly ordered her son to stop, but he refused, trying to convince his mother they were being tricked. He argued the key should have been theirs and they could not let Shadow profit from the guild's losses. Unfazed by the outburst, Shadow calmly asked him what he wanted instead. With a greedy grin, Ziking made an absurd demand. Shadow must return the key and compensate the guild with 1,000 or 800 years of lifespan. Shadow sarcastically remarked to Huang Huifan that she had a fine son. Then, to Ziking's surprise, he agreed to do as he said. With a cold look, he set his new price, 1,800 years, and he would not sell it for a single day less. Ziking was initially triumphant, laughing to his mother that this was how one must deal with people like Shadow. His smug expression turned to shock as the new price sank in, and he stammered, asking what Shadow had said. Shadow patiently explained he had come in good faith to do business, which was why he had not retaliated when Ziking cursed him. However, due to the insult, the original discount was gone, and the price was non-negotiable. Having reached her limit, Huang Huifan swiftly slapped her son hard across the face. She angrily ordered a guild member to take Ziking away to level up, forbidding him from returning without her permission. As he was dragged away, Ziking protested, asking why she had hit him when he was not finished talking. Huang Huifan turned back to Shadow and apologized, asking if he might reconsider. Shadow coldly repeated his new offer, 1,800 years, and he would not say it again. With a weary expression, Huang Huifan accepted, noting it was a fair price since she had heard he had sold other hideouts for 2,000 years. She explained that because of their heavy losses, they could not pay the full amount at once and asked to pay in installments. Shadow agreed. He stipulated she must pay 1,000 years up front, and he would return in 10 days for the remaining 800. Greatly relieved, Huang Huifan thanked him and completed the transaction. A system window confirmed she had the key and Shadow had gained 1,000 years of lifespan. As he faded away, Shadow said his goodbyes. He thought the Fike Heavy Industry Guild had potential, and selling them a good hideout would help them become an important asset for the Great Xia server. With their new base secured, Huang Huifan addressed her guild. She announced the platinum-grade hideout was now theirs. To pay their debt to Shadow, she instituted a 50% lifespan tax on all members. She acknowledged the high rate but framed it as a necessary investment, urging them to work hard. Her guild members responded with renewed determination. Out in a forest at sunset, the small party with Huang Ziking tried to reason with him. A girl told him not to blame his aunt and that he was wrong, but Ziking angrily dismissed her. He muttered to himself, vowing to make Shadow pay sooner or later. Their conversation was cut short when a party member spotted a silver-grade boss, the human-faced Spider Emperor. They immediately prepared for battle. As the others engaged the boss, Ziking hung back. His teammates warned him the boss used poison and to be ready with a detox spell, which he nonchalantly confirmed. However, instead of helping, Ziking turned and fled into the woods, abandoning his team. As he ran, he cursed them as idiots, thinking they could fight the boss themselves. He was disgusted by the girl who had tried to lecture him, wondering what his mother was thinking trying to set them up. He found a secluded spot and crouched, seething with resentment. He believed his entire guild was made of spineless rats, who only developed slowly and safely. He thought they did not understand the true path to power was to seize every opportunity. He concluded that Shadow must operate this way, which was how he had become so powerful. With a sinister smile, Ziking revealed he was not as foolish as his guildmates thought. He scoffed at confronting Shadow without a plan. He then summoned a dark, ornate vase with a single glowing red eye, declaring it a treasure from a jade-grade chest. A system window identified the item as the Abyssal Vase. By reaching into it, the user could randomly pull out a powerful skill, but it had a long 48-hour cooldown. Reaching into the vase, Ziking pulled out a small, grotesque, fleshy object. The system informed him he had acquired an epic-grade skill, the Abyssal Puppet Curse. This magic let him turn any corpse into a puppet he could completely control, retaining all the deceased's original abilities. Ziking laughed with manic glee, overjoyed with his new power. He hatched a plan. If he could kill Shadow, he could use this skill to enslave him, becoming truly invincible. As he celebrated, the Abyssal Vase glowed with a menacing purple aura. A final, ominous message warned that the Abyss holds extraordinary power, But when one gazes into it, the abyss also gazes back, foreshadowing a dark future for Zeking. In the withered bone field, a desolate graveyard in the Magic City ruins, night had fallen. During a battle, Ghost Spirit used her energy-infused paper ribbon to wrap around and pierce a skeletal monster's eye. She beheaded the enemy with a precise blow, dealing over 5,600 damage. System notifications appeared, informing her that her weapon had upgraded to gold and she had enough experience for a class advancement. Standing amidst the energy orbs of defeated enemies, Ghost Spirit sighed in relief, confirming she had enough experience for her advancement. With a determined expression, she accepted the class advancement. A bright magic circle formed at her feet as a column of purple energy surged from her, enveloping her in the transformation. After completion, the system detailed her new abilities. Her weapon was now the Yellow Spring Chainblade, Gold, which could change shape. Her class had evolved to Yellow Spring Evil Ghost, Tier 2, granting a passive stealth bonus and unlocking 2 new skills, Eye of the Yellow Spring and Touch of the Yellow Spring. The system explained the Eye was a mental attack that trapped enemies in an illusion, while the Touch allowed her to track opponents by their aura. Transformed and enveloped in a blue aura, Ghost Spirit now wielded her weapon as a fearsome scythe. The system notified her she would deal double damage to lower-level opponents, with a 50% chance of applying a burn effect. With her eyes glowing golden, she felt stronger than ever. She knew her increased damage, speed, and new mental attack would let her avenge her parents and defeat Dongfang Yue, and the source of the plague wielder. Ghost Spirit messaged Shadow, her teacher, informing him she had advanced to Tier 2 and would repay his guidance. From a rooftop, Shadow saw she had logged off. Understanding her thirst for revenge had led her to immediately seek out Dongfang Yue. He recalled his past life where Ghost Spirit had gotten her revenge, but sparing a dog had allowed a Beastmaster to track her. This exposed her real identity, leading to a massive hunt by powerful families. The resulting war caused heavy losses for official forces, and Ghost Spirit eventually died of exhaustion, leaving the Magic City region in chaos. Shadow reflected on her potential, but worried her youth and unstable mind made her reckless. To prevent her from repeating this fatal mistake, he decided to log off and check on her in the real world. The scene shifted to the Dongfang Manor on the outskirts of Magic City, shrouded in a poisonous fog. 2 guards on patrol complained about their shift. They talked about girls, and one remarked that Mrs. Dongfang was still attractive, which his friend agreed with. They fantasized about defeating her bodyguard and having their way with Dongfang Yue. Suddenly, one guard noticed something in the mist. An illusion of Dongfang Yue materialized before them, dressed in a seductive black dress and kneeling provocatively. The guards were completely stunned, stammering as they asked why she was there and dressed so revealingly. The illusion leaned in, whispering that she could no longer tolerate her weak husband and needed other men to satisfy her desires, asking if they were up to the task. Completely captivated and drooling, the guards couldn't believe their luck and eagerly asked if she was being serious. The guards argued over who should be first with the alluring illusion. The kneeling illusion of Dongfang Yue slyly suggested they could both enjoy her company at once. Before they could react, a streak of purple energy decapitated both guards instantly. Their headless bodies collapsed as the illusion dissipated. Dark energy erupted from their necks as the magical ribbon swirled around them. Ghost Spirit appeared from the shadows, catching her weapon. She immediately leapt into the air, escaping the manor grounds. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yue's formidable bodyguard, the Fart Master, was relaxing in a hammock. His senses sharpened and he remarked to himself that a little mouse had snuck in. Ghost Spirit landed silently on the manor rooftop. She paused thoughtfully to assess the situation. Suddenly, she was shocked as the Fart Master descended on her from above with incredible speed. He grabbed her by the neck in mid-air, and they both plummeted towards the ground. He unleashed his signature attack, a powerful blast of gas from his rear, which hit the ground with explosive force. The impact created a crater, with the Fart Master pinning Ghost Spirit to the ground. He mockingly explained his ammonia barrier covered the manor, allowing him to sense her arrival. He identified her as the little lady who had escaped before, grabbed her neck, and noted she would not get away this time. Ghost Spirit struggled helplessly, her face a mix of pain and fear. The Fart Master held Ghost Spirit in the air by her neck, surrounded by a menacing purple aura. He remarked she had grown stronger and mused that with more time, she might become a satisfying opponent. An excited look crossed his face as he admitted a strong urge to kill her now. As Ghost Spirit struggled, the bodyguard had an internal battle, telling himself to wait until she was more powerful. He immediately contradicted this, admitting he was losing self-control. He cursed, tormented by his indecision. Losing control, his grip tightened with a sickening sound. He panicked, realizing he had accidentally crushed her to death. Horrified, he let her lifeless body fall to the ground, shouting in despair. Suddenly, he froze as a purple energy claw pierced his chest from behind. In disbelief, he turned to see Ghost Spirit behind him, her arm in his back. The body he had dropped was a decoy. Bewildered, he questioned how this was possible, as he had been certain she was dead. With her eyes glowing red, Ghost Spirit revealed the truth. She informed him he had been trapped in her illusion all along, a product of her new skill, the Eye of the Yellow Spring. Coldly, she told him to die. Impaled by Ghost Spirit's energy claw, the Fart Master struggled to understand how he had been caught in an illusion. With her glowing red eye fixed on him, Ghost Spirit explained his fate had been sealed the moment he looked into her eyes. A flashback revealed the illusion had begun when he first grabbed her by the neck. Accepting defeat, the bodyguard collapsed. Ghost Spirit stood over him, acknowledging he had been a worthy opponent. Her victory was cut short by a commotion from the manor. Dongfang Yue threw open a window, angrily shouting about the noise and threatening to fire everyone. Her anger turned to shock as she saw her powerful bodyguard's body dissolving into black smoke in the courtyard below. Panicked, she screamed there was an intruder and called for help. Armed guards rushed into the main hall, taking defensive positions to protect Mrs. Dongfang and find the intruder. The noise awakened her son, Nantian, who sleepily asked what was happening. Dongfang Yue told him an enemy had come and instructed him to stay put. However, Nantian sat up and, with a confident smile, told his mother not to be afraid. He declared he was now 18 and a player, and he would protect her. Moved, Dongfang Yue embraced him, wishing his father had been half as wonderful. As they shared a kiss, the window behind them creaked open. Startled, they pulled apart, and Dongfang Yue demanded to know who was there. In the hallway outside, the guards' bodies lay dissolving into shadow. Dongfang Yue stared in horror, unable to comprehend how they were all dead. Her mind raced, wondering if Shadow had discovered their plan to ambush him. Just then, the spectral form of Ghost Spirit appeared behind her, asking, "What plan?" Dongfang Yue whirled to face the hooded figure, demanding to know who she was and why she was being attacked, insisting they had no feud. Ghost Spirit calmly asked if Dongfang Yue truly did not recognize her. With her eyes glowing a menacing red, Ghost Spirit ordered her to look closely and remember. Horrified recognition washed over Dongfang Yue as she realized her attacker was the girl she thought was long gone, cursing that she was still alive. Before Dongfang Yue could react, she was impaled by an energy attack. Ghost Spirit stood over her fallen enemy, declaring her a demon and commanding her to die. In the bedroom, a terrified Nantian and his dog hid under the covers. Ghost Spirit explained her motive. Dongfang Yue had killed her parents, so now she would kill her in front of her son. Defeated and crying, Dongfang Yue accepted her fate but made one plea, not to harm her son. Ghost Spirit laughed mockingly, her energy ribbons lifting Dongfang Yue into the air as Nantian cried for his mother. She scoffed at the request, asking what right she had to make demands. Dongfang Yue continued to plead, insisting the grudge was between them and her son was innocent. Enraged, Ghost Spirit screamed, asking if Dongfang Yue had considered this day when she murdered her parents. With a final, furious cry, Ghost Spirit unleashed a devastating attack, obliterating Dongfang Yue's body in a burst of dark energy. From the bed, Nantian and his dog watched in horror. Ghost Spirit stood panting, her vengeance complete. She then turned her intense red-eyed gaze toward the bed, where Nantian was now paralyzed with terror. With her revenge complete, Ghost Spirit stepped away from the scene. She walked out of the bedroom, leaving Dongfang Yue's body on the floor as the terrified Nantian and his dog watched. As she disappeared, Nantian's fearful expression transformed into a sinister grin. He revealed he had grown tired of his mother's control and was grateful Ghost Spirit had killed her. His small dog's eyes also glowed red as it anticipated eating the young girl meat. Before Ghost Spirit got far, she sensed she was not alone and stopped, her body tensing. She turned around nervously to see several shadowy figures floating in the air, surrounding her. Back in the bedroom, Nantian pointed from under his blanket, a malicious smile on his face. He revealed his true power as the corpse necromancer, and commanded his undead minions to capture her alive. The shadowy figures were reanimated corpses, strengthened by his power and retaining their abilities. They advanced on the trapped Ghost Spirit. Suddenly, a massive explosion shattered the manor's side. Ghost Spirit was sent flying out of the building, screaming in pain. Outside, the reanimated corpses descended upon her as she lay helpless. The one-handed gunman prepared to fire a deadly energy blast at point-blank range. Just as he fired, black spikes intercepted the attack, saving her. The force of the counterattack knocked the undead minions down. Ghost Spirit looked up, confused by the sudden turn of events. In the bedroom, Nantian, who had been hiding, was now held up by the head, screaming in terror. A figure stood over him, holding his severed head and crushing his demonic dog underfoot. It was King Feng. He looked directly at Ghost Spirit through the shattered wall and delivered a cold, final lesson. Showing mercy to your enemies was the same as being cruel to yourself.